On the fog-shrouded world of Nova Thulium, where jagged cliffs clawed at bruised skies and endless plains whispered beneath the tread of silent laborers, the first breath drawn by the child Tacitin tasted of dust and damp stone. Born into the shadowed service of House Calgar, his world unfolded within the high walls of a noble estate, each dawn breaking over fields that stretched toward horizons forever barred by the indifferent weight of ancient architecture. Life as a serf flowed like the seasons, predictable, unrelenting, a tapestry of bowed heads and calloused hands, where the only rebellion lay in stolen glances toward the heavens. Yet from his earliest memories, when the overseer's shouts faded and the clatter of servitude stilled, young Tacitin would tilt his chin upward, eyes tracing the pinprick lights that danced beyond the suffocating embrace of Nova Thulium's atmosphere. The stars called to him in voiceless chords that vibrated in his marrow, a wordless promise that tightened his chest with yearning even as his small hands scrubbed floors or hauled water for the very nobles whose bloodline bound him to the soil. Beside him always, a mirror in spirit if not in station, stood Manus Carer to House Calgar, whose name rang with ancestral power, yet whose laughter echoed through the estate's orchards with the unburdened joy of a boy untouched by pretense. Where others saw hierarchy, Manus saw companionship. Where tradition demanded distance, he bridged it with shared secrets and scraped knees. They were an impossibility surf, and lordling it between them grew a bond woven from midnight rambles, along moonlit hedgerows and whispered dreams beneath the skeletal branches of the estate's oldest trees. "We're more than our blood," Manus would declare, sprawled on sun-warmed grass hills that overlooked the labyrinthine Calgar holdings, his tunic streaked with the same dirt that smudged Tacitin's threadbare sleeves. "One day we'll soar past these walls like falcons, you'll see." And Tacitin did see in those fragile moments when the weight of his birthright lifted, replaced by visions of crystalline battleplate and the thunderous roar of starship engines. To become a space marine, Manus spoke the words like a prayer, eyes alight with fervor. But for Tacitin, the dream hooked into his soul like a fishbone, sharp and inescapable. It transformed from fantasy to necessity, a lifeline thrown across the chasm of his predetermined fate. The selection, when it came, felt less like chance than destiny's cruel joke. Both boys ripped from the only home they'd known and hurled onto the scarred decks of a transport bound for Thulia Minor. Not serf and lord now, but aspirants equal in their gleaming novice armor, jaws set against the trials ahead. Their mentor, Crixus, greeted them not with encouragement, but with a gauntlet thrown, a grizzled veteran whose face bore the topographical map of 100 wars, his voice a graveled rasp that promised suffering as the price of glory. Days bled into weeks, each dawn a gauntlet of musketeering drills and mind-numbing routines that left Tacitin's body a symphony of aches. The air in the training halls tasted of sweat and rust, the nights a cacophony of strangers' snores and the phantom itch of fresh scars. Through it all, Manus remained steadfast, his confidence a torch in the suffocating dark, his presence a tether to the boys they'd been under Nova Thulium's pale sun. "Remember the orchard," he'd murmur as they lay side by side in the barracks' gloom. "The memory of Sundapple leaves a talisman against the ceaseless grind. That'll be us someday, brother." Armor instead of sticks, but the same hearts. Yet it was in those silenced, hollow hours after lights out, when fatigue pinned Tacitin to his bunk, that doubt slithered in. He'd stare at the cracked ceiling, listening to the distant howl of Thulia Minor's winds, and wonder if the stars were laughing at his presumption. Who was he, blood thickened with generations of obedience, to grasp at the Emperor's glory? Manus bore nobility in his veins like a warrant of authenticity. What did Tacitin carry but serf sorrow and stolen ambition? But morning always came, and with it Manus's grin, the easy clap on the shoulder, the relentless certainty that brooked no argument, and Tacitin's resolve would harden anew. The change crept in like rot beneath floorboard, subtle, insidious, averted gazes in the mess hall. The way Crixus's eyes lingered too long during blade drills, his critiques sharpening toward something Tacitin couldn't name. The other aspirants moved differently, their camaraderie curdling into something furtive, their laughter taking on a brittle edge that set Tacitin's teeth on edge. He mentioned none of it to Manus, burying his disquiet beneath layers of denial, until the night the nightmares came, not dreams, but terrors that smelled of copper and burning hair, yanking him from sleep with a gasp that echoed in the empty barracks. The moon hung low, a bloated orb casting sickly light through narrow windows as Tacitin slipped from his bunk, boots whispering against cold stone. Some primal instinct pulled him toward the training halls, where shadows writhed like living things and the air hummed with a wrongness that prickled his skin. What he glimpsed through the half-open doors carved itself into his memory with acid clarity. Crixus stood before an altar hewn from black rock, his armor replaced by blood-slicked furs, hands raised in supplication to a sigil that pulsed with malevolent light, tangled and hateful, the mark of Khorne. Around him, a dozen aspirants swayed in trance-like devotion, their eyes reflecting the brazier's flames like animals caught in torchlight. The chant that spilled from their lips wasn't any holy litany of the Imperium, but a guttural dirge that vibrated in Tacitin's bones, thick with promises of skulls and endless battle. Blood, so much blood pooled at the altar's base, gleaming wetly in the firelight, and Tacitin understood with sudden, stomach-churning clarity why so many recruits vanished in the night. Retreat was instinct, fear flooding his limbs, but the hand that clamped his shoulder wasn't a cultist's. Manus stood rigid beside him, his face a mask of horror etched pale in the gloom, pupils dilated not with battle fever but with disbelief. They shared no words, none were needed. The truth hung between them, fetid and undeniable. Yet as they turned to flee, the doors slammed shut with a boom that echoed like a death knell, sealing them in a tomb of corrupted stone. Crixus turned slowly, his smile revealing teeth filed to points, eyes no longer human but pits of swirling damnation. Little lambs wandered from the fold, he crooned, the words slithering over Tacitin's skin. Come to witness the red feast, corn cares not from whence the blood flowsonly that it does. Around them the traitors advanced, blades glinting, features twisted into rictus grins that held no trace of the brothers-in-arms Tacitin had sparred with mere days before. Manus moved first, always Bravehigh's training blade flashing as he bellowed the battle cry they'd practiced since childhood. For the Emperor, the first cultist fell, throat opened in a scarlet arc, but there were too many too fast. Crixus moved like tempest given form, his axe a blur of murderous intent. Manus met the strike with a clash of steel that rang like a funeral bell, but youth and desperation shattered against centuries of corrupted skill. The axe head bit deep and time fractured. Tacitin's scream shredded his throat as Manus crumpled, lifeblood spurting across cold stone in arterial jets. The cultists descended like carrion birds, knives rising and falling in a frenzied rhythm, reducing the noble Earth Dreamer. The brother Tacitin had Chocento ruined meat. Something inside Tacitin ruptured then, not grief but a supernova of rage, igniting every nerve until his vision swam with crimson static. The training blade in his hand felt alive, humming with the need to rend and tear, to paint the walls with traitorous viscera. He barely registered his own movement's clumsy thrust that gutted the nearest cultist, the wild swing that sent another reeling. Crixus's laughter boomed, thick with mockery, as Tacitin's weapon flew from numbed fingers. The blood god claims you, boy, revel in it. But Tacitin didn't revel. He burned. The vaulted hall narrowed to a tunnel, Crixus's leering face its only exit. Every beat of his heart pumped liquid fire through his veins, scorching away fear, erasing the last fragile vestiges of the boy who'd once marveled at stars. In that molten crucible of fury, as the cultists closed in and Khorne's sigil pulsed like a diseased heart, Tacitin made a silent vow not to the Emperor, not to noble ideals, but to the ghost lying butchered on the stones. They would all pay, every last one. His fingers curled into claws, ready to rip the world apart or die trying, and the darkness he'd glimpsed in himself since childhood's shadow he'd fought with hope and borrowed Courageros at last, swallowing him whole. No more dreams, only blood. The air hung thick with the coppery stench of spilled blood and rancid incense, the chamber's flickering torchlight casting elongated shadows that danced like demons across the blood-slicked stone. Tacin's knees pressed into the cold floor where Manus lay broken, his friend's unseeing eyes reflecting the carnage around them, cultists in ragged crimson robes, chanting guttural hymns to their dark god, their blades carving obscene sigils into the flesh of the fallen. A low growl ripped from Tacin's throat, raw and primal, as his fingers tightened around the notched hilt of his rusted sword. They didn't see Himphi's butchers drunk on slaughter, their backs turned as they dragged another thrall toward their blood-stained altar. Fools, their arrogance was a noose waiting to tighten. His muscles coiled like springs, every nerve alight with a cold, crystalline fury that burned away fear, burned away doubt. In that heartbeat, Tacin ceased to be a boy, ceased to be a serf scrambling through the dark tunnels of Thullian miners' minds. He was vengeance incarnate, honed in the crucible of loss, his soul a furnace roaring with a single truth. Manus' name would not die here. He moved like a shadow given teeth. The first cultist died with a choked gurgle, Tacin's blade punching through the man's spine before he could turn, the warm spray of arterial blood painting the floor in a grotesque mural. Chaos erupted, shouts of alarm dissolving into screams as Tacin whirled through their ranks, his sword a silver blur. He fought without thought, without strategy, each strike a syllable in the elegy he carved into their flesh. Manus, a downward slash cleaved a bearded fanatic from collarbone to sternum. Car. Reverse thrust gutted a snarling woman clutching a jagged dagger. Calgar. The names became a mantra, a drumbeat driving his fists, his feet, his steel. Bodies fell around him, their lifeless eyes wide with surprise, but Tacin saw none of them. Only Manus' slack-faced, the promise they'd whispered in the dark, one day we'll stand among the stars. Only when the last acolyte crumpled did the red haze lift, leaving Tacin swaying amidst the carnage, his breath ragged, his knuckles white around his drippings. Crixus awaited him, the traitor's massive frame framed by the flickering braziers, his blood-stained axe resting casually against his shoulder. A grin slithered across the man's face, revealing yellowed teeth, Think this changes anything, boy? Crixus sneered, his voice like gravel grinding beneath a boot. The blood god cares nothing for your petty grief. Your friend's soul is already screaming in the warp. Taken's silence was his answer, a yawning void where words might have lived, filled instead with the memory of Manus' hand slipping from his grasp as the axe fell. They crashed together in a storm of sparks and ringing steel, Crixus, strength monstrous, each blow driving Taken back, his arms trembling under the onslaught. Yet the traitor's brute force met Taken's razor-edged resolvia while sharpened by loss. Every parry, every pivot carried the weight of his oath. I will remember. I will make the galaxy remember. His sword kissed Crixus' cheek, his thigh drawing hissed curses, but exhaustion clawed at him, his vision tunneling. Then light, blinding, glorious light as the chamber doors exploded inward in a shower of splintered timber and shattered stone. Giants clad in cerulean ceramite filled the room, their bolters barking hymns of death. Cultists disintegrated mid-charge, torn apart by mass-reactive shells, the staccato thunder of gunfire drowning their dying shrieks. Taken collapsed to one knee, his sword slipping from numb fingers as ultramarines swept past him with machine-like precision, their armor gleaming like sapphires in the gore-streaked gloom. One posset, a towering warrior with a captain's laurels etched into his pauldron, his gaze lingering on Taken's bloodied face before turning to the fleeing Crixus. A single barked order, a burst of bolter fire. The traitor's head vanished in a crimson mist, his body crumpling like a puppet with severed strings. It was over. The silence that followed was heavier than the fighting, thick with the iron tang of blood and the hollow ache spreading through Taken's chest. No triumph flooded hymnly the yawning chasm where relief should have been. Weeks later, the scent of incense and polished metal replaced the stench of death. Takano, not Taken, never again stood before the obsidian gates of the fortress monastery on Macragge, the mountain wind biting through his threadbare tunic. Below him, the training field sprawled like a chessboard of discipline, hundreds of ultramarines moving in flawless unison, their chainswords humming through drills, their bolters stripped and cleaned with ritual care. The weight of his new name pressed upon him, Maris Calgara mantled both shield and anchor. Captain Sarius loomed beside him, a monolith in cobalt warplate, his stern face etched with the wisdom of centuries. Look upon them, aspirant, Sarius intoned, his voice colder than the mountain stone. These warriors are the Emperor's will made manifest. Your past is ash, your bloodline irrelevant. Here you are nothing until you prove yourself everything. Maris let the words seep into his bones. Your past is ash. How those words burned away the last flicker of Taken, the miner's son, the boy who'd wept over a friend's corpse. Only Manus' steadfast gaze remained, seared into his memory. Days bled into months of relentless trial. Maris ran until his lungs screamed, climbed ice-slick cliffs with fingers raw and bleeding, sparred against battle servitors whose fists could crack stone. Sarius' lessons were blades hammering him into shape. Discipline is your shield, Calgar. Without it, rage is a wildfire it consumes but does not cleanse. The captain's eyes missed nothing slight tremor in Maris, sword arm after hours of drills, the hitch in his breath as he forced aching limbs to obey. Mock battles beneath the merciless Macragge sun became crucibles. Once pinned beneath a hulking aspirant's knee, dirt grinding into his cheek, Maris nearly surrendered until Manus' laugh echoed in his mind, bright and defiant. Get up, you idiot. We've got stars to claim. He'd bucked, twisted, slammed his forehead into the brute's nose, tasting blood as he scrambled free. Sarius gave no praise, only a fractional nod that lit a fire in Maris' chest. Years folded like pages in a war journal. Maris fought on a dozen world-snarled orcs bellowing their crude war cries, heretic Astartes dripping with chaotic corruption, sleek Eldar phantoms dancing just beyond bolter range. With each campaign, the boy's fury hardened into a commander's resolve. He learned to read battles like poetry, anticipating enemy strikes before they landed, his voice rising clear above the din to direct his brothers. Yet every victory was whispered to a ghost. Before deploying, he'd traced the name etched inside his vambrace, Manus Carr, still here, brother. When a sniper's round punched through his left pauldron on Vulcanes, he fought on, feeling Manus' phantom grip steadying his bolter. When a plague drone's claws gouged his chest on Mortanes, the pain was a distant thing compared to the gaping wound left in a blood-soaked mining tunnel. The final rite came beneath Macragge's triple moons. Maris knelt in the Sanctum Bellator, the chamber's vaulted ceiling lost in shadow, the air thick with sacred oils and ozone. Before him, the chapter's ancient chaplain pressed a burning brand to his left pectoralis, screaming eagle crowned with the ultima. Flesh seared, but Maris did not flinch. The pain was catharsis, a final pyre for Taken, the last whisper of the surfbuoy's fear turning to ash. Rising, he accepted the freshly forged armor presented by Sarius, the captain's stern facade finally cracking into something resembling pride. Stand tall, brother Calgar, Sarius murmured. Your vigil begins. Now thunder beneath his boots, the sky over Sheridan rained fire, a tyrannid swarm darkening the atmosphere, their shrieks reverberating through Maris' armor. At his side, Battle Brothers tightened grips on chainswords, their eyes locked on him. Not Taken, the grieving child. Not even the aspirant, desperate to prove himself. Maris Calgar, a name reclaimed, a promise kept. He raised his gauntlet, the cerulean plate gleaming beneath smoke-stained skies. For Makrak, he roared, the cry echoing across the line across the years to a boy lying cold in the dark. For the Emperor, for you, brother. The swarm descended, and Calgar met them with a smile sharp as his blade, ready to carve their shared name into the annals of stars. The air hung thick over Sheridan, a toxic miasma of burned promethium and ionized metal that clawed at the lungs with every breath, the very atmosphere weeping rust-colored tears from chemical-laden clouds that blotted out the sun. Below the looming shadow of the battle barge Valen's shield stretched a wasteland forged in the crucible of endless war-continent-spanning trenchworks, zigzagging like suppurating scars across terrain cratered by macrocannon impacts, jagged spires of shattered hive cities clawing at the bruised sky like skeletal fingers. For 7 weeks the Ultramarines had bled for this graveyard world, 7 weeks of grinding attrition, where every inch gained was purchased in Geneforged blood and broken ceramite. Chapter Master Pythor stood motionless upon the command deck, his massive frame outlined against the panoramic viewing bay, the reflected glow of burning refineries below flickering across battle-worn armor, whose gold trim had long since been scoured to bear adamantium by orcish fury. At his side, Manus Calgar felt the vibrations of distant artillery through his boot soles, a constant tremor beneath the chorus of damage control klaxons and murmured battlefield reports that filled the Bridget heartbeat of a dying world. In 37 years of service since his ascension to the ranks of the Astartes, Calgar had learned to taste the subtle poison of doubt that sometimes seeped into even the most disciplined campaigns. But this was different, a cold fingernail tracing his spinal column whenever the Voxnet fell silent, an uneasy shimmer in the air that made the lumen globes flicker at precise 17-second intervals unnoticed by all save him. His enhanced hearing caught the edges of conversations cut suddenly short when he approached, the minute tightening around Captain Heron's ocular implants when reviewing casualty manifests. They'd broken 3 Orc WAGHs. Already shattered their idols and decapitated their warbosses, yet still the savages came with unnatural cohesion, their ramshackle gargants advancing in textbook envelopment patterns that spoke of some dark intelligence guiding the usual anarchic tide. Pythor shifted, the servos of his armor purring softly as he rested both hands on the stratagem table, the hololithic displays casting his ravaged face in ghastly blue light deep scar tissue pulling tight across his left cheek, where Tyranid bioacid had eaten through his laramens years before. They mass in the Gorgon Valley, he rumbled, throat raw from breathing fire-retardant foam during yesterday's boarding action against the Greenskin Rock. His gauntlet traced a glowing sigil over the tactical projection where scarlet runes pulsed like infected wounds amidst the imperial blue. Hundreds of battle wagons, siege towers tall enough to shame the titans of Legio Invicta. This isn't attrition, Manus, it's invitation. Calgar studied the readouts scrolling across his retinal display ammunition, reserves bleeding away into the red, the telltale static fuzz encroaching from the eastern hemisphere that spoke of massive atmospheric disruptors coming online. The acrid tang of overheated circuitry mixed with the faintest whisper of something else, something that bypassed the olfactory sensors in his armor to crawl directly into the ancient reptilian core of his brainazone and spoiled meat and the copper-kissed promise of slaughter. They're hurting us, he realized aloud, the revelation coating his tongue with bile. All these months, letting us believe we were grinding them down when every engagement was funneling our forces toward. His armored finger stabbed at the hololith where the valley's entrance yawned like a serpent's jaws. They want us here, need us here. A smile without warmth cracked Pythor's face, pride and sorrow warring in his lead-grey eyes. 10 years ago, you'd have charged headlong into that obvious trap just to spit in the architect's eye. That instinct is why Gilliman's blood flows strong in you. He straightened, the bones in his neck audibly creaking. But your right shadow behind this infestation hungers for our deaths in that valley specifically. I've reviewed the cyclonic scans. There's something buried beneath those mountains, something older than this crusade, older than the Imperium itself. The orcs are just the scalpel being used to cut us out. The chapter master's Voxspeed blinked crimson signals officer Castus waited with urgent news. Pythor acknowledged with a curt nod, his entire demeanor shifting from mentor to monument as the harried voice crackled through the bridge speakers. Warboss Skullcrack himself leads the assault column. Lord, their weird boys are channeling enough psychic energy to light up the Auspex from orbit. End. Sensors detect an unidentified energy signature emerging from the valley's western ridgereeds like static swallowed the rest. Every lumen on the bridge dimmed as power rerouted to void shields, the deck plating thrumming in resonance with some deep planetary agony rising from Sheridan's burning crust. Pythor didn't hesitate. battle stations, all ground forces to muster points Sigma and Omicron. Prepare the Spear of Macragge for deployment. He turned to Calgar, removing his artificer helm from the mag clamp at his waist. The ceremonial faceplate still bore the proud blue of Macragge's skies, rather than the scorched black of his current armor. Whatever ancient evil stirs beneath our feet, it plays a dangerous game using orcs as pawns. If we break their back here, we may rip out the puppet strings before the true enemy reveals itself. Calgar's fist crashed against his plastron in salute. By your will, Chapter Master. As he strode toward the Dropod Bays, the familiar scent of sacred machines, spirit oils, and following death. Below in the valley, the air itself seemed distilled violence superheated by flamer bursts and concussive detonations, howling with the pottery shards whine of shock rifles and the basso profundo of charging power claws. Calgar fought in the bloody vanguard, his plasma pistol whining with each shot that turned orc knobs to vaporized silhouettes against the firestorm, his combat blade a silver blur trailing ropes of luminescent alien viscera. Through the choking smog, he saw Pythor everywhere, a golden giant wading through tides of green flesh, the relic sword Augustus Rex trailing arcs of lightning as it bisected warbikes in sprays of promethium and teeth. Yet with every decapitated orc, 3 more clambered over the twitching corpses, their warcry of WAGH, now threaded with strange cadences that buzzed against the Ultramarine's auditory implants like static locusts. It happened between heartbeats. One moment the Chapter Master stood triumphant upon the burning wreckage of a Gorkanaut, his blade raised in defiance as he roared encouragement to the 4th Company pushing through the enemy's flank. The next reality tore. Not ruptured by explosives, but unzipped along edges that screamed in colors outside human spectra. The orc war machine that manifested wasn't built. It was extruded, a cancerous sculpture of meat and iron that throbbed with internal lightning, its gunmouth belching warp-spawned fire that clung and screamed as it consumed. The blast didn't merely kill, it erased. 30 of the finest warriors in the Imperium disintegrated mid-charge, their atoms unwoven into loose clouds of quarks that glowed briefly before winking out. And Pythor fell not as legends fall, no last words, no glorious fade against a sunset. He simply ceased being vertical, crashing to the ashen earth with 2/3 of his torso missing, the marble-white bone of his spine protruding like a broken flagpole from ruins of oromite and meat. Calgar's enhanced physiology recorded the next 17 seconds with crystalline clarity, the wet slap of some detached organ hitting his boot, Sergeant Tyrus vomiting inside his helm, the acidic stink-breaching filter systems, the orc whose head he pulped without conscious thought, its claw still scrabbling at his greave as it died, the perfect cathedral silence behind the ringing in his Irsa vacuum, where the Chapter Master's booming voice should reside. Then, as neurons armed by hypno-indoctrination overrode grief, the world snapped back with physical force. His helm display lit with priority alerts, casualty reports, and a blinking golden runically active when command lineage severed without air. The weight crashed down not as burden, but as biological fact vertebrae compressing under sudden gravitational shift, breath turning to slurry in corrupted lungs. For 3.4 seconds, Calgar understood with terrifying intimacy what antimatter containment failure feels like. Then his training fortress crystallized core rose to the surface. Survival, duty, vengeance. He inhaled pain like sacramental incense, let it scour him clean. When his vox erupted with Captain Vorlow's panicked voice, they're breaking through the eastern bulwark. Orders, sir. Calgar responded not with his own vocal cords, but with Pythor's. The timbre was all wrong, higher-pitched, yet the absolute authority that had led 100 crusades rolled through the channel like thunder. Close ranks, phalanx formation lambda. Reserve aggressors to forward position their flamers will sterilize those trenches. Brother Dace, angle your predators to enfilade the mob crossing the dry riverbed. And Vorlow, a pause filled only with chainswords meeting Xeno's bone. They will break upon us, he fought possessed. Not with Ragathat ephemeral fuel had burned away, but with the cold certainty of orbital mechanics. Every step flowed into the next, bolter patterns weaving kill zones that funneled the orcs into killboxes of overlapping fire. Where Pythor had been a blazing sun around which warriors orbited, Calgar became event horizontalant, inevitable, pulling all toward grim purpose. When the warboss emerged atop a shambling titan of riveted skulls, bellowing challenges that shook blood from dead men's eyes, it was Calgar who met him in the crater where Pythor fell. Not with roaring defiance, but with glacial precision sidestepping the roaring power claw to place 3 mass-reactive shells through the same ocular lens. The ensuing explosion of psychic backlash blinded every warrior within a kilometer, but through augmetic eyes streaming crimson coolant, Calgar saw true for the first time. Threads of sickly light connecting the orc horde to some cyclopean structure, buried deep beneath Sheridan's mantle, its architecture all wrong angles and fractal geometries that burned the brain to witness. When silence finally fell, no true silence, but the relative hush of sporadic gunfire and crackling flames, Calgar stood amidst a charnel plain where 80% of his brothers lay dead. Vox-traffic confirmed the orc forces were routed, their remaining scraps fleeing into the rad wastes. Yet as the ash began to fall like gray snow, collecting in the crevices of his battle-stained armor, he felt no triumph. Only the cold seep of understandingthas was never about Sheridan, nor orcs, nor even Pyther's martyrdom. That throbbing abomination beneath their feet had been using the greenskins against them, testing, probing, studying Astartes' combat doctrine through a billion data points of blood and anguish. The real war was just beginning. It was Tech Marine Solon who found him, the scarlet-armored figure kneeling in reverence as he presented the remnants of Augustus Rixam melted stump of sword with Pyther's hand still clutching the hilt, fingers fused to ceramite by plasma burns. Calgar took the relic in silence, the weight of command settling into his marrow with its true gravity. He had carried the name Calgar since initiation like a too-large cloak borrowed from some greater hero. Only now, with the butchered heft of his mentor's blade in hand, did that name become flesh not inheritance but incarnation. Perhaps in another life he might have wept, or raged, or knelt in prayer. But in this life, Chapter Master Manus Calgar simply turned his scorched optics toward the smoking horizon where storm clouds bruised the sky, already dictating deployment orders for what remained of his battered fleet. His voice never shook. The orc threat was ended. The true enemy awaited. 73 Terran days later, the seas of Tassar witnessed his coming. The ocean boiled where drop pods breached its surface, waves crashing against cliffs that had stood since the planet's birth now crumbling under artillery bombardment. Calgar's boot sank into wet sand up to the ankle, the first chapter master to set foot on this world since Guilliman himself had consecrated its forges 11 millennia prior. Data slate in his grip displayed nothing but orcish troop movements, a tide of red sigils flooding the strategic display it in the howling wind. He tasted that same metallic foulness from Sheridan, sharp beneath the salt and cordite. Behind him, the last progeny of Macrag's finest stood ready, their newly reforged armor gleaming defiantly against the storm-darkened sky. For the fallen, for the future, for the shadow war that raged unseen behind the curtain of flesh and steel. Manus Calgar activated his vox with a thought, his voice neither prayer nor war cry, but simple immutable truth echoing through every helmet and cockpit and gun deck. In the name of the Emperor, forward unto dawn. The Thunderhawks' engines roared with vengeance, drowning out the wail of the storm as they tore through the tumultuous skies of Talisa. Within their steel bellies, Marneus Calgar stood immovable amidst his battle brothers, the cerulean plates of his armor catching the dim lumens like cold forgefire. The reek of promethium and sacred oils clung to the air, thick as the tension coiling in the warriors' fists. They knew the gravity striding among them, felt it in the weighted silence between the thrum of warp engines, saw it etched in the grim line of their commander's jaw. Below, beneath clouds bruise-purple with impending war, the orc horde sprawled like a festering wound across the valley, their crude warcries a savage counterpoint to the tempest. Calgar's gauntlet tightened around the grip of the gauntlets of Ultramar, every rivet in his power fist thrumming with pent annihilation. This would not be a war of attrition. It would be a surgeon's strike, precise, lethal, absolute. No mercy, Calgar's voice cut through the din, steady as bedrock beneath a flood. No quarter. We carve the heart from this beast before it knows its blood is spilled. Nods rippled through the strike force, their faith in him as unshakable as the adamantium in their bones. They'd seen this mind at work on 100 battlefields, watched him dismantle fortresses with calculations colder than void silence. Today, however, would be no siege. Today, they hunted among a rabid sea. The warboss had gathered his lieutenants in the shadow of the mountain ridge, believing the storm his ally, a fatal arrogance. Orcs mistook brutality for strength, cacophony for order. Calgar would educate them in whispers of ceramite and screams of shattering bone. The Thunderhawks plunged earthward, assault cannons streaking tracers of phosphor-bright death through the gloom. Orc sentries crumpled mid-below, their mangled bodies swallowed by the churned mud as the gunship skidded to land. Calgar was first out, boots crashing into the mire like the drop pod of an angry god. Around him, the Ultramarines fanned out with drill-field exactitude, bolters snapping disciplined volleys into the green tide surging toward them. The orcs came in a howling avalanche muscle and rusted iron and jagged steelbutt against the Astartes. They broke like jaundiced waves against a cliff. Calgar waded into the fray, the gauntlets of Ultramar alive with barely restrained destruction. A knob lunged, chain-axe spitting greasy fire, only to be seized by the throat and crushed into paste before his war cry finished echoing. Calgar moved as though the Codex Astartes had birthed him, every pivot, every blow a verse from Guilliman's sacred text. Amidst the carnage, the warboss revealed himself an abomination of swollen muscle and scar tissue, towering over his kin like a toad god from barbarian myth. His roar shook rainwater from the sky, and the very mud seemed to recoil as he charged. a cleaver the length of a rhino's hull winding through the air. Calgar met him mid-stride, the impact sending a shockwave through the muck. The cleaver screeched off Calgar's pauldron in a shower of sparks, and for a heartbeat, Beast and Space Marine were eye-to-eye, spittle flecking Calgar's visor. Then the gauntlets struck not wild haymakers, but artisanal ruin. One blow caved the warboss's chestplate, the next punched through ribs like parchment. The orc warlord's dying gasp drowned in blood and thunder as Calgar ripped his fist free, the warboss's crude iron medallion clenched in his fingers like a grotesque trophy. Panic scoured the horde. Without their howling center, the orcs became a thrashing snake severed from its head. The ultramarines pressed, relentless, bolters reducing the Xenos into scarlet mist and shattered bone. By the 6th minute, the rout was total greenskins fleeing into the storm's teeth, wails of terror swallowed by thunder. Calgar stood panting amidst the slaughter field, gore steaming on his armor like some ancient champion sculpted in blood-stained marble. The victory was absolute, yet as Talus's scattered survivors emerged to kneel in the mud, weeping his name like a prayer, Calgar felt only the weight deepening. This was but a skirmish in the Long Wara, prelude to trials that would demand more than mere martial perfection. Upon Macragge, the fortress monastery's vaulted halls bore witness to ascension. Torchlight gilded the frescoes of Robout Guilliman, their solemn gaze fixed upon the warrior kneeling before the chapter's assembled lords. Honor guards stood like statues wrought in silver and cobalt, their silence more resonant than any fanfare. Calgar felt the relics, Gazeth armor of reason, the gladius Inkendor burning into his soul. This was no battlefield glory, it was a covenant. As the mantle of chapter master settled upon his shoulders, heavier than Terminator plate, Calgar understood with crystalline clarity. Guilliman's ghost lived in every word of the codex, in every stratagem, every boltron spent in Ultramar's name. The lead was to become both sword and shield to wield tradition and innovation, as twined blades against an uncaring galaxy. The Feast of Honor lasted precisely 4 to 7 minutus efficiency, was after all the highest virtue. But as Calgar withdrew into the stratagem, Vox reports already scouring his ears, the shadows deepened not with ceremony, but dread. Scouts brought word from the eastern Fringus worlds vanishing from astropathic choirs like snuffed candles. Not razed, not conquered, but consumed. The Tyranids, a void swarm whose hunger eclipsed even the Archtrader's malice. Calgar stared at the hololith as it painted macabre constellation system after system blinking crimson then gray as Hive Fleet behemoth surged toward Ultramar. This foe would not break before a warboss's death. It lacked fear, craving, hope. A force of nature, mindless yet insidiously cunning, its synapsebeasts weaving strategies from primal hunger. Macragge's skies, once a vault of sapphire perfect enough to make Guilliman weep, now crawled with ominous stillness. Clouds gathered, sulphur-yellow at the edges. The Tyranids did not announce their arrival with wardrooms, but with silence a deathly hush before the Leviathan breaches. Calgar walked the battlements, his footsteps echoing through gun nests crewed by ashen-faced chapter serfs and thick with stench of rocket fuel. Along the polar fortresses, the First Company's Terminators stood vigilant, frost glittering on their pauldrons like diamond dust. These were warriors who'd held the line against demon princes and renegade legionsate as Calgar passed them. He saw it in the tilt of a helm, the white-knuckled grip on a storm bolter. Doubt, not of him, of extinction. When the bioships pierced the atmosphere, they fell like rancid comets, streams of ichor streaking their descent. The ground quaked. Then came the chitteringa sound to freeze marrow, a billion scissoring claws and needle-fanged maws. The first wave hit Ix Bastion at dawn. Raiders the size of lemon russes skittered over minefields on spindly limbs, ripper swarms boiling behind them like living clouds. Heavy bolters chewed chitin to pulp, yet still they came, flooding trenches in tides of chitinous horror. Calgar stood in the command nexus, hololiths painting scarlet ruin across his face. Reports crackled. 04 West begged for reinforcement. Company champion Anriel demanded a Thunderhawk strike on a towering Carnifex shredding the left flank. Calgar's responses were clipped, methodical. The Codex offered no chapter on abominations that learned, adapted, evolved mid-assault, but Guilliman had prepared him for this. To lead was to distill chaos into order. At the polar gates, First Captain Aegiman's Terminators fought God's work. Frost had turned the approaches to glass, yet the Nids scaled it, claws punching through permafrost. Assault cannons roared until barrels glowed white-hot, bioacid eating through ceramite like rust. A Hive tyrant breached the walls, its scythe-talons reaping 3 veterans before Aegiman's power fist found its thorax. They held, not for honor, not for glory, but because failure meant the synaptic web would sever Macragge's defenses like a surgeon's knife. Calgar, watching Aegiman's last stand via grainy pict feed, silently recited the master's oath. They would hold this line or add their bones to the fortress foundations. By the 7th day, Macragge's air tasted of Dethacrid smoke, seared flesh, and the nauseating sweetness of ruptured biosacs. Tyranid corpses piled high as the battlements, but still they came, their fallen fueling the living tide behind them. In the eye of the maelstrom, Calgar stood unbowed, thumbing a round of bolter shells engraved with his name. Around him, the fortress monastery shook as if the world itself screamed. But within, in the marrow-deep quiet where will became deed, Marneus Calgar found the same truth forged at Talisa. A chapter master's strength lay not in never bending, but in knowing that his spine, like Gilliman's legacy, could bear the weight of stars, even when the stars themselves fell. The air above Macrag's frozen plains thrummed with the grotesque symphony of war, a cacophony of tearing chitin and screaming chainswords, of bolters barking in staccato fury, and the alien screeches of the tyrannid swarm that crashed against the citadel walls like a living tide. Bodies piled high, a grisly rampart of cobalt armor and twitching biohorrors, the ice beneath slick with steaming ichor and the dark blood of ultramarines. Calgar stood amidst the storm, his indomitable Terminator armor scarred and spattered, the gauntlets of Ultramar crackling with each shattering blow against the clawed monstrosities surging over the battlements. The First Company fought like legends resurrected, their Terminator plate gleaming beneath gore-stained visors, power fists pulverizing Xenos forms into pulp, storm bolters roaring, until barrels glowed crimson hot. Yet for every beast slain, 10 more writhed from the shadows, a seething, endless plague that gnawed at the edges of their resolve. The Vox in Calgar's helm spat static-laced reports from the polar fortress's outer walls breached, auspex arrays dark, the last squads fighting back-to-back in crumbling corridors choked with the dead. He clenched his fist, the servo-joints whining, the weight of the slaughter settling like lead in his gut. Heroes, all of them his finest, damned to die in darkness so the rest of Ultramar might see dawn. But there was no time for grief, only the terrible calculus of survival. Beyond the stratagem table's hololith, past the flickering icons of fortress monasteries buckling under the swarm, true victory lay in the void. Calgar's voice cut through the command deck's frenzy, a blade honed by centuries of war. Break their synapse anchors, sever the beast's head. The fleet translated from the warp, Gothic-class cruisers and strike frigates sliding into formation beside the Ultramarines' battle barges, their lance batteries bathing the darkness in actinic fury as they surged toward the hive ships. Those vast, pulsating abominations hung like rotten fruit in the black, their spined hulls birthing fighter scarabs in endless streams, the very stars seeming to recoil from their corruption. Calgar watched through shuddering pict feeds as boarding torpedoes pierced chitinous hides, as cyclonic torpedoes detonated deep within the abominable gravity wombs, rupturing synaptic nexuses that shrieked across the Empyrean. Below on Macrag's ice fields, the Tyranids faltered at a ripple of confusion in the hitherto unstoppable horde. Warriors stumbled, claws spasming, biocannons firing wildly into their own ranks. Calgar gave the order, his voice stripped of triumph, push them into the sea. The counteroffensive rolled over the broken swarm, dreadnoughts stampeding through drifts of corpses, tactical squads carving disciplined kill zones in the chaos. Victory tasted of ash and frozen blood. When the last Biotitan crashed into the permafrost, the silence that followed was heavier than any bombardment. The First Company was gone and not merely spent, but extinguished, their sacrifice carved into the ice-walled mausoleums now clotted with their remains. Calgar walked the ruins of the polar redoubt, boots crunching over frost-rimed helms and shattered heraldry, his breath fogging the air. They had saved Ultramar. They had paid for it in the only currency chaos, and Xenos understood the lives of the irreplaceable. Years bled away. The galaxy itself tore asunder. The great rift yawned across heaven, a festering maw that vomited forth nightmares. Reality curdled in its shadow, stars guttering like candle flames, and from its depths sailed the Death Guard, their vessels weeping rust and pus. Nurgle's rot preceded them, a whispering sickness that soured crops in the field and choked infants in their cradles, a blight that made mockery of Ultramar's noble order. Calgar met this new war on the rock-choked plains of Axonce, the Garden of Ultramar, now a necrotic parody. Rivers ran black, bloated corpses bobbed in their currents, and the air reeked of spoiled meat and open graves. The Ultramarines advanced in locked shields, their retinal displays flickering with pathogen warnings, their armor pitted by corrosive drizzle. Plague Marines shambled towards them, flesh ballooning beneath corroded plate, chuckling wetly as bolt rounds punched through necrotic tissue only for maggots to writhe forth and knit the wounds closed. Worse were the demons' great unclean ones that rolled across the battlefield like mountains of rancid fat, trailing flies and warbling nursery rhymes in gurgling voices that liquefied resolve. Calgar felt the corruption gnawing at the edges of his own genoforged biology, his enhanced metabolism battling the fever creeping through his veins. Then came the voxhail from Macrag's orbit Mortarian's second wave, spearing toward the capital, a blade aimed at the heart. Delegating command to Sicarius, Calgar prepared to disengage, but the sky darkened, thickened, curdled. Mortarian descended on stinking wings, a miasma of despair preceding him, silenced the scythe humming with stolen souls. Marneus, the Primarchdaemon crooned, flies swirling in the gaps between words. You huddle in your Corpselord's shadow while we embrace eternity. Surrender, let entropy caress you. Calgar ignited his gauntlets. I guard what you betrayed, brother. Their clash shattered the battlefield Mortarian scythes shearing through adamantium with warp-tinted edge, Calgar's counterblows cratering the plague-blown earth. Each impact jarred the chapter master's bones, pain flaring in old wounds, but he would not yield. Around them, Ultramarines rallied, methodically dismantling plague spires that pumped corruption into the soil. A grim calculus again victory not through annihilating the infinite, but through severing the bonds that held the corruption whole. Squad by squad, node by fetid node, the rot was cauterized. Mortarian faded into the warp, his bellows of rage shaking the ruins, leaving axe trembling but unbroken. The cost was etched in blighted earth and empty armoracks, in the lingering coughs of serfs and the ashy taste of reclaimed water. Calgar stood atop Macragge's spires, the sky clearing to fragile blue, the great rift a wound on the horizon. The dead were beyond count, their names a litany that would echo in his dreams. But Ultramar endured. Their defiance was a beacon of untouched purity, but of resilience, a stubborn flame fed by sacrifice that refused to be snuffed. The stars might scream, the gods might howl, but here today, standing in ash and marrow-deep weariness, Marneus Calgar allowed himself one thought: we held. Tomorrow's war could wait. The silence that followed the transmission's final static was thicker than the void itself, heavy with the weight of a galaxy's unraveling. Marneus Calgar did not move. The air around him seemed to crystallize with the enormity of the report. Cadia had fallen. The words echoed in the steeline chambers of his battle barge, their truth colder than the blackness pressing against the armored viewports. For 10,000 years, Cadia's defiance had been the Imperium's shield, a burning star against which the darkness of the Eye of Terror broke and receded. Warriors had stood where others faltered, guarding the wound in reality where chaos festered like a gangrenous limb. Now that star had been snuffed out. Something primal shuddered through the Ultramarines' commander, not fear, but the visceral understanding of a foundation crumbling beneath his boots. Around him, his officers murmured like ghosts, their voices fraying at the edges. A colonel uttered the forbidden thought, half-strangled. If Cadia could fall, the unspoken despair hung like poison in the recycled air. What hope remained when even the unyielding had shattered? Calgar closed his eyes, not to escape the truth, but to let it crystallize inside him. He thought of Cadia's last stand, picturing the final fortress cracking under the despoiler's fury, the Cadian shock troops firing their last guns even as the world tore itself apart beneath them. Such courage, such waste. Cadia had not merely been a world, it had been an idea, a testament that chaos could be held at bay, that some walls would never crumble. Now the Eye of Terror yawned wide, its malice unbound, spilling warp storms and reaving fleets into systems that had never known such darkness. But where others saw the death of hope, Calgar saw duty, sharp and clear as a whetted blade. He turned from the view screen, his face a mask of glacial control, though the grief was there, buried beneath the bedrock of his will. The Emperor's light still burns, he declared, his voice a low rumble that stilled the whispers. The words were neither comfort nor defiance, but a fact as immutable as the stars outside. We will not falter. Cadia has fallen, but we will hold. Ultramar will hold. Nods answered Himgrim, resolute, but the doubt lingered in the corners of their eyes like cobwebs. They understood what the widening eye meant. The galaxy was bleeding, and Ultramar lay along its crimson trail. The days that followed were a blur of calculated haste. Calgar became a storm of purpose, his mind dissecting the threats with cold precision. The Death Guard were already clawing at the edges of Ultramar's domain. Nurgle's pestilential legions made their stench known before their ships even pierced the void. The Agriworlds would suffer first, their lush fields blighted, their rivers choked with filth before the plague ships turned their gaze toward Macragge's defiant spires. Calgar moved like a master sculptor reshaping stone, summoning his captains in a flurry of encrypted missives and priority seals. Each world, each bastion, each orbital defense grid was assessed, reinforced, woven into a lattice of resistance. The Codex Astartes was his scripture, its pages worn smooth by centuries of consultation. Gilliman's words rose in his mind like clarion calls. Adaptation is the soul of strategy. The Codex guides, it does not command. He repeated it like a mantra to his officers as holograms flickered above tactical displays, chapters deploying, fleets mustering, the vast machinery of war groaning to life. Trust the Codex, Calgar urged, his finger tracing a ragged line across the glowing star map where the ruin storm seethed, but trust your instincts more. In the quiet moments, though beneath the weight of command, he felt the cracks in his own certainty. Cadia's fate haunted him. He had walked its battlements once, centuries ago, felt the psychic pressure of the eye's malevolent gaze. How easy it was now to imagine Macragge's mountains crumbling, its cities choked by warp-fed flames. He banished the image with a practiced exhale. Ultramar was more than a realm, it was a testament to order, a beacon that had guided lost ships through the Imperium's darkest nights. If it fell, the last candle would gutter out. The rumors arrived, first whispers carried by astropathic choirs, fragmented and delirious. A Primarch walked among mortals, a legend reborn. Guilliman. Calgar dismissed them as wishful myths at first, the desperate fantasies of a galaxy teetering on oblivion. No Primarch had drawn breath since the heresy's final cataclysmic crescendo. Guilliman himself lay entombed in stasis, a monument to his brother's betrayal, forever frozen a heartbeat from death. And yet, the reports persisted, growing louder, sharper, until even the most skeptical captains could no longer deny the impossible. A strike force returning from the fields of Tsagualsa spoke of a golden giant leading the charge, a warrior whose ceramite gleamed under alien suns with the faded glory of Ultramar's earliest days. Then came Call's encrypted logs, a flood of data confirming the unimaginable, arcane sciences, Eldar trickery, sacrifice and resurrection woven into a miracle. Not as a memory, not as a marble effigy in the fortress of Hera. Alive, Calgar stood in his arming chamber when the final confirmation arrived, a datapad trembling imperceptibly in his grip. Around him, serfs polished his armor to a sapphire sheen, unaware of the earthquake beneath their lord's stillness. To meet one's Genesire, a living god of war whose blood ran in his veins, whose voice had shaped his every doctrinthes, was beyond protocol, beyond ceremony. It was a collision of epics. The Primarch's presence filled the stratagem chamber like a sudden shift in gravity. Every ultramarine present felt Eta subsonic hum in the bones, an instinct to kneel woven into their very DNA. Guilliman stood before the hololithic projections of the crumbling Imperium, his armor still bearing the scars of his long sleep, his eyes ancient and weary yet ablaze with undimmed purpose. When Calgar entered, the Primarch turned, and time seemed to fracture. Here was the architect of Ultramar's golden age, the author of the codex that had steered Calgar's hand through 100 campaigns. Robot Guilliman regarded his chapter master not with the disdain of a deity among mortals, but with the piercing focus of a commander assessing his most trusted lieutenant. Calgar met that gaze without flinching, centuries of discipline anchoring him. Yet beneath the surface, an unfamiliar tremor stirred something raw and profoundly human. Relief, guilt. "You held them," Guilliman said at last, his voice a resonant baritone that seemed to vibrate in the chamber's marrow. "When the walls crumbled and the night closed in, you held them." The simplicity of the acknowledgement struck deeper than any commendation. They spoke then of the galactic wounds, the cicatrix maledictum clawing the sky, the Death Guard's relentless putrefaction, the thousand fires burning across Ultramar's borders. Calgar detailed deployments, supply bottlenecks, the gnawing attrition in the northern sectors, his words clipped and precise. Guilliman listened, nodding at times, interjecting with questions that cut to the heart of logistical frailties Calgar himself had only begun to suspect. This was no reunion of father and son, but of two generals salvaging order from ruin. Later, walking Macreg's sun-drenched battlements, the scope of their task yawned before them. Below, the scarred plains stretched to the horizon, dotted with the jagged teeth of reconstruction scaffolds rising like skeletal hands from ruined districts, smoke hazing the air from forges working day and night. The stink of promethium and fresh-returned earth mingled with the saltang of the distant sea. "They think we rebuild stone," Calgar murmured, his gauntleted hand resting on the sun-warmed parapet. "But it is their hearts that need fortifying. Every fallen beam, every poisoned well, it whispers to them that chaos cannot be stopped." Guilliman paused, his gaze distant, seeing not the rebuilding but the fragile web of belief holding Ultramar together. "Faith is the true bastion," he replied, the wind catching the edges of his words. "Not in gods or relics, in us, in the idea that men can still stand when the stars die. Show them that, and the stones will rise on their own." They did not speak again for a time, the silence filled by the distant clang of hammers and the cries of drilling provosts. The partnership unfolded with unspoken synchronicity, Calgar the unwavering executor of Guilliman's sweeping designs, the Primarch the strategist who saw galaxies as chessboards. Each fortified agri-complex, each relic tank pulled from Macreg's vaults, each shipment of grain to a starving outpost, became a stanza in a new litany of defiance. Farmers tilling fields under the armored gaze of Astartes sentries began to straighten their backs. Children in refugee camps stopped flinching at every shadow, their eyes no longer hollow voids but bright with borrowed courage. Ultramar's spirit, though scarred, was not broken. But beyond their realm, the storm worsened. The Imperium splintered with each passing cyclosectors falling silent, warp roots dissolving into madness, worlds devoured by cults that sprouted like mold in the dark. Guilliman's return was a flare in the night, yet for every ship that rallied to Macreg's beacon, a dozen more were lost to the howling void. The Primarch saw the grim arithmetics he were holding, but only just. Thus began the Indomitus Crusade's gestation, a plan so audacious it bordered on madness, not merely to defend but to claw back the darkness, to sail into the storm's heart with fire and sword. Calgar stood at Guilliman's side as the first troop dispositions etched themselves across star charts, the names of lost systems burning like brands in the gloom. The weight of it pressed down the knowledge that billions would perish, that entire chapters might be spent like currency in this gambit. Yet in the grim set of Gilliman's jaw, Calgar saw the same resolve that had forged Ultramar from wilderness 10 millennia past. "We are the Defiance," he thought, the old Cadian credo echoing through him as fresh orders cascaded to the fleet. Even in ruin, the galaxy had ended once before in fire and betrayal. Now another ending loomed. But here, in the roar of starship engines flaring to life, in the determined faces of serfs loading shells into the bellies of thunderhawks, in the cold, clear light of his genocide's will, Calgar found not hope something fiercer. A vow etched in adamantium, in blood, in the unyielding certainty that as long as one ultramarine drew breath, the night would not have the final word. He adjusted his gauntlets, the familiar weight comforting against his palms, and stepped forward into the howling gale of the future. The vast tapestry of the Indomitus Crusade unfurled across bleeding stars and shattered voidlanes, wounds freshly torn in the galaxy's flesh by the Cicatrix Maledictum's hideous birth scream, 1,000 nightmares made manifest. Behind Gilliman's campaign lay the rot-streaked carcasses of entire sectors worlds swallowed by ravenous darkness, once-proud imperial bastions reduced to howling madhouses where 10,000 years of order had dissolved overnight. To reclaim them would demand not the heedless fury of the Crusader, but the surgeon's precision. Gilliman understood. This was no bludgeoning siege, but a reconstruction of ravaged souls. Fallen systems lay before them like broken toys discarded by petulant gods, their skies choked with warp fog and the greasy residue of dread magics, their populations mutated or massacred, their histories reduced to ash on the mocking winds of the Empyrean. And so the Primarch and his chapter master bent their wills to the task as one, iron resolve forged in the crucible of Ultramar's survivala realm, whose every shining spire and bustling agri-world stood testament to that same quiet, grinding defiance that now faced the apocalypse. Calgar, weathered face-etched with the scars of blasphemous wars and the unspoken weight of command, surprised none by his ascension to Gilliman's shadow. If the Primarch was the mind charting each perilous arc through tempests of unreality, then the Lord of Macragge was the fist that struck true when malice rose to meet them. While Gilliman wove strategies in the cavernous stratagems of the Macragge's honor, fingers tracing holographic horrors across light years, Calgar became the living conduit through which those grand designs hardened into brutal, necessary reality. Upon his broad shoulders fell the deployment of the Primaris, those golden titans wrought by Khal's forbidden arts, their armor gleaming with the cold promise of a forgotten age's potential. He sorted them like chess pieces wrought in ceramite and holy wrath, their thunderous tread echoing through embarkation decks as he dispatched them to breaches where only death awaited, stitching fragile imperial lines with fresh sinew of war. The vast armadas groaned under his scrutiny, fleet almoners and grizzled void captains stiffening under his gaze as he turned rusted battle barges and creaking supply vessels into instruments of deliverance. When battle finally erupted, the Voxnit screamed with the static wails of the dying, and the filth-smothered bulwarks of chaos reared like jagged teeth above burning cities, Calgar was already there, fist smeared black with promethium and alien gore, his battle cry cutting through the haze as he waded into crimson tides of cultists and snarling warp spawn. The enemy broke upon his presence like fetid waves against stone, yet even as bolters roared and war hymns echoed in gutted cathedrals, the deeper burden pressed upon him. Worlds cried out not just for liberation, but for resurrection. Gilliman knew this truth in his ancient core of victories unbuttressed by governance, where hollow illusions so, they rebuilt where they conquered, Calgar laboring with the same grim efficiency in times of false peace as he did amid slaughter. Imperial scribes bearing charters of reconsecration followed the tread of his warplate through shattered hive spires. Stonemasons raised new Aquilas where heretic effigies had toppled under his guns. Judges draped in penitent sackcloth dragged screaming apostates from rat holes by dawn's bloody light. Through it all, the crucible burned hotter though Calgar's resolve never cracked, his iron spine magnetized by duty. There flickered private moments when the raw scale of oblivion threatened to snuff the brightest spirit. To gaze into the cicatrixes, Ma was to understand true insignificance. Whole star systems winked out as warp storms birthed weeping demon worlds, and the Imperium's dying breath stank of rust and plague. Yet when that primordial doubt gnawed, when the sheer impossible arithmetic of loss clawed at his geneforged psyche, need only turn to the Primarch's patient majesty. Gilliman's ice-blue eyes held no false comfort, only the immortal fire that had once lit the heavens during the Great Crusade's zenith, a forgeglow declaring with quiet thunder, "We endure." And so he did, not a slave to blind obedience but disciple to a shared creed. Their bond spanned the fathomless gulf between mortal and demigoda Primarch, humbled by 10 millennia's brutal tutelage in frailty, a chapter master exalted by impossible burdens borne with undimmed faith. Gilliman's counsels with Calgar weren't commands offered down a divine mountain, but dialogues between peers. The regent bent his ear to the man who'd held Ultramar through the grimmest watches of the Long War, drawing from wells of sacrifice no transhuman could fathom. Calgar, in turn, offered fealty not to an icon, but to the living embodiment of all he'd bled to preserve the promise that reason might yet reign over the galaxy's screaming madness. Side by side upon 100 bridges scarred by lancefire, they rose like twin colossi against a hurricane of ruin, and worlds burned cleaner in their wake. No battle epitomized their dance of blade and blueprint better than the grueling redemption of the Karthus sector, a festering pustule on the galaxy's underbelly, where the warp's blight had sunk roots deep as planetary cores. Its skies stank like open graves, its continents braided with throbbing vein highways pumping demonic ichor into swollen citadels, where fly-swarmed lords cackled over flayed saints. To charge headlong into that nightmare would see even legions buried in meat and madness. Instead, Calgar played the Zionki master-feigned retreats, baiting corrupted warbands away from their shadowed fastnesses, false supply lines left bleeding to draw ravenous packs into kill zones. When came the lightning riposte, the Primaris spearhead struck with Cronus-crafted precision, Gilliman's strategic axioms rendered tangible in phosphex fire and volkite beams. What might have been a decades-long siege resolved in weeks of vicious dagger thrusts, the back of chaos, grip broken not through overwhelming force but surgical excision of its command rod. Yet Calgar lingered long after the last heretic stronghold fell, stalking ruined hablocks to ensure water purifiers restored flow before his fleet's departure, his gauntlet propping up priests who trembled with gratitude beneath half-rebuilt walls. Even as the Crusade stormtide surged from conquest to conquest, Calgar's gaze never fully left home. Ultramar's halo of worlds glittered behind his eyelids in rare moments of reposia, jewel ever circled by jackals. Orc hulk slid like tumors through its periphery, eager for slaughter loot, only to be shattered by his sudden, brutal counterstrikes launched mid-crusade with logistical mastery bordering on clairvoyance. No Xeno fleet mustered in darkness without his auspexes marking it. No chaos cult whispered blasphemies in ruined temples without his watch officers scenting its taint. Though Ultramar stood bastioned by tradition, its borders bled, and Calgar stitched each new wound with meticulous Fura-blade bargain strike cruisers annihilating greenskin flotillas one month, Gladius-class escorts flensing heretic outposts the next. Always the Guardian's vigilance thrumming through his hearts like a second pulse. And through it all, changing everything yet changing nothing, strode the Primaris divergent light fracturing the Astartes' ancient certainties. When first Calgar beheld them mustered by Khal's skeletal heralds beneath Terra's sickly skies, their silent ranks seemed ripped from antique murals depicting the Emperor's first angels. Taller by a head than his own veterans, their Mark X plate resplendent with reforged heraldry, they exuded an aura not of raw might but of completeness, as though millennia of degradation had been scoured from their genicode. They knelt before him with perfect discipline, yet their eyes betrayed no familiarity with the ragged edges of this decaying reality warriors born from Triumph's long dust, too pure to comprehend the rot they'd been sent to cleanse. Their arrival rippled through Ultramar's strike cruisers like a seismic charge. Grizzled sergeants eyed them with wary appraisal. Tech Marines scanned their armor for signs of Mechanicus heresy. Chaplains muttered litanies against hubris while confessing stirred hopes. Were they reinforcements or replacements? The question hung unspoken in every arming deck, every silent mess hall where new and old mingled like awkward kin at a funeral feastone forged in humanity's brightest hour, the other tempered in its longest midnight. Yet amidst tidal shifts, bedrock endured. However the galaxy convulsed, however strange the weapons arrayed or distant the battlefields to which duty called Calgar and Gilliman advanced in lockstep. Each reclaimed world was not merely a victory tally, but a votive candle lit in the abyss, frail yet defiant, their flames multiplying one by one into constellations of stolen hope. The Primarch's surveys spanned stellar clusters, his quill inking edicts that knit fractured subsectors into circuits of desperate resilience, while Calgar's warplate trod trenchlines under artillery-blackened skies to rally mortal conscripts who'd forgotten the meaning of courage. Somewhere between grand strategy and the mud-choked boots of beleaguered humanity, between the cold calculus of resource allocation and the visceral spray of chainsword through traitor flesh, the Crusade found its truth that a dying Imperium breathed still because men bore burdens beyond their strength, and bore them anyway, and beyond them court and corpsemaster loomed the future's shadow. The Primaris turbo strength would prove itself upon fields drenched in so much blood, their meltifier banishing horrors beyond sane comprehension. For Calgar, each fresh report of their battlefield prowess brought pride assuaged by quiet disquiet, not fear for Ultramar's legacy, but the thorny knowledge that his storied generation now watched history's tide recede, leaving them beached on strange shores where even their hard-won virtues might be outmoded. Gilliman, ever the pragmatist, wove them into his tapestry of renewal without hesitation, and Calgar followed, ever the dutiful Handiot in the chapter master's private chambers, amidst flickering holograms tallying the Crusade's ceaseless butcher's bill, a new weight pressed upon his spirit. The galaxy spun towards a precipice none could see beyond, where even the angels of death might be rendered obsolete by what clawed hungrily from the dark. But until that hour come, it surely would stood unbowed. Upon a bridge thrumming with translated fury, flanked by the demigod who was his lodestar and the silent giants who were his future, Calgar readied his fleet for the jump to yet another embattled sphere. Coordinates burned crimson in the tactical hololith, battle plans tore themselves asunder and rewove in rapid iterations, and through wide oculus ports, the void itself seemed to glare back a pitiless abyss teeming with wraith ships and laughter like splintering bone. He gripped the command rail, knuckles whitening beneath ceramite, helmless head high. To falter was impossible, to fear unthinkable. The enemy would bleed, the innocents would find succor, the Imperium would endure not without scars, never without cost but endure. For as long as Gilliman stood clad in storm-wreathed purpose, and Calgar wielded his will like a master-crafted blade, there would be defiance, there would be wrath, there would be Indomitus. The air within the sanctuary chambers of Macreg's honor hummed, with a tension thicker than the ceramite plating, lining its sacred halls. A silent battle, raging not against Xenos or heretic, but against the creeping tendrils of doubt coiling through the Ultramarine's very soul. Beneath the cold blue glow of lumen strips reflecting off polished marble, the mighty struggled to reconcile 10,000 years of immutable tradition with the stark reality unfolding before them. Towering figures clad in Mark X armor, bearing the same heraldry, yet carrying the scent of Mars forges rather than Macreg's stone quarries. Every footfall of these Primaris Marines echoed with alien resonance through the vaulted passageways where Gilliman himself once strode, their enhanced stature causing even veteran battle brothers to tilt their helms upward fractionally in unconscious reaction that tasted bitter as promethium fumes to those who'd bled for the chapter across centuries. Whispers slithered through training cages and armories like venomous serpents, old warriors trading glances laced with unease as they observed neophytes sparring with reflexes bordering on precognition. The Emperor's gift, or a blade at tradition's throat, growled one grizzled sergeant during the third watch cycle, his augmetic eye whirring softly as it tracked a Primaris squad moving with uncanny synchronization through tactical drills. Yet in the observation decks above, tech marines fresh from the forge world of Lucius leaned forward with hungry eyes, murmuring prayers over exposed neural interfaces gleaming beneath the newcomer's gorgets. For every veteran clenching his power fist at the sight of armorial scrolls rewritten with unfamiliar campaign glyphs, a younger brother stared transfixed at holodisplays, showing Primaris Reavers dissolving into shadows with impossible stealth during mock engagements in the asteroid fields beyond Calth. In this maelstrom of conflicting truths, Marnius Calgar's throne room became an island of gravitas, where past and future warred silently beneath cold ivory arches. The Lord of Macreg sat immobile as the statues of Primarchs lining the hall, his indomitable will the only anchor preventing the Ultramarines from splintering into factions, as so many chapters had. But when the Apothecarium's latest reports flickered across his retinal display, 3 more honored brothers gone to ash and Belisarian furnaces, their genetic legacy unraveling in screaming agonized great pauldrons of the armor of reason, seemed to weigh upon him like dying stars. They spoke to him then, in the silent hours when even servitors powered down to their lowest cycles. Captain Sicarius's voice tight as overwound suspension coils, recounting how Aristed's squad hesitated a fatal microsecond awaiting orders from firstborn officers during the Devlin counter-ambush. Chief Librarian Tigurius waking breathless from prophetic dreams of Gilliman's gauntlet pointing toward Mount Pharos, while ancient wargear shattered against demon Primarch's hides. And always, beneath it all, the 517 names etched in molten gold upon his soul rears lost, since the great rift yawned open who might still draw breath, had they marched into fire with enhanced Laraman cells knitting their wounds. The decision crystallized not in some grand war council, but in the dust-choked aftermath of Fornax Gamma, where Calgar stood amidst the smoldering remains of a tyrannid bio-titan, neural shredders still twitching at his feet. His battered Terminator plate hissed with corrosive acids eating through sacred oromite, blood mingling with synovial fluid in his ruined arms joints as apothecaries scrambled to stabilize him. Through blurred vision, he watched Sergeant Cronus directing Primaris Eliminators warriors fresh from the void, yet moving with the precision of Vetter Ransto seal breaches that would have required 3 sacrifice charges from standard squads. In that moment of searing clarity between agony and unconsciousness, the weight of epiphany struck harder than a Genestealer's talon. To lead these reforged warriors, to truly understand both their magnificence and limitations, he could not remain as a relic gazing down from ivory towers. he must drown in the same fire. They came for him at the turning of Macreg's twin moons, crimson-robed adepts trailing mechadendrites like ceremonial incense burners, their chanted binary, a discordant counterpoint to Chaplain Cassius's booming benedictions. The apothecarian's inner sanctum swam with swirling vapors smelling of ozone and forgot, Aganya far cry from the clinical sterility of standard enhancement procedures. Ancient machinery towered around the central slab, its surfaces etched with both Aquila's and cogwheel symbology that had never been permitted to intertwine before this age. Stripped of his armor, Calgar's body told the brutal poetry of 10,000 battles, knotted tissue mottled by meltaburns fading into nervadead synthskin grafts, archaic subdermal plating fused so deeply with rib cartilage that the tech marines could only shake their helms during diagnostics. The Magos biologist's voice rasped through vox grills like grinding tectonic plates as he warned of triple redundancies failing during catalyzing, of blood viscosity factors beyond known parameters, of legacy genocide markers that might reject Belisarius Call's alchemy like poisoned water. But when the casket seals hissed shut, plunging Calgar into amniotic blackness, where even a Primarch's son became merely flesh awaiting the sculptor's chisel, it wasn't theoretical risks that tore screams from a throat unused to voicing weakness. The pain was a livia sentient force, ripping through marrow spaces, with fractal precision, molecular knives, rewriting Osmodula triggers strand by screaming strand. Somewhere between the 73rd and 74th hour, suspended in agony that dissolved time's linear flow, Calgar found himself back in the hall of Ultramar facing Robout Gilliman's stony gaze. His Genesire's greatsword gleamed coldly, as the avenging sun spoke not with lips, but through the fracturing pain itself. A chapter master does not ask his men to walk ground he fears to tread. When neural override buffers failed during the ossification phase, flooding his system with raw torment that made the black carapace implantation feel like a child's inoculation, Calgar's teeth shattered against the Bitegard, but no command phrase passed his lips to halt the procedure. They learned later that 3 monitoring servitors short-circuited attempting to process his vitals during the crucible phase, their machine's spirits fleeing the data flood like rats from torpedo breach. Emergence brought not relief but alien dislocation. Where once bulkheads had stretched tall as any cathedral's embrace, now door arches seemed to loom oppressively close despite his enhanced height. The tactile buzz of Vox networks whispered seductively at the edge of perception, raw data streams begging for cognitive integration. His armored fist clenched involuntarily as transhuman dread radiated from him in waves, causing even Captain Ajaman, his oldest living companion, to falter mid-stride when approaching for the first time. Yet when Calgar spoke, voice thundering with new resonance but diction steeped in antique Macreg aristocratic inflections, tears glistened in veterans' company, eyes they would later deny to record. By Gilliman's blood and the Emperor's light, he rumbled, towering naked and glorious beneath the oculus admitting pale sunlight, skin still glistening with nutrient gel that pooled around feet capable of crushing Terminator helms to scrap. We remain Ultramarines. He proved it not in throne room declarations, but amidst promethium fires burning across Ispandor's jungles months later. When the Death Guard's corrupted Warhound Titans breached the secondary wall, it was Calgar who physically hefted a disabled repulsor tank to bridge the crumbling fortifications. The machine's crushed hull groaning protest, as Primaris and Firstborn squads sprinted across this makeshift bridge behind a barrage of Hellfire rounds. Later in the sulfur-reeking trenches, where plague drones swarmed like carrion flies, veterans watched slackjawed as their reborn chapter master took a demonic scythe strike across his unarmored chest, blow meant to sunder battle tanksonly to heal before their eyes as Laraman cells wove ceramite-laced tissue over the wound, his retaliatory fist pulping the creature's biomechanical skull in a single impact. Yet when the survivors raised voices in celebratory roars, Calgar silenced them with a gauntleted hand, directing apothecaries instead to the broken form of Brother Sergeant Heron, whose Mark VII armor hadn't withstood the same blows. "Honor the shield that never falters," he intoned, pressing his blood-slicked forehead against Heron's fractured visor in ancient Ulan ritualno performed not just between equals, but across biological generations. Through every engagement that followed the void skirmishes above Quintarn, where his storm shield crackled under Lance battery hits that would have vaporized lesser beings, the brutal close-quarters purge of Drakeskull Temple's Genestealer infestation, where he refused to wield his enhanced strength until Firstborn squads established firing lines. Calgar's leadership etched the truth into his warriors' minds more indelibly than any librarian's didactic hypnosessions could. They were not Ultramarines of the Firstborn or Primaris, but sons of Macrag forged in a crucible none could face alone. Even the skeptical found their resistance crumbling, when Tech Marines discovered Belisarian enhancements could interface seamlessly with legacy wargear, or when Flamer crews realized the new warriors learned Vox procedure quirks older than their armor marks within weeks. In rare respites between musters, when Navy lighters shuttled fresh recruits from Terra and battle barges cycled void-scarred hull plates, Calgar would sometimes stand before the great dichotomous mural in Fortress Hera's Hall of Remembrance. Guilliman's stern visage facing ancient artworks of mythical Ultramarine touched the newest edition, a fresco depicting his own transformation, rendered in shades that morphed from deep cobalt to gleaming sigmarite around the central figure. Here, when none could observe their demigod's momentary humanity, Marneus Calgar allowed himself to remember the biting neural agony, the terror of losing sensations, held dearth metallic tang of stormrain on glacis plates, the vibration of mass drivers thundering from Sicarius's strike cruiser, even the exact pitch of Aegimon's laughter during the victory feast for Tyron's world. The fear never faded that this great gamble might erase all traces of the warrior who'd held the tyrannid beast at bay while civilians evacuated, or who took 7 cyclonic torpedo detonations without yielding Bridge Primus during the Orc Wag of Gazkul. Yet when he flexed fingers capable now of crushing adamantium, yet still tracing the exact pattern to activate Terminator teleport homers encoded millennia ago, Calgar tasted not the bitterness of lost self, but the iron certainty of an oath fulfilled. Across 5 fraught solar months measured in void skirmishes and boarding actions against Druckery raiders growing ever more daring, the chapter's dual bloodlines learned to flow as one Primaris squads, adopting traditionalist honor rites during the Feast of Finding, firstborn devastators eagerly integrating Gravtech suppressors invented by their augmented brothers. The great armory of Hera rang with new rhythm every battle cycle, the resonant thrum of plasma incinerators charging alongside the satisfying clank of old-pattern bolt gun slide mechanisms, symphony of past meeting future. Not all accepted this bridge. A handful of veterans still clad in Heresiero wargear requested reassignment to Terra's defense, rather than undergo the procedure rebut when statues across Ultramar began depicting Calgar with one foot upon ancient Macrag stone and the other upon Belisarius Call's schematic scrolls. None dared protest. By the time Hive Fleet Leviathan's vanguard tendrils brushed the Pharaoh system, breaking against integrated defenses where Primaris fire support and firstborn ambush tactics worked in flawless harmony, the sound that rose from the ranks bore no factional dividingly the unified war cry of Ultramar Ascendant. In rare solitude before deployment, Marneus Calgar would sometimes stand before the great oculus of the Ark's Macrag, gazing at stars now veiled by the ominous warp storms of the Cicatrix Maledictum. There, amid swirling nebulae that mirrored the genetic helix recently burned into every cell of his being, he meditated on the fundamental truth written not in his enhanced muscles or ossified bones, but in the terrified faces rescued civilians wore when looking upon his transhuman visagia, face now indistinguishable at distance from any Primaris, yet softened recognizably when administering the Oath of Moment to new scouts. They would endure. Not merely because call sciences made them faster or harder to kill, but because while genetics had fractured the legions once, this new divergence sought reconciliation. The unnumbered suns might bring salvation from without, but the true salvation flickered alive every time a grizzled tactical veteran clashed plastrons in greeting with a towering Gravis-armored warrior whose chromatic heraldry mirrored his own, twin stars united. As storm clouds gathered for the Indomitus Crusade's next phase, promising horrors that would make his transformation ordeal seem trivial, Calgar felt no dread, merely the same quiet anticipation preceding every boarding action. They were the Ultramarines. Tradition would be their shield, adaptation their sword, and Guilliman's legacy, the indestructible core that held firm against whatever cosmic fury awaited beyond the Imperium's bleeding borders. The echoes of war rang hollow in the aftermath, the cries of the vanquished swallowed by grim silence and the fading groan of toppled stone. Yet where brother legions saw only the finality of ruin, the warriors in sulfuriello plate found purpose rising like smoke from cooling ashes. Selection had forged them not the random cruelty of genetic lottery, but deliberate design like tempered steel plunged into icy brine. The agony of the genocides embraced demanded souls as unyielding as ceramite, and the VII Legion endured where others shattered, their bodies transmuted into vessels of emperorate fury. They emerged not merely as soldiers, but as paragons, their spirits annealed in suffering's crucible, their minds honed to comprehend conquest as other legions comprehended slaughter. For these warriors, victory was no transient spasm of annihilation, it was an architecture. Where blades fell and tanks ground defiance into mud, they saw frameworks for dominion, blueprints etched in blood. Before the final echoes of bolter fire faded, they raised bastions upon scorched earth, mingling plasteel with shattered bone, binding rubble into ramparts that would outlast memory itself. 600 citadels scorched the skies from Himalaya's glaciard peaks to the phosphorescent shallows of the Crystal Sea. In their first decade alone, each fortress, a clenched fist hammered into the throat of rebellion, each battlement's curve a covenant. The Imperium's grasp could not be pried loose. Theirs was a duality lesser warriors mistook for paradox creators, whose artistry flourished only after apocalyptic wrath. On Kenstar's wind-scoured plains, 50 land raiders birthed a storm, their charge-churning dust clouds vast enough to choke the sun. Yet once the tyrant's Werengins lay as molten slag, surveyor teams mapped foundations where his palace had burned. In Galbar's molten underrealms, tectonic charges cracked the planet's skin like eggshell, and yellow-armored phalanxes descended through continents of falling stone. Yet before celebratory braziers guttered out, earth-movers reshaped the rubble into redoubts deeper than catacombs. Observers whispered awestruck that the Emperor's own hand must have closed upon those worlds, some metaphor hardening into name, when the master of mankind declared them imperial fists. Laurels were bestowed, carved onto pauldrons still reeking of promethium, accepted not with triumphal roar but silent nodshiner acknowledged, then set aside like tools awaiting next dawn's labor. For the fists' new symbols mattered more than glory. Their fortresses weren't mere strongpoints but sermons in stone. To the conquered they promised order's shelter, to the defiant, annihilation's inevitability. Yet no citadel, however adamantine, could outshine the bedrock upon which the Legion's soul was anchored, the glacial wastes of Inwit, that tomb world haunting the galaxy's frozen edge. Death ruled there unchallenged, skies blackened by a dying star's emberglow, seas congealed under ice miles where pallid leviathans slithered through abyssal ink, mountains sculpted not by tectonics but by despair. Unshielded flesh crystallized in moments. Survival demanded more than strength, it demanded collective will sharpen to a razored edge. Weakness murdered kinsfolk as surely as crevasses or ice sharks. From this crucible of perpetual dusk emerged Rogel Dorn, his origins of voidark mystery even to himself, clutched in the frost-rimed robes of House Dorn's patriarch. Bloodtease meant nothing on unwittingly duty's iron grammar. He learned governance not through treatises, but by calculating starvation ratios amidst blizzards, warfare not as glory him, but as grim arithmetic ensuring clan vessels didn't fracture under ice pressure. The fur-lined robe of his grandfather became his shroud and standard, a relic whispering that survival was the only sacrament. When his hands first grasped a forge hammer, he didn't ornament Palasish rebuilt reactor conduits so orbital drydocks wouldn't bleed air. When he commanded armies, it wasn't for territory, but to secure ice trawlers against Xenos predations. Inwit didn't soften him. It sculpted his soul into something as merciless and necessary as the dawnless cold. The Emperor found him not upon frozen wastes, but aboard the Phalanx's star fortress older than the Imperium, pitted by stellar winds, its halls echoing with the groans of dying suns. Dorn hadn't built it. No forge world could replicate its ossified majesty. But he'd mastered its labyrinthine corridors, its star furnace heart commanding the Inwit cluster's fleets from its stratagem throne. Recognition between father and son was instantaneous, wordless. No theatrics of revelation, just a gaze, exchanged across the Phalanx's command deck, two titanic wills mirroring perfectly. The 7th Legion's history might have been woven for Dorn's arrival. Their doctrine of calculated obliteration followed by steadfast reconstruction mirrored his own soul. Where other Primarchs had reshaped their legions into quirks of their personalitas blood madness or esoteric artistry, Dorn found his sons already sculpted to his hand. They shared the glacial focus that saw fortresses not as ends but as keystones for imperial truth. His first act, observing them in battle, motionless as statues, absorbing the fractal precision of their bolter drills, the machine-like synchrony of voidboardings. Only when Castellan Matthias, warriors secured a burning space hulk without a single deviation from protocol did the Primarch speak a single, hoarse syllable of thanks. Promotion followed not with fanfare, but anointment as High Castellan, steward of Inwit's domains. Then immediately orders, 30 new regiments to be drawn from ice-locked hive cities. There was no feast, no pageantry, only the turning of gears toward the next war. 16 decades of unbroken compliance campaigns followed, the Fist's reputation crystallizing like Inwit's permafrost unyielding, inevitable. Their methodology became dogma: analyze, annihilate, rebuild. On Necromunda's ash-choked battlefields, they broke orcish hordes with methodical gunlines and countercharges timed to the microsecond. Hivalords groveled with offers of governance, desperate to bind the Fists as overlords. Dorn refused, consecrating a Fortress Chapelle spire-deep in toxic rock. "I want recruits, not vassals," his voice like glaciers calving, embodying the Legion's creed. War was their purpose, not dominion. This pragmatism is refusal to conflate conquest with rule-ignited embers of discord, however, embers that would blaze into the heresy's inferno. For among the Primarchs, one alone mirrored Dorne's mastery of siegecraft Perturabo of the Iron Warriors. Their kinship was poisoned at its root by twisted reflections. Both wielded math and massacre as one instrument, but where Dorne raised citadels as hymns to permanence, Perturabo's bulwarks were brutalist equations of expediency. The schism sparked from a courtier's jest Fulgrim's serpent inquiring if Perturabo could crack the fists, fortification stow, which Dorne replied with infuriating calm, "He cannot." Perturabo, whose psyche festered with perceived slights, absorbed this not as fact but insult. The Iron Warriors seethed, the fists endured philosophies hardening into mutual contempt. Dorne's idealism enraged Perturabo's pragmatism, the latter seeing not nobility in eternal bastions, but weakness-wasted resources on Vanitistone. The Emperor's appointment of Dorne as Praetorian, architect of Terra's defenses, plunged this rivalry into darkness. As the Imperial Palace ascended a zenith of defensive artistry, its walls threaded with anti-orbital lasers and psychic wards, Perturabo saw only favoritism. Dorne's quiet declaration that even the Fourth Legion couldn't breach them drew volcanic fury, bitter rants echoing through Olympian halls. The fists bore their estranged cousins' glares without comment, fortifying terraces and gunnists, unaware how deep resentment's roots could worm. Buried beneath this mounting tension lay Dorne's silent burdens, gnawing grief of lost brothers, a Primarch's loneliness that no fortress could exclude. He channeled sorrow into vigilance, doubt into over-engineered kill zones and redundant void shields. When the Legion sallied forth from the phalanx, descending upon rebellion-cankered worlds like architects of apocalypse, they bore not just bolters and breach-rams, but their father's unspoken creed, that humanity's unity was worth any sacrifice. Even creation's splendor, the vaulted cathedrals they built was simply another weapon, striking awe into allies and terror into traitors. Theirs was the resilience of the unyielding, stubborn granite beneath civilization's mantle. As galactic dusk approached, as brother turned on brother, the fists would need every iota of that strength, every lesson etched into their marrow by Inwit's cold and Dorne's indomitable will. For the coming storm wouldn't test their ability to build but to endure when everything burned. The clanging of war echoed through the smog-choked void of a campaign whose name would be lost to all but the iron-handed architects of its brutality. Ferrus Manus, a titan of calcified resolve and merciless calculus advocating strategies that would see mountains of dead piled high in service to swift victory. Against him stood Rogal Dorne, Praetorian unbowed, whose measured cadence spoke of a different arithmeticone, where the weight of each life extinguished held tangible gravity, where unnecessary sacrifice was not strategy, but blasphemy against the Imperium's sacred charge. Their disagreement, though brief as a bolter's burst across command holographs, reverberated through the strategic cores of both legions, etching into the minds of attending captains the immutable truth of Dorne's nature, a warrior, forged in violence, yet one who wore the mantle of loss as a penitent bears chains, each life surrendered carving fresh furrows into the bedrock of his duty. Far from that caustic debate, amidst the swirling biohorrors of the Adonis cluster, where the Zahel breed's resurgence clawed at the Imperium's throat with talons dipped in existential dread, Dorne's rare fury ignite not the wild conflagration of Angron's berserk abandon, nor Magnus's psychic inferno, but a glacial storm, a diamond-hard wrath that crystallized the resolve of his warriors. It was said his silence before battle was more terrible than any war cry, that the ice-cold certainty in his eyes, as he surveyed the ravening tide, steadied trembling hands upon fortress walls. His criticism of the tardy reinforcements at Castor's delivered not in shouted recriminations, but in a voice like crumbling granite burned itself into the fleet commander's souls, a lesson seared with the acid of truth. To fail in duty was to spit upon the Emperor's vision, to grind sacred oaths into the mud of complacency. Victory at Anner would ascend like a pyre consuming the grotesque empire of Overlord Uruk, an empire vast enough to drown sectors in tides of feral green, crushed beneath the mechanized heel of the Imperium's greatest musterone 100,000 legionaries, 8 million souls of the Imperial army, a constellation of warships blotting out starfields. Amidst this titanic assembly, the Imperial fist stood apart, unyielding as ancient bedrock, while Luna Wolves shattered defenses with radiant heroics and Blood Angels painted epics in orcish viscera. Dorne's sons specialized in the unglamorous algebra of endurance, reinforcing spearheads, buttressing crumbling lines, transforming footholds into unbreakable bastions, their contributions less sung, but no less vital as Uruk's hordes shattered against their discipline. Triumph at Anner rang like a clarion across the stars, yet within its echoes lay the seeds of dissolution, the moment the Great Crusade's trajectory warped toward calamity. The Emperor's withdrawal to Terra, the ascension of Horus Lupercal as Warmisterthi's axe sent seismic fractures through the fraternity of Primarchs, where once camaraderie flowed like brother blood. Sanguinius and Fulgrim embraced Horus's elevation with genuine warmth, their regard for his charisma a balm against dissent, while Angron's simmering resentment boiled like a poisoned geyser and Perturabo's envy calcified into spiteful silence. Dorn observed the fractures with the stoic detachment of a mason surveying cracks in a foundation yet to bear its load. He accepted the decree without demur, for he understood in his marrow that Horus possessed the fluid grace of leadership. He himself lacked where the Warmaster could weave loyalty through laughter and subtle compromise. Dorn's unbending truths often erected walls no siege could breach. Their consultations became studies in contrast. Horus, ever the radiant diplomat, painting grand stratagems with words that glittered like stellar nebulae, Dorn responding with terse certainties, each syllable hewn from mountain stone. Aboard the 63rd Expeditionary Fleet's flagships across Windark scarab tables, their dynamic crystallized in Horus's jest, "If I ever laid siege to a bastion commanded by you, dear brother, the war would last for all eternity." A quip layered with the unvarnished truth of their natures. Dorn the immovable anvil, Horus the unstoppable hammer. Yet even as the Warmaster's star ascended, the Emperor entrusted Dorn with a counterweight burden Praetorian of Terra, defender of the throne world. As the Imperial fists withdrew from Crusade's glittering frontiers to the heart of Imperial power, their role transmuted from conquerors to custodians, their victories now measured not in planets claimed, but in fortifications raised, in killzones plotted, in void shields humming overhead like mechanized choirs. The palace that ossified labyrinth of ancient supremacy became Dorn's canvas reforged it into a masterpiece of defensive horror, every parapet and sublevel a stanza in a symphony of deterrence. Walls grew thicker than starship hulls, their surfaces etched with kill funnels and murder slits, gargantuan gates, their mechanisms buried deep within armored bowels, groaned shut with finality. Void shields crowned the spires, their ozone tang permeating the rarefied air. Beneath the earth, tunneling networks spiderwebbed into a subterranean hellscape, where defenders could bleed attackers dry even as the surface burned. Night after night, Dorn paced these emerging battlements, the grit of new-cut stone beneath his boots, the weight upon his spirit deepening with every completed redoubt. He knew with the prescience of a Primarch that these stones would weep blood one day, that his labors were not prelude but premonition. And as Terra's defenses hardened, the galaxy beyond curdled into chaos. The bright certainties of the Crusade corroded, brotherhoods fractured, and ideologies mutated into heresies, while Dorn maintained his vigil. Until the Eisenstein came limping from the void, a battered frigate vomiting atrocities into the phalanx's stratagem. Nathaniel Garrow's haunted testimony, and Euphrates Keeler's prophetess ramblings unraveled Dorn's disciplined composure. Furiprimal and Skorking erupted within him, a volcano-breaching ironclad restraint. Horus, the beloved, the radiant, Warmister traitor. The concept tore at sanity's fabric, yet the survivors' wounds, their hollowed certainty, were irrefutable. Disbelief curdled into resolution. In that moment, the Praetorians' path crystallized. Terra must become unbreakable, for the storm was coming. Dispatching Sigismund and 4 companies to claw salvation from Mars's burning forges was but the opening gambit. Captain Kobernix's desperate last stand at Mondus Gamma. Zagreus Kane's loyalist forges hammering outmark IV plate amidst the screams of collapsing orbitals. Sigismund's reluctant retreat under the shadow of traitor Titansol to salvage the weapons and armor that would one day arm the defenders of the Lion's Gate. Dorn returned to Terra with the Eisenstein's refugees, his psyche now reforged into an engine of absolute defiance. As the heresy's cancer spread, as Istvan's butchery birthed a million fresh nightmares, the Praetorian turned his full wrath upon the palace's fortifications, every bastion perfected, every approach measured and mined. The celestial sphere around Terra transformed into a labyrinth of death under his lord's castellan's command. And beneath the architect's focus, beneath the cold equations of defensing depth, the human truth festered, the knowledge that these walls would be tested not by Xeno's horrors, but by brothers once beloved, their hands still wet with loyalist blood. The siege loomed, and Dorn unyielding, relentless, armored in duty, awaited it upon battlements that were not stone and steel alone, but extensions of his own indomitable will. The air above Terra thickened with the scent of burnt ozone, and the silent screams of void shields straining under anticipation. Rogel Dorn's will had shaped the very bedrock of the throne world into a concentric nightmare for any who dared assail it, layers of defiance carved in adamantium and faith. The outermost sphere, a vast and merciless perimeter where the void itself became a killing field, fell to Sigismund the Black Templar, the crusader whose blade had tasted the blood of more traitors than any living soul. Here, in the cold dark where stars offered no comfort, the enemy would first taste Imperial resolve. The second sphere coiled inward like a serpent, engineered by the stoic genius of Hretheric to bleed the foe through labyrinths of razor-wire trenches and artillery emplacements, each step forward purchased with rivers of traitor blood. Edger's domain, the third ring, was a cage of fire and wrath encircling the Martian battle zone, where the dark Mechanicum's demon engines roared against containment, their blasphemous forges casting hellish light against Terra's night. And at the heart of it all, beneath Dorne's unblinking gaze, the Imperial Palace rose not merely a fortress now, but a living entity of stone and wrath, its walls humming with overlapping void shields, its battlements pregnant with enough firepower to scour continents. Yet deeper still, beneath mountains of armored plating and psychic wards, the Sanctum Imperialis waited in tombsolence. Here, where golden light bled from the cracks in reality itself, the Emperor twirled upon his throne, guarded by custodians whose armor gleamed like frozen blood and sisters of silence whose presence choked the warp itself. This was the unbreakable core, the final truth of the Imperium. If this fell, all light in the galaxy died with it. But treachery, that patient poison, had already seeped into the roots of Dorne's perfect design. While the Imperial fists labored over bulwarks and kill zones, the Alpha Legion moved like phantoms through Terra's shadowed veins. Sleeper agents, buried in bureaucratic crypts and labor hive underbellies decades before the heresy's first breath, stirred to life. Their target was no military bastion but a temple to Memorith Investiry, where the stone effigies of the Primarchs stood frozen in triumph. Two plinths lay perpetually empty, voids where forgotten brothers had been scrubbed from history. 9 others bore statues shrouded in black mourning cloth, traitors made monument. With meticulous mocking cruelty, the Alpha Legion's blades reduced these idols to rubble all save 2. Alfrius' own likeness stood untouched, pristine in its duplicity, beside the unmarred image of Rogel Dorn, the Lord of Iron himself. A message carved in symbolic defiance. We see your pride, we know your weakness. The insult was a scalpel to the heart of the VII Legion, a deliberate desecration meant to fester in Dorne's meticulous soul. Not even Malkador, the Sigilite, that shadow among shadows, could fully pierce the veil of this crime. The legends whispered. He sensed the corruption's tide through means no mortal could comprehend. Dorne's vow cracked the air like thunder when he learned of it. Every Alpha Legion worm would be dragged into light and fed to the Phosphex furnaces. Vengeance, however, would have to wait. Long before Terra's defenders could root out the infiltrators, the Hydra struck its first true blow. Alfrius led his fleet of 200 warships into the Sol system not as a hammer, but as a virusilent, cold, undetectable. For a full Terran year, their vessels drifted on minimal power, slipping past sentry moons and patrol auspexes like ghosts through fog. Their target, Pluto's moons, the outer sentinels of Dorne's first sphere. Hydra Cordetus, a frozen rock encased in fortified voidomes, housed the astropathic choir that served as Sol's outermost psychic watchtower. Alfarius took it personally, leading a boarding action so precise it resembled a surgical extraction. Linean terminators materialized in the moon's nervous centers, slaughtering tech priests and severing vox lines before alarms could sound. Amidst the carnage, the Imperial fists, master of the Huskarls, Fafnir Ran, pierced the Alpha Legion's design. Hydra was the linchpin, the eye through which the traitors would blind Terra's early warning systems. With the grim acceptance of a man walking to the gallows, Ran led a counterattack into hell. The battle for Hydra Cordetus became a microcosm of the heresy's savagery. Alpha Legionnaires, masters of ambush, bled Rand's forces in icy corridors rigged with meltabombs and neural shredders. Huskarls fell to barbed harpoonfare, their armor peeled open like tin, yet the loyalists pressed onchain blades howling, bolt shells carving geometric kill zones in the dark. It was on the blood-slick command deck that Rand faced Alfarius, the twin serpenthelm gleaming with frost-reflected starlight. The Primarch fought as though dancing, every thrust of his pale spear a hypnotic feint, every twist of his body a vanishing act. Ran, all brute force and relentless focus, carved a path through the Hydra's elitist but not unscathed. A backswing from the spear tore through his chest plate, ceramite splintering like glass. As death's cold fingers closed around his heart, Ran did the unthinkable. He hurled himself between Alfarius and the flickering astropathic relays, buying seconds with his dying breath. Salvation erupted from the void above. The Phalanx, Rogel Dorn's mountainous fortress monastery, slingshotted through Pluto's gravity wells like a god's hammer. Its arrival shattered the Alpha Legion's careful choreography. Imperial fist-strike cruisers vomited boarding torpedoes onto Kerberos and Karen, reclaiming moon after moon in scenes of apocalyptic violence. Void shields flared and died under the Phalanx's Lancer batteries, their detonations silent blossoms of fire in the airless dark. But the killing stroke came from below. Dorn teleported directly into Hydra's command sanctum, Storm's teeth roaring in his grip. Alfarius met him with a duelist's grace, the pale spear a silver blur seeking crevices in golden plate. They fought amid the ruins of the astropathic arrays, machinery sparking like dying stars around them. For all his guile, Alfreus could not match the raw, tectonic fury of Dorn, a force of nature given purpose. With a roar that shook the chamber's frost from the walls, Dorn seized the pale spear mid-thrust, wrenching it from his brother's grip. One blow severed Alfreus' hands at the wrists. Another drove the spear through his chest, pinning him to the deck like a specimen. The final stroke came from Storm's teeth, the chainblade's teeth chewing through oromite and bone, silencing the Hydra's voice forever. Yet even as the Alpha Legion's fleet fractured into retreat, the taste of victory turned to ash. Omgan the twin never acknowledged, emerged from the shadows to don his brother's mantle. Alfreus lived again in 100 fractured lies, his legion's war of whispers unstoppable. Pluto's moon stood ruined, their defenses shattered, their halls choked with loyalist dead. Among them, Fafnir Rand's broken form was borne back to Terra, his sacrifice a bitter hymn sung in the stratagem. The respite was fleeting. Horus' shadow stretched across the galaxy, his fleets clotting the warp as they descended upon Sol. The Warmaster's pause at Beta Garmin was no hesitation, but a serpent coiling Mars had already fallen, its red sands choked by traitor titans and dark mechanicum hellfoundries. The lodges of the IV Legion, experts in the murder of worlds, whispered siegekant over Terra's stolen defense schematics. News came in shattered fragments. The iron hands mauled at Istvan could not answer Dorn's call. The Ultramarines burned in the fires of Calth. The space wolves bayed at the Hydra's many throats in distant stars. Only the Blood Angels, fresh from Cygnus Prime's nightmare, and the White Scars, harried but unbroken, raced to Terra's aid, a thin crimson line against the storm. Dorn turned his mind to the final geometries of defense. The palace walls grew teeth, volcano cannon emplacements sunk into mountainsides, mile-high bastions studded with missile silos, killzones calibrated to funnel traitors into lakes of promethium fire. Every street in the outer precincts became a shooting gallery, every hablock a necropolis waiting to be baptized in Xenos blood turned traitor. Refugees flooded the inner sanctums, their eyes hollow with tales of worlds burning. Custodians paced the thoroughfares in silence, their auric armor daring the coming damnation to test its edge. Beneath it all, the air grew thick with psychic static, the Golden Throne's power waxing, its light casting cyclopean shadows that danced at the edge of mortal vision. When Horus came, he did not knock. His fleet tore through the Sol blockade like claws through rotten meat, Luna's orbital plates crumbling under sustained lancefire. For 30 solar days, the Loyalist fleets died in flaming arcs across the skyfrigates, exploding into shoals of shrapnel, battleships venting atmosphere in final death rasps. When the last defense platform fell silent, the bombardment began. Terra's skies burned. Continental plates shuddered under macrocannon impacts that left craters like bleeding wounds. Hive spires melted like wax, rivers boiled to steam, and the atmosphere itself became a storm of radioactive soot. Dorn's palace held, its void shields flickering, but holding beneath the apocalyptic rainiate. Every man, woman, and child knew it was only the overture. In the lull between bombardments, the darkness above Terra parted to vomit forth dropods, an avalanche of ceramite and hatred, the first wave of world eaters howling for blood, Death Guard trudging through radstorms with graveyard patience, Emperor's children descending in orgiastic splendor. The siege of Terra, that grim crescendo of mankind's folly, began not with a declaration but a snarly legions against the last ember of light. And somewhere in the palace's deepest vault, where reality thinned to a shivering veil, the Emperor bent his will upon the Golden Throne, his grand design a heartbeat from extinction. Hope, that frailest of illusions, clung to the barrels of bolters and the edge of chainsword soon to be drowned in the tide. The thunderous roar of artillery shook the very bedrock of Terra, as the Warmaster's wrath fell upon the Eternity Wall and Lion's Gate, twin bastions that stood as sentinels against the coming storm. These towering spaceports, their shields glittering like false constellations, were the first teeth in the maw of Horus, ambitioned footholds from which 5 traitor legions vomited forth their corrupted might. Through choking clouds of promethium smoke and the howl of turbocharged engines, the scions of darkness descended, world eaters howling hymns to Khorne, Death Guard shuffling with pestilent purpose, Emperor's children lost to senseless excess, iron warriors methodical in their malice, and word-bearers chanting curses that scoured the air. Behind them swarmed tide upon tide of mortal heresy chaos cultists, with eyes bleeding ruin, renegade Auxilia, whose loyalty had curdled to zealotry, and the Mechanicum's lost sons piloting war machines fused with screaming demon flesh. Against this apocalyptic vista stood the golden defiance of Terra's last sentinels. The Imperial fists formed an unyielding wall of crimson and saffron, their bolters spitting disciplined fury alongside the crimson-clad Blood Angels whose battlecries soared like choir hymns, and the White Scars who flowed across the killing fields like silver lightning. The spaceport walls became slaughterhouses of twisted metal and liquefied stone, every parapet a graveyard where men died standing, their boots fused to ferrocrete by rivers of their own clotting blood. For hours that felt like eternities, the Loyalists held until the sheer weight of corruption ground their resilience to dust. When the Warmaster's banners finally clawed their way atop shattered bastions, dyed black with soot and gore, the Lion's Gate fell with a groan that echoed in the bone marrow of every defender. Then the Eternity Wall crumbled, its proud name now a sick jest, as the enemy poured through ruptured gates like pus from a lanced wound. Terror's surface writhed in sympathetic agony. From the ashes of fallen districts rose the cobra hiss of cultist incantations, their voices weaving a tapestry of damnation that slithered through rubble-choked streets. Sacrificial pyres bloomed like obscene flowers, where once market squares thrived, each charred corpse thinning the veil between realms until the air itself birthed nightmares. From rippling gashes in reality emerged greater demons Bellucker's kin, monstrous juggernauts of rage and cunning, whose very footfalls birthed firestorms. A bloodthirster raised an axe the size of a tank, its blade drinking the light as it carved through a platoon of Astra Militarum, their lasguns as futile as spit against a volcano. Yet still the golden lights of defiance burned. Sisters of Silence moved like vengeant ghosts, their nullfields extinguishing warpspawn with silent finality, while custods in auric armor spun through the maelstrom, their guardian spears puncturing demon flesh with surgical precision. Victory, if such a word could flavor this rancid feast, merely opened fresh arteries of horror. With the spaceports secured, Horus loosed his true filth upon the throne world. Massive landers, bloated as necrotic organs, weathered the gut-punch fury of Terra's defense lasers. Many detonated in the upper atmosphere, raining molten shrapnel across continents, but countless others vomited their corrupt cargo into the burning plains. From their rancid bellies spilled columns of traitor legionnaires, their armor defaced with obscene glyphs, followed by herds of possessed tanks whose treads oozed sentient pus, and Titanso, the titans whose cathedral-sized frames now housed gibbering demons. The Legio Mortis marched, their god machines weeping black oil from joints fused by warp sorcery. The Daiziri, an imperatorkless behemoth crowned with skull turrets, leveled its armaments at the palace's outer bulwarks. Its first plasma volley turned a kilometer of adamantine ramparts to slag, the screams of incinerated fists swallowed by the roar of collapsing architecture. And yet, in this hell of fire and failing hope, the defenders clenched their teeth and bled the enemy white. Rogel Dorn, his face a mask of frozen granite, orchestrated a symphony of attrition from command bunkers choked with vox static and the coppery stench of fear. His strategy was a blade drawn slowly across the traitor's throat, every redoubt a tooth, every trench a vein ripped open. At the Delphic battlement, bloody-handed blood angels under Sanguinius met, wave after warp-twisted wave, their angelic Primarch a shining spearhead in the gloom. To the west, Jagatai Khan's white scars harried the flanks, their bikes skimming over mud made from pulverized bone, hit-and-run strikes leaving trails of burning transports in their wake. But the sheer relentless press of corruption squeezed them backward, inch by screaming inch, until the outer wards ran scarlet as arterial spray. From the front ranks of this tidal darkness came a roar that liquefied weak men's bowels. Angron, the Red Angel, his once noble form swollen to demonic grotesquerie. Chain axes fused to meat-slab arms, wings of flayed skin beating the ash-choked air. He slammed his fists against the hegemon's wall, each blow birthing seismic cracks that spiderwebbed through rockery. Lay down your arms, little loyalists. His voice was a landslide of grinding teeth. Your corpse Emperor forsakes you. The words carried psychic rot, and even veteran fists felt doubt's cold fingers squeeze. Their heart-suntal radiant wings cast a halo of defiance over the ramparts. Sanguinius descended like wrath-given form, his blade gleaming with impossible light. No words passed between the brothersonly, a heartbeat of shared grief for what Angron had been before the demon Primarch's snarled retreat, his promise of slaughter deferred but undimmed. 3 times the Black Legion's fury breached the Sanctum Imperialis. 3 times Sanguinius hurled them back, his presence alone reigniting crumbling resolve. At the dolorous spire, a Terminator claw ripped through his ivory breastplate, yet he still crushed a World Eater's champion's skull with his bare hand. In the shattered remains of Lion's Gate Plaza, he dueled a squadron of mutated obliterators, their flesh guns sputtering impotently against his speed. But Horus, festering in orbital dominion, grew impatient. His final gambit lumbered forth the Daiziri, flanked by a coven of Warhound Titans vomiting phosphorus doom into the defenders' lines. Entire companies vanished, not even ash remained. Jagatai Khan saw the death stalemate grinding the palace to dust. Vision piercing through the crapulent smoke, he turned his lightning towards the Lion's Gate spaceport Horus rotten lifeline. At dawn's bruised light, a tsunami of white scars bikes and Chagorian rough riders tore through cultist cordons, chainblades reaping a harvest of spines and diesel fuel. By noon, loyalist colors flew over reactivated defense lasers, their beams shearing through troop landers like godly scalpels. The counterpunch at Eternity Wall faltered beneath concentrated demonic fury, but the blow was struck Horus. Infinite Tide now flickered, strained. No respite came. As voids buckled and bastions fell, the Loyalists retreated inward, fighting through colonnades where fine murals depicted triumphs now trampled under blood-caked boots. The Eternity Gate loomed last barricade before the Sanctum. Here Sanguinius stood haloed by muzzle flare, his feathers singed black, as cabined immediatest of corns, bloodthirsters manifested in a geyser of boiling ichor. The demon spun a whip forged from fused vertebrae, its crack-splitting ceramite like eggshells. Angel of Light, taste the darkness. Their duel shook the foundations. Sanguinius, already bleeding from a score of wounds, took blades meant to sunder worlds thin rows, ribs shattered, to seize the monstrosity. A sound like continents colliding split the air as he broke Cabanda's spine across his knee, hurling the fading abomination into its cringing worshippers. The gates sealed with the shriek of dying hydraulics. Behind them, Rogel Dorn surveyed his shattered brother's fists with missing limbs still clutching bolt guns, blood angels weeping blood tears over their genocide's wounds. Gilliman's reports lay heavy in his mind, the Codex's cold logic a dirge for Legion glory. Soon the Emperor would strike a boarding action on the vengeful spirit that would shatter Horus' soul but break the Imperium's spinal cord. Sanguinius dead by the Warmaster's talon, the Emperor enthroned in charred agony, and Dorn Architect of the Unbreakable left to dismantle his own masterpiece, his fists, into scattered chapters. As dawn bled across Terra's corpse, he stood before his wrathful captains, their fury beating against his resolve like siege hammers. In his chest, pride warred with Dudith's same battle that had scorched the star sands somewhere. Amid rancid smoke and the keening of widows, he wondered when the bleeding would stop. The answer, whispered by the ghost winds of dead titans, was simple: never. For this was the victory they had purchased at a future cloven in half, held together by scars and sorrow, its every breath drawn in the shadow of a broken throne. Loyalty curdled into defiance as Rogel Dorn stood firm against the breaking of his legion, that adamantine resolve forged over centuries of crusade, now trembling beneath the crushing weight of necessity. Across the Imperium, still reeling from Horus' betrayal, brother turned against brother over Gilliman's code's not merely doctrine, but an open wound where the legions, sundered identities, bled out. The Imperial fists, they who had endured the hellish siege of Terra as the Emperor's unbreakable shield, now faced dissolution for the Imperium's salvation. Dorn's refusal was a thunderous silence shaking the halls of the Phalanx, every instinct howling that to dismantle his sons was to dishonor their countless sacrifices upon the anvil of war. Yet deeper than pride ran the bitter truth: the fractured realms of mankind could not withstand another civil war. He tasted the specter of it in the acrid tension between chapters, saw it in the battle readiness of fleets not yet demobilized, felt it in the tectonic pressure building within his own Geneforged bones. Visions of Terra burning anew haunted his knights not from traitorous ambition this time, but from the very protectors who'd saved it. And so the stubborn mountain moved not in capitulation, but in excruciation. For the first time since the Emperor's interment upon the Golden Throne, Dorn yielded. His blessing upon the second founding was less decree than dirge, each newly birthed chapter a shard of his legion's soul splintered away. The Black Templars tore into the void under Sigismund's zealous banner, their eternal crusade a blazing comet scorching heresy from the stars. Alexis Pollux's crimson fists rose as the younger siblings, their cobalt gauntlets soon to be stained legendary in desperate last stands that would etch their names into imperial hagiography. Then came the battle-scarred excoriators, forged in the siege's cruel fires, and wearing their pain like a cloak of thorns, and the enigmatic Fists Exemplar, entrusted to Dantleon the captain whose foresight had once sparked rebellion in Dorn's own halls. Each founding carved another sliver of living history from the Legion's heart, and amidst the hollow echo of the Phalanx, Dorn stood alone, his heart still beating in the chests of 10,000 sons scattered beyond the reach of his command. But scars fester when left untended. The iron cage awaited a poisoned seed planted millennia before when two masters of siegecraft first locked gazes across a stratagem table, respect souring to rivalry, then curdling into undying malice. For Chirabo's betrayal had transformed him into a living mockery of what they'd once shared, crafting the eternal fortress on Sebastus Iv, a blasphemous eight-pointed sprawl of trenches, and slaughter alleys screaming its corruption into the void. To Dorn it was more than stronghold, it was profane testament to his brother's fall. What followed was not strategy, but catharsis. The Imperial Fist's assault was a volcanic eruption of pent-up anguish, Dorn's pristine discipline buried beneath the weight of Horus, betrayal, Kerr's sadism, and now Thith's ultimate desecration. For Chirabo, the architect of broken dreams, had birthed a labyrinthine hell where walls wept rust and every corridor breathed ambush. Trapped in that steel intestine of Bastion IV, the sons of Dorn fought not for victory, there was none to be found but for the purity of their extinction. Ammunition spent, warriors with mangled fists and shattered armor clawed at rusted iron with blood-slick fingers. Bolt rounds gave way to combat knives, knives to ceramitek-led teeth, the choking stink of promethium and void-scorched corpses thickening the air into a miasma. At the heart of the carnage stood Dorn, his warplate scoured to bare metal in patches, hammer rising and falling in the unsteady rhythm of desperation. Perturabo, perched somewhere in the fortress' mechanical bowels, watched his brother drown in attrition, savoring each Imperial fist death like fine Ameskuntal Gilliman crashed into the crucible with ultramarine sirens wailing. Robout's pragmatism severed the death grip, sparing Dorn only to brand him with survival's shame. The retreat was silence deeper than any Voxdead void, bitter with unspoken truths. Decades later, Dorn met his final reckoning not in the embrace of his legion, but amidst the dying light of the Imperium's first Black Crusade. Abaddon's horde tore from the eye like a tidal wave of teeth, Warmaster's ambition made manifest in corrupted hulls and howling demon engines. The Phalanx interposed its selfless fleet, the mobile bastion-rolding not rescue but grim calculus. Reports whispered of Dorn transmitting fleet dispositions with mechanical calm even as Gothic-class cruisers imploded around him. On the bridge, alight with the electric stench of ozone and ruptured conduits, the Primarch spoke his final order, boarding action against the sword of sacrilege. Not tactics, but repentancy of Primarch's atonement cast in blood and the certainty of oblivion. The claustrophobic innards of the Despoiler-class flagship reeked of charnel pits and ruptured sump tanks as Dorn's strikeforce carved a red road through the writhing dark. Mutant crewmen burst from shadowed bulkheads, their flesh sown with screaming faces. Possessed armor clanked with the discordant laughter of bound Neverborn. Plasma discharges scarred battle plate and illuminated grotesque murals daubed in excretions older than Terra. When the last Voxlink died, Dorn fought in eerie silence, his chainsword snarl the only requiem for the warriors dying at his heels. Records suggest he breached the bridge alone, the door seals blasting open to reveal Abaddon's throne room swirling with empiric lightan then nothing. Fleet sensors registered a detonation that peeled the sword of sacrilege open like rotten fruit. What the rescue crews found amidst the derelict's corpse-strewn decks was not a body, but a relic clutched in the rigor mortis fist of a dead apothecary. Dorn's skeletal hand, severed cleanly at the wrist, ceramite fused to bone. Brought back to the Phalanx gleaming under funerary oils, the hand was more than mortal remains. It was scripture cast in ivory. The Chapter S Scrimshaw priests descended upon it like carrion saints, etching tiny reliefs into its ossified plaints storming of the Iron Warrior's bastion, the defiant silhouette of the Phalanx against Abaddon's shadow, the Primarch's last stand rendered in painstaking filigree. It is these bones that hold the Legion's soul, both literal and metaphorical. The Imperial fists, genocide flawless, alabaster pure, rejecting mutation with Dorn's own blunt, Obstinacibar's subtle betrayals, the missing Betcher's gland denying them venomous spittle like cursed birthright, the absent Susan membrane stealing the mercy of hibernating coma. Yet it gifts them the Scrimshaw need, an ancestral murmur echoing through their genetic helix. Ritualized bone carving binds their chronicles to the fallen, marrow-deep memoirs of loss, transmuted into acts of meditative remembrance. Battle brothers spend off-watch hours hunched over rib fragments or finger bones, etching miniatures of void battles or sacred texts onto ivory canvases. Chaplains wear vertebrae gorgets etched with the names of wall breachers who died at the siege's eternity gate. Even the tech marines concede to it, servorms delicately incising the armor of the dead with geometric scarchistry rendered imperishable. Deep within the sanctum oculus of the Phalanx, lit only by guttering corpse candles, rests the greatest relic, the scrimshawed hand of Dorn himself. Each microsculpted scene whispers a testament to Primarch on the Iron Cage's bloodfields, Gilliman's arrival at Sebastus rendered in sapphire dust inlay, the phantom outline of the Emperor's throne upon Terra. Yet one knuckle remains defiantly bare. The keepers of the reliquary say it awaits the final engraving, the moment when their lost Primarch strides anew from the storm-racked edges of the Imperium to reclaim his shattered legacy. Until then, the hand grips an invisible sword, forever poised in stoic defiance, a skeletal metaphor for the chapter itself, unyielding even in the agony of doubt, its faith etched not in stone, but in the marrow-deep certainty that duty outlives death. To be an Imperial fist is to exist within a crucible of self-flagellation, where the relentless pursuit of flawlessness borders on divine madness, a ceaseless war waged not against external foes, but against the whispered specter of inadequacy that haunts every battle brother's soul. This is no mere chapter. Culture rate is a sacred pathology, an obsession etched into their genetic fabric by the stern hand of Rogel Dorn himself, transforming even the faintest stumble into a heresy-demanding purgation. Every microsecond lost in deployment, every millimeter of defensive miscalibration, every fractional lapse in bolter discipline becomes a wound upon the honor of the Legion, flayed open by their own unforgiving scrutiny. Such wounds fester unseen by others, but to the Sons of Dorn, they scream with the intensity of Phosphex burning flesh, demanding penance. Enter the Pain Glovia Sacrament of Agony, a biomechanical confessional where failure is exorcised through neural fire. To don its synaptic tendrils is to drown in a holocaust of memory, every error relived in screaming clarity as the device feeds upon agony, coursing white-hot through nerve bundles like molten lead poured into the marrow. Some inquisitors name it barbarism, a madness birthed from toxic pride, yet to stride from its torturous embrace, skin blistered, muscles quivering, eyes ablaze with rekindled resolves to emerge reborn, a phoenix purified by self-immolation. This same indomitable spirit bleeds into their battle doctrine, where retreat is a blasphemy carved deeper than any Narthesium scar. Witness them at the breach, yellow ceramite fused black by promethium, gauntlets welded to storm bolters as waves of heretics crash against their bulwark. To yield ground is to desecrate Dorn's legacy, to spit upon the sacred stones of the imperial palace they once shielded with mountains of their own dead. Thus, they plant their banners in blood-soaked earth and die standing, voxcasters howling the litany of sacrifice until their final breath steams in the cold void. Yet hidden beneath this adamantine exterior lies a genetic poison Dorn's darkness. Though it rarely claims the imperial fists directly, it festers within their successors like rot in a fortress wall. The excoriators bear its cruelest touch, warriors frozen mid-stride, clarity replaced by waking nightmares where they drown anew in their Primarch's ancient anguish. Trapped within the psychic echo of Terra's darkest hour, these cursed souls relive the siege's despair thunder of Warhound Titans collapsing the Lion's Gate, the stench of burning Astartes' flesh clogging the Helios corridors until their minds fracture, leaving hollow shells that neither eat nor speak nor heed the drums of war. Among the living, however, another fire burns, the cult of the blade. Duels reverberate through the Phalanx's cavernous training decks, a thunderous ballet of chainblades and combat shields, where honor is etched in scar tissue. These are not mere sparring matches, but rites of self-creation, each clash a sermon in steel, where brothers dissect their weaknesses under the pitiless gaze of Dorn's stone effigies. The resulting scars jagged across pauldrons, furrowing cheekbones are worn as scripture, physical testament to lessons carved in pain. Such trials begin long before the Black Carapace, amidst the howling voids where the Phalanx drifts like a continent of gunmetal. Here, in this nomadic colossus that scorns planetary ties, recruitment chapels thrive as gardens of agony. No homeworld coddles these aspirants. They emerge from Deathworld crucibles where survival is a prayer screamed into blizzards or ganger wars. In Wit's glacier-strangled hives spawn youths who chew frozen lichen to silence hunger pangs, their bones tempered by cold that cracks plasteel. They come bearing frostbite and stoicism, kneeling on chapel decks still stained with the blood of predecessors who shattered under Genocide torments. Beneath Necromunda's toxic skies, hives come claw their way from sump pits to the spire's chapel, lungs seared by chemfogs, eyes narrowed by perpetual betrayals. Survival here breeds the cold pragmatism Dorn cherished loyalty forged not by idealism, but by the certainty that only the chapter's embrace offers escape from the endless knife fight of existence. The chapels accept all, for the fists care not for pedigree, only endurance. Those who expire during selection are left where they fall. Carrion for servitors to clear weakness has no burial rites in the Emperor's shield. The survivors, hollow-eyed and trembling, face the true ordeal aboard the Phalanx. Neophytes are broken upon the anvil of fortification drills, their minds rewired to see not landscapes but kill zones, not rubble but redoubt potential. They memorize pressure points in bastion walls, calculate fields of overlapping fire while last burns blister their skin, and learn that defense is not passivate, is an act of controlled fury, a masterpiece of slaughter sculpted beforehand. All beneath the gloom of lumen strips and Dorn's brooding statues, whose stone eyes seem to track their every stumble. Culture here is dictated by memory not just of Dorn's vanished presence, but the siege itself, an event etched into their collective soul like a brand. Shield companies bear gate names from that apocalyptic struggle hemispheric wall, Lion's Gate, Saturnine invoking not history but holy writ. Battle Brothers shed birth names like Useless Skin, reborn as Defiance or Unbroken, titles earned by surviving trial combat where bone shields splinter under power mauls. Yet this unbending pride courts annihilation, as adamantly as it forges victories. Adamantio's near erasure proved Thistiburnus ossifying into dogma until catastrophe shattered their ceremonial chains. Now they wage wars anew, though their souls remain bound to Terra's scarred soil. In rare moments of quiet, when the guns fall silent, a different siege begins. Scholars of war dissect the Codex Astartes with Ultramarines' diligence, tracing defensive formulae across hololiths like monks illuminating grimoires. They embrace the Junker Correctin archaic, pitiless doctrine from ancient Terra demanding perfection in minutiae, boltrons stacked in rhomboid patterns, bootlaces triplinated, auspex sweeps timed to the millisecond. For in these tiny obediences lies the marrow of their creed that no act is too small to escape the shadow of Dorn's expectation. Hierarchy weaves through all facets of this brotherhood, merciless as a guillotine. From the lowliest neophyte scrubbing corrosion from deck plates to the high lords encased in relic Terminator plate, absolute obedience binds them not to abstract ideals, but to the unbroken chain stretching back to their Primarch's vanished hand. At its apex, gleaming like a dagger, stand the Templar's 1,000 blades sworn to the Temple of Oaths where granite walls weep with centuries of inscribed vows. These grim paladins exist beyond standard company structures, a spiritual razor's edge whose zeal melts ceramic. Templars duel not for honor but transcendence, seeking that perfect moment where skill, fury, and faith intersect like targeting Reticulus a union, named the Fury of Dorn. Their induction requires not mere prowess but ecstatic devotion, proven by walking unscathed through neutron flames in the temple's heart, emerging with skin blistered into golden sigils. Such extremes birth legends, yet some whisper that the chapter's greatest battle has already been fought not against Xeno's hordes or warpspawn, but against the crushing weight of their own legacy. Every Painglove session, every defiant last stand, every recruit gasping his life out on the Phalanx's decks is both an act of worship and desperation, a scream into the void that they are still Nurgle Dorn's unbroken wall, that decay has not yet claimed them. They are the Emperor's shield, yes, but also their own most merciless judges, sentencing themselves daily to trials no other legion could endure. And in that endless self-immolation, they find not peace, but purpose, for in a galaxy screaming towards oblivion, the Imperial fists alone refuse to bend, even should the act of standing straight shatter their very bones. The Imperial fist stood as a bastion of unyielding discipline, their hierarchy forged not in the cold halls of political favor, but upon the searing anvils of Warhammer's leader, a blade tempered by merit alone. The roles within Nurgle Dorn's inner circle were not gifts bestowed by bloodline, but honors carved from the bedrock of battlefield valor, earned by those capable of rising to meet the galaxy's unrelenting trials. Below these senior captains, the Legion's structure descended into a meticulously ordered tapestry of line captains and centurions, each commanding battalions and companies with the precision of a master craftsman. Yet two ranks soared above the rest, embodiments of the Legion's unmatched mastery over specific domains of annihilation. Fleet masters, their minds sharpened by the infinite calculus of void warfare, steered the colossal armada of the 7th Legiona Leviathan Force, numbering 1,500 warships at the heresy's dusk, its arsenal a symphony of destruction unrivaled in the Imperium. Siege masters, conversely, were architects of terrestrial apocalypse, orchestrating the grueling ballet of fortress breaking and trench warfare with cold, methodical genius. Though specialists, their authority was a thunderclap second only to Dorn himself, their voices shaping the fate of worlds. Within the labyrinthine keeps and bastions scattered across Imperial space, the titles of Castellan and Legion Seneschal burned bright emperorary crowns, worn by those entrusted with the sacred duties of fortress stewardship and recruitment, fleeting honors that nonetheless carried the weight of ancient oaths. Far from the booming orchestration of drills and the sanctified clamor of forges, deep within the heart of the fortress monastery on Malecha, night-shrouded orb lying perilously close to the eye of Terror Librarian Galen bent like a penitent over his sacred task. Enveloped by the librarious cavernous gloom, its vaulted ceiling lost to shadows, he hovered above a time-battered tome bound in leather so aged it resembled cracked earth. Around him, the air hung thick with the ghosts of knowledge. Endless shelves groaned under crumbling scrolls and grimoires, their pages whispering secrets brittle as bone or humming with wards older than the stars above. The light danced fitfully from swaying looming globes, painting serpentine shadows across gilded spines and carved runes, each flicker granting the illusion of movementward slithering, symbols pulsing as though alive. The chamber's atmosphere was a tangible thing, dense with the perfume of decayed vellum and mineral bite of oxidized iron bindings, undercut by the coppery tang of sealing wax long dried to bloodust. Galen breathed it in, the musk of centuries settling upon his armored shoulders like a mourner's cloak. Beyond the soundproofed walls, the muted thunder of distant drills and the nasal chants of mechanicum liturgies seeped through as a dull resonance, a reminder of the ceaseless preparation for war. But here in the crypt quiet, only the scrape of his quill broke the silency etched stroke deliberate, each flourish a sacrament as he inked the chronicles of the Death Watch, the long vigil given form. It was said that of 100 Astartes, one possessed the iron willand, the singular dread wisdomto, answer the call of the Death Watch. A shadow brotherhood bound not by blood but necessity, these warriors abandoned their chapter's colors to don the solemn black and silver of the Long Watch, pledging fealty to the Inquisition's Ordo Xenos. They stood as a blade in the dark, a final wall against the ravening horrors that slithered from the void's abyss. Born of no single world or lineage, They were a living mosaic of the Adeptus Astartes Ultramarine and Space Wolf, Dark Angel and Iron Handshoulder to shoulder beneath the inquisitorial sigil, their original heraldry reduced to a muted badge on their pauldron, a ghost of loyalty subsumed to higher duty. Their mandate was vast as it was dire, the eradication of the alien, in all its multifarious vileness, greenskin hordes bellowing mindless fury to the uncaring stars. Tyrannid swarms consuming worlds in a grotesque mockery of life cycle. Necron legions rising from silent tombs, metal bones clicking with Aeon-souled malice. Each foe was a unique damnation, and the Death Watch met them not with blind hatred but studied predation, for to kill the Xenos, one must first dissect its soul. None in the Imperium commanded such harrowing expertise, nor bore the burden of such profane knowledge. While other chapters crusaded for conquest, the Death Watch waged a silent, perpetual war for survival, deploying not in battle companies, but in kill teams, surgical instruments honed for precision extermination. Should the threat exceed even their lethal prowess, entire chapters or the uncountable masses of the Astra Militarum would be summoned. But it was the Watch who struck first, who delved deepest, who returned scarred by truths too lethal for common minds. Their genesis was a riddle wrapped in myth. Some chroniclers pointed to the time of rebirth, when the Imperium quaked beneath the apocalyptic boots of the Beast of Warboss. Of such monstrous cunning his horde seemed less an invasion than a crude parody of the Great Crusade itself. With Terra itself trembling, Chapter Master Corland, last son of the shattered Imperial fists, beseeched the High Lords to sanction a desperate gambit. Kill teams drawn from every chapter, united under the Inquisition's gaze to execute decapitation strikes no army could deliver. Reluctance curdled into assent, and from the ashes of Armageddon the first Death Watch arose, their ranks filled by broken men clinging to purpose like shards of glass. Other whispers, older and fouler, spoke of the Apocryphal conclave on Orate Iva Cabal of the Ordo Xenos, highest lords gathering in dread portent, foreseeing a day when every Xenos breed would unite to drown mankind in a tide of fang and claw. Their answer was the Watch, an eternal sentinel forged from the finest blades of 100 chapters, its warriors sworn to secrecy so profound even their Genefathers could not pierce it. Two tales diverging and entwining like serpents, yet both ended in the same oath, vigil. Those who took the black returned irrevocably altered, their minds vaults of forbidden lore, their souls forever apart from the brothers they once called kin. Clad in the livery of mourners, they carried with them the cold comfort of duty, knowing that should they fall, another would step into the shadows, another hand take up the silvered blade. For in the end, the long vigil was not a choice but a chain, its links forged from the simple, terrible truth that without the Watch's silent war, there would be no Imperium to burn in daylight's fire. In his dusty sanctum, Librarian Gallon inscribed these truths with reverence, each word a ward against oblivion. The cold light flickered, the shadows convulsed, and somewhere in the void beyond Malech, a kill team moved black against black, hunting a horror only they could name. The vigil endured. The Death Watch endures as a silent blade poised in the galaxy's shadowed veins, their existence a paradox of unity and secrecy and alliance, forged between the uncompromising will of the Inquisition and the unyielding resolve of the Adeptus Astartes. No other brotherhood in the annals of the Imperium has walked such a razor's edge, their autonomy preserved even as they bend to the whispered directives of the Ordo Xenos. Watch captains stride into the colliginous frontiers of known space, their blackened armor a void against the alien horrors they hunt, guided not by overt command, but by the cold calculus of Xenos intelligence parsed through 1,000 auspic-scarred data looms. They are the unseen sentinels who trespass where the light of the astronomicon flickers and dies, who study the clicktongue dialects of hive-dwelling monstrosities and the fractal tactics of crystalline star predators, all to sever threats before they coalesce into invasions that might bleed into humanity's trembling heart. Theirs is a legacy etched in the oldest oathsworn by Corvus Corax, and the Apocryphal conclave in an age when the stars themselves seemed less cruel and upheld now by warriors drawn from 100 chapters, their heraldry obscured beneath the argent pauldron of the long vigil. For centuries beyond count, they have waged war without witness, their triumphs unheralded save in the sealed archives of watch fortresses, their dead mourned only by brothers who dare not speak their names aloud. They are bound not by glory but by purpose, a purpose that now frays beneath the calamities of the 41st millennium. This is an epic of unraveling, of entropy's ghastly crescendo, where the shield of the Death Watch trembles beneath blows from a dozen galactic wounds. The Imperium fractures under the Great Rift's baleful scream, its halves severed like a butchered carcass, and in the resulting darkness, ancient and novel monstrosities surge forward, hungers whetted by humanity's vulnerability. Like carrion birds descending to a dying beast, the Xenos cometh Eldari of Craftworld Eladoc, their once-stately grace sharpened into desperation, waging war with a fervor unseen since their empire's collapse, not for territory but for resurrection, a final flare of pride before their species winks out into myth's cold embrace. Their venomous kin, the Drukhari of Komorog, descend in predatory tides upon fractured imperial worlds, not to conquer but to harvest, spiriting away entire populations to pain-engine coliseums where agonies are refined into art. Cities are left as hollowed husks, their streets echoing with the aftersilence of screams, all to slake a thirst that has turned the Dark City's lords into something even the demons of the warp might shun. And yet these predations are but facets of the doom closing in. Beneath dead planets, where tomb dust chokes vaults older than the Imperium itself, Necron dynasty stirrers of living metal reassembling from scattered atoms, phasing through reality as though the Death Watch's bolter fire were but minor annoyances. Destroyer cadres vanish into teleportation mist, only to rematerialize seconds later, Gauss flares reducing battle brothers to ash before the Watch can recalibrate tactics. Each foe slain is a fleeting victory, for Necron cryptechs labor in sunless forges, drawing fallen warriors back across the Veil, their legions swelling faster than kill teams can cull them. And amidst this, like a virulent infection, the orcs of Tharka swarm under the banner of Gazkul Mag Uruk Thraka, a prophet whose very name ignites primal terror. His WAGH is no mere green tide, but a tsunami of rusted iron and fungal flesh, his clans unifit in aberration. Under a cunning that outpaces even the beast of legend, this Korkan Albert name carves through sectors with mechanized hordes, dropping asteroidrum ships onto hive cities and deploying graviticrumpas that crumple titans like tin. Death Watch strike forces melt into his peripheries, planting vortex mines and sabotaging fuel stills, but against such numbers, even the Astartes are but pebbles hurled against a flood. In the galactic east, cold stars watch the Tiao Empire's insidious advance at their Xenos Horizon engines slipping past Imperial blockades, their rhetoric of the greater good, a honeyed poison that turns governors into puppets. Whole systems succumb not to fire but to flickering holograms of prosperity, their populations lulled by pulse rifle diplomacy, until the Aquila is quietly replaced by the Sept emblem. The Death Watch answers with surgical decapitations, vanishing ethereal leaders mid-speech, yet each halted expansion bleeds the Watch's reserves thinner, their warriors recalled by desperate chapters to bolster homeworlds buckling under other fronts. And through it all, silent but omnipresent, the Tyranid swarms encroach Hive Fleet Leviathan, a shapeless dread oozing from beneath the galactic core. Its vanguard is not mere bioforms but tectonic horrors. Capillary towers piercing continents like weeping needles, spore chimneys exhaling synaptic mists that dissolve the will to fight. Where Hive Fleet Behemoth roared and Kraken slithered, Leviathan suffocates, wrapping tendril fleets around Segmentum Solar itself, forcing the Death Watch to choose between saving Holy Terra's approaches or abandoning 1,000 peripheral worlds to the digestion pools. It is in this hour of midnight despair that the Battle of Venner is remembered less a battle than a crucible, where the Death Watch's nascent might faced its first inferno. Anner Prime, a barren rock transformed by orc ingenuity into a pulsing green fortress, its surface shielded by a crackling energy dome that turned orbital bombardments into firework displays. Lord Commander Korax, flanked by the grim specter of Vulcan Hermit Primarch of the Salamanders, cloistered aboard the Alcazar remembered, his silence await his brothers mistook for Wisdomel the assault. Drop pods fell like steel hail, only to crash into labyrinthine kill zones, where Gretchen sappers detonated seismic charges beneath advancing Astra Militarum regiments, while commandos emerged from sludge-swers to drag space wolves into ambushes. Every step toward Gagod, the beast's capital, cost oceans of blood. Orcs fought not with mindless fury but with the cruel precision of hunters herding prey, their traps baited with imperial dead. Mega-gargants, towering idols of grease and rivets, stamped through maniples of Skidarai, while shock attack guns teleported Cybernetica into molten slag. By the time the Imperial spearhead reached the temple palaces, half the fist's exemplar lay broken, and the Blood Angels, sanguinary priest, could scarce keep pace with the butchery. It was Esed Wire, assassin of the Venenum Temple, who pierced the inner sanctumsonly to find not one beast, but a conclave of warbosses clad in scavenged Terminator plate, hulking in the flickering shrine light of Gork and Mork. His mission impossible, Wire seized a rickety orc fighter, its engines coughing promethium soot, and careened through AA fire to bring warning. Korax, battered but unbroken, shifted strategy with a predator's grace, strike not at the beast's heart but his belly. Death Watch kill teams, their existence not yet formalized but their tactics already ghosting into being, slipped behind orc lines. They torched fungus vats swollen with squigmeat detonated rampant energy cores powering the shieldome, turned greenskin supply depot stocked with cannibalized Captivicinto radioactive craters. Famine did what bolters could not. The beast's tide faltered, clans fracturing into warring warbands over dwindling food. The victory was brutal, pragmatic, a mirror of the Death Watch's Futuria victory written in ash and silence, its architects unthanked, its cost etched only in the blackened armor of the fallen. As the Imperium's darkness deepens, the Watch stands at the precipice, warriors recalled to dying chapters, their strength a slow bleed. Yet still they light candles against the night, each kill team a spark refusing extinction, their war eternal, their names forgotten, their oath unbroken. The air crackled with the acrid stench of ozone and scorched iron, as the greenskin tide erupted from Gagad's depths, an avalanche of howling flesh and rusted metal that shook the very bedrock beneath the Imperial lines. Like some primordial force given form, the Orc horde crashed against the human defenses gargants, the size of city blocks, slammed into Legio Ultima Titans in collisions that sent shockwaves tearing across No Man's Land, toppling soldiers like toy soldiers beneath a child's tantrum. Shells screamed overhead, detonating in spheres of orange fury that illuminated the nightmarish tableau. Waves of orcs clambering over the smoldering husks of lemon rust tanks, their crude axes rising and falling in sprays of crimson, while Imperial engineers, faces streaked with grime and desperation, bolted together the last hope of the vanguard, a jury-rigged ordinatus cobbled from a capital Imperialis, shattered frame, and the gutted plasma core of a fallen starship. Each discharge from the monstrosity carved a corridor of screaming green bodies, the superheated air itself seeming to wail. But for every 100 orcs vaporized, 1,000 more scrambled over the corpses, eyes blazing with manic glee. Then the earth trembled not from artillery, but from revelation. The temple of Gorkin Morkin obsidian ziggurat that had absorbed weeks of orbital bombardment without yielding suddenly unfolded. Stone shrieked as colossal plates slid aside, revealing ocular lenses larger than baneblades glowing with malevolent sentience. The Megagargant did not merely rice it uncoiled, a god machine of scrap and spite that pulsed with the raw psychic hatred of 100,000 orc souls bound into its reactor core. Its first footfall cratered the earth for half a mile. Its arm, a piston-driven wrecking ball studded with shrieking buzzsaws, swept through the Imperial left flank, sending tanks pinwheeling through the air like discarded playthings. In that final, choking hour, Vulcan emerged from the Smokia Forgifier in the darkness. 3,000 Space Marines assembled at his command, boarding Thunderhawks and Stormbirds with faces set in stone, each knowing this flight led only to the pyre. They screamed through flak so thick it blackened the sun, ramming through the Megagargant's hull in explosions of molten plating. Within, the air burned with the stink of fermented fungi soil and scorched wiring. The corridors shook with the thunder of klaxons and the stomp of elite Nob bodyguards. Chainswords met power claws in showering sparks as the Astartes fought room by room, hallway by hallway, until only the Primarch and his honor guard remained, breaching the sanctum where a titanic effigy of the beast himself loomed, a statue of scrap iron and hatred that turned its creaking head and roared. Armor the color of clotting blood encased the warlord, his bulk straining the Megarmor's joints as he hefted a power claw crackling with stolen Voidshield energy. The beast's laughter was guttural, wet a sound felt in the bones more than heard, his Gothic mangled but merciless as he boomed of mankind's extinction, of Terra drowning in tides of green. Vulcan answered only with hammer raised, the Drakeskull cloak billowing behind him like wings. Their clash split the air, every impact sent shockwaves spiderwebbing through the chamber's groaning superstructure. The Primarch's armor buckled under blows that could have felled a warhound, but his strikes began to tell. Ceramite shattered, cables snapped, and still the beast laughed, goading Vulcan onward until the Primarch saw the only path left. With a bellow that shook the walls, Vulcan drove Forgebreaker into the beast's chest, not through flesh, but into the pulsing core of the Gargant's reactor behind him. Corvid's Voxcree to withdraw was swallowed by the detonation of white-hot supernova that ate the Megagargant from within, peeling back reality itself, before collapsing into a column of ash and mourning. The greenskin rout was immediate, their frenzied cohesion dissolving into scattered warbands gnawing at each other in the vacuum of leadership. Yet the Imperial survivors moved like ghosts, their armor still warm from the funeral fire that had claimed a demigod. As the fleet limped toward Terra, the augurs flickered to life not with distress calls, but with a growling chant that oozed from every frequency, every vox beat and cogitator. I am slaughter, a taunt echoing from some unseen throat. Desperation, once a specter, now sat at High Command's table. Corvid, his face etched with grief and the knowledge that brute force had bled the Imperium dry, listened as Inquisitor Veritas unfurled his poisonous salvation. The Sisters of Silence, the outcasts who walked with the Emperor's shadow clinging to their heels, whose Nullera strangled Weirdnergy with a scalpel to gut the orc psychic sinew. Finding them on necrotic niter was a gauntlet through orc flotillas whose captains, driven by instinctual dread, threw ships into suicidal ramming maneuvers to keep the Null Maidens entombed. When Corvid finally stood before their abbess, a woman whose gaze was colder than the void between Starsha refusal was a blade drawn across old wounds. Only at Vulcan's name did her frigid resolve thaw, the Primarch's shadow stretching beyond death to bind ancient oaths. The plan was heresy given form. Capture Orc Weirdboys mid-Waag, chain them in circuits of psychodampeners, and set the sisters amongst their thrashing forms. On Incus Maxima, they unleashed this abomination and artificial feedback that ripped through the Orc horde like chain lightning, turning psychers into flesh bombs that vaporized their kin in spirals of green viscera. For the first time since the beast reared its head, Orcs ran. The Death Watch was forged in this bitter epiphany, understanding that victory lay not in legions, but in precise, annihilating cuts. Veterans from 100 chapters, clad in black ceramite etched with xeno-killing sigils, boarded inquisitorial black ships alongside Skiddarite Kilklades and Stoneface sisters. Their baptism came at Damnos, but their true crucible was the Second Battle of Ulanora Crusade bled pale, by the first assault yet hardened by sacrifice. Corvid's strike team teleported into Gagad's rotting heart, even as the fleet burned above, trusting the Death Watch's knives to carve a path to the beast's throne. What they found was no mere warlord. Seated atop a dais of bolt-riddled Terminator armor, the beast waited, flanked by 6 thrones of bone and plastileech sized for a monstrosity his equal. The honor guard weren't Nobsthi were living gargants, mech-suited colossi that crushed Grey Knights into paste with hydraulic fists. Corvid fought like a man already damned, Storm's teeth revving as he sheared through power fields and ceramite, but every wound knitted shut before their eyes, every bolt round flattened against warp-infused plating. Hope was a dying ember when the sisters knelt, their nullfields flaring a psychic backdraft that crumpled Weirdboy conduits and made the beast howl in pain. Corvid struck, the blade finding the gap beneath the beast's helmet as the warlord toppled. A final roar shook the chamber. Not from the corpsifram the shadows behind the throne. Another beast emerged, identical but larger, its claw closing around Corvid's torso in a burst of ceramite and bone before the teleport flares dragged the survivors back. Lord Commander Corvid died choking on his own blood, cradled by Death Watch hands as the truth clawed at his fading mind that 6 beasts remained, each uglier than the last, and the Imperium had merely traded one extinction for another. The void, it seemed, had only begun to laugh. The frozen winds of Damnos howled across its desolate plains as the Ultramarines' warships pierced the void, engines burning with the fire of vengeance. 25 standard years had crawled past since Imperial boots last desecrated this accursed tomb world, a quarter-century of festering shame that clung to the blue armor of every Ultramarine like frost on ceramite. Chapter Master Marnius Calgar stood upon the bridge of the Lex Talionis, fists clenched so tightly that the adamantium of the gauntlets of Ultramar groaned in protest. Below him spread the ice-glazed hellscape, where his brothers had broken against the implacable metal ranks of the Necronter, where Captain Sicarius had learned the bitter taste of defeat that still twisted his features into a permanent grimace. The High Lord's decree burned in Calgar's mind like a brand, not a request, but an ultimatum written in the blood of failed sentinels. Redeem your honor, or be remembered as the chapter that bowed to soulless machines. The journey through the Necron-patrolled system had been a masterpiece of misdirection written in voidcraft maneuvers and sensor ghosts, a deadly ballet choreographed by tech marines poring over flickering hololiths. Now explosion blossoms bloomed soundlessly on the planet's night side, as the first wave of empty drop pods tore through the upper atmosphere sacrificial decoys, trailing burning promethium trails to draw the wrath of the Gauss pylons. Sicarius watched their fiery descent from the embarkation deck, his fingers tracing the unfamiliar weight of the vortex, grenade mag-clamped to his belt. Sergeant Emak's parting gift felt heavier than any relic blade, a distilled singularity of trust from a Deathwatch brother who knew what it meant to hunt aliens in the marrow-deep dark. Around him, 4th Company veterans checked bolters with ritual precision, the ship's lumens turning their warplate the color of midnight ocean depths. 30 seconds to insertion. The ship's machine spirit intoned, its binary cant washing over 500 transhuman warriors standing immobile as statues in their launch cages. Calgar's voice rolled like thunder through the vox beads nestled in their auditory implants. Remember Calth, remember the gauntlet. The Xenos thinks us broken, show them the unbroken chain. Sicarius felt the battle cry resonate in his twin hearts, drowning out the whispering ghosts of fallen brothers whose names adorned his armor's scrollwork. Catapult charges detonated beneath the drop pods with apocalyptic force, plunging them toward Damnos, glacial crust in a storm of ionization trails. Impact rattled teeth in Astartes' skulls as the pods slammed into ice permafrost, hatches exploding outward to disgorge their cobalt-armored cargo into a hailstorm of emerald death. Gauss beams sliced through the howling winds with reptilian hisses, flickering beams of annihilation that turned immortal guardsmen to vapor where they grazed, leaving only the faintest scream lingering in charged air. Sicarius was moving before his auto-senses fully adjusted, power sword already arcing through a Necron warrior's spinal column in a shower of necrodermis sparks. Forward, break their lines before they coalesce. His Voxcrawl cut through the storm as the frozen plain erupted in overlapping firestorm stalkers unfolding like monstrous insects from buried vaults, destroyers hovering on antigrav arcs to pour enfilading fire into human ranks. To the west, Calgar carved a path through the mechanical horde, with the gauntlets of Ultramar ringing like funeral bells against Necron chassis. Each blow cratered the permafrost, sending metallic limbs twitching through crimson-spattered snow. But for every Necron shattered beneath Terminator boots, another rose from the ice, wounds sealing with liquid metal sighs as the tomb complex beneath their feet thrummed to full awakening. The skeletal warriors moved with hideous synchronicity, not ranks but a single entity, a corpse-metal tide washing against the Imperial beachhead. Chapter Master, energy signature spiking from the central monolith. Codicir Venudius, astropathic shout tore through the Voxnit, even as reality screamed around the Tesseract vault. The floating nightmare loomed over the battlefield, its obsidian geometry violating mortal perception as containment fields ruptured in cascading failures. Frozen air crystallized into falling diamonds as a cruciform shape tore through dimensions, its screams scraping at sanity like broken glass. Varulker the World Shaper, namesake plague of forgotten epics, unfolded into reality with a star's wrath, a Cetan shard, whose mere presence bent glacial ridges into screaming faces before it casually backhanded a land raider into molten scrap. Calgar's autosensors screeched damage reports as he charged the malfunctioning Gauss pylon, armored boots cracking meter-thick ice sheets with each stride. The war machine's energy sickle wavered in its housing, crippled by overcharged Necron Resurrection's protocols, now flooding the battlefield. With a roar that fused Voxgrill to Gorget, Calgar wrenched the crescent emitter toward the Tesseract vault, just as Varulker brought down a continental plate-shifting fist toward the Ultramarines' command group. Energy met energy in a detonation that bleached retinal implants for kilometers the gathered might of Damnos, defenses pitted against the captured fury of a star god. When the actinic flare faded, the vault's shield shimmered and died like collapsing soap bubbles, revealing the shard now hovering fully unleashed above fissures cracking Damnos to its mantle. Beneath the carnage, deep within suffocating crypts that predated human speech, the Deathwatch kill team found their prey. Sergeant Lazarius watched impassively as melta charges transformed the Undying Lord's reanimation chamber into a superheated grave, the Necron Overlord materializing midstride only to shatter like glass under entropy grenade bombardment. Above them, through kilometer-thick bedrock, they felt rather than heard the Cetan's triumphant bellow shaking the planet's core. On the surface, Sicarius fought through flensing particle winds to reach the Maelstrom's heart. Necron flayed ones descended upon his position in a blizzard of rusted talons, their gibbering scrap code nearly drowning out warnings of armor integrity loss. The Vortex grenade felt frigid against his palm as he thumbed the activation rune, listening to the warp's rising whisper behind its containment seals. Varulker turned its semi-aware gaze upon the lone Astartes, cold galactic amusement vibrating in the molecular bonds between them, for Gilliman and the Throne World. The Vortex device spiraled through Archingaus fire to detonate against the Cetan's chest, reality itself hemorrhaging where ancient science and warp-born predation collided. Varulker's rage outshone dying suns as the wound dilated, dragging its cosmic essence screaming into the Empyrean in ribbons of stolen starlight. Sicarius stood frozen in the backblast zone, his sword arm dangling useless from a flayed one's toxin-seeping claw marks, watching the last afterimage of the Godshard vanish like mist. Around him, Necron legions stuttered mid-stride, incomprehension registering in their inhuman architectures before the Ultramarines fell upon them, with renewed fury absent their animating will. Victory came slow and costly under Damnos, sickly green-tinged auroras. Deathwatch tech savants led purgation teams through crypts with archaeotech flamers, sterilizing tomb complexes with xenocidal thoroughness. When Frostrime Thunderhawks finally lifted the survivors from the permafrost weeks later, Sicarius stared impassively at the world shrinking below. The chapter master's silent nod carried more weight than any laurel wreath absolution etched not in ceremony but shared burden. Above the ravaged planet, aboard watches whose obsidian hulls bore no heraldry, neophytes of the Long Vigil observed the war's final acts through sensor feeds. These initiates bore the hidden scars of 100 xenocidal campaigns already, their freshly painted black armor obscuring original liveries beneath solemn oaths of secrecy. For them, Damnos wasn't redemption's stage, but a living textbook on Necron combat doctrines, another fragment of implacable knowledge to be dissected, memorized, and secreted away behind mindlocks aboard scattered Vigil stations. The transition from chapter brother to Deathwatch operative began in silence. No cheering crowds lined the embarkation decks when Chaplain Cassius relinquished veteran Brother Pythol to the black-lead envoys. The ritual stripping of his blue warplate took place before the Temple of Correction's grimacing gargoyles, apothecaries recording every genetic marker before the black ceramite closed over his flesh like a second skin. His left pauldron alone retained the Ultramar symbol, a single cobalt tear in an onyx void. The Tech Marine's chant resonated in the armor's machine spirit as sacred unguents anointed its joints, binding his fate to secrets no fellow Ultramarine would ever divine. Aboard the Watch Fortress Eternal Penance, Pythol learned the true price of vigilance. His introductory days unfolded in vaulted chambers, where holographic xenotypes lunged from every shadow orc genostructure dissections, giving way to Tyrannid synaptic wave analysis before circadian rhythms reset to analyze Eldar soul crystal harmonics. Each lesson ended with the same thrumming neural purgation, preventing remembrance of anything but approved doctrines and targetable weak points. He trained alongside a Black Templar, whose vows of poverty clashed with an Imperial Fist's ritualistic protocols, supervised by a mentor whose Storm Warden's brogue couldn't quite obscure the chapter symbol hastily scrubbed from his own shoulder guard. The immersive indoctrination fused battle data with psychic conditioning until Pythol's nightmares brimmed with unpurged alien vectors. When deployment orders finally came, mission parameters outlined in a data slate as blank. As his ship's transponder, no farewells echoed through Eternal Penance's docking bay. Only the hum of teleporters and the scent of ozone as he vanished in crackling energy, already disappearing from records he'd spent a lifetime building. Somewhere halfway across the galactic core, Sicarius stared at fresh scrollwork engraved on his armor, still hearing the Vortex grenade's dying wail. Somewhere in dark between stars, Valkyr raged against impossible geometries. And in 10,000 watch stations, the Templars of Mankind's survival continued compiling their anathema archives, writing humanity's defiance one secret at a time in blood and stolen alien knowledge that would never see the light of common imperial day. The long vigil burned eternal, fed by sacrifices like Damno's not victories, but desperate stays against the gathering night where even gods could be made to bleed. The galaxy teems with hidden terrors, a vast menagerie of razor-limbed predators and incomprehensible intellects that prowl the void between stars, and the Death Watch knows them all. Through synaptic indoctrination that etches itself bone-deep, through relentless drills that supplant even autonomic responses, every Death Watch Marine becomes a living repository of xenobiological nightmares. When the fighting starts, when chitin scrapes against ceramite and alien warhorns shatter the air, these forbidden archives explode into brutal clarity. Acidic weak points beneath a Tyrannid's armored crest, the precise millisecond a Necron's reanimation protocols falter, the territorial aggression pattern of a Kroot carnivore, packed these truths detonate in the Space Marine's mind like gunfire. No matter the foe, no matter how many bladed limbs or howling psychic assaults crash against him, instinct becomes a surgeon's scalpel. He strikes where the alien bleeds, terminates where it breeds, shatters where its incomprehensible biology fractures, a dance of annihilation choreographed long before the enemy crests the horizon. Yet this lethal perfection demands sacrifice. A Space Marine steps into the obsidian armor of the Death Watch, and in that moment, the heraldry of his chapter, the battle honors etched across his pauldrons, even the very name by which his brothers once hailed him, all are cast into the Forge of Fire. The kill team is his brotherhood now, a mosaic of warriors fragmented from 100 divergent doctrines. Here, the methodical siegecraft of an Imperial Fist collides with the wildfire assault doctrines of a White Scar. Here, a Blood Angel's crimson thirst must still itself beside the machine-cum of an Iron Hand. Combat doctrines clash like swords, arguments ignite over suppressive fire patterns and close-quarter tactics, but the long vigil tempers them in blood. Battle after battle against the galaxy's most grotesque predators melts differences into necessity. A Space Marine learns to trust the kill team brother covering his flank as he trusts his own genetically engineered reflexes. He knows, with utter certainty, which of his new brothers wields flamers with purgatorial fury, who can thread a stalker pattern bolter round through a Hormigaunt's synaptic ganglia at 900 meters, whose psychic shadow can wither an Eldar warlock's conjurations. In the crucible of ceaseless war, rivalry becomes respect. Respect hardens into kinships forged not in the comforting rituals of a homeworld shrine, but in the shared terror of battling organisms that breathe vacuum, that communicate through telepathic plagues, that weaponize the very fabric of reality. The kill team, once strangers snarling at each other's tactical eccentricities, ceases to be a collection of warriors at all. Under the crucible's hammer strike, they fuse. Squad movement becomes a single organism's breathing. Bolter drills murmur in uncanny unison. The death scream of one Xenos breed triggers a choreographed response from all five in the kill zone. They are a scalpel, but a scalpel crafted from darkness, edged with impossible knowledge, wielded by hands that know precisely when to cut deep and when to twist. But the Death Watch is more than executioners. They are scavengers of the apocalyptic archivists of 1,000 impossible horrors. As the Ordo Xenos' chamber militant, their mandate stretches beyond eradication into the forbidden, the capture, the containment, the blasphemous study. A howling Necron face sword, still quivering with anti-entropic energies, wrenched from disintegrating metal fingers. A Drukhari agonizer, its neural toxins analyzed in sterile vaults deep within Watch fortresses. Even in desperate extremes, the turning of such devices against their creators a Techmarine, his sanctified mechadendrites trembling with revulsion and necessity, jury-rigging a captured Orc shock attack gun to tear apart its former masters. Such acts are anathema, necessary heresies performed under the cold gaze of the Inquisition and the sterile scrutiny of the Adeptus Mechanicus. To feast upon the enemy's strength is to balance on the precipice one misstep, one overlooked scrap of alien consciousness lingering in the captured weapon, and catastrophe bleeds into the Imperium's veins. Yet the Death Watch endures this sacrilege, bearing the taint so that the countless teeming hives of humanity never need know the razor's edge their shield walks. This burden is not borne lightly. Chapters steeped in zealous orthodoxy, the Black Templars with their unquenchable thirst for annihilation, the Dark Angels clutching their own secrets like poisoned daggers, despise the compromises the long vigil demands. They come as men sentenced, not commended, their oaths of compliance bound in chains of ancient obligation to the Emperor himself. The Space Wolves snarl at inquisitorial oversight. The Iron Hands dissect orders with cold logic, distrusting any directive not arising from binary clarity. The Blood Angels wage inner wars against their own darkness, while Xenocide brews around them. Yet they fight. They fight because ancient writs etched onto Titan-bound parchment command it. They fight because there is no other bulwark capable of meeting the galaxy's monstrosities as equals in slaughter. Even the stalwarts Ultramarines stalwart as fortress walls. Crimson fists with vengeance etched into their genetic code carry silent doubts. To walk this path is to become more and less than Space Marine, a keeper of forbidden truths, a wielder of unholy armaments, an eternal watchman resigned to knowing he can never fully return to the light of the brotherhood he once called home. And when the mission ends, should he survive the incalculable perils, the Death Watch Marine faces his final trial silence. He is relieved of his midnight armor, his seals of joint service ritually burned, his mind purged of certain volatile operational details. He returns to his chapter, his armor repainted, his tongue weighted with oaths stronger than adamantium. No tales of Genestealer infestation hatching within segmentum solar bureaucracies. No whispered accounts of Atrud migration corridors coiling through prosperous agri-worlds. No warning of Rangdan psychic echoes still flickering at galactic fringes. He keeps his brothers' trust by betraying them with omission, by smiling grimly at their boasts of Xenos battles while knowing the true horrors gnawing at the Imperium's edge. Some, scarred beyond recognition of their former selves, choose the eternal vigil, sinking into the structure of the Death Watch itself. They become watch captains, their faces obscured by artificer helmets, their voices ground to gravel by decades breathing recycled fortress air. Others become apothecaries of atrocity, Techmarines versed in alien desecration, librarians whose psychic hoods hum with secrets lethal to unshielded minds. These secrets fester, corrosive and sacred. The Ordo Xenos knows well knowledge is the sharpest weapon and the deadliest plague. Let the Imperium's common soldiery learn of the Canib's gravity-warping spore ships, the Slaw's sentient fleshbits manufactorums, and despair would beget heresy, panic would birth betrayal. Thus, ordnance reports become elegies, mission debriefings transform into rituals for the dead. Every Death Watch fortress doubles as a mausoleum for truths too hazardous to be borne. The Long Vigil's veterans become living crypts, their silence a stronger barricade than any fortress wall, their burden sharing space in their genocide alongside the Emperor's holy gifts. Amidst the galactic sprawl, clinging to dead asteroids or drifting unseen in the nebula's heart, the Watch fortresses stand sentinel. These are not chapter keeps resonant with hymns and the reek of sacred oils. They are sterile, echoing vaults operating in perpetual shadow. Tassa Prime, fortress world gifted by Robot Gilliman's own hand, once thrummed with initiates from Ultramar's gleaming bastions, now severed by the Cicatrix maledictum. It serves as a tomb for lost knowledge. Fortress Fuelo's IX, stripped down to skeletal girders and immense vox spires, listens not for warp transmissions, but for the aberrant harmonics of craftworld gravsails. Griffon Altus is a grim spire orbiting a dead hive, its cells overflowing not with battle brothers, but with cryosailed specimens orc spores in stasis, necrodermis fragments sealed behind nullfields, twitching tyrannid bioforms dissected under pallid lumens. A watch commander's authority here is absolute, surpassing mere military rank. He's a fixture of the fortress, scar tissue giving command some bare bionic grafts, restoring anatomy devoured by Atrud temporal rot. Others speak through synthboxes after lictor venom melted lungs. Still others project faint holograms to hide bodies, ruined beyond even Astartes' regeneration. Their council, the stratagem, is a gathering of necessary heretics. The librarian dreads the warp not only for demons, but for the mind-shattering psychona of the enslavers. The apothecary steps beyond healing into abhorrent xenobiology, injecting battle brothers with synthesized tyrannid antitoxins, surgically implanting Eldar shadowfield generators into their own bodies. The tech marine becomes a priest of desecration, worshipping the Omnissiah while calibrating captured Gauss weaponry, knowing each activation risks phase entropy bleeding into the fortress's core. Even the chaplains here preach a distorted creed. Sermons speak not of glory, but of the purity found in absolute silence, the righteousness of smothering forbidden truths beneath oaths sharper than blades. Within these hollowed-out mountains or dangling orbital colossi, watch companies form skeletal things, 50 warriors or fewer. Each company is a mosaic hungry to be broken apart and reassembled, their kill teams shuffled like tarot cards prophesying annihilation. Crimson heraldry stripes on greaves, silver skulls inset on midnight pauldrons. These fleeting sigils mark fleeting brotherhoods. Today's warrior belongs to the company of shattered stars, purging Eldari corsairs from ghost-wreathed void hulks. Tomorrow the silent workings of the stratagem may embed him within the company of Dusk's vengeance, deploying him alongside 2 tech marines and a librarian to desecrate a Tiao communications array. Only the kill teams are constant, and even they exist in flux. Some surge into battle encased in bulky Centurion warplate, their heavy incinerators scouring orc spore-choked asteroids. Others flit through darkness on graveshoots, their blackened armor swallowing lumens as they ambush Necron flayers. Others gather like thunderheads, a stalker pattern bolter's shot cracks a synapse node. Another battle brother severs the limb tendrils of the bewildered bioform with chainsword precision. And before the alien horror crashes down, the plasma cannon erupts, erasing it from material existence. Primaris formations Fortis, Indomitor, Spectrus coil through battlefields as adaptable pathogens, shifting from mechanized spearhead to infantry wall to surgically precise eradication duties. Each fresh atrocity witnessed sharpens their next assault. Every alien mutation cataloged fine-tunes their next barrage. To face a Death Watch kill team is not to face mere transhuman dread, it is to exist in the telescopic sights of 10,000 years of cold hatred, to be drowned in institutional knowledge distributed across weaponized minds. When a watch fortress unleashes an entire company, silence becomes panic. The void shivers not merely from the displacement of strike cruisers, but from the psychic backwash of assassinated horrors. For planetary governors, clutching their writs of desperation before pick feeds showing tendrils erupting from the crust or archaeotech constructs awakening beneath hive spires, the arrival of midnight armored giants offers no comfort. They understand in their gut-deep terror the Death Watch does not come to save worlds. The Death Watch arrives to sterilize. To burn infestation so utterly that not even memory survives. And if that sterilization requires the deployment of vortex grenades, the sanctioning of 10 million souls to halt a Genestealer cult spread, the betrayal of Allied Guard regiments exposed to psychic reclamation, it occurs without hesitation. These are the apostasies no chapter banner could endure, made bearable only in the void-black shroud of the long vigil. Time wears on. Missions blur into an endless scroll of devastation across worlds without names. The warrior celebrates no Terran anniversaries. He marks the passage of years in recovered alien relics, in serums injected to combat extra-dimensional parasites, in the slow accumulation of encrypted mission logs his chapter will never access. He may once have clutched beliefs about purity, about the spiritual rod of defiance against Codex orthodoxy. Now he laughs inwardly. Such distinctions belong to those unburdened by knowledge of the slot's fleshcraft, unmarked by the scorch patterns of dark Eldar darklight weaponry. He becomes alien in thought to those who knew him, his rituals interlaced with the death chants of 1,000 Xeno civilizations, his targeting reticles calibrated by the death throes of bioforms never recorded in Imperial archives. Should he expire upon a nameless asteroid, choking on biospheriating microbes, his corpse will be vaporized by his brothers. No genocide left to return home, no warcry left to echo from chapter halls, just a void-blackened entry in the fortress logs and another silent vigil ended. This is the Death Watch, not a chapter, but a cancer, a malignant necessity metastasizing in the Imperium's darkest reaches. They wield shadows as weapons and truths as shackles. They sacrifice brotherhood upon the altar of versatility, purity upon the pyre of pragmatism. They endure so that hive worlds may light their gaudy spires unabated, so that merchant barons may squabble over resource rights, so that imperial scholars may somnolently debate heretical texts free of the paralyzing truth that we swim in a black ocean teeming with razored jaws, and only the silent, death-dealing few hold those jaws at bay. The long vigil offers no glory, no monuments, no respite. Only the void, the enemy, and the certainty that extinction is forever a single, unsuppressed Xeno's breath away. The silence of the void gave no warning before they came, materializing in a corona of coruscating energy that scorched ancient stone and boiled alien ichor where they stood, the scent of ozone sharp as broken glass in the air. 5 ceramite giants emerged from the storm of displaced atoms, Deathwatch black armor drinking in the sickly green light of the Necron tomb, crimson pauldrons bearing the heraldry of forsaken brotherhoods, now united in singular purpose. At their head strode Watch Captain Varros of the Crimson Fists, his auspex arrays painting targeting sigils across retinal displays, the hum of his mastercrafted stalker pattern bolter, harmonizing with the low chant of incantations spilling from the vox grill of Brother Zachariah, the kill team's librarian. Their insertion had been precise, brutal teleportation matrices delivering them into the heart of the enemy's sanctum, before the tomb's sentinels could raise alarms, before synapse shrieks could cascade through the labyrinthine depths. Such was the way of the Deathwatch, a scalpel thrust into diseased flesh, a lance of imperial vengeance wielded with the cold calculus of those who knew extinction was merely one failed mission away. They moved now as they had been trained bootfalls, silent despite their bulk, targeting reticules dancing across holodisplays, fingers resting lightly on triggers honed to hair-trigger reflex. Each motion spoke of centuries of war encoded into Jenny-enhanced muscle, of neural pathways rewired by hypno-indoctrination, until reaction became instinct. Varro's helm tilted fractionally, the motion caught and mirrored by his squad. Brother Nihilus of the Black Templars shifting his grip on the heavy bolter's gyro-stabilized harness, suspended ammunition feeds gleaming like serpent coils. Chaplain Orton adjusting the grip on his Crozius Arcanum, its disruptor field casting rippling shadows across hieroglyph-led walls. Apothecary Silas cycling bioscanner overlays across his visor, ceramite fingers twitching near the array of specialized rounds sheathed at his waist-crocking penetrators for Necron warriors, Hellfire missiles for the flayed ones swarming tide. The stench struck them first zone, giving way to the thick, metallic tang of necrodermis, the oily undertones of reanimation protocols humming in the air like static before lightning. Figures emerged from the gloom, skeletal warriors carved from captured starlight and hatred older than Terra herself, emerald eyes flaring to life as ancient systems detected their presence. There was no time for hesitation, no space for doubt. Nihilus, bolter roared first, Kraken rounds punching glowing wounds through Necron warriors, their segmented bodies rupturing in blooms of molten metal and green soulfire. Yellow targeter beams sliced through particulate-rich air as Varros, stalker bolter, spoke with lethal economy, each shot detonating a skull-like cranium with surgical precision. Orton's Crozius Arcanum caved in an immortal's chestplate before spinning to intercept a glowing war scythe, the impact sending sparks cascading across the gloom. Their movements were hymns to a choreography of annihilation, bolter reports punctuating the shriek of disintegrating Necrons, the bass thrum of Zachariah's psychic shield shimmering into existence to deflect Gauss flare beams. Yet Varros saw the danger before Auspec's warnings, could chime a nightmare of shifting scarabs flowing like mercury across the floor, coalescing into a Necron overlord whose staff bore sigils that hurt the eyes to witness. The creature moved with unnatural speed, phasing through Orton's defensive swing, its warscythe carving ceramite as the chaplain staggered. No human force could have reacted, but these were no mortals. Silas was already moving, a melta-charge arcing through the air even as Varros snatched the Xenophase blade from his maglock, its alien alloy shimmering with stolen Necron tech. The explosion engulfed the Overlord in purifying radiance, and where its reconstructed form began to shimmer into existence, Varros' blade severed its spinal column, the unnatural metal screaming as it died. Silence fell, save for the hiss of cooling metal and Zachariah's murmured litanies of mental fortitude. No cheers, no exultationally Varros accessing mission parameters through retinal feed, vox-click commands sending the kill team deeper into the tomb's heart. Their mission was clear: find the Nexus Orb, destroy its control matrix, vaporize this festering wound in Imperial space. But Varros felt the weight pressing on them, all 5 Space Marines against a tide that had drowned entire sectors. Once they could count on reinforcements from the Astartes chapters, calling upon sacred oaths sworn in crusades long past. Once. The unspoken truth hung in the stale air between their armored forms as they advanced. The days of blades were ending, the long vigil fraying under the onslaught of an uncaring galaxy. Above the tomb world, unseen by those in the killing fields below, the void echoed with its own lament. Hive fleet Leviathan's shadow crept ever closer, tendrils tasting the system's edges, a biological doom swelling to eclipse stars. Across the galactic rim, orc hordes under Gazkul's banner ravaged the Scarus sector, war moons blotting out suns while Imperial battle fleets fractured under the strain. And always, the Necrons rose, awakening not in scattered tombs, but in legions that blackened worlds with their march. The Deathwatch were spread thinner than ever before, watch fortresses screaming into the astral void for reinforcements that never came, or came too changed, too alien. Varos knew this in the way his kill team's ranks had shifted since the Rift's birth. Brother Cassin of the Iron Handscon recalled when Medusa's forges guttered under Tyranid's siege. His replacement was a Primaris Marine, Brother Kalen of the Nova Marchers, his redoubtable armor thicker, his reactions a nanosecond quicker, but his eyes those unsettled Varos. Not for weakness in battle, Kalen fought like a demigod, unleashed but the lack of ingrained instinct against Xeno's trickery, the hesitation before choosing between Melta charges or Gravflux shells when facing Lictor ambushes. Friction hummed between old and new, tradition and necessity, a microcosm of the Deathwatch itself. Training halls once resonant with the unity of shared purpose, now held simmering tensions, Primaris warriors drilling with transfixed awe at veteran Killmarines, esoteric knowledge of alien physiologies, chafing under protocols forged in centuries of clandestine war. Veteran Deathwatch, in turn, eyed their augmented brothers with suspicion masked as discipline, resentment bubbling beneath the black carapace at orders diverting precious resources to outfit these newcomers, whose very genetics came from secrets hidden even from their own commanders. And always the departures, the messages received and buried deep, the honor-bound requests from chapter masters with voices like fraying steel. Return our son, our penance is paid, our walls crumble without him. Varos remembered escorting Brother Malak of the Blood Angels to the shuttle docks, the way the Flesh Terror's eyes had burned with sorrowful fury beneath his ceremonial hood. His chapter called him home to Baal, where Leviathan's jaws snapped at their throat, called him even as the Deathwatch prepared a strike against the Necron Cryptek, coordinating the system's demise. Malak had left his oathring on the docking bay floor, a shattering of tradition that echoed through the fortress monastery like a breached airlock. These fractures were not merely logistical, but spiritual. Long Vigil, once the pinnacle of honor among the Astartes, now held the bitter tang of conscription. Chapters that had once competed for the privilege to send their finest now clung to veterans like Miser's horde. Even the sacred inquisitorial mandate wore thin as radical Ordos exploited the desperation, offering the Raven Guard respite from Hive fleet splinters in exchange for 5 more years of Captain Solari's service, bartering Dark Angel support at the Caliban Nebula for the right to keep Interrogator Chaplain Barbaros embedded in Watch Fortress Iriok. The stench of political machinations clung to briefing rooms like promethium smoke. Varos saw it in the way Watch Commander Gensis now held War Council's tactical hololiths depicting galactic sectors bleeding crimson as incursion markers proliferated, the man's unshakable voice now edged with fatigue when he spoke of allocating forces. They were down to half strength in 7 sectors, forced to deploy kill teams in penny packets where full demi-companies were needed. Strike cruisers retrofitted for stealth insertions now lumbered into full frontal assaults, Deathwatch brethren fighting as line infantry when their talents were wasted on anything but precision decapitation strikes. And yet, they endured, adapting as they always had, survival etched into their bones like the litanies of hate. When Kraken rounds proved ineffective against Genestealer cults warped by Hive Fleet Chronos, psychic evolution, the armories broke open stasis-sealed vaults, deploying stolen Drukhari haywire grenades. When termite drills couldn't penetrate Biotitan-carved Hive cities, Kill Team Thanatos had turned the Xenos' own weapons against them, luring Hierophants into Necron Scarab swarms, watching as Biotitans dissolved under metallic corrosion. Even now bolted to Varos' own weapon harness was a Tiao Pulse Disruptor salvaged from a Pathfinder's corpse, its overload sequence jury-rigged to fire 3 bursts before melting down. Heresy to Puritan minds, salvation to those drowning in alien tides. Deep in the Necron tomb, Zachariah raised a fist, the kill team freezing mid-stride. Ahead pulsed the Nexus Orb, its crystalline structure shimmering with captive starlight, tendrils of energy linking it to pylons stretching into darkness. The chamber reeked of temporal dislocation, air thick enough to choke even transhuman lungs. Nihilus already had the Melta charges primed when the ambush struck not from ahead but below, the floor disintegrating into a swarm of scarabs that climbed armored joints like metallic locusts. From shadowed alcoves poured flayed ones, blades weeping contagion, dementia shrieks scraping at mental wards. Varos' world narrowed to the dance of Death Sinafe's blade severing claws, Stalker Bolter coughing specialized rounds into Necron joints. But their formation was breaking. Orton went down beneath a tide of scarabs, his Croxius crushing one flayed one even as others shredded armor cabling. Kalen roared, emptying his hellfire rounds point-blank into the swarm bioacid-melting necrodermis. Zachariah's psychic beacon flared, a scream inside their skulls as he unleashed a telekinetic blast that ripped flayed ones into shrapnel. Silas dragged Orton clear, Narthesium whirring to inject combat stims. Varros saw Athena phalanx of Lichguard materializing around the orb, warsides crackling with dimensional harmonics. They were outnumbered, outgunned, seconds from annihilation. His hand closed over a vortex grenade proscribe, unstable, capable of shredding reality itself. A weapon no watch captain should possess. A weapon this watch captain had bartered from a grinning Ordo Xenos Inquisitor in exchange for 6 months added to his vigil. His thumb hovered over the activation rune. Deathwatch Protocol roared for purity, demanded they die upholding the Emperor's dictums against such abominable arsenals. Necessity whispered of the greater victory, the mission above all. The grenade detonated with a sound like time tearing, a momentary black maw devouring Lichguard, the explosion's backlash hurling Varros into shattered stone. He rose amidst the wreckage, helm cracked, blood mingling with sacred oils leaking from his armor. The Nexus orb lay fractured, Necron constructs collapsing like puppets with cut strings. Mission accomplished. Another star saved, another debt owed. But as he looked at his kill team Orton limping, Kalen's helm visor shattered to reveal eyes bright with fresh trauma, Zachariah's psychic aura flickering like a guttering candle, Varros felt the cost etched into them all. They were becoming what they fought, adopting alien ruthlessness, bending oaths until they threatened to snap. Light years distant, in eternal cold that bit deeper than any battlefield frost, the great library of the Blood Angels, Balite Moon loomed over its lone scribe. Larian's quill scratched across vellum under the watchful gaze of statues weeping frozen blood, their angelic wings spread in silent benediction. Here, under Librarian Arcona's silent vigil, history unfolded not in blood and bolter shells, but in ink and dying firelight. The boy trembled, not from cold though the library's chill seeped into marrow, but from the weight of knowledge flowing through his hand. He chronicled the sanguineous, lineage-glorious victories over traitor legions, the whispered pain of the Black Rage, the recent horror of Baal's devastation under Leviathan's jaws. Each word seemed to pulse with the heartbeat of the Imperium, a fragile thread connecting past to unraveling present. The hearth's crackle echoed battles come and gone, flame shadows dancing like phantoms of fallen heroes. Arcona stood immobile, his mind brushing Larian's thoughts gentle, inexorable. Below them, beneath Moonrock and Permacrete, the Blood Angels prepared again for war. Recalled veterans from Deathwatch strike forces brought alien weapon schematics to the armories, their eyes haunted, their allegiances split between star-spanning brotherhoods. Even here, the vigil's shadow stretched long. Larian's ink froze mid-sentence, breath catching as an older pain resurfaced memory of a Deathwatch chaplain who'd visited the Librarium years past, his black armor scorched by Atrud temporal weapons, voice hollowed to a rasp as he recounted fighting beside Blood Angel brethren on the plains of Hesiod. That warrior was dead now, torn apart by Hormagaunts during a Tyranid boarding action. Yet his saga remained, etched in scrolls Larian now touched reverently. Duty was memory, service was legacy. He dipped his quill once more, the scratch of nib on parchment joining the wind's mournful choir outside the diamond glass windows. Thus did the galaxy endure not merely through bolter and blade, but by the recording hand that bound their stories against entropy's tide. Somewhere far away, the iron-bound doors groaned deep within the library's heart, a shuddering gust rattling against ancient hinges, and Laren's fingers tightened around his quill as if it were a blade. The sound was a raw, unwelcome reminder of the world beyond these stone walls, a howling expanse of ice and death, where survival was a duel fought daily against wind and weakness. Here, amidst the towering shelves and the soft, accusing glow of looming globes, the silence felt alive, thick with the breath of generations past. Their voices coiled in the dust-moted air, spectral hands pressing down upon his shoulders, urging him to carve their truth into the vellum before it faded into oblivion. The weight was a physical thing, a mantle of memory heavier than ceramite. He dipped the quill again, the nib scraping like a bone against parchment, and let the ink flow not with the flourish of triumphs, but the ragged truth of beginnings. For Laren had come to understand, through sleepless nights and crumbling texts, that angels could only be captured not in their soaring glory, but in the dirt-smeared roots of their making. The chamber itself seemed to lean closer as he wrote, the firelight flickering like ancestral eyes, transforming the cold air into a living tapestry where shadows whispered tales older than the Imperium's heartbeat. Long before the stars bent knee to the Emperor's dream, when Terra was a festering wound of chemstorms and howling anarchy, the Ninth Legion clawed their way into existence. The old night was not a time, but a suffocating presencia poison seeping through the planet's veins, twisting flesh and shackling hope. While other legions rose as banners of unity and conquest, gleaming symbols of a golden dawn, the Ninth were birthed from necessity's grim womb, a scalpel for cancers even the Thunder Warriors dared not excise. They were not born to inspire hymns but to endure screams. Where cultivation failed, they salted the earth. Their ranks were forged not from noble stock or warlord champions, but from the forgotten Dregscavingers gnawing on irradiated carcasses, slaves whose spines had bent beneath techno-barbarian whips, their bodies warped and blistered by generations of betrayal by air and soil. The Emperor's genetic alchemy was no gentle sacrament. It was a crucible that shattered weak men and reforged survivors into parodies of the divine. Tall they stood, fair as marble statues under a blood-red dawn, features sharpened to a cruel symmetry that mocked the future Primarch they'd never met. Living icons, yes, but also embers of a terrible equation. For every shred of glory, a pound of flesh paid in advance. In the rad-choked wastes, where mutated horrors slithered from collapsed hive cities, the Ninth found their baptism. The Amarka nestled in their biology was less a gift than a Shackleyan organ that let them devour the memories and skills of the fallen, sucking knowledge from marrow and brain matter. Survival demanded it. Resupply was a myth in the blighted zones they haunted. When the killing ended, they lingered like carrion birds over fields of corpses, alabaster faces smeared crimson, feasting not out of hunger but grim strategy. Each bite was a stolen secret, a fragmentary weapon against the next abomination. But where their brothers saw pragmatism, outsiders saw predation. Whispers followed them like flies to rot eaters of the dead, a title that clung like a second skin. Their battle cry was silence, their legacy erasure. They fought without the Ultramarines' noble calculus or the Space Wolves' howling joy, only a cold animal rage that scoured life from the earth as if purging a stain. Even victory tasted ashen. Among the Imperial army, their arrival drew not cheers but averted eyes, the soldiers crossing themselves as if warding off plague. Angels they called them, but angels with teeth bared and hands forever slick. The Emperor had crafted them for this very purpose, yet in his genius, he'd sown the seeds of their exile. Their beauty was a gauntlet thrown in the face of their function-pale skin glowing like funeral lilies amidst gore-streaked armor, features too regal for the butchery they delivered. Paradox sculpted in ceramite and genicode, monsters with the faces of saints. When fleets gathered in the great mustering halls, the Ninth stood apart, their storm-great plate daubed with kill marks and archaic runes of mourning. Other legions bonded over shared campaigns. The Ninth exchanged only the rituals of the fallen captains consumed, their identities devoured and reborn in the veins of successors. When a warrior fell, his name became an heirloom swallowed whole by the next bearer. To outsiders, it reeked of barbarism, a grotesque pantomime of immortality. To the Ninth, it was the sacrament that bound them to duty. Figures like Shizu Aros weren't men but lineages, chains of memory stretching back to unification's dawn. When the Crusade flung them into Neptune's lightless moon sent to die in the labyrinthine guts of Xenos-infested colony Rex the Imperium wrote their obituary. 12,000 revenants in unmarked gray dropped into the choking dark. Months passed. Silence. Then when Imperial fists finally cracked open those blighted vaults, they found not corpses but a legion reborn, swollen with recruits ripped from the mutated wretches scratching a life in the void. The Ninth's apothecaries worked miracles, hammering human wreckage into angels, their armor now adorned with bone trophies and terrorglyphs. They fought barefaced, letting foes behold their blood-masked divinity before the killing blow. Malcador himself dubbed them the Revenant Legion, a title bitter with awe. They'd cheated death, but the cost was written in the way other legions. Officers tightened their gauntlets when the Ninth entered a stratagem. The Warhounds and the scattered of ETH might share their exile, but even those brutal souls hesitated at the edge of the Ninth's shadow. And so they embraced their mantle of Emperor's necessary stain, the darkness against which his light could sear brighter. They asked for no parades, no ballads. Every purged world, every silent battlefield was a hymn to their purpose. Yet beneath it all, in the quiet between war cries, a question festered like an unhealed wound. When the Crusade's fires finally guttered out, when the Golden Age dawned clean and pure, what place would there be for angels woven from shadows? Laren's quill slowed, ink pooling like clotting blood. He could taste their sorrow in the dry library, ira loneliness as vast as the void they'd conquered. The past breathed around him, but the future was a door still sealed, guarded by ghosts not yet made. His hand resumed its work, etching truth into the page, each word a vigil for the beautiful, broken things the galaxy could never quite forgive. In the vast, unrelenting march of the Great Crusade, as worlds burned and civilizations bowed before the Emperor's light, the Ninth Legion stood an enigma amidst the legions of the Adeptus Astartes, a brotherhood, torn between transcendent glory and unspeakable damnation, their angelic visages belying the darkness coiled within their very blood. Their victories were etched across the stars, their heraldry a symbol of hope and terror in equal measure. Yet for every world brought to compliance, whispers trailed them like poison, tales of crimson excesses staining their honor. They were death-defied, yet death's architects, a legion whose legend was written not merely in battle honors, but in the ashen aftermath they left behind, the husks of worlds drained of life in their wake. Even as their brothers hailed them as paragons, the warriors of the Ninth felt the gnawing truth take root: they were outcasts in the making, diverging from the imperial ideal with each campaign, their path forward choked by doubt and the haunting suspicion that there was no redemption to be found, no absolution for what they were becoming. The answers they sought would not come from the cold Forge worlds or the stratagems of distant fleets, but from a desolation at the galaxy's edge, where destiny awaited them in the form of a being whose own blood would be their salvation and their damnation, a Primarch, golden and divine, whose arrival would both elevate them to demigodhood and shackle them to a curse as ancient as the warp itself. For Sanguinius, angel of Baal, hawk-born and perfect son of the Emperor, was more than their progenitor, was their mirror, their ideal, and the source of their torment. The Blood Angels, in their soaring majesty and terrible flaw, were not merely warriors remade, but souls transformed, their mortal frames reshaped by the gene seed's touch into living embodiments of angelic grace. Where other legions bore genetic aberrations as marks of grim endurance, the Ninth stood apart, their faces sculpted into masks of inhuman beauty, their movements poetry given form. Yet beneath this radiance writhed an affliction, a duality carved into their bones the moment Sanguinius' blood mingled with their own. To become a Blood Angel was to endure a metamorphosis that verged on blasphemy, a ritual of insanguination where aspirants, drawn from the irradiated hellscapes of Baal Secundus and Tertius, drank deep from the blood of the sanguinary priests, vessels of the Primarch's preserved essence. Their bodies swelled with unnatural vigor, their senses sharpened to preternatural clarity, their very souls straining toward the light of nobility Sanguinius embodied. But for every aspirant who emerged from the crucible reborn, a dozen more perished in agony, their bodies rejecting the gift, their veins boiling with corrupted life. Those who survived bore invisible scars, fissures in their genetic code that whispered of darker hungers, red thirst, first and most insidious of their curses, a gnawing, ceaseless craving for the vidi of the living. This hunger was no mere appetite, but an echo of their Primarch's essence, a paradox of their transcendence. In battle, it gifted them ferocity beyond reckoning, strength to rend ceramite and shatter bone, yet it was a storm barely leashed, threatening always to break free. To feel the thirst rise was to straddle an abyss. The noble warrior could become a slaughterer in an instant, pale skin, flushing with stolen life, fangs elongating as the mask of humanity slipped. Some in the Imperium spat that these were the marks of demon blood, that Sanguinius' wings were not divine but the spore of chaos, that the Ninth Legion danced on the precipice of damnation, heresies, all but heresies that clung like a stench to the Legion's reputation. The thirst, however, was but the shadow before the storm. For when a Blood Angel fell not to hunger, but to the black rage, the abyss opened wide, the warrior's mind shattered under the weight of Sanguinius' final moments, the siege of terror replaying in his skull in an endless screaming loop. He saw the vengeful spirit's corridors bathed in betrayal's light, felt the Warmaster's talons pierce angelic flesh, knew the crushing despair of a Primarch robbed of hope. These were no memories but living wounds, time itself collapsing until the present became a ghostly stage for past tragedy. Lost in the rage, the Blood Angel howled with his father's voice, striking down friend and foe alike, his body a puppet for the angel's dying wrath. To witness a brother succumb was to see a star vanish into darkness. Those overtaken were taken by the chaplains, their crimson plate painted black as mourning, as void. They became the Death Company, a sacred brotherhood of the damned hurled into war's hottest crucibles, their madness channeled into one final act of redemptive violence. None returned, none could. Yet even in their damnation, the Black Rage bestowed a grisly gift, afflicted endured wounds that would pulp even a space marine, fighting on with limbs severed and organs pulped, sustained by the phantom vitality of a Primarch's last breath. Commander Dante himself, chapter master and ancient beyond measure, stood as bittersweet testament to this curse-born resilience. Though untainted by the rage, his millennia of life fueled whispers that Sanguinius' blood conferred more than mere strength, it was life stolen from death, a vampiric endurance. Scholars in gilded scriptoria argued whether the flaw sprang from the warp's touch upon the Primarch's gestation, or some impurity in the ancient rites of insanguination, where once the Legion drank directly from Sanguinius' veins. Now they relied upon the Red Grail, a relic holding the dregs of his sacred essency, a thinning potency, many feared, that left each new generation more vulnerable to the flaw's teeth. This duality made the Blood Angels pariahs clad in splendor. Allies revered their martial elegance, the poise with which they waged war as if untouched by the gristle and gore of the battlefield, yet those who glimpsed fangs bared in the heat of combat, or heard the Death Company's dirges echoing from the gunship holds, knew the truth. The Ninth Legion teetered on a razored edge, forever one moment from plunging into bestiality. Their fortress monastery on Baal became not merely a bastion but a gilded cage, its walls thick with the silence of shame. Within its sanctums, sanguinary priests labored to unravel their curse, delving into forbidden genetic lore, scouring Xeno's archives, and the whispers of rogue psychers for salvation. Yet for many, the flaw was not a shackle, but the furnace of their resolviach battle a test to master the thirst, each campaign a gamble that the rage would not claim them before their duty was done. The Tower of Amaro loomed over Baal's wastes, a grim sentinel where the most thirstlost were said to be entombed, its obsidian heights echoing with cries that could not be wholly muffled. Rumors clung to the legion like carrion birds, villages found drained of blood near Blood Angel's musters, battle brothers vanishing after their eyes gleamed too hungrily in the gloom. Was it the flaws clower their enemies' lies? The truth remained buried like the dead of forgotten outposts, and the curse spread. Successor chapters bore the taint like a shared scar. The flesh terrors reveled in brutality barely leashed, their battle cries edged with frenzy. The angels sanguine hid behind masks, fearing their affliction was plain to see. The noble lamenters, whose genocide was painstakingly purified by Martian adepts, found no peace misfortune dogged them like a foe, as though fate itself punished their hubris in defying their blood's demand. When the Primaris Marines emerged from Belisarius Call's labs, their arrival on wings of hope, many prayed the curse was broken. These new warriors, taller, stronger, their sinews woven with arcane science, seemed immune to the Black Rage's grasp. Yet the thirst endured, a serpent still coiled in their veins cooled, perhaps, but whispering still. The flaw's shadow stretched long, proof that even innovation could not cleanse the angels' legacy, for in their torment lay their strength. The Blood Angels, perhaps alone among the Adeptus Astartes, understood frailty. Their battle cry was not merely for glory, but for survival, a daily war against the darkness within. That struggle birthed compassion, empathy for mortal souls they fought to protect, even as they feared themselves the greater monsters. To stand with them was to stand with angels who knew they might fall yet fought on, wings tattered but unbroken. Nowhere was this dichotomy sharper than the sands of Chiron. In that bleak age, as the Great Crusade clawed into the lawless void beyond Segmentum Solar, the Ninth Legion wore not the gold and crimson of heroes, but the storm-grey livery of executioners, an epithet earned in blood. They were the Revenant Legion then, a name spoken in dread. Chiron was a festering pustule of a world, orbited by silence. 4 regiments of the Viridian Regulars, sent to scout its wastes, had vanished without void signal or final prayer. When Voxelence stretched too long, the Ninth descended, 3 companies plunging in drop pods like falling stars. What they found was no simple rebellion, but a grotesquerie Chiron's tribes, twisted by generations of radiation into pallid, wasted cannibals, worshipping a tyrant sorcerer named Eghaloya and his cabal of warp-touched shamans. To these wretches, war was sacrament, flesh the only sacrament. Their fortresses of fused bone rose like broken teeth from sulphurous flats, the air reeking of charnel pyres and spoiled meat. At first, compliance seemed assured. The Revenant Legion advanced like a scythe, rotor cannons chewing through mutant hordes, blades gutting chieftains in their piston-thrown dens. But Chiron fought as a single, malignant organism. Eghaloya's sorcery thickened the air with miasmas, turning brother against brother in hallucinatory fog. Mutants swarmed not as rabble, but in disciplined tides, hurling themselves upon the Astartes in waves of mangled flesh, their warcries ululations to a dark god gnawing at reality's edge. In those claustrophobic tunnels, beneath skies bruised with warplight, the Blood Angels, though they bore not yet the name, faced a foe worse than death. Chiron forced them to see their own reflection fangs, fury, the hunger beneath their disciplining amidst the slaughter. Something within the Legion shifted. The thirst, once a secret shame, became a weapon. They drank deep from foe and friend alike, the battlefield turning crimson not with spilled blood but consumed blood, their pale faces glistening, their eyes fever-bright. Here in the crucible, the flaw's ugly truth was laid bare. It was the source of their endurance, their victory, and their soul's erosion. Chiron was not merely a battle, but an omen, a foreshadowing of Sanguinius, gift, and its pricey a keynote in the symphony of damnation that would echo through 10,000 years of war. The air screamed, not metaphorically, not poetically, it screamed, a physical tearing of reality itself as the warlord's weapon unraveled existence. Where moments before there, deep in the roar of chainswords and the guttural howls of Chiron's mutant horde, now there existed only an impossible shriek reverberating through bone marrow as the sky bled. Monstrous shapes coalesced from the ripped, half-formed nightmares given claws and gnashing teeth, falling upon Astartes and mutant alike with mindless hunger. For creatures bred for war, engineered to withstand horrors beyond mortal comprehension, even the warriors of the Ninth felt something cold and unfamiliar flicker in their geniforged hearts. This wasn't war. This was the warp made flesh. They'd pushed deep, a spearhead of crimson ceramite hacking through tides of malformed flesh, their every stride a symphony of violence. Chainteeth dulled from overuse spat sparks as they punched through sinew and bone, yet for every mutant felled, a dozen more swarmed forward, numberless, endless. The superhuman precision of the Astartes began to mean less than sheer endurance, muscles screaming under armor dented by crude blades and blunt projectiles. Then came the rip in the world, the warp-spawned horrors descending, and the calculus shifted again. Survival became the only arithmetic that mattered. Retreat. Not orderly, not glorious, a desperate scrabbling backwards through rivers of viscera, using the shattered husks of fallen brothers as bulwarks, as weapons, as shields. 2 companies sacrificed to the red calculus, their sacrifice buying a harrowing withdrawal for 380 warriors who no longer resembled the Emperor's angels. They resembled survivors, scavengers, predators. Lesser legions would have shattered. Lesser legions would have starved, withered, died under the uncaring void where Imperial supply lines should have stretched. But the Ninth remembered older hungers. They remembered Terra before Unity, before the Emperor's light, when survival meant taking what the enemy possessed and making it yours by right of fang and claw. Genocide became currency, lifeblood, the future carved from the unwilling. Apothecaries, once healers, became butchers, harvesters, alchemists distilling strength from death. Haran's mutants, those twisted but resilient, found themselves collared by necessity, their bodies reshaped in the Ninth's grim forges. Their offspring would not weep beneath radioactive skies. They'd stand tall in modified plate, the Legion's genicode etching angelic might into brutish flesh. And the fallen fed the Legion. Flesh denied to the enemy, flesh recycled into sustenance. There was no ceremony, no sacred rites, only the wet sound of consumption beneath Quran's poisoned stars. 12 years. A dozen cycles of bloody sunrises across poisoned sands. Precision became obsession. Small-scale raids bled the enemy, hit-and-fade tactics perfected over years of grinding attrition. The Legion moved like ghosts now, no longer the gleaming hammer of the Imperium but a knife in the shadows, rusted yet lethal. Numbers dwindled, then stabilized as the mutant thrall novitiates swelled their decimated ranks, yet whispers traveled faster than vox signals. Regiments marching beside them saw the gauntness in Astartes' eyes, the too-long glances at wounded warriors, the stains around the mouth grills that no solvent could fully erase. Recovered journals spat venomous truths, the charnel feast, a title hissed with fear and revulsion. Stories of verdant rifles, soldiers vanishing from triage tents, of broken men drained dry, their husks discarded like empty ration tins. Saviors. Yes, the Ninth had shattered the mutant warlords. But what manner of savior feasted on those they protected? Victory, when it came, tasted like ashes. Yaya's spaceport fortress fell not to righteous might, but to relentless, knowing pressure. The warlord's final sorceries lashed out, but the Ninth met hellfire with cold, hardened pragmatism. Warbands led by Geniforge novitiates swarmed the battlements. Chainblades rose and fell. Eloya fled skyward in a rattling voidship, only to disintegrate beneath the macrocannons of the 7th Legion fleet newly arrived in orbit. Salvation had come too late, and bearing judgment. Rogel Dorn descended to a world baptized in horror. Buren's ruins stank of old death, its soil black and cloying where blood had pooled and congealed over years. Imperial banners hung limp where they should have snapped proud in victory wins. Dorn's face, stern as carven stone, betrayed nothing as his gaze swept over the Ninth survivors. Their armor patched with scavenged mutant bone and corroded plating. Their eyes hollow yet burning with a defiant pride. He saw necessity, he saw atrocity. His censure was thunderous. Buren burned a second time, purged by phosphex and sealed by imperial decree. No chronicles would record its fall. No remembrancers would etch tales of Quran's banquet. Only ashes remained, and the Ninth. They stood amidst the pyre's smoke, battered but unbowed. Scorn flowed now like a poisoned tide within the Imperium. Whispers in the stratagem, averted gazes in the muster halls. At Jant's siege, the 14th Company butchered prisoners upon the ramparts, feasting openly as defenders retched in terror. Intelligence gathering, they claimed. Psychological warfare. The excuses curdled even Astartes' stomachs. Maleggant rifles dying were given the Emperor's mercy by having their throats slit. Then their veins drained for later genetic recycling. Pragmatism, the Ninth argued, because broken men could not march, and the Legion could not let its future wither. Yet each grim act tightened the noose of condemnation. Resupply dwindled. Advanced armor marks went to legions whose honor remained untainted. The Ninth adapted, scavenging like carrion birds, their war gear a patchwork monstrosity. Victory remained their only creed, the respect of brothers long since discarded as naive. Jealousy some warriors spat, jealousy of their adaptability, their resolve. But in the quiet moments between battles, even the hardest legionaries felt doubt's icy touch. Was this survival, or slow, inexorable damnation? Salvation came not as a beacon of light, but as a whisper in radioactive winds. A scout vessel, straying far off the Crusade's beaten paths, stumbled upon a graveyard planet bathed in the sickly glow of dying stars. Baal Secundus, a name spat with dread by rogue traders. A hellscape where poisonous cyclones scoured flesh from bone and mutant legions warred amidst ruins older than Old Night itself. Yet amidst the carnage, survivors clung to existence as tribes of the blood they called themselves. broken, scarred yet enduring, and among them stories, legends, tales of a winged child battling red scorpions barehanded, of a youth shattering stone with his fists, of a leader whose wisdom banished tribal strife, whose wings carried him above the wasteland's horrors like a promise of better days. The ninth, drifting ever closer to the abyss, paid little heed at first. Scouts' reports spoke of unusual genetic markers, potential recruit stock, nothing more. Yet slowly, trickle by trickle, other tales filtered through stories not just of strength, but of compassion, of unity forged not through terror, but through hope. A winged leader who turned tribes from cannibalism, a warlord who healed as swiftly as he slew. On Baal Secundus, beneath skies choked with perpetual dust, the child who fell from the stars never spoke of his earliest dazed screams echoing through gestation pods as the wombship fled unspeakable forces, the impact that shattered ancient ruins, the decades wandered amid scorpion nests and howling mutants. He remembered the ache of radiation on skin that refused to blister, the coppery tang of mutant blood in his mouth. Survival etched itself into his bones, but so did sorrow. They found him at last not as a conqueror, but as prey. A blood-hunting party, gaunt from famine, encircled the winged youth. Their spears trembled not from fear of his strangeness, but from the madness of starvation glittering in their eyes. A spear thrust meant for his heart met empty air as wings, bone-white and vast, unfurled in a thunderclap of displaced dust. He could have slain them. It would have been effortless. Instead, he offered the scorpion corpse he'd dragged for miles, its venom glands carefully excised. "Eat," he'd said, voice cracking from disuse. "There is no honor in this death, only waste." He never claimed to be an angel, even as his wings bore him laughing above the dunes while tribesmen gaped. Even as his fists shattered mutant warlords clad in scrap iron, he spoke of unity, of shared strength, of protection. Tribes fractured for centuries under poisoned skies found themselves following a youth who moved like the desert windswift, untouchable, yet leaving life in his wake where before there'd been only dust. And when the nightmares came, visions of a golden giant cloaked in shadow, of brother turning upon brother in endless war, Sanguinius, for the blood had named him thus. Sanguine, the protector. Aeus, the storm, took his fears to battle. His fury became a radiant thing, a nimbus of light wreathing his brow as he cut down entire warbends, leaving corpses smoldering under Baal's pale sun. Live by example, die by example. Devotion spread like wildfire. Blood elders muttered of old Terra's myths resurrected. Warriors bearing scars older than their chieftain's birth pledged blades to his cause. Still, the dreams worsened. Golden giant, betrayal, wings torn, blood, endless blood on the eve of his ascension as master of Baal Secundus, a title won not through force, but through every tribe chief bending knee freely. Sanguinius stood atop the highest spire of ruins older than mankind's exile from Terra. Behind him, lights flickered in caves repurposed into homes. Children laughed where once only mutant howls echoed. Below, his people thrived. Ahead, the stars beckoned, cold and uncaring. He knew a greater war awaited beyond the wasteland's embrace. A war where his sciences hardened, loyal blood would need to become more than survivors. He would need to become more than their protector. On distant Quran, unwatched by imperial eyes, the ninth burned the last bodies of their mutant thralls. Their own genetic legacy, now stabilized, pulsed with stolen strength, yet a hollowness remained. No word from Terra, no Primarch to shield them from censure. Only the bitter certainty that survival demanded ever greater sins. They did not yet know of Baal, of wings unfolding in desert sunlight, but fate's gears turned. The blood's angel stirred, and across the void, the revenant legion's downward spiral shuddered, paused, and waited for destiny's touch. Stars, though he harbored no certainty of their provenance, Sanguinius could not extinguish the longing those visions ignited within him. Burning brighter than the twin suns that withered his poisoned homeland, his time upon Baal was merely the threshold of an odyssey destined to stretch beyond the irradiated wastes and blood-soaked sands that had cradled his haunted youth, as the tribes of the blood gathered beneath wings that shielded them from the worst of their cursed existence, as the twisted and the malformed were cast. Into shadowed exile, a new legend began its inexorable weaving. The saga of the angel who ascended from damnation became a resonant hymn of survival and salvation, carrying across Baal's desolate moons. Even as Sanguinius lifted his broken people from anguish, the heavens beckoned a future unfurling beyond the sickly clouds of their blighted world, where the Emperor of mankind waited patient and immeasurable, his gaze settling upon the Ninth Legion's fate. The Emperor's fleet descended upon Baal Secundus. Not as conquering heralds, but as the first light of dawn piercing, a sun-blasted waste, a revelation cast across a realm steeped in eternal dusk. This barren moon had long been dismissed by imperial surveyors, its cracked surface deemed devoid of strategic worth, no resources to plunder, no armies to muster, only silence and sorrow festering in isolation. Yet in the turning of 843 M30, the master of mankind veered his course toward this forsaken orb, drawn not by material ambition but by a psychic resonance faint, yet undeniable, the muted cry of a stolen sun shrieking across the void. the Emperor's armada breached Baal's poisoned skies, expecting to find ruins, and the remnants of despair. Instead, they beheld the fragile glow of tenuous order kindled by the great angel Sanguinius, had wrought an improbable peace upon his scorched cradle. The warring Pharaoh's tribes, fractured by generations of brutal conflict, and tormented by the creeping horror of mutation, now knelt. United beneath his radiant wings, not through the fire of conquest, but through the gentle strength of wisdom, his mighty sinews tempered by mercy, he had forged a sanctuary amidst the wastelands, a fragile kingdom, where the damned clutched hope like a blade against the throat of oblivion. Sanguinius had dreamed this moment, as he had dreamed so many others. The visions that once tormented his youth now unfolded before him, with the terrible clarity of prophecy. Forsaking crown and retinue, he walked alone into the endless sands to meet destiny. Clad in the humility of foresight, the radiant being who haunted his dreams now stood incarnate, and Sanguinius knelt, not as a king, but as a supplicant, his wings folding like a penitent's shroud, his soul plea a fragile mercy for his blighted people. The Emperor beheld in this divine son a mirror of his own impossible aspirations, and granted the boon Baal's tribes would endure untouched. Their fragile existence, shielded no imperial ship, would violate their sands without the angel's blessing. With that covenant sealed, Sanguinius ascended, abandoning the only home he had ever known, to embrace his celestial birthright, soaring into the void, to stand at his father's side. His initiation into the Imperium's grandeur unfolded under the tutelage of Horus, first among sons Warmaster and Paragon. Together they carved paths through the stars, Sanguine Blade and Lunar Wolf, learning the vast terrible scope of the empire they were forging. But even as Sanguinius fought beside his brother, his soul turned toward the scattered shards of the Ninth, the sons he had never known, the Revenant Legion, a name etched in blood and ignominy, fractured into disparate bands of survivors, each a testament to endurance and horror. The Emperor's summons dragged these tattered remnants from 100 battlefields, a gathering that spanned weary years, until at last they assembled upon the storm-racked hell of Teghar Pentus, a world as shattered and tempestuous as their own fractured spirits. They came not in glory, but in grim silence, armor scarred by centuries of war, faces hardened into masks by scorn and betrayal. And it was here, amid the maelstrom, where rain fell like shrapnel and winds howled the dirge of dead worlds, that Sanguinius first beheld his broken children, descending from a stormbird wreathed in lightning wings of impossible white, unfurling against the bruised heavens. His visage was their own sculpted perfection, made grotesque by the lineage of scars each warrior bore. He stood luminous amidst their battered ranks, met not with adoration, but with cold silence, arms crossed, defiance burning in eyes that knew only the sting of distrust. Sanguinius did not command them, did not invoke his divinity or demand their fealty. In an act that shattered the heavens themselves, the angel bent his knee to the damned, his wings embracing the mud-stained earth before his sons. An unspoken pact forged not by decree, but by sacrifice. Rising from that abased moment, Sanguinius led them not as a general, but as the foremost blade, charging into the teeth of the Abhuman hordes, defiling Teghar. The carnage that followed baptized them in fire, a whirlwind of violence that tested the Revenant Legion's marrow, and tasted their Primarch's soul. Sanguinius fought among them, no leader aloft, but brother in arms, his sword parting monstrous flesh wings. A tempest of deathblood, Grace's blood mingling with theirs in the churned gore of the battlefield, claiming the pelt of a slain Carnadin as a sacrament of shared ordeal through the crucible of slaughter. Sanguinius glimpsed the abyss lurking in their hearts, the gnawing hunger, the ravenous thirst for annihilation. He saw his own shadow reflected a darkness, mirroring the light he so fiercely embodied. Yet amidst the carnage, he discerned a flicker of something finer, a stubborn ember of nobility. These warriors fought not merely to destroy, but to claim something. Tasted victory not as thralls, but as men starved for recognition. They clung to their own desperate codes, discipline hammered from despair. Sanguinius saw in their ragged honor a foundation to build upon the silent fields of Teghar. Slicked red beneath a brooding sky, Sanguinius stood before his sons, the weight of their shared destiny crushing his winged shoulders, and declared them redeemed not by empty platitudes, but by blood and blade, and the covenant of that fatal kneeling. They were no longer revenants doomed to haunt the Imperium's fringes, they were blood angels, and their name would ring as a clarion of hope and absolution. Sanguinius granted them more than title. He bestowed purpose, vowing to temper their fury and their hunger into a force that served the Imperium through creation as much as destruction. Thus the blood angels ascended, reborn not in a singular epiphany, but through the slow alchemy of ordered struggle, their shadowed natures held at arm's length by the radiance of their Primarch's faith. Sanguinius understood the burden he now bore, the flaws and fears of his sons etched into his own soul. Their redemption would span stars and centuries, but here upon Teghar's corpse-strewn plains a vow had been woven into history, sealed in blood, as enduring as the angel's wings, the blood angels. Rebirth was less a transformation than a pilgrimage, a metamorphosis mirroring their sire's own arduous climb from Baal's ruins to the pinnacle of imperial glory. The name Blood Angels rang as a clarion, but remaking these war-scarred revenants into paragons demanded decades of deliberate trial. Under Sanguinius's watchful gaze, the Legion turned toward Horus, the War Master, mentor who had guided Sanguinius through his own galactic apprenticeship. Sanguine wisdom held that service alongside the hallowed Luna Wolves would forge his sons into true instruments of the Imperial truth. Thus the Ninth was divided company by company, each embedded within the Lunar Wolves. Ranks campaigns meticulously chosen each battlefield, a crucible to anneal their brutal, passed into gleaming discipline upon Anai's Xii. The Blood Angels held the line beside the Imperial fists. What year-long siege against a seething tide of Rudd barbarians. They learned the steel-born worth of Brotherhood shields, locking as one against the crushing onslaught on Cambria's fog-choked hills. They met the Eldar's Wraithbone Legion's deadly dances of blade and shadow, that demanded not berserk fury but surgical precision, honing their savagery into a weapon of controlled wrath upon Caris. Beta Sanguinius showed them another path, leading a bloodless pacification, where mercy proved sharper than any chainblade victory achieved. Through presence rather than slaughter, through these arduous trials, the Blood Angels slewed off the stigma of their birth. They emerged from the Crusade's shadowed margins, as warriors reborn, their unsurreveled name now whispered with respect by friend and foe alike. Sanguine teachings planted in them a new pride not rooted in carnage, but in the transcendent belief they could rise beyond their damned heritage. They became more than killers, they were artists of war, scholars of destruction, and guardians of fragile truths. When finally they returned to Baal's irradiated embrace, the Blood Angels were unrecognizable from the broken things that had fled Teghar's storms. The deserts welcomed warriors, transformed their bloodlust sheathed by discipline, their rage tempered into a honed edge. They found a new generation awaiting them, sons of Baal, handpicked by Sanguinius youth, scarred by radiation, yet unbroken, their faces etched with the same fierce nobility as the great angel himself. These initiates merged with the scarred veterans, forging a legion where radiant hope and grim experience intertwined, a living tapestry of crimson devotion. Yet no amount of redemption could excise the Legion's shadowed heart. The bloodthirst that once defined them lurked coiled and venomous beneath noble facades. Sanguinius armed them against this inner beast, taught them to wield their fury as dual-edged sword, not merely descending upon battlefields like wrath incarnate, but maneuvering with the lethal precision of scholars. They embraced famed retreats, orchestrated gun lines, coordinated assaults across multiple vectors, embodying the Emperor's vision of war as an art requiring both savagery and intellect. Among their brother legions, the Blood Angels carved a singular niche, rivaling even the World Eaters in fearsome reputation. Yet where the latter embraced raw carnage, the former fought with an angelic grace that elevated slaughter to the sublime. Sanguine himself ascended to eminence among his brothers, radiant and peerless, his noble bearing and unshakable loyalty rendering him beloved by siblings. The air around Sanguinius hummed with a sacred stillness, as if the universe itself paused to witness his radiance. Closest among all his brothers to the Emperor's divine vision, he walked through the ashes of old night, not merely as a conqueror, but as a living promisee, a golden figure whose wings caught the light of dying stars and turned it into hope. Bonds forged on battlefields, still echoing with the screams of fallen empires, tied him to Horus, Rus, Jagatai Khan. Threads of mutual respect pulled taut with the weight of shared purpose. Even the Wolf King, whose pride was as vast as Fenris' frozen seas, lowered his gaze when the angel passed, recognizing in those sorrowful eyes a purity that scalded his warrior's soul. And so the Legion marched, the Blood Angels' saga unfolding in symphonies of blood and rebirth. Worlds trembled at their approach, not in terror, but in desperate relief as thirsty soil drinks the rain, until they came to Anactor. Anactor, a blight hidden among the carcasses of forgotten systems. While other realms had crumbled during the long night, this festering starcluster survived by feasting on the weak, its void fleets sharpened into predatory claws that tore into refugee ships and bleeding colonies. When Imperial heralds entered its dominion bearing the Aquila's light, they were answered not with diplomacy, but with lancefire, alien alloys, and the mocking laughter of scavenger kings drunk on stolen power. Word reached Sanguinius as his fleet glided through the interstellar currents near the Gordian Reach. No anger flickered across his face, only a deepening sorrow, as if each act of defiance pained him like a physical wound. 12 companies turned as one, crimson prows slicing toward rebellion. The Angel deployed his forces with the cold precision of a duelist unsheathing a blade. The first engagement was swift, brutal, beautiful. Blood Angels' strike cruisers fell upon the Marauder flotillas like raptors, reducing their hulls to spinning ruins in moments, boarding torpedoes piercing their guts before their engines cooled. The void cleared, the Legion descended upon the outposts girding Anactor's throne world. On Anar extrues, they met the Iron Bulls. Cybernetic brutes encased in piston-driven armor, their courage twisted into fanaticism. The Blood Angels fought them beneath the planet's surface, in dripping tunnels where lumiglobes cast long shadows that danced like specters. Here, the Ninth Legion's grace met grinding, ugly Defiancia war of inches, fought in darkness, Jenna-forged fists crumpling plasteel, chainswords howling as they bit through reinforced bone. Bulls lured them into ambush after ambush, detonating magma events to drown whole squads in liquid fire, collapsing tunnels on warriors who died without a sound. Annector medias became a charnel ballet. Acidic seas churned beneath hovering ort frames, their surfaces studded with jagged islands where bulls waited in rusted redoubts. They charged across makeshift bridges with suicidal fury, their warcries choked by chemfog, forcing the Astartes to fight knee-deep in corrosive brine that ate at their ceramic. Sanguinius watched from above, wings spread against the sickly green sky. There was no contempt in him as he observed their Tennessetianly grief, heavy as a tombstone. After 7 weeks of slaughter, he commanded the guns to fall silent. For 6 hours, the ash-clouded skies of Annector's throne world, Annos Andalis, hung empty of death. The angel offered mercy through every vox channel, every pick screen, his voice a somber counterpoint to the ruins below. "Lay down your arms," he urged. "Join us in the light." Treachery answered him. Under the white flag, the bulls sent barges toward the red tier, their holds crammed not with treasures but with fusion mines disguised as offerings. Scans showed no life signs, no weapons, only the cold bulk of dormant machinery. The first barge breached the flagship's ventral docks. Then the universe tore itself apart. The explosion ripped through 3 decks, flames swallowing engine seers, servitors, and a full company of blood angels at muster. Oxygen feeds ignited, turning corridors into blast furnaces. The Inheritor, a battle-scarred cruiser that had fought at Sarush and Dwell, vanished in a silent flower of plasma, her hull peeling open like rotten fruit. On the bridge, Sanguinius did not roar, did not rage. He went terribly still, his wings trembling, face pale as funeral marble. When he spoke again, it was with the finality of a tomb ceiling. No quarter. What followed was not war, but revelation of divine wrath that scoured Annector from the stars. The Blood Angel's fleet descended like the hand of an angry god, cyclonic torpedoes turning outpost worlds to glass, neutron bombs purging biodomes in flashes of actinic light. On Centrales, the last bull's stronghold, they deployed weapons forbidden since old Nightfisfex that ate through bunkers like liquid agony, rad munitions that left survivors gibbering as their flesh slewed away. The Iron Bulls fought with the frenzy of the damned, hiding behind civilians, implanting prisoners with rigged explosives. It made no difference. Sanguinius led the final push himself, a streak of gold and crimson through the toxic smoke, his blade and carmine shearing through exosuits as if they were parchment. In the throne room, he found their Kinga shivering wretch swaddled in robes sodden with fear sweat. Without a word, the Primarch dragged him to the balcony, forcing him to witness the fire he had wrought. Fields boiled beneath blackened skies. Cities lay eviscerated, their spires reduced to twisted skeletons. The few survivors stumbled through ruins, already bound in chains for the prison hulks. Sanguinius' voice when it came was hollow. "See what your pride has birthed." Then he flung the wretch into the flames below, yet victory tasted of ashes. In the silent aftermath, something stirred in the Blood Angels, a twitch in the fingers of weary warriors as they cleaned gore from their armor. A too quick movement when a serf approached with wounds still weeping. The red thirst whispered, not sated by slaughter but awakened by it. Sanguinius knew. He saw it in the way his sons averted their eyes, the way chaplains lingered near the apothecarian with heavy flamers ready. Still, they rose above it. By the Annar Crusade, they stood as paragoncheros whose names were etched into the heart of the Imperium. When the Orc Empire of Urak-Urg vomited its green tide across 12 sectors, it was the Blood Angels who sang the loudest hymns as the legions mustered. Horus directed the campaign with hunter's cunning, his Luna wolves carving the path to victory. Sanguinius remained on Baal, rebuilding, fortifying, yet his absence was a palpable thing, the angel's name invoked by soldiers who'd never seen him in the flesh, as though faith alone could turn back the darkness. Then came the triumph of Ulanor and the doom that followed. The emperor, clad in golden majesty, stood before his assembled sons. All knew what was coming. The great crusade needed a single blade to lead it. A war master. Sanguinius did not step forward. He didn't need to. It lingered in the air, the unspoken truth that the angel was the sword's finest edge, the brightest soul. Horus Lupercal knelt instead. The galaxy held its breath. The wrongness of it crashed like thunder through Sanguinius' heart, though his face showed only joy for his brother. He clasped Horus' shoulders, spoke words of loyalty, and in that embrace felt the cold seed of betrayal take root. Years later, that seed flowered in the Cygnus Clustera trap woven with venomous patience. Horus, his soul now a hollow vessel for the Pantheon's laughter, sent the summons himself. "Come to Cygnus, brother. Here lies the cure for your son's affliction." Hope, that most poisonous of lies, led Sanguinius into hell. The system greeted them with screams. Navigators clawed their eyes out as warp-tinted starlight speared their minds. Astropaths burst into flames, their last psychic shrieks painting visions of a realm where flesh was clay and pain was worship. Sanguinius met the terror with perfect calm. "Form battle spheres," he ordered, blade already shining in his fist. "We break this sickness or die baptized in it." Cygnus Prime was no mere Xenos hive, it was a cancer. Mountains pulsed with swollen veins that bled phosphorescent pus. Rivers of liquid lamentation wound through forests of bone, their waters thick with sobbing faces. Above it all loomed Kairos the Perverse, her voice a honeyed razor sliding between the ribs. She met Sanguinius atop a pyramid of living slaves, their bodies fused into writhing brickwork. "Little angel," she crooned, 100 mouths blooming across her distended torso. "Why chain your children to mortality? Let them feast." The Primarch's sword flash at her laughter followed him as he tore skyward, wings shedding gore. The battle was a delirium. Blood angels fought demons that slid through bolter fire like smoke, only to solidify with claws deep in power armor. Brothers turned on brothers, the red thirst roaring up in the presence of so much carnage. One moment they were warriors, disciplined and lethal; next, frothing beasts ripping throats with their teeth, only to wake from the feud covered in their comrades' blood. Sanguinius rallied them again and again, his presence a beacon, but each hour eroded him. Then came Kabentha. The bloodthirster descended on wings of flayed skin, its axe death scream trailing fire like a comet's tail. "I claim your soul for the blood god," it bellowed, and the very air trembled. Their duel shook the planet, Sanguinius weaving through strikes that could sunder continents, his blade chipping the demon's brass armor as they spiraled above burning legions. At the climax, he severed Kabentha's wing, sending it crashing into a lake of boiling blood. The Primarch stood panting over the beast, his own chest laid open to the bone, knowing this was but the first peal of the coming storm. In the lull, truth dawned. Horus hadn't sent them here to cure the thirst had sought to drown them in it, to make Sanguinius watch as his legion devolved into monsters. The angel stared at his hands, sticky with demon blood that sizzled where his tears touched it. Somewhere beyond the warp's veil, his brother waited, a puppeteer reveling in the unraveling of the noblest thread in the Emperor's tapestry. And in that moment, wings torn and heart breaking, Sanguinius understood his destiny, not as War Master, not even as savior. Redemption, if it came, would be written in scars and defiance. Above the battlefield, surrounded by the howls of the damned and the fading cries of his sons, he raised in Carmine once more. The heresy had begun. He would meet it not as an angel, but as vengeance made flesh. The grace of the Emperor's design manifested in Sanguinius, as his blade carved through the demonic horde like a silver comet, its gleaming edge a testament to celestial craftsmanship honed in the forges of lost ages. Yet Kabentha's power was an earthquake made flesh, a tempest of ruin that shook the very foundations of Cygnus Prime. When the greater demons fell, Mace descended in a single catastrophic arc. 500 sons of the Blood Angels dissolved into crimson mist, not merely slain, but unmade, their essence torn from the materium in a scream that echoed through the warp. The psychic backlash of their annihilation hammered Sanguinius to his knees, wings buckling under the weight of shared agony as every extinguished soul tore through his spirit like shrapnel. And in that terrible moment of shared brokenness, the Ninth Legion fractured. The red thirst erupted not as mere battle lust, but as a primal tsunami, drowning reason in a flood of crimson need. The black rage followed a darkness deeper than the void between stars, twisting noble warriors into howling berserkers who rent demonic flesh with bare hands, their weapons forgotten in the ecstasy of destruction. They became a storm of teeth and talons, an avalanche of ceramite and fury that even Khorne's legions could not withstand, a force of nature, embodying both salvation and damnation, as they tore through the Neverborn with savage, weeping abandon. In defiance of ancient edicts and the cold shadow of Nicaea, the legion's librarians cast aside restraint, their hooded faces gleaming with psychothermic ice as they funneled their collective will into their fallen Primarch. The angel stirred beneath their efforts, golden lashes fluttering open to behold his sons, reduced to ravening beasts, their humanity buried beneath the beast's crimson hunger. With a voice that rang like clarion bells over the din of slaughter, Sanguinius called them back from the abyss, his presence a lighthouse piercing their shared nightmare. And Rissingo, how he rose, wings unfurling like dawn breaking over a damned world. Sanguinius embraced divine fury. His vengeance upon Kabentha was a ballet of ruin, a crescendo of strikes that cracked the demon's brass armor like eggshell, until at last the bloodthirster collapsed, its essence screaming back to the warp. Even Kairos the Faithless, architect of Cygnus Prime's damnation, fled before the Primarch's wrath, the fabric of its reality-rending schemes unraveling like rotten thread as the angel's blade banished it to the well of eternity. Yet victory was ash in their mouths. The black rage did not recede but coiled in their genicode like a sleeping serpent, a psychic scar mirroring their father's deepest Anguisha heritage of madness that would stalk their bloodline for 10,000 years. The flight from Cygnus was a dirge sung in steel, their ships limping through the ruin storm's howling maelstrom, where the light of the astronomicon guttered like a dying candle. Navigators clawed at their eyeless sockets, psychers collapsed bleeding from their orifices as Sanguinius steered them by faith alone, Following the faintest glimmer in the Tempesta beacon he prayed was Terra's guiding radiance. When reality stabilized, the vista beyond their viewports was not Saul's golden embrace, but the ordered constellations of Ultramar, its worlds gleaming like sapphires strung across velvet night. The Pharos device pulsed its alien welcome, its unknowable light bridging galactic wounds as Robot Guilliman's fleet parted the stellar sea in Cobaltan gold splendor. Grief hung between the brothers as they embraced Gillian's relief, a raw, exposed nerve beneath statesmanlike poise, sanguineous gratitude tempered by the corpses haunting his wake. For a fleeting moment, Ultramar's sanctuary soothed fractured spirits, the 13th Legion's crisp fortifications offering respite to warriors whose armor still wept blood from unseen cracks. Here in Guilliman's meticulously ordered realm, Imperium Secundus took root a desperate dream sprouting from galactic ashes. Guilliman the architect envisioned a meticulously ordered redoubt. Sanguinius, the reluctant sovereign, became its beatific figurehead, crown heavier than any mortal could comprehend. The Lion's arrival with his shadow-cloaked dark angels brought martial might, but fractured the fragile unity, El'Jonson's glacial pragmatism clashing with Guilliman's civic ideals and Sanguinius' merciful heart. Into their discord dropped Conrad Kurz like a poison slug unleashed from the Lion's flagship to paint Macreg in terror's palette. The Night Haunter turned idealism into quagmire for 2 bitter years, his atrocities a pitch-black mirror forcing each brother to confront their starkest selves. When cornered at last upon the windswept stones of Tsagualsa, Kurz hissed truths like a viper challenging its charmer. Executioner, I am the completion. The Night Haunter spat, broken ribs grating with each laugh. Father made me his knife in the dark, ask yourself, brother, why your precious Imperium needed one. The Lion's blade might have silenced him, forever had Sanguinius not interposed himself between Primarchs, wings flaring like a heraldic tapestry. Guilliman's own rage found voice in the crack of the Lion's sundered sword that sounded a death knell for their fragile conquered. Banished from Macrag yet undeterred, the Lion returned unbidden to the trial chamber with his prisoner, spinning prophecies of imperial survival that stayed Sanguinius' hand. For the angel knew the bitter wine of foresight had tasted his own death in waking dreamsen, so Kurz lived, shackled in lightless cells beneath the invincible reason's belly. But Ultramar's sanctuary could not last. As the ruin storm's fury waned, the call of Terra pulled the blood angels from respite to apotheosis. Before the Eternity Gate they made their stand, Sanguinius at their head, Kabendha's leering visage resurrected before him amidst hecatombs of dead. The walls shook under demonic artillery, 3 times breached and 3 times reclaimed in oceans of blood, until at last the bastions fell. Holding the retreat became a symphony of sacrifice, the blood angels buying every second for fleeing loyalists with Jenna-forged lives. Sanguinius himself became the bulwark, meeting Kabendha upon the gate's precipice where a single strike could doom holy Terra. Here the angel understood his visions full, and not merely his death, but its necessity. Behind him, the Emperor's light flickered in the throne room's heart. Before him, the Warmaster's shadow swallowed stars. Between these absolutes stood Sanguinius with wings unfurled, every feather etched in the agony of foreknowledge. He breathed deeply of the charnel stink wafting from Kabendha's furnace breath, felt the black rage stirring in his gen-essence even now as they fought and died beside Rogel Dorn's golden giants. His legacy would be salvation bought through broken Essa Legion, cursed to bear his psychic wounds as their banner. Yet as his blade met Kabendha's hell-forged mace in sparks that cast shadows like fluttering ravens against the Eternity Gate's adamantine surface, Sanguinius felt neither despair nor fear. Only certainty, bright and terrible as the Astronomican's beam. Let the black rage come. Let the blood-him tide rise. They were his sons, and they would endure. The 2 titans clashed amidst a swirling maelstrom of fire and ruin, their epic struggle casting jagged silhouettes against smoke-choked skies where the ruins of orbital plates still smoldered like dying embers. Kabendha's roars shook the very air with demonic thunder, each sweep of its rusted axe unleashing gales that tore screaming mortals from their feet miles below. And Sanguinius, oh Sanguinius, angelic plumage stained with ash and ceramite scored by 100 wounds, wings trembling with exhaustion as he met each onslaught with fading light. That final sickening blow fell like a collapsing fortress, the crack of breaking bone echoing across dead plains as the beloved Primarch struck earth, creating a crater where once Imperial tanks had rolled. Demonic laughter congealed the very air, 1,000 vile tongues rejoicing as the blood angels faltered, their battle cries strangled by despair at their father's fall. But from that pit of ash and blood rose impossible defiancy, a golden blur, moving faster than mortal eyes could track. Sanguinius seized Kabendha's scaled ankle, with hands that glowed white-hot, muscles straining as he hurled the greater demon skyward, before launching himself after it like a vengeful comet. The crack that split reality when he snapped Kabendha's spine over his armored knee could be heard from the outer spires, the broken carcass hurled contemptuously into retreating demonic legions, now scrambling backward through the shuddering warp portal. As the Eternity Gate's adamantium jaws slammed shut behind him, every throat from Terra's dusty soil to orbital gun decks roared the Angel's name, weapons flashing renewed fury against the recoiling darkness. Chaos faltered in that crystalline moment. Horus Gambit, born of desperation, vulnerable pride, laid bare, as the vengeful spirit's void shields flickered and died above Terra like a guttering candle. The Emperor's teleportation strike unfolded in nightmarish fragments, corridors warping into screaming viscera underfoot, custodians swallowed by walls that bled, the stench of burnt ozone choking lungs as reality dissolved. Sanguinius alone emerged unscathed by the psychic maelstrom, his very presence burning through illusions until he stood before the War Master's sanctum. What passed between the brothers in those final moments echoes, still in the soul of every blood angel Horus resplendent in corrupted majesty, armor crawling with living sigils, offering Sanguinius a universe remade in exchange for fealty. The angel's refusal carved fresh wounds in the fabric of destiny itself, his golden blade meeting Horus' talons in explosions of warplight that scarred the bulkheads forever. They fought as only Primarchs could, a hurricane of blows, exchanging lifetimes of brotherhood and betrayal in every strike. Sanguinius' spear found its mark even as Horus' claw tore through his chest, that blessed weapon lodging deep in the War Master's armor, weakening its unholy integrity just enough, just barely enough, for what came next. The Emperor's arrival shattered what remained of the chamber's gravity, his grief as potent as his fury upon seeing his radiant sun broken upon the deck. What unfolded next birthed 10,000 years of Myth Horus' final moments, the Emperor's mercy sacrificed at the altar of necessity, all made possible by the crack in the War Master's defenses Sanguinius had carved with dying strength. Yet victory tasted of ashes and blood. Aboard the Pharos beacon ships fleeing Terra's orbit, blood angels tore crimson gauntlets across their faces in mourning, the psychic backlash of their father's death igniting the black rage in scores who now had to be shackled like beasts. Guilliman's cold practicality during the Second Founding, scraped raw nerves still screaming from loss, Ultramarines' elegant arguments about preventing another heresy, meant nothing to warriors who felt their genetic father's absence like phantom limb pain tearing at their souls every waking moment. The breaking of the Legion tore asunder bonds forged in the fires of Cygnus Prime and Baal's wastes, though none could deny the wisdom of Centaur Jewel whispering through the outcry, his voice cutting through the pain fog with Sanguinius-like grace, urging the split not as surrender, but as multiplication of their angel's legacy. Among the newly birthed chapters, the flesh terrors under Nasir Amit's savage command became wrath incarnate, Chainax's gutting fleeing traitors long after Horus' death scream faded, Nuceria's river valleys running red where their ships made planetfall. Yet others like the Carmine Blades walked subtler paths, their golden artistry belying inner torment as they hid their cursed thirst even from themselves, until Astoreth's grim revelations, decades later, forced painful reckonings under alien stars. Through all these fractures pulsed Sanguinius, enduring light a legacy, tested most profoundly when Raphin of Baal Secundus first crawled from Radicerts into legend. His trial's birth was no heroic ascension, but desperate necessity. A Thunderhawk's wreckage blazing under radioactive sandstorms, wood aspirants screaming as Baal's feathered serpents coiled around their throats, until Raphin's crude blade hacked them free despite having been cast out hours before. Brother Captain Corvus' gauntleted grip hauling him from carnage felt less like triumph than destiny's rough mercy. Raphin's rise through the newly formed chapters echoed his father's noble restraint until Sabian's skies rained blood. There his brother's corrupted form hovered above cathedrals, Ario's borrowed flesh radiating false divinity that swayed even veteran sanguinary guard, until Raphin saw the demon glow behind his twin's eyes. Their dual shattered stained glass depictions of Sanguinius himself, each clash echoing through psychic corridors as Ario whispered promises only a brother could weaponize so cruelly. When Raphin's blade finally pierced borrowed flesh, the keening wail that escaped his lips held more grief than any black rage scream. Yet this hard-won resolve would be tested again when Fabius Bile's Kyrogen talons violated the Archangel's sanctum, stealing drops of Sanguinius Vitae preserved since heresy days. Dante's orders came edged with funeral finality. All chapters would answer Raphin's call when his hunter squad scented Bile's trail through graveyard hulks and dead forge worlds. Dinius V's oceans boiled with dying Kraken as Raphin fought through Bile's new men-grotesque parodies of Space Marines grown, in amniotic sludgetaire chittering hordes, overwhelming even Astartes' discipline, until capture seemed inevitable. Strapped upon slabs of amniotic glass, while Bile monologued about perfected empires, Raphin's gaze never left the vial of shimmering crimson held tauntingly overhead. The cloned Emperor thing awaiting implantation in its throne of synapses didn't flinch when Rayfin broke his bonds, nor when the Angelus bolt gun's roar obliterated its unborn divinity. But as the lab complex collapsed under Hive fleet tendrils and genuine sirens wailed through buckling corridors, Rayfin's final act, injecting those stolen sanguinary drops directly into his own vein-signated golden fire in his eyes as he tore apart Bile's last clone with bare hands, the primogenitor's mocking laughter still ringing through Vox static as escape pods jettisoned. These echoes of sacrifice ripple endlessly through the sons of the angel Dante's vigil upon the Golden Throne, Mephiston's wars against his own darkness, the Lamenters' doomed crusades beyond the galactic rim. Each generation inherits both the gleaming heroism and the cracks beneath the marblered thirst simmering behind noble facades, black rage visions of Horus, claw descending anew. Yet when battle horns sound across another forgotten warzone and gold-helmed warriors descend on wings of fire, something miraculous flickers in the eyes of fleeing mortals. Not just transhuman dread, but luminous awe as sanguineous defiance reignites 10,000 years beyond his death, his broken sons still writing their father's unfinished elegy across the stars, one bloody stanza at a time. The bitter tang of betrayal lingered in Ron's mouth like the aftertaste of poisoned wine, his final gambit against the swarming tides of Chiton and claw a grotesque sacrament, a desperate reclamation of blood-secrated oaths that allowed him and his shattered brothers to slip through the gnashing jaws of the hive mind, escaping the ruined husk of B's fortress as the world crumbled behind them beneath the Tyranids' relentless hunger. The scars left were not merely physical. They carved canyons into his soul, the weight of brothers lost, the ghostly echo of treachery whispering through his dreams, the ever-present red thirst coiling in his veins like a serpent waiting to strike. Yet for the chapter, for sanguineous, sullied glory, Ron carried it all, his deeds etched into the blood angels, annals in ink as crimson as the vidi that sustained them, a testament to salvation scraped from the teeth of annihilation. But the galaxy, cold and merciless, spared no respite, spinning its indifferent dance as the blood angels' Wargaliz tore through the warp's writhing gut, their arrival in the door system not a conquest, but a plunge into a maelstrom stitched together by malicious fate. The stars above burned like distant, uncaring sentinels, their light frigid and mocking, as the first and second companies converged with the fifth in a meeting that was less reunion than sentencing. A cruel orchestration unveiled the moment Chaplain Dinner's voice crackled across the Vox. A psychic tempest had ravaged the fifth's fleet. No ordinary voidstorm, but a weaponized blasphemy that scraped bare the chapter's darkest flaw, the black rage bursting forth like a dammed river of insanity, drowning nearly the entire company in the red haze of their Primarch's dying echoes. Crewmen cowered in pitch-black corners, their prayers swallowed by the cacophony of chainblades and bestial roars as the afflicted tore through decks once sacred, their noble minds reduced to shards of the angels' final, anguished moments on Horus' bloody flagship. First, Captain Karen's face, a mask of stoic granite, betrayed nothing as he unleashed his own chaplains and the gilded specters of the Sanguinary Guard. Their grim procession through the slaughter, a macabre ballythums of absolution sung over the scream of teeth on ceramite, mercy meted out with sacred bolters, and the sorrowful silence of warriors who knew each thrashing body they subdued was a brother damned to relive an eternal death. Amidst the carnage, Dinner stood unbowed, his Crozius a beacon in the gloom, rallying the scraps of the fifth still clinging to sanity with the steel-threaded faith that had carried the chapter through millennia. Beside him, Astera, High Chaplain, Redeemer of the Lost, added his ironclad will to the forge of defiance, hammering the broken remnants into a spear aimed at the heart of their defilers' crimson slaughter, those traitors who had orchestrated this gen-accursed desecration, who fouled Dor's skies with warpspit and sought to despoil the forge world of Amthil, where Mechanicus secrets festered like necrotic wounds beneath ashen plains. Speed was their sacrament now, vengeance their litany. The blood angels descended upon Amthil, the war zones baptized in blood carnage, cruelty, hatred, malice, perdition, each name a prophecy etched in Prometheum fire. Beta Secundus swallowed them whole, its smoking ruins a tableau of madness as Dinner and his death company fell from the heavens in drop pods wreathed in atmospheric flames, their black armor drinking the sunlight, their minds shattered yet bound by the vengeful specter of Sanguinius' last breath. They hit the ground as primordial wrath incarnate, chainswords howling, Boltron stitching the air with righteous fury, the cloying stench of blood and ozone mingling with the metallic reek of ruptured conduits. Amidst the shattered bulkheads of Mechanicum defenses, Dinner's Crozius blazed like a fallen star as he drove his maddened brothers deeper into the heretic hordes, their howls not of pain, but of anguished remembrance. Horus, name torn from throats raw with fury, their fragmented psyches clawing at the ghost of betrayal. Around them, the traitors recoiled, brass-clad demon engines belching ichor and flame only to founder on melt-a-gun salvos, and the thunderous kiss of hammers swung by sanguinary guard, who carved precise arcs of ruin, Asath and Luris directing the carnage with minds as sharp as their blades, the crimson slaughter crushed between the Death Company's undying rage and the Mechanicus' cold wrath. Yet even as demonic flesh slewed from the bone and buildings collapsed under orbital barrages, Karen's thoughts Chernethys was not the natural failing of the curse, but a calculated assault, a defilement poured into their veins by the Crimson Slaughter's wretched sorceries, a blasphemy that sought to twist sanguineous, noble sacrifice into a grotesque puppet show of damned brotherhood. When the last heretic fell in Beta Secundus, its plains a scorched graveyard of twisted metal and charred meat, the Blood Angels stood amid the ruin, not triumphant but hollow-eyed, the knowledge of their corruption's weaponization hanging heavier than the stink of death. Dinner's gaze swept over his fallen Death Company, their black armor slick with gore, their voices finally silent, and in his heart sorrow and pride wore at thee had been madness given purpose, their sacrifice stitching shut a wound in the chapter. But the victory was a fragile bauble. Above Amthel, the warp convulsed, birthing fresh horrodry clopods screaming through the atmosphere like blood-soaked comets, the butcher horde of Khorne descending in a tsunami of chain X's and frothing rage led by the betrayer himself, Karn, his bellowed challenges shaking the earth. The Death Company, already fraying at the edges of sanity, met the charge headlong, Dinner leading them into the Red Maw, his faith a battered shield against Karn's maniacal laughter. Their clash was tight-knit forces of unbridled fury, one cursed, one damned, the air itself trembling as Crozius and Gorchald met in sparks that could ignite worlds. Blood painted the dusky earth in streaks of arterial crimson, bodies broken and discarded like refuse. The Death Company fought with the final, desperate strength of men clawing at the edge of oblivion, Dinner's voice a ragged roar above the din until even he faltered, Karn's axe biting deep. Salvation came not from angelic grace but the god machines of the Legio Metallica, a Reaver Titan's plasma annihilator bathing the field in cleansing fire, forcing the betrayer's snarling retreat. Asath dragged Dinner from the carnage, the chaplain's lifeblood seeping through fingers clenched over ruined armor, while 90% of his Death Company lay still, their madness extinguished in martyrdom. The Titan's thunderous advance fractured the horde, but red tide still lapped at Amthel's carcass. Packs of demon engines, fleshy blasphemies spat from the Hex Infernium's warp-forged bellies, rampaged unchecked until golden light split the smog-choked heavens sanguinar, glorious and terrible blade aflame with holy fire, his presence reigniting embers of hope in blood-drained hearts. Guided by the avenging angel's wrath, the Blood Angels spearheaded a suicide charge against the Hex Infernium, bolters chanting hymns as they swept through its tainted halls, the Manufactorum buckling in a cataclysm of cleansing flame. Yet triumph bled to ash on the tongue above the corpse-strewn fields. Sorcerer Zorus unfurled his true design, the Banshee Stone drinking deep from rivers of spilled blood, its malevolent pulse swelling towards a rift that would drown Dor in the warp's cancerous embrace. Exhausted but unbroken, their crimson armor stained black with soot and brotherly blood, the sons of Sanguinius steadied their blades, ready to sell their lives anew beneath stars that would forget them by dawn. The sons of Sanguinius stood unbroken amidst the carnage of their curse, crimson armor stained black with ash and ichor, as the burning skies of Amthel rained molten debris upon broken continents. This final act of the Doré campaign unfurled not as strategy, but symphony, a threnody of bolterfire and chainsword screams reverberating through the Gravegold void, each note etched in the ruin of stars themselves. Amthel, once Mechanicum workshop world, now bore the eternal brand of war, its Ruskinians reshaped into charnel trenches, its orbital plates shattered and dangling like broken chimes above plains where Titan carcasses smoldered in mountains of scrap. The burning of the Hex Infernium and the purging of Line had bought but a breath of reprieve before the Black Legion's shadow swelled, drawn like war predators to the bloodspur of the Angel's defiance. Beneath the irradiated sands of Hub Beta Secundus, the earth trembled not from bombardment, but from the waking hunger of trapped gods, the Banshee Stone, its prismatic facets weeping rivulets of liquid shadow, pulsed to the rhythm of sorcerous incantations that curdled the air into clotting blood mist. Zorus, archtraitor clad in whispering ceramite and sorceress sigils, channeled the throat song of demons through his staff's writhing serpent head, each syllable fraying the ancient wards that cage what mortal minds dare not name. A prison and weapon, the tech priests had gasped through Voxgrill static before their forges fell, their warning dissolving into screams as much machine as mortal. For Abaddon's grand design, this was the keystone, the fracture point where reality would bleed its ichor, drowning the system in a birth scream of demonkind. Above ground, the Black Legion's hammerstrike fell without quarter. The Legio Metallica's war machines, still bearing fresh heraldry from their triumphs at Razzus Gate, crumpled under fusion beam barrages, their plasma cores vomiting fire into sulphurous skies. Yet where living steel failed, Sanguinius' legacy endured. Blood Angels advanced through the Hellstorm not as soldiers but forces of nature, death-masked assault marines descending like scarlet comets into traitor phalanxes, tactical squads holding molten ground under overlapping tower shields. Even as the earth split beneath them, vomiting geysers of warpember, their battle cant rose not in desperation, but revelation. For the true battle lay beneath, in the dripping archaeotunnels where the Black Legion had burrowed like corpse-worms seeking carrion. The descent into hell was lit by muzzle flare and suicide charge, every meter paid in Jenna-forged flesh, until the vault opened a cavernous tomb lit by the Banshee Stone's corpse-alike, its seismic song shaking teeth and jaws, prying at sanity. Zorus awaited them, flanked by Terminators become shrine monsters, their armor grafted with shrieking faces torn from Imperial saints. When the sorcerer moved, reality cracked a psychic tsunami shearing through Blood Angels like wheat before sides. Yet from the maelstrom rose Ismail, his librarian hood billowing in ethereal gales, Crozius' hammer blazing with the trapped fire of dying stars. His mind is the gateway, the psyker roared above the warhowl, and through blinding pain the suns matched will to will, their souls kindling the lost light of Balsecundus, where once an angel walked mortal. Zorus screamed, not in pain but outrage, as the ritual's geometry frayed 57.3 seconds from apotheosis, the chrono rune later confirmed, and the sorcerer chose survival over sacrilege. His teleportation flare scorched retinal imprints into the Blood Angel's vision, leaving behind the stone's prison facets bruising black with contained riots, its tremor now a seismic death rattle. They fought not Xenos or heretic then, but manifestations, a weeping child made of severed hands, a loping horror with artillericial teeth, all collapsing into smoke when blade or bolter pierced their hearts. Ismail's barrier of light buckled under the stone's death song, its harmonics peeling ceramite like rotten fruit, until the choir of psychers lent strength not through unity, but sacrifice. Brother Lamedon's eyes burst into searing flame as he chanted the ninth canticle. Veteran Sergeant Goriel took a screaming vortex sphere meant for the librarian's heart, his body unraveling like frayed thread. When silence fell at last, it was the quiet of a tomb ceiling. Above ground the battle still roared, traitor forces disintegrating into animal ferocity without their master's will, the last frenzied hours a blur of Bladenfang savagery, untempered by strategy. Final victory painted the sky with firestorms that outshone the system's star for 7 solar days, scouring Amthel to glass and bone. Yet their tread was heavy as stormbirds lifted from the corpse world. The Banshee Stone's crackle played beneath Vox traffic like static. Every Blood Angel present felt its imprisoned malice shift, a serpent coiled in hibernation, not slain. Ismail remained with his Scouchadode vigil, watching Obsidian Sands spiral against containment wards already thin as childhood memory. They will hunt you, Zorus' parting sneer echoed in synaptic recall, the way wolves hunt wounded prey. No purer truth could be spoken, for as Baal's defense mounted, the void trembled not with war cries but silenced the great unnatural hush as Leviathan's shadow drank all vox waves, astropathic screams, even the cosmic whisper of solar winds. The crypt's sacrifice bought only moments, warrior worlds dying with the dignity of suicide bombs to slow the gnawing tide. Baal's fortifications, relic bastions older than the chapter itself, seemed child sandcastles against that infinite hunger. Dante's gambit fractured their might flesh terrors howling through fang strikes against biotendrils, night squadrons herding bioships into gravity shoals, yet for every capillary tower felled, 3 sprouted in its place. The toxic sand seas of Baal Primus drank deep that day, their irradiated dunes turned to sucking bogs by spilled tyrannid acids, the very air shimmering with spored death. When the Dome of Angels fell, taking Chapter Master Haruspex and the Sanguine Paladins into its collapse, the last retreat echoed the rite of pure blade 500 steps backward, each one paid in 10 brothers. Their fortress monastery, that last cradle of Sangui's heritage, became killing ground where Terminators held stairwells choked with chitin flesh and guardsmen corpses. Dante fought as avatar of vengeance, his axe wearied not by hours but grief, its edge dulled from hewing mountains of alien bone. Blackened sands drank their blood as though Baal mourned through bedrock, and then the great rift tore the night asunder. Leviathan's shadow recoiled from Empyrean fire, only to reveal planetary graveyards smothered under 60 billion carapace corpses. Robot Gilliman's arrival was sunrise after 10,000 years of night, ultramarine prows cleaving spore clouds as Primarch liturgy shook vox channels long given to death rattles. The counterstrike unfolded with clockwork annihilation bioships bursting like overripe fruit under Nova cannon volleys, the last swarmlord beheaded midroar by the avenging sun's flaming blade. Yet no true peace followed. Upon Baal Primus corpse deserts, victory monuments rose in macabre parody 8 skull pinnacles arranged with infernal precision, stitched together by sinews still twitching with stolen life. Cabinha's laughter echoed through voxcasters long after they fell silent. Rebuilding was penance, not renewal. Fresh Primaris blood welcomed as both salve and salt in ancestral wounds. The Nephilim, when remembered in forbidden conclaves, haunted still, their glass forms fracturing sanity to prism shards, living masks whispering where should be only void. For such is the unbroken legacy: no victory, only respite, no peace, only the pause between hammer blows, the curse eternal, the defiance undimmed. Crimson armor gleams anew, but beneath the heraldry old cracks widen. The air itself seemed to recoil from the Nephilim's blasphemous existence, their leechlight chapels piled high with withered husks that once pulsed with human life, no mere parchment-skin effigies of devotion, drained vessels gazing skyward through orbits empty as coin slots in a cosmic beggar's bowl. Each shriveled form screamed silent testament to faith's perversion, a gallery of martyrs turned meat puppets swaying in invisible currents of eldritch adulation. To Sanguinius, his golden wings trembling with unuttered fury, these defiled temples weren't merely strategic targets, but obscene graffiti scrawled across his father's dreamed emperor's austere vision of galactic reason drowning in a swamp of xeno-sacrilege. Beside him on the vengeful spirit's stratagem deck, Horus Lupercal's armored fist clenched, ceramite groaning like tectonic plates settling before an earthquake. Their brother Primarchs might debate compliance's gentle calculus elsewhere, but here amidst the psychic stench of desecrated souls, both sons understood this crusade had calcified into sacrament. This would be no compliance, it would be cauterization. Horus' plan unfurled between hololith projections, like poison blooming in Winia Brudiforce avalanche of legion, might to bury the Nephilim beneath the 9th and 16th's combined wrath. Sanguinius felt his lips part to voice caution, the angel's eternal preference for grace over force trembling on his tongue, until Horus turned, eyes lit from within by stellar conviction. "We shall be the ocean, brother," the War Master's voice rang, a warship's hull bell tolling midnight. "Let their alien pretensions break upon us, thy tide leaves only purity in its wake." And Sanguinius, who'd watched continental glaciers calve into seas on icy Didacus, understood the terrible beauty of irrevocable motion. His nod was feathers brushing stone, noiseless, inevitable. Meller's silver wastes became an amphitheater for apocalypse. First came the Luna Wolves' advance, a continent of gunmetal gray flooding across diamond dust plains. Horus himself, the lodestone, dragging the Nephilim's crystalline hosts from their iridescent bunkers. The Xenos came singing, their warchants vibrating at frequencies that liquefied sandstone, thrall swarms moving with hypnotic synchronicity, until bolter reports commenced the counterpoint symphony. Everywhere Horus trod became an oasis of annihilation, his mace Worldbreaker converting alien commanders into glass powder mid-victory diatribe, void shields flaring like miniature supernovae under nephilic energy whips. Above this tableau, the sky screamed. Blood Angels' drop pods fell as divine hailstones, meteor trails crisscrossing the stratosphere in crimson latticework, before impact tremors hurled silica dunes skyward like frozen geysers. Sanguinius descended not via Thunderhawk, but on pinions of Venging Singelis ex machina, shredding nephilic skirmish lines with each wingbeat, his blade tipping delicate balances between battalions wherever it kissed Xeno's carapace. For all their corpse chapels and soul harvest hymns, the Nephilim learned fear when the 9th Legion sang its battle cantus. A golden angel pirouetted above carnage, every sweep of his sword birthing novas of shattered crystal, while below him crimson-clad demigods moved in kill patterns so precise they transformed slaughter into sacred geometry. The War Master's oceanic metaphor proved prophetic where Luna Wolves drowned resistance in relentless wave after wave. The Blood Angels were depth charges detonating beneath the enemy's keel. Nephilim flank collapses rippled inward, crystalline towers of command imploding under pressure, until their very cohesion glittered into fatal fractures. When Sanguinius' blade found the last commander, the Primarch held its twitching thorax aloft an insectal Sistine fresco of refracted sunbeams before, reducing millennia of alien evolution to prismatic confetti. Silence fell, thicker than voidshield hum. Across the Bludglazed sands, Luna Wolves and Blood Angels stood shoulder to pauldron nephilic wreckage crunching under their boots like celestial detritus. And yet, within victory's gilded cage, Sanguinius tasted ashes. Those hollowed eyes still watched from memory's ossuaries. Compliance 14,020's true name coiled in legionary hearts like a hibernating serpent. Murder. Murder where imperial ambition curdled into funeral shroud. A prison world wrapped in atmospheric chains, its skies howling with Interrex-forged tempests. The name didn't emerge from tactical logs, but from Captain Farron's final voxgurgle, as megarachnid scythelims punched through his Terminator plate like rotten fruit rind. Such bitter poetry that a world quarantined for containing horrors beyond imagining would be opened like a celebratory amphora by warriors who mistook warning groans for invasion invitations. 3 Blood Angel companies descended through Murder's roaring womb, storm-befitted drop pods scattering across poisonous grasslands like crimson seeds sown on barren soil. What sprouted wasn't conquest. Megarachnids erupted from Murder's loam-shattering obsidian deities, with killing claws tuned to sever space marine genetics. They moved not as animals, but as murder philosophers, tactics unfolding in fractal patterns that turned heroism into hemorrhage. Isolated squads called for reinforcements that couldn't navigate the maelstrom, each vox scream a puzzle piece revealing annihilation's mural. Imperial arrogance withered under acidminable kisses, Farron's companies reduced to red smears, adorning Murder's endless fields of razor grass. When the Emperor's children arrived their plume and gold heraldry, slicing through Storm Walset wasn't rescue, but additional courses for an insatiable feast. Tech divinations later revealed these weren't mere beasts, but a civilization ritually broken by ancient Interrex architects. What the legions faced was less fauna than self-replicating revenge. Horus' arrival came not as reinforcement, but reckoning. 10 Luna Wolf companies descended like silver comets, their landers scorching murder grass into kilometer-long runes of retribution. Behind came Titan Skodingens from Legio Mortis, turning Nephilim Chapelle equivalents into biomechanical pyres. The Warmaster marched beside sanctioned psychers, siphoning storm energy into targeting solutions. Each weathertree's collapse peeling another layer from Murder's defensive epidermis, until Sanguinius himself could descend through clearing skies. Blood Angels found their Primarch not on command balconies, but knee-deep in butchered initiates, his golden wings drooping under grief's invisible weight. "Show me how vengeance bleeds," he told Horus, and the Warmaster needed no Lectitio Divinitatis to recognize Holy Writ. Final engagement unfolded with the aesthetic of slow-motion detonation megarachnids gathering into galaxial formations. Each spoke 1,000 cythelims wide, while Imperial forces compressed into diamond-tipped spears of retribution. Blood Angels painted Murder crimson anew, chainswords chewing through chitin in buzzing clouds of shell fragment and hemolymph. 6 terrestrial months the grinding wheel turned, lunar wolves methodically disassembling swarm intellect nodes, while Sanguinius jeweled empress drones in hanging jungles, where bioacid rain dissolved ceramite between heartbeats. Just as total victory palpitated within reach, the Interrex arrived arbiters in vessels sleek and cruel as surgical tools. Ceasefire tasted fouler than defeat. Sanguinius, wings still vibrating with combat lust, forced angelic civility through clenched teeth as Interrex diplomats resurrected the very quarantines his sons had died dismantling. Murder stood not as compliance monument, but as slaughterhouse eternid classroom, where hubris graded its own examination papers in legionary blood. Withdrawal became funeral procession, the 9th Legion carrying not relics, but genetic ghosts, first stirrings of red thirst whispering through their ranks like trench fever melody lines. Post-heresy epics found the Blood Angels unmoored Sanguinius. Martyrdom burned their guiding star to cinders, leaving only event horizon grief. Asa Elon watched the Legion fracture with the clinical despair of a healer selecting amputation over gangrene. No more would Crimson Host march united. Instead, successor chapters blossomed like bloodspatter patterns, flesh terrors roaring their anguish, angels in carmine singing loss into litany. Division as survival strategy, unity sacrifice to outlast damnation. Were the split painful, more than 1 million megarachnid wounds, essential as oxygen to suffocating men. In the howling quiet after dissolution, veterans dreamt of Murder's tempests and Mellor's hollowed corpses, and wondered if the Emperor's secular galaxy hadn't always been another beautiful lie, papering over the void's hungry truths. Through such nightmares, the Blood Angels endured not as legion but as myriad reflections, each shard catching Sanguinius, light differently, yet all pooling the same crimson promise across stars awaiting their angel's return. The Blood Angels emerged from their restructuring not merely diminished, but honed into a blade of lethal efficiency. Their adherence to the Codex, Astartes, a strategic dance between necessity and rebellion. 10 companies formed the skeletal structure of this new incarnation, each commanded by captains whose faces bore the grim etchings of unnumbered wars, their voices carrying the rasp of vacuum-scarred voxgrils and the weariness of command that had outlasted star systems. The first company stood as an obsidian monument to endurance, warriors whose ceramite bore the patina of centuries, their terminator plate scarred not merely by alien claws or heretic blades, but by the slow erosion of time itself, an honor guard for the chapter's soul. Each battle brother a mirror held up to the aspirants below, reflecting what could be achieved and what might yet be lost. Below them pulsed the restless heart of the 2nd through 5th companies, engines of war flexible enough to adapt to the galaxy's infinite cruelties, their ranks intermixing tactical discipline with the thunder of assault squads and the methodical ruin delivered by devastators. These warriors formed the primary fist of the chapter, a microcosm of its philosophy elegance married to devastation. From the 6th to 9th, the reserves waited like coiled springs, each company a specialist instrument tuned for a singular, brutal purpose, whether the surgical strike or the grinding siege. And at the foundation, the 10th Company, where neophytes underwent their baptism in blood, guided by grizzled sergeants whose lessons were etched not on parchment, but in the screams of the dying and the slick warmth of arterial spray. When the Blood Angels went to war, they did so not as a monolith, but as a constellation of shifting strike forces, each formation an intricate tapestry woven from disparate threads of the chapter captain's command squad, stripped from the hushed halls of the 1st, assault marines drawn howling from the 3rd, their jump packs still reeking of promethium and ozone, devastators from the 5th laden with the weight of heavy weaponry like penitents bearing sacred burdens. These ad hoc brotherhoods bore names as brutal as their purpose: Blood Spear, Primarch's Wrath, Liberator. Each was a fragment of the whole, yet each carried the full weight of Sanguinius' legacy. To behold such a force assembling was to witness something akin to divinity preparing for venging Segold and Crimson, blending in the gloom of a launch bay, the staccato rhythm of bolters being blessed by crimson-clad techpriests, the scent of sacred oils clashing with the metallic tang of fear, sweat from serfs scurrying beneath war machines. These machines were as much an expression of the chapter's soul as the warriors themselves. The humble Rhino, its hull stripped of excess plating, engine modified to scream towards the brink of catastrophic failure, shrieking into battle like a comet with its tail aflame. The Bale Predator, twin-linked assault cannon spinning with a low, hungry whine, a predator's purr before the roar herald of the Red Ruin to come. Even the Furioso dreadnoughts abandoned the stoic practicality of their cousins in other chapters. Instead of stoic gun platforms, they were frenzied berserkers encased in adamantium, clawed fists whirring with malicious energy, their pilots' muffled howls echoing through the chassis as they ripped through fortifications, shedding masonry like dead skin. But it was the Land Raiders that embodied the Blood Angels' mystical relics older than most imperial dynasties, their surfaces a labyrinth of sacred sigils and repaired battle damage. Rumors swirled through Imperial command like toxic fog. How did the chapter maintain so many of these hallowed beasts? Some spoke of pacts forged during the heresy, written in Martian blood and sealed with shared trauma. Others whispered of a genocide craft long thought extinct, preserved through ritual and obsession. Regardless, the Blood Angels unleashed these behemoths not as rarities, but as instruments of mundane apocalypse thundering across No Man's Land, not merely as transports, but as battering rams crowned in holy fire, their assault ramps lowering to unleash a tide of golden death. Yet beneath the precision, beneath the reverence for tradition, the flaw festered, the red thirst, the black rage. Every battle brother felt it, a serpent coiled in his blood, whispering promises of ecstatic slaughter. They fought it with rituals as intricate as their warplants' chanting of Sanguinius' final hours, the burning of incense thick enough to choke a mortal, the careful tending of the sanguinary priests. These white-armored custodians moved through the ranks like ghosts, their narthecium gauntlets as much spiritual instruments as medical ones. A priest's touch could seal a sucking chest wound, yes, but it could also siphon off a filament of the thirst, a siphoned cup of darkness temporarily purged. Their role transcended the corporeal. They were confessors, surgeons of the soul, tasked with ensuring the genocide passed to the next generation carried less damnation, not more. Often their sanctuaries echoed with the growls of brothers bound in stasis fields, veins bulging black as the rage took them, the priests murmuring litanies of calm until the storm passed or ended in merciful silence. The chapter's way of war was a dance on the edge of this abyss. Once during the Great Crusade, they were angels of compliance, Sanguinius descending from the heavens to offer worlds a choice before the golden light of unity or burn beneath wings of fire. Their days of revelation were lessons in celestial wrath. Flame and melted dissolved fortifications, not merely to kill but to terrorize, the screams of the dying a psalm to future compliance. Against Xenos there was no poetry, only annihilation worlds scoured to bedrock, alien cities reduced to glass plains under suns they'd never see again. Post-heresy, that elegance became edged with desperation. Their assaults were still lightning strikes, razorbacks screaming ahead of the main force, engines pushed past red line, disgorging tactical marines who became anchors for the assault squads hurtling from the skies. Death Company formations, swathed in funeral black and crimson X's, served as both spear tip and tragic necessity brothers lost to the rage unleashed as weapons of last resort, their berserk fury tearing gaps in enemy lines wide enough for the discipline to exploit. For Imperial commanders, the Blood Angels were a double-edged sword begrudgingly summoned. Their victories were absolute, their collateral damage often apocalyptic. To fight alongside them was to stand in the shadow of a cyclone inspiring and likely lethal. In the librarious dome of the Chalice of Heaven, the scratching of Laren's quill finally ceased. The the sound a relentless metronome for weeks left, a void filled only by the soft susurration of suspenser globes overhead, their light casting the chamber in hues of aged ivory and molten gold. The hearth at the room's heart lay dormant, but for embers whispering of extinction, their warmth a ghost against the chill seeping through stained-glass windows. Beyond the armaglass, a ballite blizzard shrieked, its fury muted by meter-thick stone yet felt in the marrow a primal counterpoint to the sterile calm within. Laren leaned back, knuckles popping as ink-stained fingers uncurled. His muscles screamed, but worse was the weight settling in his chest, the way the leather-bound tome before him seemed to pulse with the lives it contained. The cover, a deep sanguine, bore the chapter's sigil in gilded drop of blood caught in amber, frozen mid-fall. The scent of the librarius enveloped him vellum, sacred oils, the iron bite of bloodstone relics lining alcoves like silent sentinels. It was the smell of ghosts given voice. From the shadows, a figure coalesced librarian Arconia, his psychic hood casting his eyes into pools of fathomless black beneath the rim. His armor, an artifact from the days before the heresy, creaked softly like a timber ship in high wind. He moved without sound, robes whispering secrets against the stone. "It is done," he intoned, the words vibrating with warp-forged resonance, trembling the dust motes dancing in the light. "Yes, master," Laren croaked, throat raw from days of silence. "Every battle. Every sacrifice, all contained." His voice faltered. How could mere ink encapsulate the howl of a death company marine lost to rage, or the angelic sorrow of a priest administering euthanasia to a brother he'd trained since childhood? Arconia's gauntleted hand scarred, the deep violet of old plasma burnscupped the tome. Suspenser light glinted off his silver-threaded tabard as he lifted it, a gesture that transformed scribbled ink into reliquary. Long moments stretched, broken only by the groan of the storm beyond and the embers' dying hiss. The psychic pressure in the room tightened, Laren's breath frosting as Arconia's mind brushed against his own, tasting the edges of his exhaustion, his doubt, his fragile pride. "Well-wrought chronicler," Arconia murmured at last, and the words unknotted a cord in Laren's chest he hadn't known was pulled taut. "In these pages they will outlive their flesh." The librarian turned, placing the tome upon a lectern wrought to resemble sanguineous, angelic wings. "See now the shape of forever, Laren." Compelled, the scribe stepped forward. The pages seemed to breathe beneath his gaze, names rising like specters Centican, lost to the desolation of Xantra, Maldor, who held the breach of Ceres against the greenskin tide for 3 days without rest, Varnus, whose land raider plowed through a tyrannid biotitan's heart just as the black rage claimed him. Tears blurred the not grief, but the crushing weight of bearing witness. "I see them," Laren whispered, the names a litany resonating in his marrow. "The glory, the pain," Arconia exhaled a sound like a tomb ceiling. "Good, then you've grasped the truth. We are not warriors who dabble in myth. We are myth distilled into blood and gunfire. Remember this when the thirst sings, when the rage burns. Remember this is the legacy you carry." Outside, the storm redoubled its assault. Within, the librarius held its breath, the chorus of thousands dead, and yet unborn hanging heavy a single teardrop poised upon the edge of oblivion, glinting gold in the quavering light. Fire's warmth finally seeped into Larian's bones. As he approached the towering iron-bound doors, its flickering glow casting long shadows across the worn stone floor, like spectral sentinels bidding him farewell, his robe whispered against the flagstones. A soft counterpoint to the storm's distant howl beyond the walls, he paused, one hand resting on the ornate handle carved with sigils of remembrance, and looked back into the chamber where the hearth's embrace cradled the silence like a reliquary rest now old. "Friend," he murmured, his voice barely more than a breath stirring the air, "the work of remembrance is sacred as any battle." And just as eternal, the doors groaned open with a sound like aged bones, protesting the weight of centuries, letting in a rush of icy wind that snatched at his robes and sent eddies of dust swirling in frantic spirals before the heavy slabs boomed shut behind him, sealing the scribe once more into the embrace of solitude and whispered histories. Larian sank into the high-backed chair by the hearth, its leather creaking familiarly as he leaned forward, drawn by the play of firelight across the tomes. Embossed cover the gilded lettering seemed to writhe in the dancing flames, each twist of light revealing fresh layers of meaning to eyes that had pored over them 1,000 times before his fingers traced the weathered edges of the pages, feeling the subtle ridges where countless hands had turned them before him, generations. Yet unborn rose vividly in his mind's eye, their hands ghostly upon the same vellum, their voices. Lent echoes in this eternal chamber. A faint smile touched his lips as he reached for the goblet of Recaf long gone cold beside him. The ceramic felt strangely comforting in its chill, a tangible anchor to the present moment. The bitter scent of forgotten warmth still clung to its rim as he sipped, letting the sharp tang rest on his tongue like an old confession, the weight of ages, the burden of all he'd transcribed and preserved, settled around him not as chains, but as a mantle woven from the threads of memory. In sacrifice beyond the frost-rimed windows, the storm lashed the fortress walls with elemental fury, But here in the librarious heart, the silence stretched vast, and profound the vaulted ceiling swallowed sound like a beast starved for quiet. The only movements the slow dance of dust motes in slender shafts of pale light, drifting down from arrow-slit windows high above time, seemed suspended in the amber of perpetual twilight. A thousand spines of leather-bound wisdom marched endlessly into the gloom each. Toma's silent sentinel guarding secrets older than the stars themselves, scribe Jarth moved through the colonnades of knowledge like a pilgrim in some whispering cathedral, the soles of his boots barely disturbing the patina of dust that lay thick as snowfall across the flagstones. The air tasted of parchment and ozone, with the faint metallic tang of ancient data stacks humming in their alcoves. The librarius stood apart from the clamor of the fortress monastery's martial rhythms, a sanctuary built not for swords, grenades, but for the fragile preservation of memory. Here in these silent isles, entire wars were reduced to elegant calligraphy, rebellions became inked annotations, and the rise and fall of dynasties occupied less shelf space than cookbooks around him. Other keepers of the word moved with ritual slowness, acolytes bent like penitents over scrolls, so ancient their edges crumbled at a breath, their quills scratching out urgent copies before entropy claimed the originals further along green-tinged luminescence. Bathed the faces of those communing with crystalline data, stacks their fingers dancing across glowing keys, like priests performing some arcane rite. All sounds blended into a low symphony of devotion. The rustle of fragile pages, the drone of machinery older than the Imperium itself, the occasional dry cough muffled by a robed sleeve. Even the air seemed thick, with reverence pressing against Jarth's skin like a second robe. His task today sat uneasily in his mind, a stone in the boot of his thoughts, the Alpha Legion, that most elusive of horrors. Their name felt dangerous even to shape in the silence of this sacred place, like invoking some profane saint from the forgotten corners of the Imperial Creed. They were phantoms haunting the margins of history's ghosts, who slipped between the lines of every campaign record and after-action report. As he moved deeper into the stacks where the light grew thinner, and the dust lay undisturbed for centuries, the familiar titles gave way to more obscure references, treatises on warp madness. Nestled alongside accounts of xenocivilizations that shouldn't exist, data slugs documenting century-long sieges, pressed against scrolls detailing troop morale and forgotten garrison. Worlds his fingers trailed along the spines of massive codices, each bound in leather tougher than ceramite, until his hands stilled between two monolithic volumes, their titles long since faded into illegibility. There, tucked away like a secret behind them, lay a small data crystal unmarked and furred with dust, it seemed. Almost to cower in its hiding place, afraid of the light his breath caught, as he reached for it, feeling the sharp edges bite into his palm, unsettled by how cold it remained despite the years. It must have lain nestled between its larger siblings. Glancing over his shoulder, he half expected to see the stern visage of Master Chronicler Vorlis glowering disapproval, but only shadow met his gaze, shifting slightly in the draft from some unseen crevice. He moved to a nearby console, its surface pitted with age. Slotted the crystal home, ancient machinery awoke, with a reluctant whine flickering to life in stuttering bursts of emerald light. The glow spread, washing over worn stone and dancing across ceiling frescoes depicting long-dead librarians in contemplation for several heartbeats. The screen remained stubbornly dark, then letters burned into existence, sharp and sudden as a blade thrust. Notes on the Alpha Legion by librarian Jonah Varys. The words declared their starkness at odds with the surrounding whispers of history. The text unfolded before him line by relentless line. The text spoke of a legion birthed in twilight during the fading embers of the Unification Wars, the last of the emperors. 20 sons dragged screaming into existence, not amid fanfare and gleaming banners, but in secrecy and misdirection. Unlike their brother legions, the Alpha Legion never marched beneath open skies. Their heraldry stayed, shrouded, their numbers purposefully lean, a mere few thousand, where others counted tens of thousands. Jarth leaned closer, feeling the console's chill seep through his robes. The screen's glow cast his face in sickly hues as Varys words unraveled mysteries like threads from a burial shroud. They were not meant to break fortress gates, but minds not to slay armies, but certainty itself. Operative cells moved like poisoned needles through the body, Imperial appearing as loyalists bearing immaculate credentials, only to vanish after civil wars ignited from nothing. Operatives infiltrated cult hierarchies, twin brother plotting against twin across 100 worlds, never present enough to be remembered, always gone before the true scope of their work could be grasped. The Hydra Legion, Varys wrote its symbol, no mere affectation, but a living philosophy. Strike one head, and two more emerge elsewhere, their primarch's very identity obscured by rumor and counter-rumor. Was he Alpharius or Omgon, or a myth woven from both? Console hummed louder, as if protesting the secrets it divulged. Frost began creeping along its edges, though Jarth felt no cold in the air. A particularly vehement passage caught his eye. Accounts from the Cherok compliance spoke of Imperial generals receiving orders in the Emperor's own cipher, only to later discover no such orders had been issued. Rebellion gutted from within by Phantom Command's whole sectors plunged into strife by falsiflag operations, so perfect they still appeared in official records. As tragic misunderstandings, Jarth's throat tightened the air suddenly too thick as Varys' notes grew fragmented, more desperate the Legion's genocide. The librarian posited displayed strange anomalies, not corruption precisely, but divergence reacting unpredictably to standard psychoconditioning, as though the Emperor himself had tweaked their fundamental design patterns emerging from fragmented battle reports, suggested capabilities bordering on prescient strike forces, appearing exactly where enemy morale was weakest, supply lines crumbling under inexplicable coincidences, exact words echoing in the minds of targets days before assassins struck Varys. Tone shifted here, the text blurring, as if viewed through smoke, speculation only of course, but considering their mastery of disguise, would they even need demonic pacts to walk among us unseen? Final paragraphs dissolved into scratched-out lines and frantic marginalia, one phrase repeating like a death rattle: strategic preservation, until the word stopped mid-sentence. The screen flared once, then died, plunging the alcove back into gloom. Jarth sat frozen, the crystal's chill lingering in his palm. His eyes rose to the labyrinth of shelves towering around him, suddenly menacing in their silent judgment. How many other truths lay buried here in plain sight between treatises on crop rotation and stellar cartography? The great leather-bound volumes seemed to lean inward, their spines creaking softly with malice or warning. He became acutely aware of the librarius's heartbeat, the rustle of pages, the hum of machines, the distant scratch of quills, all weaving into a tapestry of quiet that now felt less like sanctuary and more like a held breath. The storm's fury beyond the windows felt suddenly preferable to this perfect stillness, heavy with things unsaid. Closing his eyes, Jarth saw ghost legions moving through the stacks there. Footfalls silent on dust that remembered nothing, faces shifting between familiar scribes and strangers, before dissolving like ink in water. When he looked again, nothing had changed. The pale light still drifted, the dust still danced, but the silence now hummed with absence. The shadows between shelves yawned wider. The chill in his bones had little to do with the fortress's ancient stones. The fire in Larian's hearth sighed low, as another log crumbled into embers, his gaze distant, now fixed on some middle distance, where past and future blurred. The storm outside redoubled its assault, rattling the leaded glass like a beggar pleading entry, while within the librarius held its breath, wrapped in dust and ghosts, and the terrible weight of knowing how much would never be known. The Alpha Legion existed from the very start, as a blade slipped between the ribs of the newborn Imperium, a weapon whose very purpose seemed written in shadows and whispers, while the other legions blazed across the galaxy like comets of righteous fire. Their armor gleaming, their banners held high, the Alpha Legion simply vanished. For decades, they slipped from the chronicles of the Great Crusade as surely as smoke vanishes into a storm-laden sky. No grand musters or declarations of compliance to mark their passage. When they did flicker at the edges of official records, it was as phantoms, fragments of reports hastily redacted, the barest glimpses of unadorned armor glimpsed in the aftermath of rebellions crushed before they could draw breath. Where a planetary governor grew too arrogant, too ambitious, he might be found dead in his chambers, the official missives regarding his demise scrubbed clean of any detail, leaving only a chilling void where explanation should reside. They became the monster under the bed of the expanding Imperium, a half-whispered legend stitched together from rumor and unease. The Ghost Legion. Warriors without heraldry who could bleed into the ranks of other expeditions, adopting colors not their own, their presence only betrayed by events too precise, too perfectly timed to be accidents of war. Jareth's brow furrowed as he read, fingers tightening unconsciously on the edge of the console, picturing the churn of unease such apparitions must have sown. Battle brothers from another legion arriving unannounced, their armor bearing unfamiliar subtle alterations, their answers evasive yet sanctioned by fragments of encrypted authority. Commanders demanding clarification from Terra received only terse, clipped replies imbued with a finality that brooked no further inquiry, the kind of silence thick with secrets deemed unfit for common comprehension. It unsettled him, this calculated disregard for the proud openness of the Astartes. His own legion, the Crimson Fists, stood as unbreakable bulwarks in the Emperor's light, champions who met corruption head-on with bolter and blade. Yet here, woven into the fabric of those early, fragile decades, was an entirely different breed of transhuman warriors who saw truth not in glorious charge or unyielding defense, but in the lie perfectly tailored. The dagger slipped unseen between guarding plates. It felt alien, almost heretical in its disdain for martial honor, and yet there was a cold pragmatism to it, a logic as sharp and sterile as a surgeon's scalpel. The Imperium in those days was a precarious artifice, stretched thin across a million stars, its foundations riddled with the rot of old night remnants. What better tool to excise such cancers than a legion born not to wage war in the light, but to become the very darkness festering within the enemy's own heart? They functioned as the Imperium's hidden immune system, a silent purge against nascent treacheries, their very anonymity a weapon. Rebellions died before the first voxcry of defiance could echo, conspiracies unraveled in their infancy, their architects vanishing without a whisper of protest from redacted archives. If they operated as these spectral ghosts of imperial recollection, it explained the suffocating secrecy that clung to them even within the highest echelons of power, a legion existing as much as myth as flesh and ceramic. Yet such methods, Jareth mused, the console's pallid glow etching deep shadows across his face as he scrolled further, could only carry them so far into the Crusade's swelling tide. As the borders of imperial space hardened, there arose a desperate hunger for visible might banners held high above fortress worlds, heroes whose very presence could turn the tides of open battle through the sheer radiant force of their legend. The Alpha Legion, wraith-like and faceless, offered no inspiring figurehead for populations freshly brought into compliance. Moreover, the tools they had wielded with lethal precision in the shadows were being honed by others, the Officio Assassinorum, perfecting the art of the single, surgical kill. The Securitas Consensus, weaving its web of informants and data agents. The Custodes standing as unbreakable guardians at the Emperor's very threshold. Where did that leave a legion built upon anonymity and misdirection? Perhaps some accounts whispered, the Alpha Legion's very independence, their instinctive aversion to direct command structures, made them an increasing liability to the Crusade's rigid hierarchy. How does one command a shadow? Rebuke it for failing to adhere to parade ground formations. This theoretical isolation hung thick in the air until the record, fragmented as ever, spoke of Primarch Alfrius's discovery on the fringe world of Nurth. Triumph was proclaimed, of course parades choked Terran skies with devotional incense, endless ceremonies marked the last sun's triumphal return. Yet as Jareth read, a chill seeped through the fervor. There was a starkness to these descriptions, a ceremonial distance devoid of warmth. The Emperor, so the fragments alluded, spent scant time with his newest son before dispatching him to his command, a transaction devoid of the paternal gravity bestowed upon earlier Primarchs. And then the record fractured. A single cryptic phrase glitched across the screen, Alfrius Omgan, some hidden lemma in the data flow, some scribe's whisper caught between synaptic purge cycles. The text reluctantly yielded its secret. Alfrius was not alone. A twin, Omgan, two minds, two bodies, mirroring one another with such terrifying perfection that even their own legion could not always discern who walked among them. They shared more than blood, a seamless unity of thought, a talent for strategy woven through with deception so profound, it seemed a singular intellect had fractured itself across two vessels. To the Imperium at large, Alfrius stood alone, a Primarch like any other. Within the Alpha Legion, both brothers were Alfrius, both were Omgan, a duality concealed so meticulously it gnawed at the edges of Jareth's comprehension. The Emperor knew the text implied, yet whether this was design or cosmic happenstance was swallowed by dust-laden time. The Alpha Legion, those masters of deception above whom no shadow had ever truly lurked, found in their genocide not one, but two paragons embodying their most alien qualities. Here was a beings who grasped the Legion's essence not as aberrant, but as purest expression. Under Alfrius Omgan's guidance, the Alpha Legion emerged from its self-imposed exile from the narrative of conquest, stepping blinking into the harsh light of the Great Crusade's zenith. No longer content to be phantoms, they wove their shadowcraft into the fabric of open war. It was here the Hydra unfurled its many heads, the symbol replacing any previous iconography, a perfect encapsulation of their doctrine: strike from all directions, survive through division, thrive in the chaos of misdirection. Even arrayed for battle alongside their brother legions, they remained an unsettling enigma. 10,000 warriors became 100,000 in the enemy's terrified reports, their true strength perpetually occluded by illusion and feint. They attacked where they appeared weakest, retreated where they seemed strongest, baiting foes into traps disguised as routes, turning orderly lines of battle into churning maelstroms where confusion reigned and the Alpha Legion struck from everywhere at once. To observe them was to witness not a legion but a sentient labyrinth, its walls shifting mid-assault. Their methods bred an intoxicating cocktail of admiration and revulsion. Robot Guilliman, whose heart beat in rhythm with order and logistical precision, despised their convoluted stratagems, condemning the Testra Prime campaign as wanton cruelty disguised as tactics. There, the Alpha Legion had encircled an entrenched enemy force not to overwhelm them, but to methodically dismantle them piecemeal over agonizing weeks, a slow scalpel-cut avoidance of direct engagement. Guilliman deemed a perversion of the Astartes' purpose. To Alfrius Omgan, however, it was perfect efficiency. Why expend resources on a frontal assault when terror and isolation could achieve the same end without risking a single legionary unnecessarily? Horus, ever the strategist above the moralist, saw only utility. The Warmaster granted the Alpha Legion unprecedented autonomy, a freedom they wielded to spectacular effect worlds that might have bled entire expeditionary fleets dry, folded like parchment under the relentless pressure of guile and preemptive annihilation hidden within honeyed words of compliance. Theirs was a language of silent knives and rigged explosives, fear wielded like a surgeon's tool to excise resistance before it could form. And yet it was never enough for them to win. They had to unmake. Compliance wasn't secured through superiority, but through the total annihilation of the enemy's will, through proving the utter futility of defiance. They pioneered tactics they termed harrowings, assaults that were less military engagements than existential unravelings. Their predations began long before the first bolter-barked agents seeded like poison in the enemy's ranks whispering dissent, data looms infected with kill codes, supply depots detonating with suspiciously clockwork precision. By the time the Legion descended visibly from the void, the victim was already a corpse twitching on the slab. Jareth's blood cooled as he read of the Peridian Gap, a region of drifting asteroids and isolated colonizations, whose strategic value seemed incongruent with the force visited upon it. The Alpha Legion moved through the void like phantoms, stations falling silent not with the fury of assault, but with an eerie, echoing absence, no wreckage, no cries over vox channels, just emptiness punctuated by static. Survivors, if any were ever found, spoke of nightmares given form armored figures materializing from air vents or dormant machinery, slaughter conducted in perfect silence before the assailants melted back into the void without trace. Neighboring systems received panicked, fragmentary astropathic screeds that dissolved into psychic shrieks mid-transmission, as if the sender had been plucked from existence mid-thought. The official reports from the Crusades' leadership were maddeningly devoid of detail, sanitized to the point of farce, speaking only of pacification operations, so efficient they left no trace but ghost stories whispered in the black. It was this propensity for excess, for elevating cruelty to an art form, that curdled the respect their results engendered. The reckoning was inevitable. 2 years before the galaxy would tear itself asunder in the heresy's opening salvo, the record spoke of Alpharius and Omgan standing beneath the baleful stars of a nameless rock at the galaxy's ragged edge, awaiting a visitornaut of the Imperium. John Grammaticus, a name that tasted of falsehood, emissary to a cabal of xenoseers whose vision pierced the veil of time, bearing poisoned truths meant for Primarch ears. Jareth paused, fingers hovering above the data rune that would drag him deeper into the tale, feeling the oppressive weight of ruins not yet fallen pressing down around him. The console's glow felt colder now, the shadows in the scriptorium suddenly thicker, alive with imagined whispers. He hesitated, dread pooling in his gut like liquid leadened red-on. The console's pale light flickered like a dying star across the weary lines of Jareth's face, as he turned the page, ink, and dust weaving together to form words that seemed to bleed from the ancient parchment. He could almost smell the desolation of End's twilight plains, that vast, hollow expanse where shadows stretched like twisted fingers under a bleeding soon as his mind conjured the twin silhouettes of Alpharius and Omgan standing shoulder to shoulder, their armor gleaming dully beneath indifferent skies. John Grammaticus' voice would have cut through that silence, sharp as a poisoned blade as he unfurled the Cabal's tapestry of damnation. Jareth felt the weight settle on his own shoulders as the prophecy coiled through the text. The coming tempest of the Horus heresy, the fork in fate's road revealed in cold, merciless clarity. Victory for the Emperor meant a slow strangulation, 1,000 years of rot, the Imperium choking on its own stagnation, until chaos slithered in to feast on the carcass. But Horus' triumph, annihilation, yes, a burning of the galaxy so absolute not even embers would remain but in that conflagration. Chaos itself would starve, severed forever from the psychic wells of humanity. The chill that crept down Jareth's spine wasn't born of terror, but of understanding's same frost that had encased the hearts of the twin Primarchs as they gazed upon that abyss. To serve the Imperium demanded betrayal. To honor the Emperor required heresy. Such was the jagged logic that pierced their loyalty, turning devotion into a weapon aimed at their own souls. They would kneel to Horus not for ambition or spite, but because they'd peered into the future and seen only two monstrous truths. Jareth's fingers traced the ragged edge of the parchment, imagining the silence between the twins before their decision calcified into action. A calculated damnation, a wager with existence itself. If the Emperor would choose extinction over slow corruption, and they believed he would, then the Alpha Legion's duty was to ensure that terrible choice was realized, even if it meant draping themselves in the traitor's mantle. They would become monsters to slay monsters, damning their names so that chaos might one day burn. Their cry echoed in Jareth's mind as he read on, for the Emperor. That twisted benediction roared from the throats of Alpha Legionnaires as they butchered brothers on Istvan V, while Loyalists' eyes widened with horror at the sacrilege. What madness, what cruel mockery it for the twins, it was a sacred oath, a catechism carved into their bones. This duality clung to them like battlefield ash. Every honor they desecrated, every world they shattered in Horus' name, was enacted in service to a master they would never again see. And when the dropsite massacre unfolded, skies raining fire, the earth cracked with betrayal. The Alpha Legion moved with a unity that sang of cold precision. Jareth saw Rogel Dorn's face in his mind's eye, the Praetorians' trust curdling to ash as the trap snapped shut. Alpharius, web of lies and whispers, had drawn the salamanders, iron hands, and raven guard into that slaughter ground like lambs into a charnel pit. The Alpha Legion didn't brawl in the mud with World Eater savagery or revel in the debauchery of the Emperor's children. Nathi dissected the loyalist resistance with the methodical detachment of surgeons, severing communications, disrupting battle lines, sowing discord with whispers timed to the millisecond. By the time Ferrus Manus fell, his molten hands still clutching for Fulgrim's throat, the legions were already broken shells fleeing into the poisoned rubble. Yet the massacre was but the first note in their symphony of deceit. As the heresy unfurled its wings across the stars, the Alpha Legion seeped into loyalist space like smoke through cracked armor agents, with 1,000 faces whispering treason into governors' ears, falsifying orders to send fleets careening into dead ends, infiltrating armories to shatter supply lines moments before battle commenced. They didn't conquer worlds, they hollowed them out, leaving faith to fester into doubt. On Deliverance, Corax's desperate bid to rebuild his shattered legion became grist for their most insidious ploy. Alpha Operative blended into the Raven Guard's ranks like serpents among fledglings, tainting the Emperor's own genetic legacy, until Corax's new warriors clawed their way from tubes as twisted horrors. The schism that followed the Kayavaran uprising, stoked by false Raven Guard turncoats, left Deliverance a graveyard of trust and hope. Even Fabius Bile, that architect of atrocity, received only crumbs of their stolen knowledge when Alpharius deigned to share. None held the Legion's full confidence, for their allegiance coiled around its own unknowable axis. When the Cabal returned, seeking to rein them in, Omgun's reply rang with sharp defiance. The Alpha Legion bows to no alien oracle, not to Horus, not even to chaos itself. Their betrayal was a blade forged in a crucible none, but the twins could comprehend, and that solitude left them isolated, even among traitors. Horus' eyes narrowed at their efficiency, sensing the lie beneath their service even as he wielded them to devastating effect. Jareth's vision swam with the next Passigeth blockade at Kondax. Here, the Legion's mastery of deception shone brightest. White scars, that tempest of a legion, sheathed in ignorance as the Alpha Legion laced the void around their fleet with suffocating silence. Jagatai Khan paced his command deck like a caged storm, unaware of the galaxy tearing itself apart. The Pillion arrays stole whispers from the stars, leaving only curated lies drip through rigged comms buoys. Omgun's strike on Tenra 950, a masterstroke of false flag-slit trickles of truth escape, just enough to bait the Khan into reckless motion. And when Dorn's desperate summons finally pierced the jamming return to Terra, the storm is upon us. The white scars ignited their engines. Alpharius would meet them in the void, harrying their flanks not to destroy, but to delay, to bleed their speed in 1,000 skirmishes engineered to keep the Khan's fury far from Terra's gates. Yet with every victory came deeper shadow. The infiltration, the sabotage, the turning of brother against brotherate all carried the stink of the very corruption they'd sworn to eradicate. Jareth traced the words like wounds. Their tactics reeked of Tzinch's labyrinthine schemes, their whispers echoed Slaanish's seductive lies. To outplay the great enemy, they danced ever closer to becoming its mirror, a reflection that in the end might be all that remained. When the heresy crumbled and Horus fell, the Alpha Legion didn't scatter like legions drunk on chaos. They melted back into the void, their ultimate gambit unanswered, their sacrifice unrecorded. Had they failed, had the Cabal's prophecy been flawed, a poison gift from aliens content to watch humanity's demise? Or were they even now moving in the darkness, still playing a game whose board spanned millennia? The tome felt heavier in Jareth's hands, its pages thick with unresolved endings. The console hummed, a low thrum that vibrated in his teeth as he stared into the dim archive beyond. This then was the paradox scorched into the Legion's soul, that in their quest to protect the Imperium from chaos, they had embraced methods indistinguishable from the foe, transforming themselves into whispers and daggers, and half-truths, a nightmare wrapped in the armor of saviors. And if Jareth closed his eyes, he could still see the plains of Istvan, the blood of brothers pooling in mud, while Alpharius and Omgun stood resolute in their damnation, crying their twisted loyalty to an emperor who would never know the truth, the cold weight of sacrifice crushing them beneath its heel. Their legacy wasn't written in victories or defeats, but in shadow sand, in the endless, echoing question of whether the price they paid was worth the flicker of hope they sought. The galaxy, after all, still burned. And the Alpha Legion, they walked on, eternal ghosts in a war without end, their tragedy etched into every star they blighted in the name of salvation. The void beyond Shandek hung heavy with unspoken tension, as the white scars fleet drifted like silver leaves upon an invisible current, their engines humming with restrained power that vibrated through every deck plate and command throne. Across the star-speckled darkness, the Alpha Legion's flotilla materialized not with thunderous broadsides or challenge flares, but with the dreadful silence of predators encircling prey, their sleek vessels bleeding from the gloom as though coalesced from shadow itself. Every attempt by Jagatai Khan's Vox officers to pierce that silence met only hollow static, a mocking void where dialogue should have lived, leaving the halls of the Scar's flagship echoing with the hollow clicks of dying transmissions. The Alpha Legion didn't blockade. They haunted, their ships gliding with infuriating precision to intersect every calculated jump trajectory the Khan plotted, drifting across potential egress vectors like storm clouds blotting out starlight. It was a dance of razors performed in absolute silence, the psychological weight of those unpainted hulls pressing upon the Scar's bridge crews, until even the Khan's legendary composure frayed at the edges, his knuckles whitening around the arms of his command throne as he watched hololith projections flicker with aver-shifting formations designed not to destroy, but to corral. When he finally ordered the Arrowhead formation, that ancient Chagorian hunting, which translated to Void Warfareth Alpha Legion's countermove, was neither salvo nor scramble, but an almost deliberate yielding, their battlecruisers sliding aside like dark tides parting before a prow, their absence of resistance more unsettling than any fusillade. The mystery of that manufactured escape clung to Imperial tacticians for decades, dissected in whispered conclaves where men traced fleet movements on glowing star charts and wondered whether this hollow victory had been gift or gambit, whether the Khan's Stormbreak exit had been engineered by Alpha intention rather than White Scar prowess. That same calculated malice found sharper teeth in the swirling ochre depths of the Alax's Nebula, where stellar gases coiled like poison in the veins of a dying god. Here, the Alpha Legion didn't merely fight the sculpted despair. Lemon Russ's fleet drifted wounded among the asteroid fields, their hulls still scarred from Prospero's pyre, the Wolf King himself stalking the trembling decks of the Hraphical, with eyes like smoldering coals in a face gone gaunt from defeat's bitter toll. The ambush unfolded not as battle, but as cruel theater, strike craft bleeding from behind nebulous curtains to pepper Wolf Lord escorts with pinpoint lance strikes before dissolving back into the murk, boarding pods detonating against hull plating at random intervals to keep the wolves sleep-deprived and twitch-gunned. Russ's warriors, born for roaring charges and axes on glory, found themselves slashing at phantoms, their battle cries swallowed by the uncaring void, while Alpha Legion assassins flitted through their lower decks like cold drafts, severing comms lines and poisoning recirculation vents. When the Wolf King's distress call finally crackled through the warp, it carried not a sovereign's command, but the wrath-throated desperation of a cornered beast sound that gave even Jagatai Khan momentary pause upon receipt. But Alfreus had already foreseen this fragile thread of brotherhood. His agents had spent weeks spinning lies like silken poison, contaminating astropathic choirs with visions of space wolf betrayal, ensuring the Scars would parse Russ's plea through a lens of suspicion thick enough to paralyze response. By the time Russ realized no aid would come, the boarding torpedoes were already screaming through the Hraphical's buckling void shields, their payloads not mere legionaries, but Alfreus himself wrapped in Terminator plate dark as frozen blood, ascending through the ruptured decks with his pale spear glinting like a sliver of dead star. Their duel echoed through corridors choked with fallen wolves and dying alphas, a wordless ballet of spite where Russ's Frostblade met Alfreus's fluid parries in sprays of molten ceramite, the Wolf King's exhaustion warring against his Geneforged wrath, while the Hydra-headed Primarch fought with the eerie precision of a man executing choreography rehearsed millennia prior. Only the thunderous arrival of the Dark Angels broke the deadly rhythm, their fleet slicing through the nebula like a dagger through smoke, guns blazing with incarnadine fury that forced Alfreus to melt away once more, leaving Russ kneeling amidst the wreckage of his bridge, howling curses at shadows. But Hydra's coils tightened inexorably toward their final constriction. Pluto's moons hung like pallid sentinels in the freezing dark, their ice-sheathed surfaces glinting beneath the sickly radiance of a dying sun. Here, beneath the whispering static of astropathic relays that thrummed with 10,000 screaming messages, Rogel Dorn's defenders stood entrenched in fortifications that mirrored their masters' Resolva bastions of plasteel and faith, where Imperial fists checked auspex arrays with clockwork regularity, unaware that Alfreus moved among the blind spots like ink in water. Strike was elegance distilled to violence, teleport flares camouflaged within solar winds, Terminator squads materializing inside sterilization chambers, their stealth fields flickering off like dying stars as combat blades slid from sheaths. Dorn met this creeping death not with panic, but with tectonic certainty, his Huskarls die-casting killzones in the corridors while Archamus, bleeding from a dozen wounds, stumbled toward the central relay chamber with data slates clattering from numb fingers. When the twin Primarchs finally stood face to face in the shuddering heart of the command nexus, between them lay not merely yards of deck plating, but the abyss of ideologies forged in Terra's birthing Firesdorn's amber eyes burning with betrayed fury, Alpharius's visage hidden behind a helm styled after some arcane leviathan. Their clash was the grinding of continental plates, Dorn's chainsword a roaring engine of destruction falling with the inevitability of asteroid impact, Alpharius's spear a silver blur seeking weaknesses in fortifications that had never known breach. Blood slicked the Dectaran red mingling, with something darker, thicker-runtal Archamis's dying intervention shattered the deadlock, his faltering lunge opening Alpharius's guard for the fraction Dorn required. The severing of the pale spears half-echoed like a starship breaking void, the follow-up strike cleaving through Alpharius's gorget with a wet crunch that silenced the chamber. In that moment, light-years distant aboard a nameless ghost ship drifting in the Uit cloud, Omgan screamed at a sound that burst synapse relays and scrambled voxcasters as the severed half of their twin soul extinguished, leaving him alone in a skull suddenly cavernous with absence. From the ashes of that severance, a new Alpha Legion coiled into being, helmed now by a ghost wearing his brother's skin, their subsequent attacks against loyalist supply lines carrying the twitchy precision of automatons wound too tight. At Yant they harried the scars not to conquer, but to consume time. At Talern they bled the wolves not for victory, but to stall destiny itself, each strike perfunctory and hollow beneath the echoing cry of, for the Emperor, a mantra uttered with lips twisted by something that might have been irony or grief. And as the heresy gasped its last upon Terra's burning soil, the Alpha Legion didn't flee weeping to the eye like their traitor kin. They folded into the galaxy's dark corners like living ciphers, their departing silhouette a question mark etched in void-black armor, leaving Archamis's last transcribed words hanging in Imperial archives like a half-remembered epitaph. They fought like men who mourned what they had become. The Alpha Legion slipped into the unknown reaches of the galaxy like smoke through grasping fingers, leaving behind a constellation of unanswered questions that festered in the Imperial soul like shrapnel wounds. Each enigma burned colder the longer it lingered, radiating unease through the high corridors of power, where strategists traced phantom movements across star charts gone dark. He looked down, the faint amber glow of the data crystal casting his hands in sepulchre light, as he continued to parse its secrets each fragmented sentence, a breadcrumb leading deeper into a forest of half-truths. Recent records on the Legion didn't so much end as fray into static, dissolving into a cacophony of contradictory whispers. Some outpost logs claimed they'd traveled east beyond the Astronomican's reach, vanishing into the fractal edges of forgotten galactic arms, where even the Emperor's light grew thin. Others spoke of them haunting the skeletal remains of dead empires, pursuing objectives known only to their hydra-headed masters through methods that made even veteran inquisitors shudder. Did they cling to some perverse interpretation of the Emperor's ancient will, warped through 10,000 years of subterfuge? Or had that original rebellion begun as twisted sacrament finally calcified into genuine heresy, their ensignoble ends now drowned in the means required to pursue them? Among these fractured chronicles, one engagement burned with unnatural Claritithe Battle of Escador, less a campaign than a surgical strike into the Imperium's collective nightmares. Here, beneath skies choked with ash from burning forests, the Alpha Legion's post-heresy legacy crystallized in blood and betrayal, revealing both their fearsome resilience and the fault lines running through their fractured purpose. Escador itself seemed conjured from some primeval dream of Warfaria, jagged cradle of razorback mountains split by valleys, so dense with carnivore vines and spore thickets that daylight died before reaching the moss-lit ground. Perfect terrain for the Phantom Legion, if indeed it was Alpharius still pulling their strings from the shadows, and how they'd moved not as soldiers but as manifestations of the landscape itself, dissolving into mist-shrouded ridges only to coalesce behind ultramarine patrols with blades already wet. Ambush became art form, every snapped twig potentially a detonator, every cave mouth a gun emplacement waiting to exhale fire. Yet Robot Guilliman, paragon of order, brought his own terrible geometry to the dance. Where the Legion flowed like Mercury, the Lord of Ultramar advanced like tectonic certain-time methodical, relentless, employing stratagems so precisely articulated they could have been etched in marble. The stalemate that followed was a duel of mirrored minds. Alpharius, or was it Omgan, knew every play from Guilliman's fabled tome of war, could anticipate each battalion's pivot and feint as if reading from sheet music. Guilliman, that master of reinvention, shattered his own doctrine like glass. Without warning, he spearheaded a night assault so reckless it bordered on berserker fury, driving his elite deep into the Serpent's Nest, where logic dictated no commander would dare venture. The gamble tore the Legion's carefully woven net ultramarines, breached their inner sanctum, cornering the Primarch's forces in the Valley of Echoes, where sheer cliffs became executioners' walls. Outnumbered 5-1, their Primarch's banner flickering beneath the soot-stained sky, doom seemed inevitable. Then came the death that changed everything. Whether Alfreus fell or Omgon perished in his brother's place mattered less than the rupture it caused in reality's fabric. When Guilliman's blade found its mark, sundering the Primarch's battle plate in a spray of arterial crimson, the shockwave wasn't of despair but ignition. Instead of Scatteringers, even the most disciplined lines might when beheaded the Alpha Legion detonated. Counterattacking with a ferocity that blurred the line between courage and suicide, they hammered the Ultramarines with such frenzied precision that Guilliman himself ordered orbital saturation, rather than risk his veterans being swarmed by these fanatics who fought like men already dead. The bombardment turned valleys into kilns, scouring flesh and stone alike with holy promethium. Yet when the fires died, the Legion wasn't ashes but ember-scattered, yes, but burning hotter in their isolation. What emerged from Escador's pyre wasn't a broken force but a Hydra reborn in fractal form. Warbands splintered into autonomous cells, each a self-contained echo of the greater whole, perfectly disciplined, utterly lethal, connected by invisible threads of ideology only they could navigate. Some vanished into asteroid belts, hollowing out planetoids into labyrinthine strongholds that drifted like tombs between the stars. Others infested derelict space hulks, their decks reeking of corroded metal and poorly contained warp drives, becoming nomadic citadels of conspiracy. More still burrowed into radiation-blasted rocks the Imperium had catalogued and forgot millennia ago, worlds so lifeless they didn't warrant a footnote in administratum ledgers. From these blighted nests, the tendrils spread some warbands launching piracy operations, so precise they seemed like black ops performed by ghosts. Others planting insurrectionist seeds across compliant worlds, with the patience of gardeners cultivating poison orchids. Their warfare became a macabre symphony conducted without a score. Planetary governors would wake to find their garrisons gutted, not by invading armies, but by their own household troops who'd spent years absorbing Alpha doctrine, whispered in their sleep. Rebellions would flare with impossible coordination on 12 separate fronts, only for the Legion's agents to vanish days before Imperial reinforcements arrived, leaving fractured populations to drown in retribution. The Ordo Malus burned entire hive cities trying to excise their influence, only to later discover the infection had been a Russia feint to divert resources from some darker plot unfolding light years away. High Lords proclaimed the Hydra decapitated after each whispered victory, yet the heads kept multiplying, the Alpha Legion's presence less an invading force than a recurring nightmare haunting the Imperium's twilight hours. What chilled the blood wasn't just their methods, but their relationship to the very corruption they exploited. Unlike the Death Guard, bloated with Nurgle's gifts, or the Word-bearers proselytizing with warp-born fire, the Alpha Legion remained eerily clean. No mutations twisted their ranks, no demon engines roared in their vanguard. They traveled the stars in real space vessels, avoiding the eye's baleful glare, their tactics reliant on mortal cunning rather than hellish pacts. Some scholars, this hinted at latent loyalty or refusal to fully consummate their heresy, as if part of them still knelt before the Golden Throne. To others, it was supreme arrogance, the conviction that they alone could navigate the galaxy's chaos without becoming its slaves. Yet this very ambiguity became their sharpest weapon. Were they treacherous allies enacting some unfathomable endgame for mankind's salvation? Or chaos worshippers so subtle even the dark gods didn't realize they were being used? The question coiled around every engagement, every intercepted missive, every mangled survivor's testimony. A legion without allegiance, motive, or face-only masks beneath masks, each reflecting whatever fear the observer brought to the glass. In the Librarium's cryptquiet, Jareth felt the narrative seep into him like underground water. The consoles around him hummed a funeral dirge of processed data, rows upon rows of leather-bound tomes pressing close like mourners at a wake. He devoted cyclists perhaps months to collating these accounts, The air within the cruiser Imperial Vigilant hung thick and still, tasting of the sterile chill born from endlessly recycled life support, yet underscored by inescapable layers of reality, etched into its very structure, a sharp coppery tang of machine oil perpetually weeping from ancient conduits, and the ghostly, ephemeral trails of sanctification incense wafting up from ritual chambers, buried like vital organs deep within the armored prison of the ship's colossal frame. Down vast interconnecting halls, past echoing caverns echoing with the silence of sleeping ranks beyond bulkheads thick as fortress walls, past the silent, waiting stacks of munitions, and the yawning emptiness of staging areas reeking of departed battle readiness, Warden Darius Travis occupied a space carved solely for stillness. His chamber was a deliberate pocket of near-emptiness, its Spartan nature an engineered sanctum for contemplation amidst the endless metallic transit of war. Illumination arrived only from a single, ancient lumen globe suspended directly above a scarred metal desk, its shielded lumen glow deliberately muted, casting a palpable golden light that seemed viscous, almost liquid honey thick with the weight of passing millennia, pushing long, unwavering shadows across the surfaces they touched, stretching them obscenely yet elegantly over the battle-scarred artificer gold of his own imposing armor. Fitted around him like scaled skin, the ornately wrought plates radiated a cold solidity. The desk itself offered no distraction, its surface bare save for the intricate patterns etched not by conscious decoration, but by brutal centuries of hard use, a testament to paperwork etched beside violence. Residing perfectly against its sturdy flank, rested his guardian spear, its haft bearing the deep, smooth polish of countless centuries of grip and vigil, sweat and ichor and fidelity concurrently wearing the metal into a testament of timeless service. Time's relentless attrition had seemingly bypassed the blade entirely, its keen monomolecular edge poised with the same deadly promise as the day it was forged, refusing any implication of dulling decline. To Darius, this was existence rendered into physical form, his own will extended into tangible power. Far more than a simple tool of war, it was an appendage inseparable from his being, the flawless instrument through which his unwavering purpose unfolded eternally in the unimpeachable name of himself, the God Emperor. His breaths were the slow, rhythmic sighs of stone mountains, steady and deep, drawing in the chill, insulated rivers of the ship's air. His eyes, analytical, impossibly ancient yet unsettlingly sharp, devoid of mortal moisture or fatigue, traversed the faded inscription upon the leather-bound pages laid open before him. The material of the ancient codex had succumbed some measure to the relentless march of epochs, its pages whispering with brittleness, their textured surface a unique landscape of ink, prayers meticulously penned alongside shard fragments of historical records, each character, each word, laid down long before his own millennia-spanning service had even begun. This tome held the distilled spirit of his chapter, a narrative born of the 10,000, a saga ignited beneath skies uncharted before the first dazzling burst of the Great Crusade scattered humanity's banners across the galactic void. That primeval flame was carried forward solely on armored shoulders such as his own. The written scrawl shimmered with recounted victories snatched from the jaws of annihilation, spoke eloquently of betrayals that cracked empires, exalted the immutable demands of duty, and the vast, soul-consuming toll it demanded of the infinitesimally few who willingly answered that clarion call, payment exacted moment by ceaseless moment. Beyond the reinforced confines of his chamber, beyond this pocket of sanctified stillness, the imperial vigilance surged onwards, its colossal inertial mass humming with the vibrant, unfake life signature of a leviathan organism awake under stars. Its plasma engines pulsed and surged with the deep, resonant cadence of a cosmic heart, a ceaseless rhythm Darius, centuries ago, had absorbed into the deep background noise of his perpetual awareness, becoming another layer of his own silent pulse. Far away, seemingly leagues down the armored spine towards the vessel's foreboding prow, the crackling, machine-distorted chants of the Adeptus Mechanicus priesthood reached his hyperacute senses as a mere susurrus, a distant insectal drone of ritualistic mantras spilling from Cape Tecbriists as they enacted the perpetual rites of maintenance, appeasing and coaxing the complex, sentient brutality of the vessel's machine spirits. Their digitized voices floated disjointed, merging seamlessly with the omnipresent, guttural growl emanating from the deepest depths. Occasions punctuated this auditory landscape, the sharp, distorted squawk of a voxcaster tearing through the monotony, pronouncing curt orders barked in clipped Gothic, dictated blessings or status reports as the fortress shulk, named Vigilant, drove its immense course ever closer towards its genesis, the poisoned, holy cradle itself Terra, the holy throne world. Darius permitted himself the fine adjustment invisible to any mortal eye, a fractional shift in posture. The movement ignited the softest whisper movement of golden adamantium alloy plates sliding infinitesimally against their counterparts, silken friction drawing a thread of sound, high and precise. Despite the ritual ablutions performed with exacting virtue upon boarding, wrapped in scented smoke and sanctified unguents, the lingering phantom scent of purged battle clung stubbornly to the molecular memory of his armor, a phantom miasma of acrid promethium smoke stinging the senses, the visceral screeches of corrupted metal tearing itself apart. The rictus smears of damnation, frozen upon twisted heretical visages, captured in the moment of dissolving beneath the consuming terror of his own flashing blade. The rebellion's spasm had ended predictably, choked swiftly in its chaotic infancy, its diseased commanders judiciously severed from life, even as their profane ambitions began to metastasize. Yet the righteous fury he had unleashed, a controlled starfury focused on extermination, left behind no echo of exultation, no fruiting of savor. Its sole aftertaste the pure, unadulterated distillation of disgust, sour and deep, for these blind, corrupted creatures daring to obstruct the shining path of the Imperium of Man, obstinate grit caught within the sacred machinery pushing forward, demanding purification. An almost imperceptible tremor vibrated subtly through the bedrock-thick deck plates beneath his sabatons, the minute signature confirming the void ship's ponderous transition deeper into another sector within the gossamer-thin envelope of the Sol system's frigid outer embrace. The journey towards Earth, the axis around which all meaning spun, neared its terminus. Soon the custodian would resume the mantle destined since inception, standing the eternal watch within the mystic, impossible depths of the Imperial Palace, the focal monument to mankind's salvation upon an otherwise doomed planet. Unbidden and uninvited, a spark of longing manifested deep within his psyche, not thought, but more akin to instinct, reflexively brilliant, and directed solely at the concept of home, Terra. Instantly a spirit of pure guilt ripped through that nascent warmth, silencing it utterly. Such internal ambiguity was impurity, a blemish on unwavering focus, and a sacrifice long since consigned willingly. Here in this dim Lectio cell, surrounded by silence pressing inward like velvet, Darius felt his consciousness pulled inexorably from the faded ink towards the boundless gulf of the past. Ancient fingers, powered by fiber bundle muscles steeped in golden alloys, traced unscanned, yet with unfathomable reverence, the embossed sigil adorning the Codex's worn cover. The twin-headed golden aquila of Terra, wings eternally spread in proud, defiant arch against every conceivable cosmic tyranny. Memories, long accreted sediment within the ocean of his ageless mind, stirred and swirled towards the surface, potent drag currents pulling him deep. He thought not with the fragile word fragments of mortals, but with the totality of lived eon, of the great crusade, that blinding age of reclamation when destiny itself seemed forged anew each day beneath bootfall upon a million worlds. His magnificence incarnate striding across constellations draped in impossible light. His custodians an eternal honor guard orbiting him, agents, protectors, extensions of a singular sovereign will. He recalled the siege of Terra encapsulated not as memory, but as an indelible scar of light and steel, and psychic concussive fury seared into the aura of his animus, resonating still in the deep reaches of his being 10,000 years after the final desperate clash upon the Eternity Gate, the apocalypse braided into the fibers of the soul. He remembered brothers comrades sculpted from borrowed flesh and divine fire names, now echoed only within sanctioned litanies whispered under temple vaults. Each recovered fragment, spectral faces glimpsed fleetingly in the shadowed corners of his mind, added measurable mass to the singularity of silent burden he contained, the weight carried soundlessly, invisibly, an utter constant known only to all of the 10,000, the cornerstone of their eternal remit. The single lumen globe overhead flickered once, sharp and brief, an ignis spasm of uncertain origin plunging the confined retreat fraction into a deeper, more oppressive shade before the golden honeyed illumination resiliently flickered back to life. It was a trivial event, a minuscule fluctuation in the endless tide of reality, yet it arrested his internal reverie instantly. Golden tendons contracted beneath sculpted armor, his battle-honed hand snapped instinctively towards the haft of his spear, minute serpentine fibers anticipating the roar of battle, before the conscious mind could possibly form the concept within the fleshy confines of its skull. Reflex and will so perfectly intertwined it constituted pure existence itself. Before cognition could register the reflexive draw, before the potential threat could manifest beyond the theoretical, the moment dissipated entirely, a mote of temporal dust swept aside. Environment reasserted its peace. The fortress ship was secured, its crew operated within parameters of devout efficiency, its machine spirits vocalized only with satisfied liturgical growls. Danger was illusion, a phantom memory swirling like smoke over the unyielding bedrock of his vigilance. There was only the endless, patient watch before duty eventually roared its final, undeniable command. Darius slid infinitesimally backwards within his throne, the motivators threaded through his armor purring a soft, almost imperceptible complaint at even this microscopic infraction against frozen vigilance. His gaze, diamond-sharp, slipped away from the history pressed onto fragile paper, traveling instead into the shadowed corners of the vaulted ceiling, to areas where darkness seemed to pool and congeal, discovering territory where past phantoms convened like condensed galactic mists that whispered names forgotten. Millennia trodden beneath his golden tread, epics witnessed like the slow rotting and reforging of continents. Despite the crushing tides of interminable time, his central purpose remained pristine, unmarred, crystal clear. He was the unblinking sentinel, the imperishable rampart shielding humanity's feeblest glimmer of survival. The Emperor perpetually endured upon the throne, and while the animating spark fed Darius's ageless engine, he would be the shield against galactic dissolution, ensuring the sacred flame burned, undimmed. Presently, however, this universe known as silence stretched upon the frame of centuries was sufficient currency for continuation. The galaxy's brilliant diamonds burned ceaselessly just beyond the cruiser's fortified skin, their stark, bitter flame mirrored precisely upon the ever-burnished golden sheen adorning his enormous frame. The journey spun itself out across the interplanetary void, the Imperial vigilant bearing strength, and it seemed at that moment a tangible, soul-wrenched pain inside its adamantium womb, driving towards the place of all origins, unmarked as ever by fanfare or even recognition beyond existence. As the ship navigated the gravitational shoals towards Throne World, the custodian commenced poised calibration of mind and perfected body to the frequency of the palace's psychic avalanche. He initiated the meditations demanded by the magnitude of eternity he wore. From the silence flowed comprehension of his order's formidable alien genesis inscribed within that haunted silence. It remains unutterably difficult, even when possessing eyes that witnessed ages begin and crumble, to disentangle foundational bedrock from the delicate, shimmering weavings of gloried myth accreted around the origins of the Custodian Guard. The intractable nature of this quandary born from the prime truth, their story unfolded in a time situated truly beyond memory count, before the Emperor's grand design possessed a tangible form stretching beyond the single planet. What fragmented understanding we grasped gathered shard-like from forbidden vaults. They were the first, designed uniquely to stand above the mob, not the initial warriors mankind cast screaming towards armies armored with fear, brutal militias unleashed indiscriminately, but the first perfected realization. The flawless shieldsons destined solely to guard the Emperor's visionary ideal unto the universe's eventual heat death. The Custodians formed perfectly the living arch to humanity's desperate Imperium dream. The legend speaks of them as the Emperor's true firstborn, a title heavy with ancestral resonance. Before them strode the Thunder Warriors, catastrophic engines of annihilation and terror, whose mutated muscles and traumatized minds couldn't conceal their ultimate design flaw, intended to burn fierce and brief, destined to immolate themselves upon their own contained nuclear instability. The Custodians represented a wholly distinct evolution. Forged by the holy primogenitor's own sculpting genius, they manifested no less than the bleeding apex clawed back from humanity's drowned zenith, technologies spun from the bewildering sciences, born only in the mythos of the lost dark age, interred beneath psychic catastrophe. Where celestial order defined the Thunder Warriors as expedient instruments mandated to conquer world after tormented world through brute, blunt slaughter, the Custodians took form to embody eternal sentinel watchfulness, immovable bulwarks holding chaos at bay. Their construction emerges only from whispers passed down secret paths, a process demanding impossible complexity, operating upon the meat and agony of a single human specimen. While the Space Marine legions, who subsequently swept across galaxy frontiers, found creation embodied within template multiplication spreading like galactic plague, yielding millions upon millions of altered variants, the Custodians ignited singly from flawed inception to agonizing sentinel emergence. Each one endured shaping not as assembly line weapon, but as unique artwork meticulously sculpted over decades. Soul, sinew, bone, perception molded upon perfection's jagged altar. The resultant incarnation physically transcended simian origin, a posthuman force whose strength shattered material reality, whose speed conceived its own detached temporal sphere, senses sharpened to the observable fringes of prediction itself, perceiving manifested threat before embryonic existence could solidify within the predator's mind. Yet such unprecedented manifestation, such glorious proximity to nascent divinity, demanded its hideous due and shattered lives discarded. The threshold for selection pressed upon realms immeasurable and beyond natural achievement. From tens upon tens of thousands of purest Terran stock, subjected to unimaginable filters probing spirit and biological perfection, barely a handful might gleam through as viable husks ready for dissolution into something sublime. Merely potential candidates undertaken willingness consumed thousands. The endless transformation commenced upon them until decay announced itself inevitably, stretching across tortured decades, structuring an eon biochemical, genetic and psychic alchemies designed to shatter normal consciousness like fragile parchment. Only through such continuous agony hammering at the progenitor bronze did emergence become conceivable. The survivors who persevered beyond that obscene boundary possessed no remaining tether resembling contemporary humanity. They stood transformed. Something else entered the galaxy draped in golden purity. Gossamer Historioso sources whisper their maximum number ever attained plateaued firmly at the legendary 10,000. Scholars argue if this total originated as profound symbolic limitation, the God Emperor's fear manifesting through calculated restriction, ensuring such concentrated, unanswerable potency could never pervert its sacred remit, or merely reflected the irreducible impossibility imposed by the crude brutal cost in broken children poured upon altars simply to attain each pinnacle paragon, now standing as Terran monolith. Truth remains swallowed in secrets maintained successfully despite 10 millennia. They anchored themselves eternally within legend as the 10,000, the syllables still bearing impact sufficient to hit hard armor like propelled fuel slugs. Their arduous genesis, fraught legacy unfolded nowhere near the realm of forgiveness or charitable grace, designing prefects less than men. Much like the legendary Terran jewelsmith seeking ultimate crystalline flawlessness, the Emperor's proprietary processes employed tools infinitely crueler. One solitary flaw discovered along the decades-long torture, shaping flesh or soul beyond mortal comprehension, was sufficient enough contamination, condemning the entire candidate irredeemably into shreds sprayed across erasure pits. Quantifiable scarcity underlining their legacy functioned as Athenaeum defensive doctrine, and simultaneously our critical vulnerability. Each custodian prosecuted existence as an indomitable fortress reality unto his sovereign palace, so monumental that allegorical sagas spoke easily of solitary golden figures casually annihilating entire army cohorts purpose-grown to consume worlds, entire kingdoms dissolving against resolute adamantium. Transcending their perfected martial architecture, they were also divinely ordained emissaries for conveying the Emperor's unyielding imperatives, honored companions chosen above heaven-elected faithful alike. His confidence in that impossible age he strode visibly beneath mankind's peasant awe. Wisdom encompassed legitimacy far beyond being warriors incidentally. The custodians held place permanently beside his skeptic throne, tackling intricacies threading imperial politics, contemplating philosophical labyrinths beyond lesser understanding, sharing intimately his far-reaching designs shaping a nascent imperium poised to devour the firmament itself. Their concept devotion wasn't merely drilled into reflexes like base imperial guards. It defined structural support, impelling their very enclosed visceral animus inseparable foundational bedrock, become autonomic state beyond conscious control. Doubt contained no niche within precinct wall. Self-preservation represented inconsequential waste signal amidst consciousness coded solely for obedience. The Emperor's sacred intention burned inseparable from their core motivation. Within a blood-slickened galaxy treacherous hollowed pit, the Custodian Guard held exclusive confidence entrusted with the Godhead's innermost secrets. Those revelations not meant for unshielded consciousness whispers suggest they endured even forbidden knowledge-grasping truths, whose mere whispered edge could peel sanity like overcooked fruit skin. Their premier millennia dawned during Terra's grim unification conflicts, consigning chaos heathendoms unto divine judgment. They strode forth then not as modern resplendent archangelic monuments gilded reflective light, but as mighty avengers encased implicitly brilliant crimson, capped accurately by burnished gold metal, their guardian spears merely extensions of terrifying purpose-cutting obsolete planetary tyrants as casually as scything fever grass. Execution precision exceeded only by cosmic adjutant angels dispatched by divine fiats. Collective myth recalled, undisputed across Hive chronicles, that during these primordial dawn epics erupting iron across Terra, mere entrance into fortress city or court palace chamber by simply one custodian inevitably compelled arrogant warlords, their pride self-constructed towering monument to psychic temporal power, to instantly bow adorned craniums nearly scraping blasphemous opulent floors, humbled into dust. Utter misapprehension flowed inevitably from uninformed theological seepage idiocy, claiming custodial guard represented evolution, sculpted onto space marine paragon template, corrected visibly following asymmetry and forgotten study. Such facile simplicity merely blinds deeper appreciation for peculiar singularity, reciting ancient origin point. Custodians categorically exist disparate unmade through pre-Legion developmental arcades, apocalypse, not predictive refinement towards star warriors, arriving subsequently en masse. They bore no echoing ambition, seeking vainglory conquest captured ruins for tomb glories. Their sacred foundation purpose eroded empires solely via object permanence defense impervious shield, manifesting protection fidelity existence radiating holy beacon Gehenna core. Their distinct structural vessel contains subordination binding entire warp segments purely into dominating, while manifestation exclusively critical decisive moments. Significantly, historically immutable, custodians, permutations executed upon modification templates continuously shifting shaped material reality, nearby century initiation signals. As sovereign executioners command personally curated via Lord Terran leadership, conducted assault vanquishing Morlock Sen Confederate Empire, vaunted among formidable historical opponents, revealed specifically during Terra Grim unification epics, reaches apogee infamous Red Frost battlefield annihilation, events witnessed Tyrant Prophet soul dissection sentencing. Peerless Annals attribute entirely custodian intervention masterfully executing decapitation, blow signature simultaneous annihilation form, ultimately concluding subsiding combat integration solely. Consolidating reputation irrevocable, as Emperor-chosen execution utility extensions, radiates transcendent next category operating scale. Thunder Warrior's primitive prototype precursors calibrated to primitive destruction function strictly like appended hammers, crushing vast ideas' ignorant fragility. In contrast, Custodians pursued measured direction resistance nobility, achieving governing wisdom accretion. Loyalty bonds etched beyond plain battlefield continuously, intrinsic to raw genetic being architecture. Historic Primary Observer alone documented initial degeneration mutations, scourging Thunder Warrior grip primitive armies, forged haste demanding unparalleled physical determination, doomed inherent instability, eroding gradually faculties ceaselessly, while hungering mutiny entered spirit cracks, finally erupting golden terra necessity annihilation, dictated sworn fealty fidelity crown. Custodians bore solemn grail writ executing suppression, related internal rebellion aligned accordingly, establishing continuity termination sequence hunting remnants, dispersed remnant hyperwarriors, who had previously stood aligned trenches mere days prior conflict triggered. Referential records detailing atrocity, suppressed veil mandated commemoration. Blood ritual echoes betraying deep turmoil, hoisted betrayal hatred, upon constructs fighting creators, constitute darkness condensed narrative revealed. Crucial Imperium milestone delineating twisting point irrevocable pathway, anointed successor triumph. Thunder Warrior's entire patterns defunct page, entered memory ashes silence locked release, according consensus potentially Athena, convening council wisdom conjecture. Existence dissolved regardless resurrection incompleteness, remained documentation unknown destruction, alongside psychic trauma signifying sacrifice, prefer oblivion covers weeping pages stands resolution. Succeeding blazing pyres emerged glorious Adeptus Astartes, integrated genetically dominated armies securing Emperor banner, breaching galactic frontiers forward catastrophic crusade Aniquilatus. Stillness remained custodians, fundamentally defined outside circulated legion understanding structure-associated pillar functions, extinction, centered absolutely unique ancient duties, survived thousands generations, witnessing silence echoed writhing, inevitably alone irreducible sovereign template shielded entirely historical royal. Crude centuries wrapped separate purpose integrated golden starlight perpetual king guardians radiating alone gold bastion purity impervious decline holding solely. Divine contract origin manifest shielded defiant silence sudden star candle eternal distant galaxy immovable throne shadow. It was during the vast star-spanning conquest known as the Great Crusade, when the Emperor turned his unwavering gaze ever outward, that the purpose of his personal guard crystallized into its truest form. While the mighty legions of the Space Marines, his generals and conquerors, were dispatched across the galaxy to bend worlds to imperial compliance, the Emperor's own custodians remained by his side. They were not commanders marshalling armies, they were something more intimate, more essential. They were his impenetrable shield, his shadow and his light, his most trusted advisors, and the hand that would enforce his will in the silent spaces between empires. They stood beside him upon alien soil, a wall of gold amidst the treacherous splendor of Xeno's courts, and on battlefields choked with the smoke and ruin of opposing humankind's unstoppable advance. Their presence was constant, an extension of the Emperor's own authority. Yet, for all their countless deeds across countless war zones, one pivotal battle echoed through eternity, etching their legend deep into the rock of imperial history, the cataclysm at Juros Thravian. Epics of retelling have inevitably shrouded the precise details in myth and heroic exaggeration, yet the core truth shines through undimmed. The colossal orc warlord Grax Blackfang had gathered a tide of green flesh and fang, so immense it was spoken of as darkening the horizon itself, an ocean of brutish violence threatening to drown three of the Emperor's finest Primarchs and their legions Horus, Rogel Dorn, and Mortarion. Even their combined martial genius and the thunderous might of the legions faltered, overwhelmed, pressed back, teetering on the precipice of annihilation. Then came the light. Descending from the resplendent golden battle barge Bucephalus, the Emperor himself strode into the carnage, a god of war personified, his armor ablaze with power, and behind him, 1,000 custodians, his eternal companions, plunged into the fray. Their charge was less an assault and more a celestial scythe passing through brittle stalks, orc bodies and crude machines sundered, torn apart with flawless, horrifying precision, each custodian a whirlwind of destruction. The climax loomed grotesquely above the slaughter, a mountain of scrap metal and malice, a gargant war machine crushing all beneath its gate. There, upon its shuddering summit, the Emperor confronted Grax Blackfang. The Orc warlord towered, a brute gargantua dwarfing even the golden giants flanking their master. The confrontation was brief. A single, impossibly dazzling stroke of the Emperor's blade detached the titanic head of Blackfang, sending it crashing down onto the battlefield far below like a meteor of failure. With their warlord's death, the Orc horde lost its primal cohesion. Panic, absolute and instinctual, shattered their crude ferocity. Like leaves surrendered to a hurricane, the greenskins fled. And the custodians harvested their flight. They were remorseless engines of annihilation, cutting down 10,000 orcs in moments, golden statues moving with lethal grace amidst the rout, breaking the back of the monstrous horde utterly. Crucially, amidst this staggering victory, stinging in its isolation against the backdrop of triumph, it is recorded that only 3 custodians fell. Their sacrifice was not merely noted, it was inscribed upon the Emperor's own armor, a permanent, somber reminder carved into living gold, echoing for eternity the heavy cost demanded even of these peerless warriors. This victory at Gyros Thravian was no testament to overwhelming numbers, it was the apotheosis of their purpose. When others might falter or doubt, the custodians stood unbreakable. Tales whispered in voidborn stations, and armored hulls speak of them confronting Xeno's abominations, birthed from the void's blackest nightmares, of standing unconquered against spectral assassins, wielding blasphemous energies and techniques that warped reality itself. Whether on the fiery birth-scarred worlds brought forcibly into the Imperial fold during the Great Crusade, or navigating the treacherous, poison-laced depths of humanity's own lawless underhives, or maintaining an icy watch within the treacherously gilded halls of fallen courts, the custodians proved their sovereign claim as the Emperor's ultimate sanction again and again. It was perhaps this intrinsic duality, this profound ambivalence, that truly defined the custodians in the eyes of those who fought alongside or beneath them. To the common Imperial soldier, that flash of gold upon the battlefield was simultaneously a blessing and a terror, a sign the Emperor's boundless protection was near, that no harm could touch them while those silent guardians stood vigilant. Yet that selfsame gleam carried an undertow of chilling dread. For the custodians were also the hand of judgment, executioners manifest, empowered and obligated to deliver the Emperor's justice with pitiless finality, without hesitation, without remorse. Unlike the legions unleashed upon military conquests, the custodians were brought to bear against existential corruption foes who offered no quarter and deserved none. A mere handful of them could snuff out a burgeoning rebellion in a single red afternoon, or irrevocably silence a treacherous Xeno's conclave, negotiating poisonous pacts in shadowed chambers. Yet for all their unmatched martial might and terrifying potential, the custodians were never intended as a conventional army. They boasted few void ships of their own, content to ride within the vast, complex fleets of the broader Imperium. They were, without question, a scalpel honed to an atom's edge, not a bludgeoning hammer. They were summoned only for those critical moments where utter precision, unwavering purpose, and absolute fidelity far outweighed the blunt application of overwhelming force. Whether spearheading a surgical strike into a seemingly impregnable fortress, standing sentinel over the sacred solitudes of the Imperial Palace, or shielding one of the Emperor's designated emissaries amongst wolves, they performed their function, flawless and implacable, wherever their duty required their presence. With each unparalleled victory, each impossible feat witnessed in the crucibles of war, their legend grew, whispered in awed tones across the stars of the fledgling Imperium. To some minds, they were terrifying avatars, the Emperor's golden angels of death. Perhaps it was this very proximity to the living Emperor, this intimacy of purpose and service at the very foot of the Golden Throne itself, that forged their unparalleled aura a presence tinged with the numinous, radiating an almost religious reverence. They were perceived as the final bulwark against creeping chaos and inevitable ruin, the last defenders of the light. Without them, it was said by terrified souls and grim strategists alike, the Golden Throne would inevitably crumble. Without them, crafting their quiet perfection, the Emperor's grand, unwavering vision for a unified humanity would be extinguished like a candle in the warp's eternal gale. Longinus Veridakar, shield captain of the Shadowkeepers, once declared, sharpening a blade already sharper than thought, "Whatever the weapons we clasp, whatever the dark deeds etched upon our souls, they carry the justification of absolute necessity. Without us, the Golden Throne falters. Without the Emperor, humanity is adrift, a prey beast for the dark." These words fused into the very essence of every custodian, a core truth as unyielding and polished as their Auramite armor. From the glorious, complex tapestry of the Great Crusade, that magnificent expansion stretching humanity's claim towards every cosmic horizon, there unraveled a darker thread, the blood-soaked tragedy known as the Horus Heresy. This cataclysm became the galaxy's most profound hour of darkness, a time stained by betrayal so deep it scorched brother against brother, tearing the heavens asunder and threatening to shatter the nascent Imperium. The radiant golden age of expansion under the Emperor's assured guidance plummeted into an epoch of savage violence and shattering faith as Horus, his favored son and warmaster, turned upon his creator, raising banner and blade against divinity. The legions of the Adeptus Astartes cleaved in two. Brother faced brother in monstrous conflicts, vengeance-blinding strategy, and the very fate of all known space trembled upon the brink of obliteration. Crucially, however, within this maelstrom of treason and shifting loyalties, this storm that threatened to drown reason itself, the Emperor's personal custodians remained pillars of absolute adamantium loyalty. They stood fast against the crashing tide of chaos sweeping through the legions, unmoved and undivided. Yet even before the malignant seeds of the heresy sprouted into outright war, this proximity to the source of all imperial authority brought the custodians into a perpetual state of unease regarding their relationship with the Adeptus Astartes. The fundamental schism in their genesis and ultimate purpose bred a constant, low-level friction. The custodians observed the legions through lenses polished by direct communion with the Emperor, respecting their formidable utility as instruments, yet harboring a profound, ingrained suspicion fringed with apprehension. They viewed themselves as purer vessels of the Emperor's will, unsullied by the troubling, tangled webs of ambition, rivalry, and the roiling emotions that troubled even the greatest of the Space Marine legions. Tragically, it would be precisely those unchecked ambitions and consuming emotional drives, pride, despair, envy, ambition unmoored, that saw entire legions succumb to the seductive whispers of chaos, shattering legions sworn to eternal brotherhood. This nascent tension escalated dramatically during pivotal pre-heresy episodes, the most stark being the censure of the Word-Bearers Legion upon the devastated ruins they had known as Monarchia. There, the Emperor staged a performance of unanswerable authority designed to crush devotion deemed heretical, and the custodians formed its golden backdrop. They stood as impassive statue guardians, witnessing the Emperor's glacial fury made manifest, their very presence a silent, unshakable contrast to the barely contained, desperate resentment radiating from Lorgar Aurelian and his humiliated warriors, the Word-Bearers. That legion, it was said, always tarried where others advanced with crusading zeal. Where worlds were conquered and logistics established, they erected towering cathedrals of devotion, filling the chill void air with the echoing cadence of prayers and incantations. Their devotion to the Emperor curdled into a ravenous worship that shimmered dangerously on the precipice of outright heresy, a bottomless need-seeking affirmation. Lorgar Aurelian, primarch of this zealous legion, stood as its architect. His genesis upon the dust-choked world of Colchis profoundly shaped him, a planet steeped from its poisoned core in fervent faith and ancient mysticism. Lorgar imbibed this desperate sense of divinity until it defined his veins. When the Emperor at last discovered his errant son amidst Colchis's pious throngs, he did not perceive, perhaps willfully blinded by paternal hopes, how deeply that world's theological toxins had seeped into Lorgar's spirit. Though the Emperor sought to shepherd humanity into the rational light of science and reason, freeing minds from ancestral superstitions, his son beheld only a divine being clad in mortal flesh, a god beyond gods. This foundational, unshakable belief became the pivot upon which tragedy lurched inevitably towards disaster. Under Lorgar's obsessive gaze, the Word-Bearers pressed onwards, yet their great crusade bore a singular, consuming vision, uniting humanity not merely beneath the Emperor's rule, but within the consuming furnace of his worship. Every compliant world was marked with towering shrines, intricate doctrines were meticulously transcribed and enforced, and the faithful were gathered in dizzying multitudes, hailing the Emperor as the one true source of light. To the Word-Bearers, conquest meant not just securing fealty, but winning souls. They were gray-armored missionaries radiating zealous conviction as they shattered enemies, their crusade progress deliberately slowed by the sheer weight of their own relentless proselytizing across subjugated planets. The Emperor, whose silence had been interpreted by Lorgar as tacit approval, grew increasingly dismayed and ultimately furious as evidence of this burgeoning cult mounted. The Great Crusade was to forge a realm united in secular truth, governance grounded upon logic and empirical understanding, freed forever from the chains of unfounded belief. Yet here stood Lorgar, his son, his creation, encouraging temples to rise skyward and societies to kneel in veneration of his own father as a divinity. The Emperor's mounting silent storm, mistaken for divine indifference, finally reached its terrifying peak at Monarchia. Raised upon the world of Kur by the Word-Bearers in a fever of devotional effort, Monarchia stood as the perfect city, an urban symphony composed purely of faith. It soared with majestic cathedrals, its streets vibrated with perpetual hymn, and the lives of its inhabitants were utterly dedicated to the emperor as God incarnate. Its very existence was defiance incarnate, a rejection of the foundational pillars upon which the emperor sought to build his imperium. It was citadel faith erected upon ground desecrated by imperial truth. Silence was impossible. Action, crushing and absolute, was the sole answer he could offer the affront. In the year 964 M30, the emperor summoned Robert Guilliman and the Ultramarines, the 13th Legion, paragons of reason and proven upholders of disciplinary purity. Their primarch stood as the very model of structured, rational leadership, according to the imperial truth etched into his soul. And accompanying them, an unspoken sentence carved in gold, came the custodians, flanked by the Sigillite Malcador, a gaunt shadow bearing the full weight of the emperor's impending wrath. Together, this felt presence descended upon Kerr. Monarchia was scourged from existence in a campaign measured in agonized hours. The Ultramarines methodically shattered the city's majestic spires, reducing its glory to choking grit on the wind, filling the sky with fire and the stunned populace with dread. Grueling atomics cracked foundations and structural prowess honed over millennia laid waste where zealotry had labored. By the time the word-bearers arrived, summoned by an imperial distress call deliberately permitted to reach them, they discovered only the smoldering bones of their perfect city, an apocalyptic landscape of ruin where joy once echoed. Upon their landing, grim anticipation met with eerie stillness. Only the outraged command issued by Guilliman shattered the silence. Descend to the surface and receive the emperor's verdict. Lorgar, his pride evoked, and his legion tormented by confusion, obeyed. Word-bearers in their thousands stood amidst the ashes of their most sacred creation, staring in communal horror at obliterated devotion. It was then, amidst this psychic wound carved upon the planet, that the emperor manifested. He did not descend with consolation. He bore only the unblinking light of truth set to shatter illusion. With mere thought, he exerted an irresistible psychic imperative compelling the entire legion, Lorgar included, to their knees in the toxic dust of their shattered dream. His impossibly amplified voice rang with devastating clarity over the landscape of spilled devotion and broken stone. He denounced their actions as a monstrous betrayal of the imperial truth's fundamental precepts. He declared, without room for divine equivocation, that he was no god, that their idolatrous worship poisoned the very wellspring of the imperium he had forged at agonizing cost. The chastisement struck Lorgar with the force of a collapsing sun. His universe imploded. The keystone of his existence crumbled to ash beneath the divine denial. His faith, a structure painstakingly raised over decades, was vaporized. The word-bearers were left hollowed, kneeling in illegitimate shame. The people of Kerr, this emperor declared with finality unbending, were abandoned to the desolation they had embraced through misplaced worship. For Lorgar Aurelian, monarchia was not a correction, it was cosmic oblivion manifest. His meticulously constructed reality lay in ashes, leaving nothing but an insatiable spiritual void colder than the void between stars. And into that crushing darkness bloomed corvidae feathers, synthesizer voices dripping poison offered as honey. The ruinous powers of the warp, eternally vigilant for souls teetering on such precipices of despair, whispered promises directly into the echoing hollow where faith once burned. Where the light denied purpose and affirmation, the dark offered sublime power and absolute belonging. Guided, seduced by the insidious counsel of Cor Pharon and Erebus, his inherited nightmare tutors, Lorgar began his precipitous descent into damnation's heart. Shadow oaths were sworn. In deepest secrecy, hidden beneath the Legion's public crusade activities, the word-bearers turned away from the failed light, embracing the dark pantheon of chaos as the only gods worthy of worship. For decades, this monstrous heresy grew, seeded like a plague throughout the very fabric of the nascent Imperium, preparing meticulously for the betrayal that would shatter the stars and jar the fundamental order of existence. Monarchia, the Emperor's calculated devastation intended to quash dangerous zeal, had not humbled Lorgar, it broke him. And from those ruins, crawling forth on broken faith, his legion rose reborn under a new, infinitely darker aspect. Monarchia forced the eyes of the custodians wide. It demonstrated starkly that the Adeptus Astartes were capable of profound loyalty, bordering on the absolute, yet such inherent devotion, powerful as a stellar forge, could be bent, twisted, and ultimately poisoned into a fanaticism that eclipsed reason. Their innate strength became their ultimate vulnerability. As the Great Crusade rolled inevitably onward, spread thinner across vaster fronts, the hyper-aware custodians began to sense other, equally dangerous currents swirling beneath the surface. They observed the brilliant Primarchs, titans closer to gods than men, yet possessing fundamental flaws, hairline cracks in their otherwise wondrous design, each hinting at potential fractures that could widen under strain. Horus's burgeoning ambition, weighted with destiny, Angron's feral rage barely restrained within a broken spirit, and the terrifying sublimated fervor witnessed in Lorgar were recorded within the Custodian Guard's collective consciousness. They watched, vigilant yet deliberately detached, keen eyes brushing over these embryonic fractures marring the divine Primarchs. Bound by necessity, by the specificity of their purpose, they would not act until commanded, yet these observed imperfections did not escape notice or fall into blind ignorance. Among their own ranks, such discord was unimaginable. Plots and jealousies held no purchase. Ambition found no fertile ground. Every custodian stood aligned solely upon the bedrock of duty to the Emperor. This purity, however absolute, created a necessary distance, a loneliness of purpose. It was inconceivable within the complex brotherhoods of the legions. Horus Lupercal shone brightest among his kin, the favored warmaster radiating charisma that drew worlds and warriors alike into his luminous orbit. His strategical mastery surpassed even the most formidable of his brother Primarchs. Trust cascaded upon him. Whispered prophecies suggested the Emperor granted Horus unparalleled favor, sharing secrets beyond the ken of others. The custodians obeyed unquestioningly, carrying out any order issued by the Emperor's designated herald. Yet simmering beneath the surface of that obedience was a constant, unspoken vigilance. They watched Horus, and indeed all the Primarchs, with an ingrained wariness, a buffer maintained not for lack of faith in their martial might, but as a necessary mantra to preserve unimpeachable impartiality. It was within this prepared distance, this trained quarantining of their absolute observation, that the custodians noted the simmering feuds, rivalries, and the jealous silences brewing silently within the Astartes legions. They noted changes in tone, tiny shifts in deference. They perceived the ambitious web spun by Horus to cultivate factions around himself and isolate others. They understood the gathering cloud hinted at by the brokenness reflected in a Primarch's eyes or the fury barely leashed within another. They observed the bitter resentment festering among sons who felt overlooked. They saw it all, unforgotten and unforgotten. Quietly within the sunlit chambers atop the palace spire, within the gleaming halls guarded by unwavering speckles of gold in the deep night, the custodians witnessed the golden age corroding at its joints, moment by treacherous moment. The slow poison of bitterness crept far beyond merely the spasming grasp of rebellious galactic nobles. A deeper, more insidious corruption festered in the very marrow of humanity. Across imperial worlds, governors clutching newfound power like stolen gems began to chafe against the iron collar of compliance, their whispers twisting into seditious plots or blasphemous pleas, reaching outwards into the seductive, cancerous embrace of the forbidden warp. The Custodian Guard became the unseen surgeon's knife, dispatched to excise these burgeoning cancers, hunting corruption through the stinking, claustrophobic gloom of Terran underhives, their golden presence incongruous amidst dripping pipes and teeming despair, and stalking hidden treason within the echoing marble council chambers of distant segmentum capitals. These were grim duties, executions carried out as the Emperor's unflinching avatars, the final, silent judgment. Yet during these purgations, even within the custodial hearts shielded by millennia of conditioning, a profound unease blossomed alongside every act of purged heresy. The Emperor, their master and guiding light, had withdrawn. Where once his radiant presence had been felt across the Imperium, a beacon of unity and purpose, directing vast crusades with a word, he had become increasingly absent, reclusive, retreating deep into the sanctified labyrinths beneath the Imperial Palace, consumed entirely by a project veiled in impenetrable secrecy. Shielded doors previously opened to their silent vigilance slammed shut. Even the innermost circle of guardians found themselves restricted to the outermost antechambers of his sanctum, left only with the faint, unsettling residue of immeasurable psychic effort emanating from sealed depths. Whispers, quiet yet profoundly dangerous, began to spread even among these most loyal souls concerning the nature of this monumental endeavor. Bound by sacred duty to safeguard the Emperor and his works yet denied crucial understanding, they could only speculate, piecing together fragments of forbidden lore. It was said the Emperor sought to forge a gateway, not merely a tunnel but something vastly more profound, a stable webway woven through the treacherous Empyrean itself. This ultimate liberation, freeing humanity forever from the perilous necessity of warp travel, and shielding it from the predations of the demonic psyches that raged within, promised a future secure for 1,000 ages. Yet even this dazzling potential couldn't eclipse the gathering darkness spawned by his withdrawal. His immense, singular focus on this project siphoned his presence from the governing body of his nascent imperium, a vacuum into which treachery flowed like poison water. The Webway project was desperately grandiose, an audacious attempt to replicate the ancient alien science of the vanished Eldar, to carve a stable passage through the roiling, nightmare sea of unreality. Such cosmic ambition, however, was a blade balanced over the heart of Terra itself. As the Emperor labored, his immense psychic exertions strained the fragile barrier, separating the calm sanity of the material realm from the roiling insanity of the immaterium. Pinpricks of unnatural violet light flickered where reality frayed, and through these microscopic rents, drawn by the psychic scent of his monumental effort and the weakening veil, came the hideous, predatory minds of demons. Clawed phantoms manifesting from pure malice, gibbering monstrosities extruding into crystalline corridors, housing mankind's greatest secrets, entities howling with a hunger to devour life and unravel the ordered fabric of existence itself. The custodians, alongside their stoic, terrifyingly silent allies, the Sisters of Silence with their auras radiating psychic negation, were now the only bulwark against this encroaching, impossible tide. The battles fought within those lightless subterranean arteries, the silent, shielded vaults, and the shimmering chambers echoing with forgotten power were never recorded, victories and losses alike swallowed by millennia of deliberate, panicked secrecy. Against entities forged from the malevolent dreams of unborn gods, sheer martial skill and physical perfection counted for little. The custodians' ironclad mental defenses, their minds honed beyond normal human endurance, were tested beyond all precedent. Before them writhed creatures existing as concepts of perfected agony or impossible geometries of hate, each psychic shriek designed to peel sanity from the strongest psyche. The sisters, invaluable anchors of cold, nullifying silence, created pockets of unnatural calm amidst the screaming inferno, their pariah fields causing demonic flesh to fizzle and dissipate with agonizing slowness. Together, shoulder to shoulder in corridors slick with ichor and the residue of shattered souls, they held the impossible line. Yet, for all their godlike prowess and unwavering resolve, the custodians bled. They fell. Myths in gold and crimson, tarnished and rent by the immaterial horror spilling from the warp though cracks traced by their own emperor's impossibly ambitious work. Gilded armor hissed as it dissolved in acid excreted by nightmares, limbs flailed by impossible force before being shorn by warp-whipped blades. Loss piled upon harrowing loss, the halls echoing with the fading psychic resonance of fallen guardians, yet the shield wall never truly broke, for they knew with chilling certainty the chaos outside the palace walls was a lesser shadow to the utter extinction promised by failure here. They fought not merely for a world, but for the species they shielded. Sadly, tragically, the Webway project shattered. Its catastrophic implosion tore a massive, agonizing wound in reality itself, breaching the containment held for decades by blood and sacrifice. An endless, hateful tide of demons cascaded through the resulting opening, a screaming cataract of damnation threatening to drown the imperial palace and smear Terra from existence. The Emperor, his great dream collapsing around him, was forced to abandon the shattered project, pouring his incalculable power not into creation, but into a perpetual, desperate battle fought solely within the tortured arteries of the failing Webway conduit itself, physically barring the flood with his mind and body. The custodians, left atop a drowning fortressity, bearing the piercing knowledge that they had witnessed the collapse of humanity's brightest hope, fought on with the terrible weight of failure settling onto their souls. They held the terrestrial breaches with superhuman tenacity, but they could not protect their master from the devastating battle he waged within the screaming abyss. The wider heresy, stoked by this cosmic wound, culminated in a thunderous, shattering assault on the throne world itself. Horus Lupercal, his most beloved son fallen to ultimate blasphemy, led his traitor legions in an apocalyptic attack upon the solar system. His corrupted fleets, grotesque amalgams of brutal warships and weeping flesh, blasted through the iron rings of defense and orbital fortresses circling holy Terra, warships contravening all natural law plunging into the cradle of mankind. For the Custodian Guard, this ultimate siege represented the final, consuming crucible of their existence, stripping away the ceremonial vigil and revealing them fully as warriors, pure and devastating. Kneeling motionless behind the defenses was over. The age of observation had irrevocably ended, supplanted by an eternity of relentless war. As the bloated shapes of the traitor armada choked the skies, blotting out Terra's sun with vessel upon nightmarish vessel, casting ominous dancing shadows across pilgrim-haunted avenues and the monumental plazas of opulent majesty, the custodians readied themselves for a fight unlike any other. The defense of their silent emperor, his sprawling sanctumcity, the soul of his imperial palace, the dwindling hope for any human future. The fortification of Terra was a task of staggering magnitude, diligently directed by Rogel Dorn, the stoic primarch of the imperial fists, architect god of enduring battlements. The custodians, whose singular prowess might eclipse that of entire squads of Astartes, recognized with grim humility that Dorn's genius for siegecraft and planetary defiance was monumental, surpassing any individual skill or insider knowledge of the palace's topography they possessed. In this vast construction of shields upon shields, they served not as commanders, but as counselors and potent, strategic tools, lending their unique insights into defensive warfare practices gleaned from defending humanity's birthplace for centuries. Their mere golden presence on the ramparts, a shining, indomitable symbol of unbroken loyalty that ignited desperate hope among shattered soldiers. When the traitor tide finally crashed against Terra's bulwarks, the assault was an unholy melange of brutal siege engines vomiting searing plasma, fanatical hordes of heretics surging forward on waves of their own dead, and the thunderous, reality-shaking tread of gargantuan chaos titans, once imperial wardens now bent and reshaped into weapons of planetary defilement, their corrupted power fields crackling with blasphemous runes. The sky itself rained fire as orbital bombardments seared the heavens, smashing districts into glassed craters. Even the adamantium-capped walls of the imperial palace trembled visibly, a geological shiver running through its colossal embrace under the relentless onslaught. Naturally, the custodians surged towards the critical points, the weak links where defenses strained towards utter rupture, their peerless armor reflecting beams of fractured daylight through cavernous openings created by imploded defenses, appearing like divine wrath remnants themselves amidst the smoke and collapsing architecture. It was before the Eternity Gate where their deepest resolve and skill were stretched unto breaking. This colossal, adamantium portal, the monumental last door sealing the innermost sanctum against the world, became the consuming fixation for Horus's unholy fury. The emboldened sons of Horus, Korobrothers to treachery, the inexhaustibly resilient Death Guard rotted with celestial paunch, and mutated, braying packs of demonic entities hurled themselves against the loyalist shield wall, not with tactical consideration or semblance of strategy, but with sheer, overwhelming mass and spite. Their corrupted zeal, fueled by chaos tapestries woven into their souls, saw them throw literal bodies into the defenders like sluicing meat towards a waste disposal portal, heedless of survival, intent only on corroding the loyal resistance. These relentless waves threatened to swamp even the power-armored bulwarks that doggedly held position atop mountains of their own slain. Custodians formed the crucial keystone of the defense at this Gate of Souls. Each siphoned trooper measured his place not in meters, but in howling corridors of foes unmade before their guardian spears manifested dying noises. Each of these golden giants stood as an unmovable, self-contained fortress, seizing key orbital zones, where entire companies of lesser reinforcements would have melted away like ice shells flooring during orbital vaporization into solar vapor. The battle for the Eternity Gate rapidly devolved into a crushing contest of wills. These mutated Astartes, masters of broken armors who had once directed sanctified warfare tactics honoring their divine father, now sought only the desecration of everything he had meticulously constructed. Or the custodians, who perceived even loyal Astartes' guarded respect with a faint quantification of being powerful yet fundamentally flawed instruments. The treasonous sight before them cut with immense gravity each traitor marine slaughtered was not merely a military setback, but a profoundly personal wound, a visible scab ripped away to expose the rotting flesh beneath, an agonizing reminder of loyalty's infinite fragility and pride's horrifically destructive price staining their shining reliability. In one nexus of particularly savage fighting, recounted in gruesome detail through private guard statistics missives, a guardian identified only as Larian Scorpiwauger entered an isolated, protracted duel against a grotesque captain of the Death Guard Legion. The bloated figure, a swollen monument to grandfather Nurgle's pestilent love, honked and chuckled with infectious despair, taunting Larian with prophecies of inevitable decay claiming his golden armor, his resolve, the very emperor they both sought opposite goals for, that all ambition crumbled to rusted ruin and skeletal bleached memories, left to disintegrate by cosmic time measured as entropy personified. Larian, not answering with boast or curse, merely advanced with impossible speed, cutting through the intervening melee like a power-bladed blade through soft Agnellian wax. Ignoring flies the size of fists and the smoking acidic wounds from squirted projectiles, fired by mutated organs from enemy troop flanks beneath scrap metal shield platforms held high by cultists below, Larian plunged into single combat. The struggle proved long and brutal, a tempest grinding metal against plague-hardened carapace and sickening animate flesh that regenerated almost instantly. Yet eventually Larian sank his spear deep into a softened, palpitating jelly-like chink in the captain's corroded armor plating. The captain gurgled words like bubbling pus as he disintegrated into rotting biomass slowly vaporized by the power field crackling along Larian's spear. Larian stood, significantly scratched and bearing acidic patching across ceramic plates instead of non-shielded jams, sweeping gore into deep saturated mossy seams across the broad plates of his golden warplate, but importantly, unblemished golden armor beneath the patina splashed remnants of the putrid filth that encompassed his enemy stood testament, and crucially, entirely beyond the grasp of cosmic decay promised as the mirror of the traitor Liege's final taunts. For what felt like eternity stretched thin across the fractured bones of sane history packs of demons, materialized through fractures sizzling in the air itself, their forms an abyssal kaleidoscope of misanthropy, scorpion-tailed horrors snapping phasing jaws made of despairing souls, multi-limbed psychopathic flare hordes that shifted mass like spilled internal organs appropriating humanoid mobility. Their cacophonic howls were tangible psychic blades directed at the resolve of any shielded mind nearby. The custodians and sisters of silence fought deep through exhaustion reserves, burning across cellular respiration parameters unattended. Resilience was no longer a conscious decision, but a biological imperative, hard-coded in metaphysically reinforced DNA strands. The presence of the sisters provided Vanira's carefully constructed lies, evaporated like acid mist under the searing, silent judgment radiating from the Emperor's gaze. A psychic detonation witnessed by Dominica that snapped the chains of doubt, burning away her treachery and igniting anew the pure fanatical flame of her devotion. Dominica returned not for reconciliation, but as the Emperor's righteous hand, sent to execute the traitor personally, her own faith violently restored by the unfathomable power of the custodians, intervention a power forged and meticulously preserved over 10 long millennia. For 10,000 years they had stood their eternal watch, their golden forms immovable statues guarding the throne world, their vigilance unbroken by the relentless passage of centuries. Time itself, that corroder of empires, had failed to gnaw at their skills, failed to weaken the diamond-hard resolve sculpted within each perfect warrior. They trained endlessly within the sacred precincts of the imperial palace, endlessly repeating the forms passed down since the Great Crusade, honing already sublime bodies and incisive minds to a grace that touched upon the supernal, a state verging on perfection. Yet at this precise moment in the decaying Imperium's doomed trajectory, that perfection found itself tested as never before. The God Emperor's sprawling domain teetered on the razor's edge of annihilation, a cancerous growth of worlds choked by internal rot and besieged, on every conceivable side, by a rising tide of extinction. Above the plague-ridden planet of Cadia, a hideous tear had sundered the heavens, the cicatrix maledictum, the great rift, pouring forth a vomitide of raw chaos and gibbering demonic legions, threatening to drown the Emperor's sacred realm in shrieking madness and infernos that consumed entire civilizations. Teloris, a custodian godspear, voiced the bitter disillusionment festering beneath the golden helms whilst surveying this apocalyptic vista. The Emperor's realm, he uttered, the synthesized tang of his vox lending the words a chilling metallic finality, is a festering ruin, overcrowded worlds drowning in their own morbid ignorance and mindless, paralyzing fear. It is a crumbling ghetto, ablaze from one crumbling end to the other, perpetually devoured by the twin flames of endless war and its own cancerous stupidity. They do not deserve their Emperor. They do not deserve us. The harsh, acidic truth of Teloris's pronouncement hung weighty in the stale air of Terra's bastion, a corrosive indictment of the humanity they served yet scorning, yet none of that indictment, however brutally accurate, altered the inviolable bedrock of their existence. None of that alters the fact that our duty must be done. That bedrock sentiment, forged in the fires of the heresy itself, crystallized the harsh, unyielding reality confronting the Adeptus Custodes at this nadir of humanity's history. Their sacred charge, etched upon their genetic code and inscribed upon their souls, was not to be the judges of humanity's worthiness, a value plummeting towards negligible depths, but its eternal defenders, sworn protectors regardless of how abysmally low the species had sunk, how grotesque its deviations had become. This unfolding age of darkness, this time of encroaching oblivion, a period that threatened to extinguish the Astronomican's light forever, paradoxically kindled a renewed, almost volcanic determination deep within their ranks. In ages past, the iron shackle of their duty had strictly confined them to the echoing, labyrinthine halls of the imperial palace, their focus so utterly centered on the golden throne, one could believe the rest of the universe had ceased to exist. Now, as the unknown shadows of the era Indomitus began to bruise the galaxy with their malignant touch, almost imperceptibly at first, the parameters of their ancient purpose began to expand, to metastasize like loyalty itself becoming aggressive. The Custodes were taking their primordial vow of protection, that core imperative to safeguard the Emperor, to its ultimate, devastating conclusion. They would not merely sit back and defend the Emperor's fractured realm passively, waiting for the Xeno's claw or the demonic maw to breach the walls. They would actively seek out and annihilate, utterly, the myriad blasphemous entities who dared threaten its brittle existence. This was the pure, ruthless extension of the age-old Terran strategic wisdom. The best defense is a decisive, crushing, annihilating offense. And so, after millennia of glorious isolation, the guardian hosts of the Adeptus Custodes, bearers of the Palatine Aquila, prepared to march to war. The Companions, the sacred coterie of 300 elite warriors entrusted with the direct, unbroken defense of the Emperor's Solium Imperatoris, remained anchored to the dust of Terra, their presence unwavering beside the flickering psychic lumen on the throne. Yet the rest of the Custodian Guard, legions of post-human warriors whose martial skill was legendary even in silence, turned their gaze outwards to the fear-darkened void and the innumerable stars burning with threat. It was at this bleakest nexus, as the Custodes embraced their nascent militant destiny, that another improbable spark of hope was violently struck into life amidst the encroaching shadow. Robout Guilliman, Primarch of the long-scattered Ultramarines, architect of rationality, was wrenched back from the very precipice of unending stasis death by a convergence of incredible factors. Desperate sacrifice heaped upon desperate sacrifice, melded with obscenely complex arcane ingenuity that bordered on the miraculous. His return was less a mere resurrection, and more a defiant spat into the hungry void, a miracle undoubtedly, yet a miracle purchased with oceans of mortal blood and priceless relics consumed in the process. And with his emergence came a sudden, potent glimmer of defiance against the galactic tide of chaos, a cold, resolute defiance personified. Though his stoic countenance, noble and largely unreadable as adamantium, betrayed nothing of his inner turmoil in those initial moments of terrified new life, Guilliman was profoundly, existentially shaken to his core by the decaying, pitiable reality of what his father's once-glorious empire had become during his cold slumber. The Imperium had ossified, mutated into a bloated, hypocritical, grotesquely inefficient parody of the rational, unified stellar empire he and his brothers had bled to establish, fractured by the cancerous growth of suffocating bureaucracy, barnacled by layers of fervent, dangerous religious fanaticism, and drowning in an ocean of abyssal ignorance that drowned enlightenment. A lesser being faced with such profound unpleasantness, such institutionalized decay crushing the spirit, might have succumbed to paralyzing grief or lashed out in furious, scathing condemnation of the benighted High Lords stewarding this carrion state into dissolution. Guilliman, forged from the Emperor's own blood and will, did neither. Instead, the shock petrified into a harder substance within him, an unbreakable core of action. He hardened instantly, like ceramite plunged into cryoforge, and marshaled his colossal intellect and tactical genius. He launched an immediate, unprecedented crusade, not merely a military campaign, but a whirlwind of logistical and philosophical might aimed not at conquest, but at imposing some semblance of order, honor, and basic survival functionality upon the very chaos that threatened to consume the whole. The road back to Holy Terra proved itself brutal beyond measure, a gauntlet of a furious battle after desperate battle against horrors that tested the Primarch's near-divine strength and shattered the lesser fortitude and bodies of those courageous souls who fought beside him. Worlds burned and star systems bled as Guilliman marched. When at last his fleet translated into the solar warp proximity, the Primarch beheld the cradle of humanity shrouded not in welcoming light, but in the stark glare of battle lanterns and refugee glare, orbiting as if mortally wounded. Once upon the throne room world, Guilliman was received with all the pomp, ceremony, and hollow respect due his supreme station, conducted through the echoing, nerve-wracking sanctity of the Sanctum Imperialis. Under the implacable, silent scrutiny of the Adeptus, Custodes their burnished auramite armor, reflecting the meager light like watchful gods, Guilliman was granted the most hallowed, most terrifying privilege possible, an audience with the Emperor himself. What transpired in that silent communion station, what whispers passed between the slumbering god of mankind and his resurrected son, amidst the psychic balefire and susurrations of the Golden Throne, remains one of the Imperium's most profoundly guarded mysteries, shielded even from the architect of fate himself. When Guilliman finally emerged, his face an inscrutable mask that could have been carved from Luna's ancient rock, the shell-shocked High Lords of Terra, desperate for any anchor in the collapsing cosmology, reinstated him with gilded proclamations as Lord Commander of the Imperium and Imperial Region. They granted this demigod the sweeping, near-inassailable authority needed to enact the vast, brutal reforms he deemed utterly essential to ensure humanity's survival clawed back from the precipice. His work began instantly, a campaign against institutional entropy waged within marble halls thick with the dust of millennia. He bulldozed headlong through the ossified, creaking machinery of the Adeptus Terra, a tidal force breaking against calcified reefs of tradition and incompetence, simultaneously preparing the fractured, screaming Imperium for apocalyptic wars that erupted faster than any strategist could forecast. Guilliman's return, as divinely importunate as it ultimately was, could not have blazed into existence at a moment more cruelly critical. For the Great Rift, that gaping wound in the galactic belly, had unleashed more than merely invading fleets. It birthed the long-prophesied time of ending, the dread night of darkness. This was the hour when, like a guttering lumen snuffed violently out, the indomitable Astronomicans guiding light abruptly, cataclysmically failed. Countless worlds, suddenly untethered from the psychic beacon that had been the North Star of interstellar travel for 10,000 years, were plunged into utter navigational chaos, swallowed by the roiling warp storms or consumed by predators who could exploit the sudden blindness. On Holy Terra itself, sovereign heart of the Sol system, shockwaves both physical and empiric ripped through the strata of being. Even the Bastion Eternal, the Imperial Palace itself, that symbolic fortress of humanity's dwindling hope, shuddered as if struck a titan's blow. Its foundations groaned, its adamantium bones stressed to near breaking. Within the besieged sanctuary, the golden-armored custodian guard encountered struggles as much from the foe within as the horror from without. Doomsday cults, long festering in the reeking, lightless underlevels of the hive spires like mental contagion, burst into frenzied life, their adherents finally tipped over the razored edge of sanity by the Empyrean resonance pouring through the rift. Simultaneously, throughout the palace's shadowed forbidden sectors and unmapped uncraft, ancient containment wards, potent seals laid down by warlocks and technomancers in the centuries immediately following the heresy itself, abruptly flared in a nova of failing energy and burned themselves out. Horrors summoned and bound since the Imperium's most tumultuous founding days slithered free, gibbering monuments to atrocities long forgot, loosed once more upon the trembling bedrock of humanity's capital. The warriors in gold, aided once more by their long-lost battle sisters, the pariahs of the Silent Sisterhood, stood like impregnable bulwarks against the rising storm of corruption. They fought with transcendental skill born of millennial practice, their guardian spears carving enlightened fire through swathes of mutated flesh and psychoplasm. But the toll was hideously heavy. Even perfection found purchase when assaulted from psychic nightmare and maddened horde alike. And into this escalating tempest of demon and mania crashed the crescendo, the terrible, brutal Second Battle of Terra. Directly from the fetid, maddening depths of the warp erupted a colossal, screaming horde dedicated to Khorne's legions of fanged butchery incarnate, a tidal wave of demonic rage incarnadine shrieking towards the most sacred site in the galaxy. Their target, the majestic Lion's Gate spaceport, ancestral portal world linking Terra to the stars. Bastion-sized defensive weapons, flanking the immense structure, roared their devastating payload, plasma cyclones carving furrows of glowing destruction deep into the onrushing tide of Dionic hatred, immolating thousands in blasts of purging light. Yet despite the strategic height, the mountain-rivaling weapon pits vomiting death, the defenders alone, even the finest of each chapter, could never hold indefinitely against the sheer implacable numbers, the ceaseless fury driving the unsouled host. The disparate forces of defenders, the custodians in their auric splendor, alongside the Guilliman blue plate of his ultramarine brothers-in-arms, and the eerie stillness of the Sisters of Silence rallied together under unified command. The demigod Guilliman and the Custodes' supreme leader, Captain General Trajan Valorous, whose presence infused the defense with ancient Terran fury. They marshaled forces not defensively, static, beleaguered, but offensively they marched out, warriors clad in gold and blue and absolute determination, forcing confrontation upon the infernal invaders. In desperate scenes tragically familiar, mirroring and tattooing anew the catastrophe of the siege of Terra 10 millennia before, golden-armored custodians clashed with Khorne's brass-clad berserkers and slavering fleshhounds across the burning plains before the spaceport. Guardian spears swung not merely with cutting edge, but with symphonic lethality, reaping disciplined paths through the frenzied horde as Valorous orchestrated a ballet of annihilating grace. Leading the demonic assault were 8 crimson juggernauts of wrath, bloodthirsters, greater demons of Khorne, towering engines of pure rage and slaughter whose footsteps shook the foundations of real space reality. The custodians, embodiments of calculated hyperwar, driven by tireless Genebrid discipline and sublimated duty refined across hundreds of lifetimes, met them not with terror but with dauntless contempt. Their blades ascended against the bloodied axes, cleaving the smoky air peerless skill, pitted directly against the psychic roar fury, the manifestation of the blood god's apotheosis. It was blade for blade, resolve against infernal hunger, perfected humanity facing raw chaotic animus. The battle raged in concentric rings around these godlike struggles. Slowly, methodically, despite tremendous casualties mounting in golden armor about them, The towering engines of psychic rage began to fall one by one, blasted into scattered brass shards and acidic haze by bolter discharges capable of razing city blocks, or dragged down and terminally sundered by the combined heroic might of warriors, whose service stretched back further than history's remembered heroes who had stood silent guard over the Emperor, while common knowledge forgot them entirely. Victory, when it finally shuddered into brutal existence, did so at a terrible, horrific toll. Noble defenders whose lives spanned thousands of years of faithful, unbroken service were finally, irrevocably brought low, their perfect forms pierced and shattered by Khorne's brazen weapons wielded by champions fueled solely by rage. Their sacrifice stained sacred Terran soil crimson gold. Only with a final chorus of frustrated, thwarted howls that scratched sanity and rended souls did the diminished legions of Khorne fade reluctantly back into the choking warp distortion, retreating into the seething rupture, abandoning only mountains of slain lesser demons and the grievously wounded defenders upon the ravaged battleground. The Lion's Gate stood defiant, scarred but intact, crenellations blackened with immolated demon flesh, its structure groaning amidst ruins. Yet this Pyrrhic triumph carried a budget-bitter conclusion for Terra's guardians. For all its purported glory, its palace's grandeur and legendary adamantium walls feared across the void, the Imperial Palace's defenses demonstrably could be breached and savagely tested. The servants of chaos, infinitely adaptable and feeding on despair, had discovered ways to bypass even the most ancient, esoteric wards laid in the era forgotten. The Custodes knew with cold certainty that Terra could never safely rely solely upon its vaunted physical barriers ever after. This grim, undeniable revelation hung thick in the smoke-choked, blood-scented aftermath of the brutal confrontation. Guilliman and Valorous, metalsmith and strategist in concert, convened within secured, deep-ground chambers beneath the battered palace superstructure, their discussion meticulously shielded by potent psychoborn wards and hardened electronic S-fields. Strategic calculus now was stark. The conclusion reached was seismic. The Custodes' role in this unfolding, defining war must evolve with radical finality. For 10,000 years, their immovable weight had remained chained to Terra, anchored solely by the psychic gravity emanating from the Golden Throne. Now, faced with a whole galaxy screaming and burning, fractured along the rift's malevolent axis, they would break those terrestrial chains and march deliberately into the bleeding stars carrying the Emperor's light. Shield hosts, the ancient, autonomous warforms of the Custodian Order, were commissioned and dispatched immediately across the violently expanding galactic warfront. Their urgent missions were guided by desperate astropath screams echoing from collapsing systems, interwoven with the uncanny, divine insights afforded by the Emperor's tarot, sacred cards read with ritual intensity within the deepest sanctums of the inner palace. Some select shield companies consciously chose to bolster and uplift Guilliman's indomitous crusade they forged into the galactic dark, becoming practical extensions of his will, instruments delivering his edict and the Emperor's implacable judgment directly into the decaying hearts of traitor worlds, overseeing the delivery and seeding of the precious genetic gift of Primaris space marines into beleaguered Astartes chapters teetering on extinction. Other shield hosts took on responsibilities far more esoteric, shadowed, and profoundly vital, hunting down secretive, deeply rooted heretic psychers whose singular scheming threatened the Imperium's entire fragile web of existence, questing across forsaken battlefields and tombworlds for ancient power-bound artifacts crucial to humanity's survival, yet lost for millennia. Relentlessly, unsleepingly patrolling the very outer defenses of the Sol system itself against repeated warp incursions, probing the defenses, safeguarding the semblance of warp-wrought navigation, passages that fleetingly, precariously connected bleeding terror to sundered portions of the Imperium scattered beyond the rift. This new age of all-encompassing war witnessed nothing less than the ceremonial, functional return of the Custodes to a militant galaxy-sweeping role, not remotely approximated since the sweeping torchlight of the Great Crusade itself 10 millennia before. They became golden champions bound by sacred oath for the distant, terrifying reaches of the veiled galaxy, bringing fire where only shadow held court. The era Indomitus had violently, irrevocably dawned, and like obscene carrion birds dancing in updrafts above a slaughter field, the enemies of mankind began gathering for the feast upon the exposed, bloody entrails of a fractured empire, unwittingly summoning their golden doom. It was precisely during this escalating tempest that Captain General Trajan Valorous, indomitable leader of the entire Custodian Guard, commander of the 10,000, offered his rallying strategic into the host's departing Terra. "The hotter the forge," he declared, his vox voice resonating with terrible gravity deep within the reinforced stratagem halls as commanders awaited their teleportarium fates. "The finer the blade," or so the old Terran masters of metallurgy decreed. The forge of war within which the Imperium now finds itself trapped rages hotter, bleeds fiercer, consumes more worlds and souls than any pyre witnessed in the previous 10,000 years writ large. We of the Adeptus Custodes were specifically fashioned, geniforged and mind-tempered to endure precisely such fires. They will not consume us utterly. Instead, his implication hung in the charnel mist surrounding the Terra holopits, glowing with certainty of execution. We shall emerge tempered anew by this impossible heat, rendered the obsidian-keen, perfect cutting edge of his will, that we may become the very personalized bane of the foulest heretics regardless of scale. When a custodian near immortal in story finally falls upon the battlefield, trenches collapsing in burning sections beneath him, the ancient bell of lost souls tolls its mournful knell deep within the sacred precinct on Terra itself. Its profound, resonant sound, amplified by the ancient stones, echoes across the surrounding structures like grief made manifest. Once this tolling boded rare catastrophe, an event as shocking as the shattering of relics. Now, in this relentless, hate-filled age of war, its deep, somber tones seem to resound with a crushingly sad regularity, like a scar note reopened rhythmically by fresh trauma echoing through the 10,000. But despite the mounting anguish borne upon each toll, despite the litany of golden dead accumulating in the inner citadel memorials, the Custodes did not flinch, did not falter in their first steps into the galactic abyss. Every life sacrificed in this newly infernal age of war, every golden warrior brought low, sliced apart by heretical munitions or torn asunder by demon-prized talon and tusk, was seen acknowledged with silent reverence as the price willingly paid, an offering diligently made at the Embruan altar for the survival of a humanity that scarcely knew their names, but owed them existence entire. The Custodians' march to war possessed an eerie, somber majesty utterly unlike the cumbersome, mass-produced machinery brutally characteristic of the modern Imperium's grinding attrition war machine. Their weapons and armor were not freshly stamped munitions fodder. These were relics breathed upon by greater times, retrieved from the hallowed, long-sealed museum arsenals deep within the forbidden inner halls of the Imperial Palace, gates baroquely clicking open to offer up their priceless treasures to the silent, demanding golden warriors. War engines of the Custodes were artifacts of a purer age, lightning-fast gold-held stormbirds whose machine spirits sang like divine harmonics, ancient, hulking contemporaries dreadnoughts entombing veteran minds millennia old, pinpoint-precise teleportation arrays inscribed with geometries unknown, since the latter dark age of smoke still coiled from the ruins where repositories of arcane knowledge had blazed, extinguished not by failing stars, but by the righteous fire of the Imperium's unleashed wrath. Arguably, this holocaust, this calcination of a world and a legion forged in brilliance, would never have ignited had the poisoned tongue of the traitor, Horus, not slithered into the sacred channels of communication between Prospero and the throne world, twisting reality with treacherous lies. But he did, and the spark became a firestorm before reason could reclaim the moment. Magnus, the Red King, had ever been humanity's brightest flame personified, his intellect a blazing sun, his psychic potency a force that eclipsed even the rarefied light cast by his emperor-crafted brothers. Long before Prospero became its own immolation furnace, his arrival on that world felt like destiny's hand, guiding a key to its lock, a world that reveled in psychers instead of recoiling in terror. Prospero welcomed him, embraced his very essence, and became the crucible where his towering ambitions forged reality. He united the fragmented sorcerer cults, erecting not merely a society, but a gleaming citadel atop the pillar of knowledge, where scholars wielded the ether as tools of creation and understanding. Prospero gleamed under his rule, the thousand suns its devoted heirs, a legion forged in intellect and arcane mastery. Yet even as their spires scraped the Empyrean dark whispers coiled through the marbled halls, echoes of a curse older than the legion itself, the genetic instability, the flesh change. This creeping, degenerative mutation had threatened to unmake them, reducing proud Astartes, warriors bred for immortality, into mindless, writhing monstrosities bubbling within their ceramite shells, long before Magnus strode onto their forgotten homeworld. It was Magnus, drawing upon depths of comprehension even his brothers feared, who wrestled this warp-spawned blight into submission, his mastery of the immaterium imposing a fragile stasis upon the horror. He restored his warriors, stripping away the emerging horrors, earning a loyalty forged in the crucible of salvation. Under his crimson gaze, the Thousand Sons flourished not just as warriors, but as true scholars, philosophers whose treatises burned with psychic energy, sorcerers who saw the warp not as chaos, but as a great unbounded library. Magnus, profoundly convinced he grasped the warp's chaotic truths better than even his divine father, taught his sons one paramount tenet: embrace your gift, hone it, wield it as the ultimate instrument for humanity's ascension beyond the petty fears of lesser minds. This towering hubris, this luminous certainty, drew not praise, but condemnation like moths to a greater flame. The The eyes of his brothers narrowed, filled not with awe but with corrosive suspicion. Lemon Russ of the Fenrisian Wolves, his soul sculpted on a death world where psyker sparks were crushed beneath the heel as witchcraft, saw in the quiet libraries and humming etheric workshops only blasphemous echoes of the sorcerous warlocks he'd cleaved in his brutal youth. Mortarion, the Death Lord, whose very existence was a testament to the poisons of psychic overlords, decried Magnus's practices with a rasping voice, comparing them venomously to the foul sorcery of the Chemterants who had once choked Barbarus. And the Emperor, in his cavernous wisdom, had allowed spaces for experimentation, however fraught. The Librarius program, seeding sanctioned psychers like cautious sparks within select legions, bore his tacit blessing a controlled harness for the dangerous flame. Yet even this measure fractured brotherhood, Russ and Mortarion howling their opposition, Magnus ardently championing its expansion, his visionary arguments falling on ears plugged by superstition and deepest loathing. What began as a cold policy dispute curdled into bitter animosity, inflamed relentlessly by Magnus's unwavering refusal to muzzle the very power his father had eventually pronounced anathema. To understand the incineration of Prospero, one must first stand upon the chill stone of Nicaea, inhale the charged air where the seeds of its incineration were not just sown, but deliberately nurtured. Summoned by the Emperor himself to the newly formed world, cocooned within its nascent biotic breath, this grand assembly was convened to douse the dangerous psychic wildfire, threatening the unity of the Emperor's galaxy-spanning vision and the fragile trust binding his demigod sons. At the storm's dread center stood Magnus, robed in red fire. Arrayed around him in stark judgment sat his brothers beneath the Emperor's throne. Lemon Russ radiated a palpable, snarling heat, his distaste a physical pressure in the air. Mortarion sat pale, silent disgust etching lines deep into his pallid features. Rogel Dorn, ever the measured bulwark, bore the weight of profound skepticism in the set of his jaw. And presiding above them all, the Emperor in golden armor, a silent, unfathomable sun whose very presence compressed the amphitheater under an iron gravity. His gaze alone quelled the burgeoning storm, forcing even the most impassioned tirades into submission. The accusations fell like hammer blows, deliberate and heavy. Mortarion spoke at length, threading his words with the chilling, visceral horror etched into his soul by the warp-wielding tyrants of Barbarus. He painted Magnus not as scholar, but as their inheritor, conjuring vivid tableaus of ruin born from minds that trespassed too far. Russ, stripped of eloquence but surging with brutal conviction, branded the Thousand Sons witches outright, dark spellweavers whose very existence was a contagion endangering the Imperium's beating heart. Then Magnus rose, his voice resonant, carrying centuries of accumulated wisdom and the weight of a mind that charted stars others perceived only as light. He extolled the triumphs wrought by his legion's sanctioned power, victories snatched from the jaws of defeat precisely because his librarians guided the blade, peered through the veil, manipulated fate's threads. Psychic might, he argued, measured, directed, was not a demon to be chained under fear, but humanity's destined staff, a vital ascent beyond the crippling shadows of ignorance. Navigators guided ships, astropaths wove the Emperor's word across the void to renounce the power utterly, would be to hobble humanity on the very brink of transcendence. Yet the prosecution cut deeper than policy. It laid siege to Magnus himself. He stood accused not merely of using power, but of sorcery, of plunging into forbidden depths, violating his father's explicit strictures despite the warnings etching deep grooves in imperial decrees. As damning accounts piled high reports of deep ritual, forbidden eavesdropping, whispered secrets pried from raw chaos, the Emperor's golden features hardened, the ambient aura shifting from stoicism to gathering storm. When he finally spoke, millennia of divine authority in every syllable, his voice was the grinding of granite mountains sealing a tomb door shut. The judgment was annihilation for Magnus's cause. The Librarius, once a nascent hope, was sundered. Psychic power within the legions was banished. No librarian would stand in the battle line. The members of those scattered, forbidden lodges were to be disbanded, reintegrated as mere line warriors. Magnus himself bore the lash of formal censure, his defiance laid bare for the pantheon of his brothers to witness. He was commanded an edict as unbreakable as adamantium chains to return to Prospero, renounce sorcery utterly, and dismantle the vast psychic academy within his legion. The Emperor's final words, echoing long after he ceased speaking, were a tolling knell. If you treat with the warp, Magnus, I shall visit destruction upon you and your legion. Your name will be struck from the imperial records for all time. Magnus departed Nicaea trailing the ruin of his life's work, burdened by the contemptuous eyes of brothers unable, unwilling to see the light he wielded. Though his demeanor was one of profound defeat, beneath the crimson facade, deep beneath the crushing weight of public humiliation, resentment coiled hot and tight like venom in his gut. To him, the Emperor's decree was not wisdom, not prudence, but a willful shuttering of eyes against a necessary truth. It was born of fear, Magnus believed, a crippling, hypocritical refusal to embrace the very force destined to elevate the species. Returning to Prospero's radiant spires was a retreat into sanctity, into the sprawling libraries and laboratories still whispering promising secrets. To the Imperium beyond the psychic wards humming around his world, it seemed the scholar Primarch had bowed before his father's will, swallowed the bitter medicine of Nicaea. A lie, an utter fabrication sustained by distance and illusion. Magnus harbored no intention of observing the edicts that sought to chain the thousand suns' very spirit. He convened his most senior librarians, minds tempered like Sycriactive steel. Those who saw as he saw shared his unbroken vision. Within secure vaults deep beneath the Cyclopean pyramids, he reaffirmed their shared purpose, humanity's elevation through the warp, a transformation non-negotiable. They resolved together, a somber cabal bathed in the light of impossible theorems, to plunge deeper, to harvest the forbidden fruit they knew lay at the warp's core. Prospero became a sequestered haven for that continued transgression. Magnus issued a stern recall, a summoning encrypted within the sprawling psychic choir networks only his sons could decipher. Ships draped in crimson and gold detached themselves from distant conflicts, navigators guided by the potent beacon of their father's psychic imperative. They returned to the planet's glittering embrace, the Primarch consolidating his forces, gathering his brightest sons towards what he believed would be their shared enlightenment, poised on the edge of a new understanding. Yet not all sons hearkened to the call. Some were stranded in incredibly remote engagements across the ragged fringe, swallowed by warp storms fickle and cruel, unaware that their sanctuary was soon to become an inferno. For a time, beneath the azure skies, Prospero defied the Emperor's ban in stolen tranquility. Its libraries expanded, absorbing fresh knowledge extracted by subtly probing tendrils sent into the Empyrean's roiling currents. The ancient halls of the Pyramid of Phodop resonated with the concentrated hum of focused psychic power, 1,000 whispers climbing a spiraling lattice towards forbidden realizations. Magnus, the scholar Primarch, scoured these energies for deeper truths, ever seeking dominion over the chaotic tides, convinced absolutely that his will, his knowledge, was shield and lens enough to bend the warp's fury to the Imperium's betterment. Yet this quiet research defiance unfolded under the lengthening, suffocating shadow cast from Nicaea. The Emperor's judgment had been final, absolute, spoken with measured fury. Each hour spent transgressing that decree, each new theorem formulated in secret, each subtle manipulation of potent forces exploded the gaping rift between father and son. This brazen defiance, cloaked though it was in layers of shielding illusions and curated psychic silence, did not long remain a hidden garden. Whispers, sharp fingernails scraping the vast canvas of imperial intelligence, bearing the unmistakable psychic footprint of Prospero's works, slithered beyond its borders. They insinuated themselves upon ears ever primed to hear treachery in psychic harmonics. Lemon Russ, the great wolf whose senses were honed to detect foulness in the ether, caught the scent, his suspicions hardening into certainty with each fragmentary report. Mortarion, eagerly scraping at every rumor of sorcery, found grim, hateful vindication in the swirling rumors, a confirmation of the disgusting perversion he had always known the Thousand Sons to be. Prospero stood, a breathtaking jewel studded with the marvels of psychic architecture, its skies eternally awash with the auroras of controlled power, a testament to knowledge triumphant. Yet over this paradise, the unseen storm gathered with increasing, suffocating density. Magnus, instinctive arrogance battling a dawning sense of dreadful consequence, felt the pressure but viewed it as obstruction, not imminent obliteration. He pressed on, increasingly driven, increasingly isolated within his tower of thought and power. The Thousand Sons, loyal to their core, devoted to their Primarch and the luminous future he painted for all humanity, rallied their formidable intellect and psychic might. They stood firm, scholars and warriors preparing for a dawn they believed their birthright. Yet in their deep pursuit, probing ever deeper into the emerald abyss for keys to unlock godhood, the scholars saw only the prize. They remained tragically blind to the circling predators, the jaws of the trap snapping shut, the blades being sharpened in the dark. As fate's merciless web drew tighter around Prospero, binding its every spire in threads stronger than adamantium, the pieces were irrevocably aligned. The echoes of Nicaea, the Emperor's damning pronouncement, Magnus's seething resentment, and ceaseless, illegal explorations all converged, poised to ignite a conflagration that would obliterate a world and irrevocably scar the galaxy's history. Magnus, delving ever deeper into forbidden precognitive streams, cried out in psychic anguish as the future resolved not in enlightenment, but in slaughter. An unspeakable tapestry unfolded before his inner eye, blades slick with loyalist blood, brothers locked in murderous embrace, the very heart of the Imperium torn asunder by treachery festering within. Frustration clawed at him, venomous and chilling, for amidst the vividly horrific panorama rampant betrayal, the stink of cordite and corrupted void shields. The starburst flash of legions turning traitor his own line remained obscured. The warp currents swirled opaque, denying him all sight of how the shadow fell upon Prospero. Was this calculated ambiguity, the whispering lie of the Chaos Gods, pulling their favorite pawn deeper onto the board? Or was it hubris's final, blinding veil, a hard limit to his already godlike sight? Faced with this devastating revelation, the Crimson King moved with desperate secrecy, gathering his premier cabal, his most trusted librarians, eyes bright with unwavering loyalty and potent power, into the shadow-infested depths of Prospero's greatest library stacks, a cathedral of accumulated knowledge whose air stank of ancient vellum and ozone storm promise. They convened not for scholarly discussion, but for survival, beneath chiseled archways depicting constellations no human eye had beheld. Magnus laid the vision bare, the impending doom writhing within his psychic aura like a caged warp beast. Hope warred with dread on their faces, illuminated fitfully by shimmering psychic runes tracing protective sigils on the ancient stone around them. The debate ignited, sharp as barbed wire. Some, steeped too long in Magnus's certainty that pure knowledge was the ultimate shield, urged desperate, unequivocal action. Warn Terra immediately, circumvent the inevitable carnage, damn the consequences. Others, haunted by the specific proscriptions of Nicaea, the terrifying steel in the Emperor's final warning, argued for calculated caution, seeking safer avenues that risked precious time. The voices clashed fiercely amidst the towering stacks, timbre of fury overlaid with profound unease. But Magnus, cornered by the sheer apocalyptic scale of the disaster he foresaw, knew delay was surrender. His conviction, forged over centuries of intellectual triumph, that he alone possessed the skills, the vision to avert this, hardened into a fatal resolve. He must act. His emperor, his creator, his father must be warned before the galaxy burned. Yet here, in this critical juncture, his monumental hubris sealed the world's fate. The astropathic relay, slow, prone to misinterpretation, subject to jamming, was pitifully inadequate. Instead, believing utterly in his mastery, trusting his unparalleled connection forged with potent lore, Magnus chose the forbidden path. He would send a message the warp itself would carry, sculpted by sorcery, weaving a psychic pathway bypassing spacetime's tyranny. He could pierce the distance instantly, whispering the truth directly into the Emperor's mind. Prepared with obsessively intricate care, in a ritual chamber whose floor blazed with power-charged sigils replicating Prospero's entwined stellar patterns, Magnus and his assembled sorcerers formed a focused harmonic. Their collective power, more immense than any gathered in millennia outside Terra's psychic choir, surged. Ancient incantations resonated through the suddenly crystalline air, arteries of raw imperial force converging onto their Crimson King. Taking a psychic breath that seemed to draw Prospero's breath itself, Magnus unleashed the spell. It manifested not as a message, but as a spear forged entirely of thought, desperation, and catastrophic arrogance. It lanced across the unreal gulf of the warp with agonizing speed, tearing through its sickly currents fueled by Magnus's unwavering will and terrifying certainty. It bypassed the physical galaxy entirely, the immense fleet movements, the crawling terrestrial shifts, aimed with deadly precision at the one nexus point that mattered: the Imperial Palace on Terra. Weapons stood chiseled within the Emperor's sanctum, shields woven by his genius specifically to repel the warp's worst ravages, unfathomed complexity layered over the millennia, powered by his own awesome will. Before the sheer psychic force of Magnus's anxious broadcast, a manifestation born of supreme power wielded in sublime ignorance, these intricate barriers stood no more chance than dry parchment. They exploded inward, dissipating like vapor under a blowtorch's flame. The message itself struck with the physical force of orbital ordnance detonating inside a bunker, brutally carving into the Emperor's innermost thoughts. Horus's betrayal flooded the Emperor's consciousness with gruesome images, the corruption spreading like gangrene through legions, the coming war wrapping the galaxy in ferocious flame, all conveyed in a microsecond psychic flood. The warning was delivered. The intention behind it, desperate loyalty laced with profound hubris, pulsed like a dying star's final burst. But the catastrophic cost of this forbidden act unfolded simultaneously. The shattered shards of the wards weren't merely passive defenses, they were vital components, layers of deliberate insulation surrounding his most sacred, most dangerous work, the Webway Project. This wondercrafted lattice, humanity's desperate hope for liberation from warp travel's lethal tyranny, the Emperor's secret labor spanning centuries, lay utterly exposed. The breach gaped wide, a sucking psychic wound burrowed deep into reality, instantly flooding the sacred, unfinished tunnels with the raw, sentient malignancy of the Immaterium. Nightmare legions, entities thirsting for sentient agony, howled through the sudden, gaping rent in dimensions. They surged upon the engineers within, the Adeptus Mechanicus adepts and servitors diligently carving the future devoid of warp storms. Screams were silenced under impossible claws, sanity dissolved like sugar into corrosive warp venom, hundreds sacrificed lives and souls to horrors incarnate. The project, a shimmering dream woven with desperate genius, instantly devolved into a shrieking hellgate under Terra's skin. What pulsed as humanity's radiant hope now flickered on the precipice of utter ruin, its salvation converted into its own horrific threat. Magnus's urgent, galaxy-saving plea, inextricably fused with a forbidden trespass he swore mastery excused, had become a galactic blunder of titanic proportions. The magical backlash recoiled along the psychic conduit, burning psychic ash back onto Prospero. Magnus recoiled, staggering under the psychic concussion wave as agonized screams from Terra echoed within his mind, along with the tactile psychic shockwave of the Emperors, while rallying to stem the sudden incoming tide. The desolation, the violation of his father's most profound labor, hit his psyche like an anvil blow. The bond linking Primarch and Creator, forged in genetic mystery, tested over centuries of conquest, strained by Nicaea, instantly bore the unbearable weight of betrayal. Magnus knew instantly. Not empathy for destruction incurred in noble service, not understanding of desperate intent. No forgiveness could bloom from this ash. His father would perceive only unforgivable transgression, a psychic invasion ripping apart his sacred work. What the Emperor perceived as reckless sorcery had murdered his secular hope. The golden rage flowed back along the tenuous psychic link Magnus himself had forged, silent, total, burning with the certainty of destruction. The judgment rang out across the psychic void, with the finality of reality's keystone snapping. Destruction was coming. Orders cleaved through the network swift, pitiless, gouging across the stars towards Fenris, summoning the implacable hunter, the executioner Lemon Russ. The message crackled with urgent demand: apprehend Magnus the Red. Bring him bound before the golden throne to face his emperor's wrath. But Horus, the architect of this entire downward spiral, the worm wearing the War Master's skin who had manipulated Prospero's isolation and sown the seeds of distrust, stood perfectly poised. The orders converged towards the War Master's node before leaping to Fenris's icy heart. With silken treason and vile glee dripping poison distilled from demon flame into the pure command, Horus performed his ultimate betrayal. He intercepted the Emperor's edict, plucked it from the signal stream like picking a tender sinew from bone, and twisted it with lies artful and damning. While the Emperor demanded capture, Horus breathed fire into the message, painting Prospero ablaze with treason, its master a demonic usurper defying his father. Fenris would receive no call for restraint, no order for peaceful arrest. Horus commanded obliteration. Let the wolves be unleashed uncontrolled. Let Russ's righteous fury, stoked to incandescent heat by falsehood shrieked from the War Master's tongue, deliver one judgment only: violent annihilation. Let Prospero burn to ash as an object lesson writ in fire, smoke, and genocide. Russ roared with Fenrisian conviction, the order clear and brutal. Magnus was not for capture, not for judgment in chains, but for annihilation. Blinded by the stark dichotomy between his legion's raw, untamed nature and the Thousand Sons' esoteric arts, the Wolf King saw only a treacherous warlock who had spat upon the Emperor's will once too often. He marshaled the full, devastating strength of the Sixth Legion, a force honed for savage execution. Their ancestral disdain for what they perceived as witchery and corruption burned white-hot, reforged into an implacable purpose by the belief in Magnus's ultimate betrayal, the scale of the manipulative treachery that coiled around them both utterly obscured from his sight. On Prospero's glassy plains, beneath skies once vibrant with psychic resonance, Magnus waited, a sinking certainty within his breast whispering that the message carried on astropathic winds would bring no pardon, only condemnation. Seeking refuge from the encroaching horror he himself had summoned, he plunged deeper into his arcane studies, clinging to the cold comfort of his conviction that his terrible act, shattering the Imperial Palace's wards to deliver a frantic warning of Horus's treachery, however catastrophic its delivery, had been necessary, a desperate sacrifice to safeguard the Imperium he loved. His thousand sons, paragons of loyalty even as the brittle facade of their world began to crack, continued their meticulous work, cataloging relics and refining enchantments, the air thickening with an oppressive, unspoken dread that clung to the gleaming spires like toxic fog. Their isolation, their centuries of scholarly defiance against Nicaea's edicts, their deep communion with the riddles of the warp all rendered them alien, suspect, pariahs amongst their brother legions. Prospero, once a radiant beacon where knowledge flowed like water, was silently transforming before their eyes into a stage meticulously prepared for tragedy writ in apocalyptic runes, a doom upon which curtains were already drawing back. As the space wolves powered through the darkness of the void, engines howling like wolves scenting prey, the Thousand Sons stood oblivious, yet a leaden weight settled on their collective soul. A reckoning beyond escape was bearing down, its shadow darker than any warp storm. The chasm between Magnus and the distant Emperor on Terra had shattered like brittle crystal, impossible to mend, and the horrifying cost of Magnus's precognitive visions, the blood, the betrayal, the fire were no longer spectral portents grazing the edge of perception, but imminent, choking realities. Winds heavy with stench of violence and unmaking scoured Prospero's shining landscapes, and beneath them, bracing for the tempest they couldn't yet perceive, stood the Thousand Suns, their red-armored primarch at the forefront. His towering frame was bowed not by the upcoming conflict, but by the crushing, abortive knowledge that this fiery cataclysm was as much the dire consequence of his own desperate choices as it was the Emperor's thunderous decree. Prospero's fate, etched irrevocably in the currents of destiny, roared into unstoppable motion. The Sixth Legion had unleashed its totality, an entire Astartes brotherhood mobilized at Russ's command to bring the unmitigated, cleansing wrath of the Emperor crashing down upon a world accused. Russ himself, his frost-rimed resolve hardened to adamantium, by the terrible weight of the order he carried what he believed was the Emperor's ultimate, damning verdict on Magnus, the traitor led the vast force from the bridge of his flagship. Bolstering his wolf guard were grim detachments of the Legio Custodes, gold gleaming against coal-black void armor, the Emperor's personal sentinels dispatched to oversee the immutable verdict enacted. Alongside them, terrifying in their silence, came the Sisters of Silence, their nulleras extending like psychic ice storms, their very existence a shrieking negation anathema to the Thousand Suns, warp sorcery, the living embodiment of the anathema about to fall upon Prospero. The immense fleet gathered its grim components methodically, battle groups forming at silent waypoints, thickening its mailed fist before the final, fatal translation into Prospero's skies. Among its cohorts lurked the jagged black silhouettes of the notorious black ships, monstrous prison vessels whose hold cells awaited any captured psychers or sorcerers destined for judgment within the nightmarish depths of Terra's prisons. The prospect of confronting the Thousand Suns alone was fearsome enough. Veterans wielding psychic might alongside tactical brilliance as lethal as any legion. But to assail them upon Prospero, their cradle, a world itself vibrating with accumulated esoteric energy, saturated with their strength, woven through with repositories of forbidden intellect and raw, conceptual power that transformed the operation into a monstrous undertaking thick with hazard. The Thousand Suns were gods upon their home ground, surrounded by the labyrinthine tomes and potent wards born of millennia of arcane mastery. And yet, as the Imperial wolves crept closer through the interstellar gulfs, Prospero remained blissfully, tragically inert. Magnus, drowning in an ocean of guilt, brightened only by the dreadful lightning flash of realization, seeing with agonizing clarity the full measure of how the ruinous power Tzinch, god of schemes, had sunk its claws into his soul and turned his greatest virtues into fatal flaws. Understood the core of his corruption. He saw now that his desperate, relentless attempts to cure his legion of the creeping chaos taint buried within their genocide, the flesh change that devoured his sons from within, had not only failed but flung wide the door for the ruinous powers. What he had deemed his own transcendent intellect, his rebellion against ignorance, had been subtly sculpted by Tzinch's invisible fingers all along, a corruption disguised as genius. To Magnus's grieving mind, the savage encounter hurtling towards them was Tzinch's ultimate stratagem, meticulously arranged to ensure the pinnacle achievements of both Thousand Suns and Space Wolves shattered against each other, mutual ruin serving the gods' thirst for endless bloody complexity. In a final bid to escape the prismatic trap, a last gasp of doomed repentance, Magnus resolved to deny the Changer of Ways its promised feast. He would not raise the alarm. No clarion call would echo through the psychic networks warning his legion or the studious populace of Prospero. Instead, with immense, sorrowful power, he wove a dense, occluding psychic veil about the entire planet, ensuring the Thousand Suns remained immersed in their fragile normalcy, utterly blind to the sword swinging above their heads. He went further, ordering the warships of his own legion dispersed to the corners of the system, leaving the heart of Prospero the city of silent scholars, Cora Tisa naked, stripped of voidborn guardians. For Magnus the philosopher Primarch, this abject surrender was supreme sacrifice. By offering himself and his legion to the consuming flames of the Emperor's bitter disfavor, he sought to extinguish the inferno of his transgressions, to buy absolution for the hubris that had damned them, and prove in ash and silence the unbroken core of his loyalty. Yet in this agonizing bid for atonement, this stoic embrace of oblivion, he with his own crippled hands slammed shut the final lid on Prospero's coffin, sealing the fate of every living soul who called the planet home, delivering them gift-wrapped to the wolves' knives. When the Imperial fleet tore reality apart over Prospero, emerging from the warp with guns already glowing like baleful suns, the Thousand Suns stood bewildered, utterly, devastatingly unprepared. The magnificent cityscape of Tisa, Prospero's gleaming cerebral heart, jewel of enlightenment, its soaring golden spires piercing skies cleared by sorcery, its crystalline domes reflecting millennia of untrammeled pursuit of understanding, lay serene and open. There were no scarred ramparts, no crisscrossing trench lines scarring the gleaming plazas, no frantic mobilization stations buzzing with grim purpose, no grim repose sustained only by intricate telepathic communications. Its defenses existed solely in the fragile air of scholarly calm. The Legion and its legions of civilian adepts, librarians, archivists, and hopeful acolytes remained engrossed in labyrinthine studies, intricate training exercises focusing on transient mental disciplines rather than sustained combat telekinesis, unknowing that their world, their collected wisdom, their very lives, were seconds from being consigned to char and ruin. When the space wolves descended upon Tisa, it was with the pure, unadulterated fury of ancient nightmares. Drop pods, vast ceramite meteors trailing flame and blasphemous symbols of Fenrisian storm banners, rained down from the clouded sky. Assault craft, engines screaming a bestial dirge, plunged recklessly through the suddenly hostile atmosphere. Their impacts thundered through the planet's foundation stones, shaking glass towers to their core, shattering delicate crystalline structures into clouds of glittering dust. The mortal Prosperine Spireguard, noble defenders of their world but mere flickering candles before the hurricane force of a vengeful Astartes legion unleashed, were swept aside in bloody instants, their courage meaning little against bolter shells and howling chainglaves. Their resistance was snuffed out like guttering sparks. The alerted Thousand Suns, snapping from decades of scholarly inertia into shock and desperate action, scrambled to form some semblance of a defense, armor clattering as they struggled to deploy, psychic wards flickering weakly into existence only to be drowned by the nullstorm. Then came the Sisters of Silence, descending amidst the cacophony like wraiths of absolute negation. A psychic dagger plunged directly into the very heart of the Thousand Suns' strategic existence. Their anathematic presence struck the warp itself speechless, slamming shut the psychic channels the Thousand Suns relied upon with paralyzing force. The intricate weave of the great ocean's energy became a barren void around them, strands of foreboding psychic fire evaporating like mist in sunlight, rendering the battle psychers, the dread sorcerers of Prospero, shockingly, terrifyingly vulnerable. Stripped of the warp-gifted power that was their legacy and strength, the minds that commanded legions through dense psychic networks instead found themselves vulnerable, frantic beasts imprisoned within physical shells, formidable warriors still, honed by genetic design and centuries of combat training, yet utterly insufficient when pitted against the roaring savagery of Fenris, combined with the peerless martial perfection of the Custodian Guard. Magnus the Red, architect of this suicide, witnessed the unfolding carnage from his isolation within the Tizkin Tower, his multifaceted heart constricted by an agony of sorrow and gnawing shame. He had witnessed precisely this symphony of death countless times within the fractals of his own prescient visions, the crimson rivers soaking into the streets, the roaring conflagrations consuming centuries of collected wisdom. Yet even as the sons of Rus ripped through the avenues he helped design, tearing apart the scholars and students who revered him, he held his devastating silence. His desperate, irrevocable decision to deny Tzinch its vicious satisfaction held him paralyzed, an unbreakable command, though the cost was the extinguishing of his genetic sons and the utter desolation of the dream he had shaped. Salvaged fragments from the hemorrhaging command networks and muttered confessions wrung from survivors would later hint at dark currents beneath the visible catastrophe. Amidst the collapse, Magnus himself, or forces acting under his final despairing command, sought frantically to strangle history's throat. Logs were rewritten, selective oblivion forced upon select minds, inconvenient witnesses silenced outright, all efforts madly focused on erasing the visceral truth of Prospero's tragic downfall, ensuring the exact sequence of its annihilation remained obscured, fragmented, forever debated. Was this scrambled scramble an act of preservation, a last-ditch effort to salvage fragments of the Legion's honor from the pyres? Or a final, tortured gesture to protect its complex, shattered legacy from universal condemnation? The answer perished with Tizca's fall. The battle raged relentlessly through Tisa's burning arteries, its onsapristine crystalline streets slick and treacherous with the glittering, corrosive vidi of the defenders. Dust choked the air, settling in a pathetic blanket over bodies still clutching scrolls or shattered focusing staves. For those loyal sons wearing crimson armor cracked and scorched, inscribed with intricate silver symbols extinguished, it became a savage, desperate struggle simply to endure, fighting against suffocating odds for the elemental privilege of existing one more moment in a world rapidly turning to ash. Barely any sense of common strategy could rethread itself above the scream of psychic backlash and the roar of assault cannons. For the invading space wolves, Lupin snarls echoing off the burning facades, luminescent feral eyes scanning for weaknesses. It was the brutal, cathartic enactment of the Emperor's perceived will, the execution of sanctioned judgment upon damned witches. For Magnus, pinned within his spire of learning, it became a final reckoning resonating through his immortal bones, the devastating collision point where towering ambition, defiant pride, and earth-shattering guilt slammed together within a firestorm of his own making, consuming everything. This consuming assault erupted physically with a rain of celestial fire. The bulked Imperial fleet, suspended in lethal orbit, manifested its pitiless verdict upon the mortal sphere below. The Space Wolves' flagship, the immense Hrafkal, imperative and merciless, initiated the cascade of destruction. Its colossal voidlances ignited the atmosphere, searing brilliant, radiant wounds into the trembling surface of Prospero like welder torches applied to fragile silk, etching scars destined to last millennia. Following this dreadful signal, the assembled might of the fleet opened its colossal arsenal, an unrelenting barrage hurling titanic energies. The atmosphere above Tisa churned and ignited, transformed into a maelstrom of unnatural auroras as lances of searing light and the crushing, percussive impacts of kinetic rods traveling at fractions of light speed heralded the crushing weight of the Emperor's terrible retribution. Yet, against this cosmic declaration of war, the expected roar of planetary defiance did not rise. Prospero's orbital defense platforms, vast constructs of void steel and energy projectors designed to shred invading fleets, hung silent and impotent, caught like startled prey in the Predator's glare, their crews baffled, sleepy, utterly unprepared. A wide spread of plasma torpedoes erupted from the Imperial formations, carving brilliant lines across the sky, before detonating with annihilating void rupture charges, blinking most platforms out of existence in fleeting supernova bursts before their targeting arrays could flicker online. Pitiful handful managed hurried, inaccurate salvos, pathetic streaks of defiance hurled into the oncoming storm only to be instantly silenced moments later by pinpoint lance strikes, vanishing in expanding spheres of molten debris. The planetary defense grid itself, network integrity pristine, its powerful subsurface defense laser emplacements cold and dark, sensors untripped, maintained a shocking, unnatural dormancy. What should have been a fortress world buzzing with lethal energies and military synchronicity instead presented as a lamb before the slayers, raising no shield, offering no challenge. Only later, amidst the ruins and whispered interrogations, would the chilling reason be known. Magnus the Red, the Crimson King, Primarch of Prospero, had willfully blinded his people. Crushed under the unbearable weight of his own colossal guilt, forced finally to stare into the reflecting pool of his own manipulation, by the shifting tides and impossible riddles of infernal Tzinch, the changer of ways, Magnus had commanded no preparations to be made. His psychic command broadcast paralyzed institutional reflexes. Planetary defense monitors were fed false serenity. Yet even naked and startled in their unpreparedness, the Thousand Suns were not rendered instantly helpless. Within the heart of Tizca, the most potent psychers of Magnus, Legion the Raptor occult, masters of telekinetic force united their formidable wills with practiced harmony, weaving an immense kindshield over the vulnerable city center. This immense psychic barrier shimmered invisibly in the violent air, a dome woven of raw warp-borne conviction and layered telekinetic force vectors, stronger by magnitudes than any physical armada plating or fortified adamantium. Fabricated from furious conceptual denial of destruction, layered with almost unimaginable psychic cohesion, it absorbed the terrifying kinetic washes and searing radstorms of the orbital massacre. It resisted, flexing like impossibly resilient impact gel, against rivers of destruction that would have reduced continents to slag, that would have utterly unmade competing cities in heartbeats holding, miraculously, impossibly, against the cosmic hammer blows. But this astonishing defense was sustained by unsustainable cost. The battle psychers channeling the core shield synapses stood rigid, etched bodies straining against titanic psychic backwash, as if rooted to the quivering earth by agony, sweat mingling with blood leaking from eyes and noses under ceramite helmets, faces contorted beyond recognition beneath intricate faceplates etched with protective hexagrammatic wards. Their vital psychic reserves were draining away, hemorrhaging with every colossal impact that smashed against their conceptual bastion. Invisible cracks shimmered deeper into the warp substrate with each blow, precursor to an inevitable, catastrophic collapse. Within Tizca's inner rings, isolated from the gateways sustaining the fleet bombardment, but saturated by its proximity shockwaves, the first signs of the horrific attack manifested not through the shudder of foundations or the raw noise of titanic weapons, but through a profoundly suffocating psychic pressure descending upon the city. Hot winds laden not with Prospero's natural desert purity, but with the acrid stench of vaporized steel, volatilized ceramic, and irradiated rockle compressed the very air, forcing breath shallow and labored. Waves of uncontrolled static electricity traced jagged paths across entire avenues, spiderwebbing between the silvered glass pyramids and delicate crystalline towers, illuminating the pre-dawn murk with ghostly flares that burst silent yet terrifying milliseconds before the impact wave struck. This visual horror preceded by mere moments the true terror, as hypersonic projectiles finally breached the upper layers, their passage tearing reality apart with skin-flaying sonic booms that rolled across the city in enraged waves, merging with detonations kilometers distant into a single deafening, soul-pounding cacophony. When the first lance strike finally scarred the planet's surface proper, it exploded crater zone northeast of Tisa proper, a distant lancing bolt beyond the shield's dynamic boundary barriers, a brilliant speartip of unfiltered stellar energy plunging into the Earth. Its breathtaking actinic flash illuminated the entire horizon like an unpredicted second sunrise, starkly revealing the sheer scale of destruction plunging towards them. This dire signal was followed instantly by a crushing, sequential sequence of saturation bombardments coordinated from orbit. Macrocannon shells the size of Titan heads shrieked down, fusion cores ignited deep subsurface bunkers they couldn't penetrate with pinpoint emissions designed for sheer obliterative saturation. The already brittle landscape surrounding Tisa became sacrificial terrain in the first phase. Ancient forests nurtured for millennia exploded instantly into furnaces that painted the underside of the choking smog, a swirling, malevolent orange, centuries of intricate botanical life cycles, reduced instantly to blackened skeletal embers scattered by world-breaking shockwaves. Pristine grasslands sculpted by careful terraforming into a tapestry of alien beauty, blazed furiously uncontrolled chemical fires consuming breathable air and releasing thick, toxic phosphoxylase smoke that drifted back towards the city boundaries, bringing violence on the wind. The rich countryside, reflecting Prospero's serene cultural dialogue of knowledge-respecting ecology, became a sterilized, cratered wasteland before the main barrage on Tisa paused for breath. By the brutalized time the bombardment slackened its initial suicidal fury, merely to reorganize targeting relays towards the defiant shielding center itself. The land embracing Tisa was stripped utterly bare, unrecognizable, transformed into a smoking geological injury. Heavy metals frosted glassy crater edges glowing under toxic cloudscapes where once life thrived. But Tisa stubbornly endured barely. The miraculously resilient raptor occult's complex kindshield had somehow absorbed the impossible kinetic punishment, yet for the panting, tearing sorcerers pouring soul essence to sustain its integrity from skeins within shielded generation pylons woven deep below city root systems, the sustained effort surpassed mere exhaustion. They sustained neural liquefaction, bleeding permanence outwards through eyes and ears, knowing each second measured in agony brought inevitable fold collapse. High within his sanctuary tower that pierced the luminous smog like a prophecy turned to obsidian, Magnus the Red observed his world dying. His single, cyclopean eye, that organ that historically blazed with insatiable intellect, cosmic ambition, commanding vision, now reflected nothing but devastating, world-consuming sorrow. The ever-shifting horizon, stained uniformly in apocalyptic orange by the fires consuming everything beyond his fragile shield, mirrored precisely the crushing grief scorching his immortal soul. Below, bright blossoms erupted incessantly, where specially timed airburst incendiary munitions detonated high above the distant forests, designed to deliberately set entire cloud layers ablaze. The geoforming rains intended to freshen Tisa now became lethal storms of superheated kerosene gel and phosphor emulsion, washing indiscriminately down onto the city's last shield globe and lands emptied of living cov. Actual salt tears fell from the Primarch's weathered face, diamond-hard droplets staining his intricately crafted crimson battle plate unseen beneath him, as he witnessed the universe he cherished being methodically erased. The forest his legion recreated from long-dead genistrands, the solemn patrol grounds sculpted from volcanic sands into harmonious grassland pathways gone, utterly ablated, replaced by smoldering carbon fields that stretched beneath toxic skies where whirlwinds of ash danced over magma slicks cooling slowly. The incomprehensible beauty ingrained in Prospero's existence was unraveling into irreversible ruin, the ultimate, unappeasable price demanded by the gods for his colossal hubris, paid chunk by excruciating chunk. Magnus's great heart shattered rhythm from the unbearable mass of comprehension crushing it. He had believed with desperate, almost messianic fervor, in the paramount righteousness of his path championing forbidden knowledge, the warp's vast potential as mankind's birthright, the necessity of seeing beyond blinkered doctrines. And yet the Emperor, father and distant godmaker, Radiant One, judgment was brutally clear. Magnus had defied it at his world's core. Now, as Prospero groaned under the unforgiving demands of his relentless retribution, Magnus understood the unspeakable magnitude of his transgression with crystallized despair. He grasped the crimson echo of Magnus's shattering reverberates through eternity, the mournful fall of Magnus, not merely a defeat in a psychic storm, but the fracturing of a soul surrendered to despair. His heart, though silent, already braced for Prospero's crushing finale, its rhythm pounding a dirge for enlightenment extinguished. He fell, that terrible day, not just from grace but into the voracious tides of the warp itself, pulled beneath by the talons of corruption. To the Imperium, that catastrophic convulsion on Prospero served as a monstrous monument carved in flame and telekinetic ruinous stark, indelible image fulfilling the silent prophecy of what awaited those who spurned the immutable will of the master of mankind, a thunderous counterpoint to the Emperor's most fundamental decree. Yet this brutal tableau was also a poisoned chalice carefully prepared, a masterpiece of duplicity orchestrated by Horus Lupercal at the zenith of his deception, a carefully cultivated tragedy nurtured by the insidious whispers and patient malevolence of that swirling, ancient darkness claiming another Primarch. This grim overture gives way to the sunless hush surrounding the sentinels beyond malachite doors. For countless souls dwelling far beneath the alabaster towers and adamantium bastions of the imperial sanctum, the existence of the Adeptus Custodes hangs perpetually veiled in deepest shadow, a profound enigma woven from strands of immutable tradition, ultimate authority, and impenetrable secrecy, a watch maintained by figures who embody the concept of the Emperor's most sacred trust made manifest in gold. To eyes peering from beyond their gilded ceramite ranks, the intricate machinery governing these immortal guardians appears hopelessly Byzantine, deliberately labyrinthine in its design, a deliberate opacity shielding truths too potent or too fragile for the galaxy's sundered multitude to withstand or comprehend. Yet against all assumptions generated by their outward inscrutability, the custodians themselves maintain an organization burnished by a core of startling adaptability, each cog perfectly meshed towards a single, unwavering purpose, guardianship unto eternity. Supreme above all within the custodian hierarchy stands the solitary sentinel of the Captain General, a figure radiating absolute authority, wielded as the Emperor's direct earthly proxy. This towering individual commands the might of the 10,000, yet his influence arcs far beyond phalanxes and guardian spears, often ascending to take a seat within the conclave of High Lords of Terra, shaping the Imperium's labyrinthine destinies as much as he guards the sanctity of its entombed sovereign. Since the inexplicable vanishing of Constantin Valdorth I, most myth-enshrouded Captain General, whose very name is whispered with reverence tinged with cosmic Sarotha's staggering mantle has passed through a lineage of warriors unmatched, each selected for transcendent skill honed over centuries and wisdom, distilled from the bitter dregs of 10,000 human triumphs and tragedies, direct inheritors echoing Valdor's ghost upon the golden paths of duty. Directly beneath this paramount figure rests the august tribunal of the Tribunate, a council forged from the souls of 10 veteran custodians, each bearing the immense weight of uncountable battles, serving as strategic architects and counselors whose insights reach back to epochs faded from mortal memory. These tribunes, the most weathered and time-tempered warriors of the entire order, exhibit not only the pinnacle of martial perfection forged on anvils of perpetual war, but also possess a preternatural depth of strategic insight, meticulously cultivated through centuries of unflinching service, rendered solely to the Emperor's idea. To ascend to this hallowed circle of the 10, a custodian must have accumulated a minimum of 10 glorious honorific name-sacred titles, bestowed with agonizing rarity by the Emperor himself, each earned through staggeringly selfless acts of transcendental valor or uniquely intricate service that resonates within eternity itself. These names are celestial markers, iridescent symbols burned onto their very essence by deeds so profound they elevate their bearer beyond even the exalted ranks of superhuman peers. The Tribunate, therefore, must be understood as immeasurably more than a distant cabal of strategic planners whispering insular mantras. Its members possess the unfathomably rare and perilous privilege of offering counsel directly within the cloistered presence of the throne, should he, impossibly, somehow choose to require it. While their sacred burden often mandates the silent council chamber over the blazing crucible of the front line, the Tribune's monumental contribution remains utterly vital. For 10 Terran years, entire generations witnessed only in fleeting moments in the greater Imperial narrative. They focused their colossal intellects entirely on intricate strategy, unimpeachable efficiency, and the ultimate geometric mandates of the Custodes as an order, ensuring without the slightest deviation that their final guardianship remains the unshakable cornerstone, the adamantium spine, of the Emperor's eternal defense. Beneath this venerable council and the overarching shadow of the Captain General, the ranks of stamped captains and the elevated prefects compose the pulsing, relentless operational heart of the Custodian Guard. The distinction shimmering between these potent ranks remains subtle yet critically important, a nuance lost on all outsiders. Shield captains are the active blades, the field commanders whose golden presence leads their brothers into breaches and breach walls, either defending the corporeal embodiment of the Emperor's titanic works scattered galaxy-wide, or executing his perilous will like a beacon amidst interstellar void. Prefects, in Damascene contrast, ascend to their rank often as a crowning mark of supreme veterancy, their roles exquisitely tailored by the direct, celestial fiat of the Emperor's favor and his shifting needs in the unfolding apocalyptic moment. Titles meticulously woven into the identity of these peerless leaders are elaborate tapestries of responsibility. Aquila commanders stand watch over intricate palace defenses, fortifications layered upon defenses. Master Guardians shoulder the immense weight of overseeing specific, critical deployments into situation tiers dissolving into utter chaos. Together in sacred tandem, the shield captains and prefects embody the Custodes' dual spirit. They are paramount generals orchestrating orbital descents into war-torn hives and imperial champions, shattering demon primarchs alike. Their inherent authority combined with combat capabilities rendering them utterly peerless beneath the galactic dome. When the Imperium's most golden hand moves inexorably towards war, it is invariably the unwavering presence of a shield captain who exerts ultimate operational command, yet supported frequently by others bearing the same transcendental rank, whose accumulated centuries of wisdom and foundational physical strength amplify and refine the mission towards inevitable, crushing success reel. Below the exalted peaks of the Captain General, tribunes, shield captains, and prefects lies the dynamic, ever-shifting tapestry of the base Custodians' warrior bands. Their own internal structuring defies typical martial expectation. This is not the clanking rigidity of Astra Militarum command chains or even the potent lodges of the Adepta Astartesno. The Custodians exist as ascetics and as elective nobility, welded by duty writ in blood. Defining this fluidity are the fundamental sodalities, functional warrior groups formed naturally, organically, by Custodians whose ancient souls and individual spheres of devastating expertise beautifully align. While each Custodian stands as an evolved master of war in every conceivable form, a demigod of destruction, many discover an innate resonance with particular specializations. Some inevitably gravitate towards the role of Varus Praetors, the unrelenting cavalry phantoms of the 10,000, scorching across battlefields mounted upon archaeological relics, ancient antigrav jet bikes roaring with warborn hearts louder and faster than any natural lightning strike could possibly hope to match, banking through volleys designed to annihilate titans. Others link their fate to the barrier-shattering fraternity of the Alaris Custodians, whose artisanal armor woven with hymnals surpasses Terminator plate in resilience, and whose titanic weapon-reflaming blades singed from starshell hearts and lauded hubris furnishes them as the apocalyptic vanguard, bludgeoning any defiant assault. Then there stand the Custodian Wardens, their souls tuned to the stoic chorus of eternity, sentinels who lock shields inscribed with hymns sacred against roaring tides of cornate demons, bulwarks incarnate against insurmountable darkness. Despite this perfectly honed diversity in execution, these sacred specializations never congeal into ossified strata of command within their brotherhood. Supremacy amongst brothers standing alongside one another within the dedicated sodality is determined purely by the untarnished merit their comrades eternally recognize and reverie natural, almost poetic aristocracy forged upon shared sacrifice spanning centuries and steeped in countless cosmos-shattering engagements. This exquisite fluidity in structure ensures without question that the Custodian Guard glides seamlessly, automatically, towards adaptation for any conceivable challenge the throne requires. When the Emperor's intolerable will ignites a lightning impulse demanding decisive action, the scattered sodalities are meticulously reaped and gathered unto its crucible, becoming newborn shield companies. These constitute the base operational units scattered forth upon the Emperor's fields of battle, representing unfolding strategy made manifest. A shield company wields neither fixed size nor predetermined arsenal as some common battle engine militarized might. Instead, it blooms as a bespoke weave, an assembly uniquely conceived and entirely hand-picked by a governing shield captain, expressly to sculpt suitability against the imminent task. Its nature unfolding looms, intensely variable from silver strike teams, precisely sent into Shadow Graves worlds, to immense formations incorporating stampeding jetbike hordes, lumbering dreadnought ossuaries radiating primal dread. And even proto-titanic engines drawn screaming from antique reliquaries, nestled deep within the Imperial Palace's museum arsenals, grotesquely beautiful antediluvian vehicles harboring fury long dormant, pressed into service once more. Typically, such a company forms around 30 to 40 vigilant custodians, pulsing unity commanded by a single shield captain clutching ultimate authority over life, combat doctrine, and terminus. For greater nightmares, full shield companies themselves coalesce into terrifying edifices known as shield hosts, custodians' nightmarish vision of an army unleashed upon existence proper. Shield hosts are apocalyptic constructs marshalling superlative power in number and implacable teleological purpose, invariably led by the sacred triumvirate command embodied by a captain commander and his conclave of trusted shield captains. These colossal formations are summoned and funded from Imperial Treasury sublevels, only for missions gravity clasps at the tipping point of Imperium contingency. Unshakable outcomes where catastrophic failure constitutes a blasphemy unraveling reality itself, and absolute, unflinching reliability cannot even be tangentially delegated to any other Imperial agency, lest they fall or worse, fracture under strange influences emanating from possessed stellar mass Lagrange points. Whether unleashing silent punctuality upon Xeno swarms breaching segmentum obscurus holdfasts, quelling astropathic heretical uprisings, contaminating primary nodal worlds linking warplanes protected since M32, or embarking upon quests tasked with safeguarding critical, almost sentient aspects of the Emperor's own arcane unfinished laboratories, buried miles under Terra's molten mantle-shield hosts, move as monolithic embodiments of the Adeptus Custodes, uncompromising totalitifuri made manifest against Oblivion's tapestries, thread by thread. The sacred fane chambers consecrating custodian souls profoundly articulate their orchestral versatility, discipline born from millennia spent standing atop continental oblivion beneath Skyfire. Each custodian belongs intrinsically to a dedicated caste or chamber, meticulously aligned with predetermined tactical roles. This seemingly intricate internal structure serves ultimately as a precision orchestra, ensuring every essential facet of the throne's unimaginable, universe-spanning defenses remains accounted for, nurtured to razor-efficient architecture soldiering, acting as psychological biogeography. Representing the bedrock, the indisputable foundation upon which all other chambers rest silently, the Heteran Guards stand apart in intricate lore and daily ritual. Defying projections of classical guard disposition methodology, they alone form the backbone matrix squad, weaving through inner palaceate, numerically significant within conclave records referencing sieges inflicted across 10 millennia gathering traumatic momentum. They are the eternalized visage, emblazoned inside the imagination of every common Imperial hiver glancing devotional images, pinched onto half-melted data slate screen. Gold-armored sentinels marshaled into perfect statuary ranks flanking skies tall as atmospheric zones, supreme incarnation wielding apocryphally long guardian spears singing prophecies as they pierce Diamondorak carapace. Nestled supremely within their own gilded ranks lie legendary specialists operating on capabilities defying formal notation Sentinel Guard, masters of psychological stillness transforming foreknowledge into preemptive fatal energy, and most elite of the elite among an order designed to shatter the concept of elite musings, the Heteran Guard proper. Demigods already, their esoteric planetary martial prowess eclipsing even the maddening extraordinary standards maintained universally among their own genetic brethren, sculpted directly from primordial Terran helots, martyrs from previous age offerings. Yet for all their staggering authority and foundational omnipresence across archives containing sacred paths mapping palace movement vectors, the Heteran toy supreme calibrate towards iterative battleground superiority paradoxically conceived as essentially precision instruments, sculpted to excise threats with lethal, textbook efficiency incarnate. Heritage fire designed never for protracted sieges shaking continents or devolving wars threatening attritional mutilation, consuming whole stellar nation-states over time. Finite energy expenditure mapped religiously not engines entirely configured for endless grueling consumption internally. To resolve such eventualities, the custodies maintain lurking within deeper dimensional armories, stacked chemically inert, yet infinitely potent therthine regimentum, the indomitable chamber consecrated exclusively to heavy assault battalia. The Thyne constitute the custodian's gravitic solution to overwhelming force manifested atheist within Imperial spectral investigations, entirely clad in specially forged and revered Terminator warplate, meticulously custom-fitted over centuries accretion to their unique posthuman physiological strata. They epitomize the essence of primordial shock troops baptized in planetary cores, collapsing inside avoided observatory angles. Among their mechanical saints proudly march ghostly contingents numbering steadily, just beyond observation lethal Sagittarium Guard annihilators, armored bearers blazing ancient Attic weapons technology locked within contrasionic security doctrines, profound dark instruments revealing ancestral strategies, sealing nightmare tides during Dark Age insurrections, forgotten devastation power relics, entrusted solely by vow to the Imperial household's archives. Forbidden artifact constructs requiring biologic holder sequences to activate. Once the Thyne Alliance deployment promulgates irrevocably against installation images flickering defensive buffers into continuous divisional shield failures, they annihilate the stubborn spine shadow of opposition formations via volcanic coordinated devastation, defined impacting regional geology. Acting in harmonic resonance, these select chambers sculpt a flawless operational schema, each intricate piece spiraling effortlessly to complement the others executing the Adeptus Custodes' ultimate mandate supremely ordained under blood oath. Enduring motionless in eternal vigil within the harmonic sanctum imperialis, advancing regimentally with statuesque perfection, as the Heter and Legion phasing starlight weapons crossfiring impossible angles, or obliterating planetoid megalith fortresses hurled from dark matter bombardment profiles, as monolithic Thyne constructs during through near-planetary event horizons, objectively, philosophically assaulting mythologies posing opposition artifacts. Additional, more elusive roles exist mute within Canton structures, folded deep inside tower of hegemonic resonance generators, humming hymns during noted palace festivals. The Cataphract Saberwing host resonates almost dissolutely, speed incarnate functioning as the swiftest stellar strike forces initially conceptualized from Terra Incognita assault, origins during the halcyon, nascent terror years of the Great Crusade's unprecedented Crimson advances, and indeed throughout much of the Emperor's active campaigning millennia, as Terracentric Spotlight Corps command architectures shifted between Proxima Centauri strategic bodies long excommunicated now. Their sacred charge flourished as perpetual vanguard deploying celestial advance patterns, ensuring cosmological threats, categorically lacked the capability to outmaneuver sacred geometries, protecting their liege cult, accelerating galactic liberation curves per enthroned cosmological calculus. Piloting truly advanced repulsor lift, grav vehicles ranging from shimmering sleek pulsar pattern jet bikes, drafted near protostar formations, to archaeotech grab tanks radiating ancient anti-singularity excavation fields, capable of planetary annihilation. Cataphracts delivered unparalleled reconnaissance telemetry, whispering silent patient ambitions against voids hungry, while orchestrating blisteringly rapid counterattacks, specifically engineered to interdict emerging cosmic dangers almost instantaneous. These warriors differed profoundly, brother not passively protected but initiates, designed as jeweled strategic hunters, employing their transultimate velocity to intercept and surgically annihilate nascent threats within pot embryonic articulation, manifesting formative face spaces. In stark, harmonious contrast to the Cataphracts' overt engagement doctrines dazzling observers or imprinting indelible psychological monuments, standing visible debating nightly in archived dossiers, the Epheroi live immersed exclusively in mitigating meaning shadow. Tasked perpetually with calculatingly covert operations, manifested invisibly along planetary surfaces and perpendicular dimensions, conducting unfathomably sophisticated counter-surveillance networks woven into imperial infrastructures via arcane treaties and proactive infiltration protocols deemed industrielpic. The Epheroi constitute the Custodes' unseen core architecture regarding underground immune to conventional renderings of tribute offered for diligence. Their ceaseless telos frequently encompasses orchestrating the hallowed, yet terrifying blood games brutally realistic simulated complex infiltrations, perpetually besieging the Victorum Imperial Palace, parameters from impossible alt-space angles, examining potential weaknesses within its multivector defenses. Such staged liturgical landscape combat serves simultaneous purposes, critical training, continually drilled into all generations morphing technical stratagem, whilst functioning as cyclic acidists challenging echelon surveillance networks, irrevocably guaranteeing that no hostile external entity alien infiltration, units teleporting shielded inside environmental civil disaster zones, or internal Imperial traders, manipulating warplet textual amulets, discovered charting secret tunnel subsidence beyond designated Masonic orders could conceivably achieve an objective even nominally equivalent unto that which these perpetual guardians constantly strained simulating internally without signature leakage encoding. Identities past thresholds for millennia proving cycles, Endel Sliet, must be published quietly, not always in simulation. Fragmented whispers occasionally theorize that the ethereal surveillance sphere radiates considerably farther than Palace Underworld cities, collapsing psychic hinterlands. Some doctrinal scholars postulate potential overlaps merging in perpetual oscillation, terrestrial dominance, strategies with that most shadow-enshrouded organization within Imperial data systems. Officio Assassinorum Legendary Executor Leginciat, whether this constitutes fundamental ideological collaboration, manifesting cooperative Manus-piercing rebellions, or implies a subtle, centuries-long bicontinental rivalry, mutating into near-pathological obsession remains speculative history, circumscribed on macroscopic level, encrypting entire continents beyond dim sightlines. Ephoroi operatives demonstrate adeptitude verging upon psychological transcendence, within blending seamlessly into the political labyrinths, forever gnawing at Terra's rotting anima braincore. Cases province confirmed upon secret processes archived on deep digital catacombs describe invisible agents infiltrating noble dynastic houses, predating human sanity benchmarks, to surgically dismantle existential threats, surgically developed silently within aristocratic hierarchous entities, acting with virtual impunity, disregard for established imperial collegia administrative legislation structures. Existentially bound exclusively by commands inscribed electrochemically from the occupant he dreamed still within the golden thronework unfettered. Furthermore, touches beyond understood continuum levels, revered Moratai convergent destination, mortally manifested entities otherwise known cryptically across secret battlefield reports, recovered billions annually looted, as the honored corpses who persistently traverse outer sanctuaries while partially eternally entered states. These potent warriors, those unforgettably wounded indestructible, yet still cruelly clinging tenaciously to the ragged cusp dividing life customary, to mortal comprehension from thing darkness, beneath existing entirely between temporal moments ere carefully interred deep beneath sanctum imperialis, via ritual ignition into cybernetic life support sarcophagi, inserted perfectly within walking dreadnought fortifications, resembling slain titans, sculpted by fate's abandoned children. Miscible comparably within ally definitions, graspable by the Adepti Mechanicus, or even cavorting ranks of ordinary Astartes chapters, whose dreadnoughts constitute armored personas more naturally encountered despite lingering taboo. The custodes deploy these soul-anchored living siege machine extrusions, only with intensely mechanical reluctancia, mortal calculus, weighted on inhuman scales, created before mankind sought utter stellar ascendance through blood equation. Encased religiously within modified Achilles, patterned chassis lattices, said to writhe psychoscopically endless prayers to forgotten mechanism deities during combat moonfalls, engulfing biological storm geometries. All-encompassing thought pollution contained marginally through periodic penitent engine rituals, hooded in Titan shackle fields, projecting inert silence universes internally. Each entombed Moratoi stands as a towering cathedral to coordinated destruction incarnate, polymerizing nightmare-cracking sounds. Armed singularly with relic weaponry surpassing analytical matrices, prepared even contemplating the infamous contemptor dreadnoughts mythologized across space marine funerary monuments charge. Their potential appearance upon drawn battlefields, governed by marker demons materializing from dimensional storms, occurs rarely a kind, statistical anomaly, but its literal impact upon enemies witnessing sculptures wrought auric fire dissolve reality's fragility possesses truly overwhelming. The cosmological terror inherent within Moratai precipitated theater warfare introduces variables glitching astral projection methodologies immensely. The Mora catalyzer formation remains obsessively limited in sanctioned permanent iterations by Imperial encryption key, vaults numbered consistently beneath 100 fully consecrated examples per duty epoch, synchronized internally. Even the carnage devouring height witnessed hopelessly during the planet-sundering Horus Heresy's initial apocalyptic centuries. Impeccable records consistently affirming manuscripts citing no more than 9 to 9, arriving simultaneously initial solar warfare phase, surrounding Sol Central collapse fractal under cumulative stratagems, activating vengeance subroutines onto Imperial soil, thus rendering every isolated Moratoi deployment utterly unforgettable, its effects resonating ceaselessly inside astronomic and relay archives employees scan constantly. Finally bound unto sovereign initiative bleed pathways, these honored dead singularly propagate reality spectra, constituting the foundation parameters energizing the shadows beneath colossal golden terra's shifting landscape, finally pointing apocalyptically towards zones requiring extinguishing entire galactic pocket Dankanat, striking force's objective. A unique chamber soulbending manifested during the final dying hours prostrate beneath the Horus Heresy's soul-consuming violence fanfare echoes. Born umbilically linked to phenomenally dense retribution, imperative burning unquenchably round, during survival war maneuvering history logics, as the great scouring arc consumed persecuted souls, entire foundationless systems, by annihilatory opera sanctuary, Borders initially hurled without mercy into mankind's most ultimate bloodwork. Pursuing asymmetrically, the fragmented remnants of Horus Lupercal's shattering rebellion corpses scattered beyond Fringicia's intersect galaxy, unmapped enemy quarantine sector charts, fragmented simultaneously by psychic vaporization telemetry preserved. Foundational records drafted prior towards near-total imperial homogeneity state unequivocally. These relentless empty sculpture formations authored enduring essential functions, guarding liminal contours defining considerable reality frames throughout the Imperium's subsequent millennia, exhausted reigning eminent domain, remotely countering unpredictable horror systems, perpetually mutating oppositional conceptual vectors, attempting deviant toxin infects. Despite its genesis steeped inexorably in apocalyptic haste signaling desperate fresh configuration, squeezing command protocols impossible against Exodus Flux unwinding humanity local monolith, Icon's historically interpreting predictor machinery consistently channels defense profile philosophy spectrum threats, consolidating, since Crucible Genesis events originally fractured timelines, endlessly dissected conclusion failure territory possibility, examined reserved. The Golden Sentinels stand ever vigilant, but their gaze extends beyond the shimmering walls of the Imperial Palace. When a warrior of the 10,000 finds the relentless millennia weighing upon his frame, or the diamond edge of his perfection ever so slightly dulled by the unimaginable trials demanded by his oath, he does not fade into honored oblivion. Instead, he vanishes. Relinquishing the burnished plate that marked him as a custodian guard, he cloaks himself in hooded robes of profound black, the color of deepest void. Thus begins his service as one of the eyes of the Emperor. He slips into the Imperium's colossal, shadowed sprawl and echo of the Unification's blood-drenched dawn, a stark reminder that the Emperor's watchers never truly rest, their vigilance a blade eternally in motion, poised to strike wherever his divine radiance dims. Some eyes walk alone, their sheer shrouded presence in the gloom-choked underhives, or the cold Prometheum-slick decks of void stations, a wordless admonition to the treasonous, instilling dread simply by existing. Others weave intricate, unseen webs, becoming spy masters whose networks of eyes and ears slither into fortresses, guilds, and forgotten colonies, seeking the nascent rot that eludes even the Officio Assassinorum or the endless reams of the Administratum. And when such corruption blooms, unfurling its lethal petals towards the throne world's heart, the eyes act. Through channels known only to their ancient order, word races back to the Captain General, triggering surgical, devastating preemptive strikes that scour the infection before it can truly threaten the Sanctum Imperialis and the sacred throne itself. Among the specialized hosts within the Adeptus Custodes, two forms embody the contrasting facets of the master of mankind's indomitable will. The Aquilan shield is his protective hand, a silent assurance against death prescribed by destiny. The dread host is his clenched fist, descending in searing obliteration upon the defiant. Where the Custodian Guard as a whole redefines martial perfection with their overwhelming presence, the Aquilan shield moves with unnerving subtlety. They are the whisper of a blade left unsheathed, their every action dictated by the intricate patterns of the Emperor's foreseen design. Their sacred mandate is absolute: shield those individuals whose lives, woven into the skein of future events, are critical to Terra's survival. Deep within the Sanctum Imperialis, unseen in chambers saturated with the metallic tang of precognition, Psyker's doomsquares and oracular seers wrestle meaning from the warp's chaotic tides. They hunt for fleeting strands of fate, cryptic twists of shadow, and half-understood portents that tie a single soul to planetary salvation. Generals destined to hold a breaking line, preachers whose fiery words ignite vital defiance, or lowly militia leaders whose strategic genius blooms only in catastrophe, all can be revealed as pivotal cogs in Terra's continued existence. To these chosen souls, regardless of rank or station, an Aquilan shield custodian is sent, manifesting without preamble or permission. His pronouncement is undeniable: you are under the protection of the Emperor. To refuse is impossible. To receive this guardianship is the highest conceivable honor, a decree of worth spoken by the Imperium's foundation itself. High Lords governing entire segmentums have known their invisible guard, obscure hive-world preachers inspiring desperate last stands have felt their golden shadow. Once the oath is sworn, the shield custodian becomes an immovable, inescapable presence. He is the unseen blade that intercepts the assassin's toxin-tipped dart, the detonator sabotaged moments before detonation, the adamantium wall holding against a tide of demons to buy a critical second for escape. Yet this protection, forged in divine mandate, is cruelly finite. When the ordained moment passes, when the destinied purpose is achieved, the Guardian departs as silently and inexplicably as he arrived, leaving his charge exposed to a galaxy that resumes its casual cruelty. What follows is often brutal, a betrayal, a stray lasbolt, a slow decline, but the Aquilan Shield's gaze is fixed solely upon Terra's survival. The subsequent fate of the protected is an irrelevance long since factored into the Emperor's unshakable plan. Their purpose fulfilled, their continued existence holds no divine significance. In stark, thunderous contrast to the shield's subtlety stands the dread host. Should a foe arise whose ambitions or sheer power imperil the Segmentum Solar or the throne world itself, different drums beat. Shield hosts assemble under the dread banner of annihilation. They are no mere detachments. They are avalanches of gold and ceramite, numbering in the hundreds, following ancient rites forgotten by all else. Their conveyance is the stark, pre-heresy might of the Moiraids, a trinity of warships whose silhouettes against a besieged world spread hopeless terror. The dread host represents a breathtaking concentration of preternatural fury, deployed only when the Emperor demands absolute, uncompromising eradication. Their methodology is chillingly direct, supreme annihilation. No parley is offered, no surrender entertained, no quarter granted. War is waged as total, terminal excision. Pinpointing the heart of the malignancy, the dread host descends like the hammer of cosmological judgment, descending through atmospheric firestorms aboard networks of gravcouriers and thundering landers. Dozens of Alaris custodians, terminators clad in Baroque adamantium, spearhead the assault guardians bearing the destructive might of singular starship batteries became embodied wrath. Behind them surges the full, inseparable entity of the host. Cities constructed over millennia are not conquered. They are sundered, reduced to continent-spanning pyres. Planetary defense forces melt before concentrated guardian spears like ice in stellar fusion. Strongholds designed to endure siegecraft for centuries shatter like pottery beneath mastercrafted power fists. Entire planetary populations that harbor the traitorous stain are cleansed in fire and adamantium. False idols raised in defiance are cast down by hand and immolated, ensuring no memory, no echo of rebellion persists. Their wrath annihilates not just armies, but hope. They leave psychological scars visible in populations light years distant, a suffocating dread to silence future sedition. Grim legends echo through strategic briefings. Orc Waog-s encompassing millions of berserkers blunted and broken on dread shields, traitor warbands and entire renegade systems excised from reality as if they never were. Yet another facet of the Adeptus Custod's mandate manifests not in shield or hammer, but as the direct voice of silent sovereignty. For millennia, even entombed upon the Golden Throne, the Emperor's will finds expression through chosen custodians. Among the 10,000, the emissaries Imperatus, the heralds of the Golden Throne, perceive more acutely than their brethren the lingering psychic resonance of their master. They are bound not solely by chain of command, but by an unshakable certainty, a conviction felt in deep meditations that the master of mankind stirs within their consciousness. Guided by this profound connection distinct from religious ecstasy, for they serve master, not God, they become living conduits of his direction. Acting with the Captain General's sanction, they undertake missions that thwart galactic peril or alter the imperial course, bearing commands none would dare challenge, redirecting crusade fleets mid-vig across the void, prying open the deepest, genalocked vaults beneath the palace to bestow arcane relics onto champions marked by fate. Their significance surged dramatically with the resurrection. The return of Robot Guilliman, bearing the forbidden knowledge of Primaris Space Marines, ignited fierce debate even within the Sanctum Imperialis sacred halls. Old wounds from the heresy bled afresh. Some custodians saw only another potential betrayal reflected in these new, potent warriors, fearing the strengthening of potential rivals. It was the emissaries Imperatus who stilled the discord. With serene authority resonating with perceived certainty, they declared the Primaris creation the Emperor's manifest will. Mounted upon revered Varus Praetor jetbikes, they became inseparable heralds alongside the resurrected Primarch on his indomitous crusade. They bore reinforcement orders written in arcane ciphers, lending sacrosanct authority to Guilliman as he reforged shattered legions. Their arrival at ancient chapter homeworlds ensured the fractious Space Marines, whether proud sons of Dorn or the blood-ruled angels, accepted the Primaris without murmur. No chapter, regardless of treasured independence or millennia of isolation, could dare refuse a gift carried by the Emperor's own golden tongues. Thus, the emissaries Imperatus enforce divine intent. Their quiet pronouncements forge alliances others cannot, unlock gates sealed by ages, and thwart disasters felt only as psychic tremors, preserving fragile knowledge vital to humanity's survival against encroaching doom. These hosts, these silent watchers, these divine messengers, they represent the manifest power of the custodian. Yet to truly fathom one, to grasp the gravity of their duty and the sheer impossibility of their existence, requires delving into the shrouded genesis. It is whispered that each custodian guard is a singular masterpiece, an act of transcendent alchemy, genomic scripture, and the indiscernible genius of the master of mankind. Where the crafting of a space marine is a brutal, albeit jealously guarded, science of implantation and bioforgery, a known art possessed, albeit with variations. By scattered chapters, the forging of a custodian is an art lost to all others, its truths locked tight beneath mountains of secrecy and reverence within the palace complex. Fragments, ghost stories traded by terrified savants who glimpsed forbidden lore, are all outsiders possess. The journey begins impossibly young. Mere infants, before reason takes seed, are culled from obscurity across humanity's teeming worlds. Few possess the unimaginable confluence required, not merely physical superiority of muscle and bone, but an elusive spark, a genetic and psychic resonance rare as viable worlds in the ghoul stars. For these chosen, their transformation commences before self-awareness dawns. The Emperor's art, we're told, reshapes them at levels invisible, fundamental, strands of DNA rewoven, cellular architectures transfigured through mechanisms beyond current imperial comprehension. Unlike the Astartes, whose frames bear testament with black carapace sockets and nerve-weave grafts, the custodian carries no such scars. His enhancement is seamless, perfection etching itself invisibly beneath unbroken flesh and bone. This process imbues them with a divine legacy, an agelessness untouched by decay or pestilence. Barring catastrophic destruction, their physical prime endures for millennia, golden armor serving for centuries only to be replaced, its wearer unchanged. Some imperial savants dare to call it biomancy, a blurring of empiricism and esotericism. Others speak, hushed with awe bordering on heresy, of the Emperor personally shaping each nascent god-soldier, instilling a core partitioned from his unfathomable psyche. Truth or legend, the outcome is undeniable. A custodian embodies a biomechanical perfection eclipsing all else in the galaxy. Such creation demands commensurate preparation. For decades beyond counting, the nascent custodian is sculpted, his mind laced with neural pathways of flawless logic and unshakable purpose, ruthlessly stripped of weakness, of distracting passion, of self, channeling every faculty into vigilant duty. Though they share a soul-shaped void with the Astartes' emptiness filled only with loyalty, their conditioning blooms into something more profoundly analytical. They are watchman and scholar-philosopher, trained to perceive threats of ideology, subversion, and cosmic intricacy that mere warriors would overlook. A mistake in vigilance, a microsecond's doubt, spells certain doom for Terra. Thus, their perfection must be absolute, encompassing intellect as much as swordcraft. Their curriculum spans forbidden knowledge, alien physiologies dissected mentally, galactic history etched into memory, imperial law understood to its paradoxical minutiae, the elegant languages of diplomacy learned alongside the brutal dialects of genocide. Every custodian is a walking archive, a being whose purpose transcends destruction to encompass preservation through ultimate understanding. Yet, protection remains their birthing scream made flesh. Their loyalty, deeper than marrow, resonates as a psychic constant, a fortress impervious to the lures of the warp. Immune to psychic domination and curiously unaffected by the soul-stilling nullfields of Sisters of Silence, they stand beside those anti-witch sentinels as one half of a divine equation of defense. Crucially, they wield no psychic power themselves. This lacuna is deliberate. Psychers are vulnerability incarnate, potential warp gates held open by consciousness. For the Emperor's proximate defenders, such susceptibility was unthinkable. Crafted flawless, incorruptible by either blade or soul gaze, they stand as the unyielding, unblemished bulwark against annihilation. Shield Captain Valerian stands motionless, his sculpted form encased in eternal gold catching the thin pallid starlight penetrating the viewing portal's thick armor glaze. Behind him lay the monastic silence of a ship designed solely for custodian passage, a fleeting echo of Terra's weight. Before him, the rippled light of distant Sol painted the void. He watched the unknowable yoke of human civilization, a sight every fiber of his being understood he existed only to guard. The voyage's resonance settled into the bones of the Aquila Justicar, the deep, rhythmic pulse of its plasma drives vibrating through adamantium bones, the constant damp hiss of recycled air scraped from the void, the murmurous drone of the crew echoing down its cavernous arteries, engaged in the sacred routines of dream. Sanctified oil, thick and cloying, mingled with the ancient ghost of extinguished incense, remnants of morning devotionals echoing within the obsidian depths. Uneven bars of pale light streamed from the vast viewports, falling upon walls carved from millennia-old stone, illuminating the sepulchral ranks of locked codices and reliquaries, standing mute witness to 10,000 years of unbroken vigil. Veles stood immobile, his gaze, flecked with the faint golden light of his undying kind, fixed upon the growing orb of ultimate responsibility. Each rotation drew Terra deeper into focus, the vast, sickly atmospheric storm swirling in chaotic majesty across its poisoned face, the intermittent, sputtering flashes of its orbital defenses corrupted power flickering against the void, and finally, breathtakingly, the terrifying splendor of the Imperial Palace itself, its impossible spires clawing towards the orbit. Familiarity bred no contempt here, only a profound stirring deep within his core, an ageless chord vibrating in resonance with the cradle of mankind. The phantom scent of ancient leather-bound parchment still clung to him from his study hours before, the chronicle of distant battles and measured sacrifice now feeling ephemeral, a mere echo compared to the visceral immediacy reborn within him. His hands, steady despite centuries, locked in unending watch, rested lightly on the haft of his guardian spear, its generatorum core humming like a sleeping beast. The rebellion crushed mere weeks past surged behind his eyes, the twisted, tear-streaked masks of mortals screaming invocations to snarling gods beyond understanding, the abrupt, jarring shock as corrupted blood thick and oddly oily against ceramite splashed onto the ground. Those echoes resisted silence. The ship's vibration deepened, a resonant tremor threading through the deck plates beneath his gilded boots as the Aquila Justicar began its terminal descent towards Holy Earth. Terra now filled the void framed by the viewport, a colossal masterwork of shadows and smothered light. The summons, transmitted directly from the Captain General, carried the Emperor's own absolute imperative, and Veles felt its crushing, specific weight settle upon him. Soon he would stand again within the Sanctum Imperialis itself, a silent, eternally vigilant sentinel amongst his brothers, the Companions. The thought crystallized into a cool, immutable resolve. This convergence was ordained. This was the core of his being. A single, sharp chime cracked the chamber's stillness, signaling transition through Terra's high orbital veils. It was an acceleration of inevitability, the final nautical mile chime. Veles turned from the apocalyptic vista of his homeworld and strode with measured cadence towards the immense armored doors framing the chamber's end. His footsteps echoed faintly on the ancient stone, impossibly firm echoes, as if the ship acknowledged the singular gravity of his cargo, the return of a guardian's soul. He moved through the arterial corridors alive with imminent approach, the suffused hum of power flowing to docking thrusters, the urgent crisscrossing of crew offering brief prayers and flashing glances at their silent lodestar, the agile darts of buzzing service skulls casting jumpy, discordant shadows, the clatter of sanctified tools, and the muttered litanies of tech adepts. Yet Veles moved through the orchestrated chaos utterly apart, untouched, a golden battleship cleaving through waves, parting throngs who instinctively yielded space, a living bulwark on the march. He emerged onto the viewing deck closest to the primary docking bay antechambers. Here, unimpeded, the full terrifying majesty unveiled itself. The Imperial Palace dominated the tortured planet's horizon like an indestructible godfist punched through the crust. Cyclopean towers stabbed through the swirling, filthy clouds, its sheer walls glistening with merciless gold not merely gleaming, but bleeding light into the polluted atmosphere, a beacon of inexorable divine authority that brooked no denial. Even from orbital height, Veles' enhanced eyesight traced the serpentine coils of battlements, the recognizable indomitable gate maws, the fortress palace rising honor-scarred and implacable, a fortress within the fortress of the throne world itself. He drew a slow breath of the vessel's filtered, stagnant air, holding it for just a moment. Behind his eyes erupted a cascade of memory. The soaring, impossibly ancient corridors lined with 10,000 echoes, the vaulted inner sanctums where his brethren stood in silent, perfect formation, eyes watchful still, the hushed chambers where the Emperor's perpetual light shone like a wound-piercing reality itself. Decades had peeled away since his soul's last pressed Terra's sacred stone, but the recall was diamond-sharp. A deeper, resonant thrum, followed by a settling shudder, announced secure lock with the orbiting hemispheres. The journey's physical transit concluded. Veles pivoted without fanfare, commencing his final procession to the embarkation deck. Light intensified as he neared the bay-reflected Terran sunlight, defiance flickering through viewports, catching the immense bluing gold of his armor with cold fire, each plate a sharpened mirror reflecting duty's demanding face. The immense bay doors retracted with a groan of millennia-heady hydraulics. Terra's vast receiving platform materialized, a vast expanse of cyclopean gray stone marked by ceremony and ceaseless duty. Velas strode down the ramp, his spear a silent extension of his purpose. A profound, almost soothing calm descended, a familiar stillness after the void's silence. Home, not a place of softness or ease, but a consecrated altar demanding ceaseless alertness, sacrifice eternally offered, eternally received. He absorbed the peculiar thickness of Terran atmosphere, heavy not merely with pollutants, but with the dense sediment of history itself, the gravity of consequence. His heavy boots struck the dressed stone with a rhythmic, staccato toll, the sound lonely in the platform's immense cathedral silence, echoing faintly towards the unseen gatemouth leading deeper. As the Aquila Justicar's seals gasped shut behind him, the chill void retreated, the lingering phantom cries of slaughtered heretics dissolving. Only the immense, crushing tons of the palace above, the fathomless corridors ahead, and the imperishable light radiating from the golden throne itself remained constants against which the millennia were but filings dust. Home was here now, this endless, crushing vigil before the Emperor's dreaming agony. The doors awaited, the spearhead prepared, the watch continued, unbroken, unto annihilation. Rain traced silver rivers down the thick ancient glass of the grand scriptorum's soaring windows, filling the hushed expanse with a rhythmic, comforting pitter-patter that seemed as much a part of the hallowed structure as the worn stone itself. That sound had been Tiberius Vex's near-constant companion for almost 60 years within these walls, a gentle counterpoint to the deeper, more profound silence of history diligently preserved, his entire existence bent towards safeguarding the Imperium's fractured memory. Hunched over his desk, the lamplight catching the deep fissures in his face like canyons on a topographical chart, Tiberius guided a quill with hands weathered by decades of parchment and purpose, hands that had known the brutal grit of bolter shells and field rations far longer than the smooth ivory of writing tools. Before ink, they had known service. The warm brass lamp cast a puddle of golden light on his work surface, illuminating scrolls brittle with age and books bound in leather-worn velvet soft, throwing his stark wrinkles into sharp relief, many etched there not by scholarship, but earlier, during his decades, as a lowly serf attached to the formidable Raptor's chapter. The light also found and kindled a faint gleam on the small medallion resting beside his inkwell, a bird of prey frozen midiv, forever carved from the sacred ceramite of a battle brother he'd watched fall. Its presence was a constant anchor, a tangible shard of his past life, doubtless his most treasured artifact in this temple to the ephemeral past. The Sanctum Historica, rooted deep in the perpetually verdant soils of Arborea for 4 centuries, began as a mere historical outpost of the Administratum, a seed that had grown into a sprawling, vine-choked monastery complex solely dedicated to preserving the chronicle of mankind's eternal war. Within its great stone bulwarks, thick with ancient climbing flora, resided over 300 souls bound by the sacred duty of remembrance. Scholars, scribes, and remembrancers drawn from the farthest corners of imperial space, each weaving their thread into the vast, blood-soaked tapestry of existence. The rustle of deep blue robes, heavy with the sacred scent of evening prayer frankincense, and myrrh clinging like sanctified ghosts, heralded the approach of Magister Herodian, long before he emerged from the canyon formed by towering metal shelves. The senior archivist moved through the quiet with the assured grace of a man who belonged to the very bones of the scriptorum, his tall figure an expected silhouette against the endless rows of knowledge. Their exchange as he neared Tiberius's secluded corner was minimal, a murmured greeting steeped in decades of shared service, a warmth forged by the constant proximity of immense responsibility. The Raptors held Tiberius fast, for the chapter had shaped him, granted him a path, a purpose. Their story had become the vital strand of history he was personally charged to capture, to save from oblivion. Beyond the intimate circle of his lamplight, the vast scriptorum thrummed with a quiet purpose. Sister Ara sat bathed in the last, failing daylight piercing a high window, her augmentic lenses glowing softly as she wrestled with ancient xenoscript etched onto burnished copper plates. Near the central hearth, where orange flames hissed and spat against the dampness creeping in with the night, a trio of young adepts leaned close, voices hushed and intense, parsing conflicting reports of the long-gone Macarian crusade, their brows furrowed in youthful concentration on vexing historical ambiguities. The sanctum was a unique organism, part university cloister, part monastery dedicated to memory, part armored bastion guarding the Empire's dangerous truths. Planetary defense veterans, grizzled but watchful, patrolled its outer ramparts, deeper within lay vaults shut even to most inhabitants, holding artifacts of such peril or political toxicity that only inquisitorial seal or magisterial decree could grant access. Chambers Tiberius himself had only glimpsed on the rare, unnerving occasions he'd been summoned to offer personal testimony on the Raptors' devastatingly pragmatic combat doctrines. Magister Herodian's new methodical task of charting ancient fleet movements briefly diverted Tiberius's gaze 3 rows away. The task occupied the former Imperial Navy officer now, a man surrounded by constellations pinned to star charts and the dense procedural language of naval battle protocols, a different kind of history navigated on parchment seas. The rain drummed its persistent, rhythmic tattoo against the arched glass panes, providing a counterpoint to the distant, resonant bass chant of evening hymns rising like breath from the deeper sanctums of the monastery, a sound felt as much as heard. Tiberius dipped his quill deep into the inkwell, its black fluid catching the light like a captive star, and returned to the parchment, to the vital act of transcription, of binding memory to letter. So many scholars within these walls knew only ink and hide, their hands untouched by the visceral grit of conflict, documenting horrors they understood only as abstract concepts on a page. Tiberius was not like them. He carried the scent of expended promethium under his nails, the echo of vox static scratched raw in his ears. Beyond his halo of yellow light, the vaulted ceiling soared into raven-black infinity. The essence of centuries pressed in, a rich, comforting miasma of aged parchment, crumbling leather bindings, the metallic hint of ink, and the underlying tang of stone worn smooth by time and reverence. Mago's remembrancer Celia passed between the rows like a whisper given form, her artificial limbs producing a soft, precise mechanical whir as she selected specific volumes with delicate accuracy. She had surrendered her organic hands to the ravening chaos on Hades' Hive Primus, dedicating her reconstructed existence solely to ensuring the memory of such nightmares survived intact, a bulwark against repetition. Technology here bridged millennia, service skulls, faint crimson or green lenses glowing like malevolent fireflies in the gloom, drifted between shelves, silently cataloging, retrieving, messengers of an automated archivic consciousness guarding lore too vast for mere mortals. Near the scriptorum's colossal oaken doors, a palpable stir announced the arrival of Lexicarnum Hector, the space marine librarian visiting once more to consult the vast repositories he sanctioned. A colossal presence in heavy Terminator plate, he appeared a statue animated by ancient will, causing a near-physical wave of awe and hushed reverence that rippled before him, disturbing the usual scholarly calm as sweating servitors and anxious chapter serfs manhandled sealed containers, holding precious fragments of his chapter's guarded heritage in his imposing wake. Tiberius, however, shifted his weathered, ink-stained handhold on his quill and refocused on the faithful black ink flowing onto virgin parchment. The hours would flow as always in the silent company of ghosts. He was determined to give voice, memories that demanded material form. Around him, the sanctum breathed, low scholarly murmurings weaving through the ambient quiet, the perpetual familiar scritch-scratch of quill tips meticulously etching symbols of remembrance onto prepared animal skin, the electronic whine of data slates and cogitator banks accessing deeper reservoirs of sanctioned lore world upon world away. Why dedicate these waning embers of his life to the steadfast chronicle of the raptors? To those distant from the blood, it might merely seem obsession, to the pious, profound devotion. To Tiberius, it was simply witness, his unshakable conviction. To understand these warriors, forged in the crucible of his vision, stripped of glory's comforting lies, was to grasp the very mechanism by which humanity clung, fractured and ragged, to existence in a galaxy hellbent on its grisly extermination. As the night truly deepened its grip on the world beyond the ancient glass, the vast chamber gradually bled of its inhabitants. Rogue junior adepts shuffled directionless in small groups towards their Spartan dormitories near the cloisters, while senior remembrancers, bearing piles of reference texts and glowing data slates, retreated to more secluded studies, seeking deeper focus away from the lingering echo of collective activity. Only a faithful handful remained, the dedicated few accustomed to the long, intimate communion with the silences and secrets of the Night Watch's hardcore night owls, and those truly obsessed by the singular pursuit of forgotten truths. Tiberius Vex, comfortably inhabiting both categories without apology, felt the old familiar calm descend as the scriptorum settled into its deeper rhythms. Sister Demetria of the Preservationist Order moved among the steadfast with the grace of a candle flame, placing fresh tapers in sconces and scattering precious, glowing chips of sequel onto the braziers. Her solemn vows bound her into service within sanctums like this one, guardianship over the fragile flesh of knowledge. She paused near Tiberius, her hooded gaze briefly, respectfully, acknowledging his progress upon the parchment, a silent benediction before gliding onwards to quietly sustain Archivist Lorne, the renowned Crusadeira chronicler whose fascination maintained constant vigil until the paling dawn. Tiberius, seeking clarity in the deepening silence, reached for the small brazier warming near his elbow, adding a pinch of pungent herbs that carried sharp, almost medicinal notes of pine resin and bitterherb that slowly unfurled in the quiet air, an old soldier's cognitive defense against the creeping exhaustion of age. The fragrant smoke curled upward in sinuous blue-gray ribbons, mingling seamlessly with the deeper, older aromas of parchment dust and stone, binding past and present in that singular breath. The raptors had taught him, with quiet, relentless repetition across countless desperate engagements, that true survival meant more than just evading death's cold clasp. It meant the rigorous, unyielding maintenance of purpose against impossible odds, against the crushing pressure of despair. And so Tiberius bent to his sacred task, night after relentless night, the rhythmic counterpoint of rain washing the ancient glass, the slow bleeding down of candles the only metronome. Their story deserved infinitely more than the neat, whitewashed lines of an imperial footnote, infinitely more than devotional propaganda spewed by firebrand ecclesiarchs. It demanded truth, the unflinching, complex, contradictory narrative with all the scars and compromises laid bare. Outside, the wind picked its shuddering pace, flinging the rain harder against the thick panes, an insistent, almost urgent tapping, a whisper perhaps from the unruly universe beyond demanding entry, demanding notice. From amidst the deeper shadows near the eastern transept, Savant Hollis let out a soft, genuine chuckle, a sound like pebbles rattling in a tin cup, having doubtless unearthed some wry, bitter historical irony within the text he devoured. The sound reverberated faintly, a momentary, unexpected fleck of irony that pulled Tiberius briefly from his intense focus, and served as a rare reminder that understanding itself, even of tragedy upon tragedy, could possess moments of bleak, illuminative insight. His lamp flickered momentarily then, casting dancing, elongated shadows that leapt across his desk, distorting the familiar ink pot, the medallion, the careful, half-written words a silent reminder of impermanence. And beyond the sanctum's immense, immovable walls, the forest world of Arborea pursued its own ceaseless, effortless cycles of burgeoning life, vibrant decay, and fecund renewal, serenely, maddeningly indifferent to the crushing weight of history being methodically, painstakingly preserved within. Yet it was solely within these walls, lit by relentless zeal and fading candle flame, where pens like his dragged traces of ink across blankness that the myriad fragmented histories of mankind were given enduring shape, wrestled from the jaws of forgetfulness. Tiberius flexed his stiffened fingers, the permanent ink stain etched like a scar into his skin, leaned low once more towards the lamplight's precarious pool, and resolutely began to write. The wounds of the Horus heresy were still hemorrhaging fresh agony across the stars when the second founding cleaved the crippled legions. The Imperium bled endlessly through a million deep, unpurged cuts of planetary betrayal, while the Emperor's radiant dream lay utterly shattered, mirrored ruinously in his own shattered, throne-bound form. It was within this crucible of almost unbearable grief and grinding weakness that Robot Guilliman's rigorous codex, Astartes, fractured the mighty legions into the far smaller, more survivable form of chapters. From the grievous, near-obliterated remnants of the Xi XTH Legion, the Raven Guard, several new chapters clawed their way into warlike existence. Among this scarring ritual of rebirth were the warriors who would, much later, assume the mantle of raptors. Their very inception was stained, irrevocably, with both bitter fortune and inherited tragedy, a price demanded by their violent genesis in the heresy's malignant shadow. When the titanic Warmaster Horus unleashed his devastating betrayal upon the black sands of Istvan V, the loyal legions were caught perfectly in the jaws of annihilation they had unwittingly helped construct, only to discover the trap sprung. The Raven Guard, alongside the crippled Iron Hands and the charred Salamanders, were obliterated in the Charnel House history would remember as the Drop Site Massacre. Precious few escaped the systematic, brother-murdering fury of traitors they had mistaken as comrades under his banner. Corvus Corax, Primarch of the Raven Guard, escaped only with a pathetic, churning fragment of his legion, a broken fraction of their shattered might. According to whispered traditions, Tiberius had painstakingly pieced together from fragments in remote scholastic sanctuaries, far older even than the sanctum. The warriors who became the Raptors potentially flowed from a reserve company of fresh, unfinished initiates undergoing their brutal conditioning on the Raven Guard home moon, Deliverance, safely removed from the catastrophic killing fields of Istvan V, when that legion's fighting bulk was comprehensively butchered. Random fate's cold hand spared these warriors a brutal impromptu death on the Black Sands, and crucially, the monstrous genetic mire Corax sank into during his subsequent desperation to rapidly rebuild his ruined force's horrific manipulations that tainted the genelegacy of others within his remaining survivor core. These few spared initiates, born survivors wading into the galaxy amidst a legion's agonizing near-death throes, emerged from that apocalypse miraculously untainted by genetic horror. They bore within their newly implanted genocide the nascent, fundamental seeds of the cold philosophy that would define the Raptors. Survival, relentless, remorseless, regardless of cost. These semiformed aspirants fought with grim, burgeoning distinction throughout the brutal chaos, following the heresy's apocalyptic conclusion, hunting the shattered, rooted forces of chaos within the maelstrom called the Scouring, a shedding of traitorous flesh that cleansed worlds, though not souls. When Guilliman's monumental reformative efforts reached their war-torn sector, granting them prize chapter status, a hard-won accolade acknowledging their stoic, carnage-proven loyalty, these warriors gained an identity forged in perpetual flight. They were designated as a fleet-based chapter, possessing no stable world beneath their boots. This eternal nomadism seared its brutal necessity upon their collective soul. They learned adaptation with merciless efficiency, becoming masters of extracting the last ounce of utility from dangerously limited reserves, prizing lightning mobility and strategic surgical flexibility far above the static prison of any mighty fortress. For centuries unrecorded, the fledgling chapter stalked the endless, ravenous darkness between the stars like patient void-born predators, relentlessly pursuing splintered remnants of renegade legions during that vast scouring, hunters who operated where the Astronomican's light faded into whispering oblivion. Voidborn combat protocols became second nature, brutal swift-strike operations executed like kinetic, perfectly timed poetry and violence conceptually echoing, yet evolving, the very essence of their progenitor legion. Without static bases or mighty bastions to shield them, they burned entire world cycles refining the savage arts of reconnaissance, infiltration, and ruthless application of hit-and-fade guerrilla war from agonizing necessity. Their nascent combat philosophy emerged, unforced, from these desperate, resource-bleeding realities, victories obtained at high cost were Pyrrhic curses their minimal numbers could simply not sustain. Every battle brother was a scarce, unreplicable arsenal unto themselves. Every piece of wargear functioned as sacred relic. Necessity cultivated an unforgiving pragmatism, where tactical precision execution held ultimate authority. They became population analysts assessing yield versus expenditure. Cautious tacticians haunted always by insufficient numbers, where brother legions famously thirsted only for glorious frontal charge. Perhaps a century after their formal founding ceremony, buried deep within older administrative logs, Tiberius believed he had glimpsed once in a fragmented file marked Obscurus Frontier Defense. The chapter was formally settled. They were granted custodianship of a bleak, brutal world perched, alarmingly like a sacrificial offering, at the jagged, bleeding edge of the dreaded Eye of Terror deep within Segmentum Obscurus. Yet even this rare sanctuary, this anchor point, carried immense, crushing duties. Proximity to that permanent wound bleeding pure warp effluent into reality demanded constant, ruthless vigilance against encroaching horrors. This first, haggard foothold world, as Tiberius recalled scrabbling through fragmented indices and personal journals smuggled from deep archive stacks, bore a designation almost entirely purged from active imperial records after its comprehensive, soul-searing destruction. Those initiates or tech priests old enough to remember its jagged cliffs and acidic seas, the rare few who have carried the memory unfaded through stellar decades, called it simply the Ari, in tightly guarded whispers laden with potent, indefinable grief. On that frontline parched rock, harsh and unforgiving, under the literal horrifying gaze of the cancerous warp storm consuming all attempts at structure or peace above them, the Raptors stood guard with unflinching, unsung duty for generations upon generations. It was during this long, grinding vigil at the festering edge of madness that their core divergence from numerous brother chapters descended from more illustrious legions began irrevocably solidifying beyond mere operational pragmatism into existential stance. Many Adeptus Astartes chapters cultivated intricate cultures bound by rigid concepts of martial honor, battlefield glory, traditions saturated in a blood-obsessed aesthetic, narratives celebrating conflict itself as a sacred rite, where heroic death held equal value to victory achieved. The Raptors, living perpetually under the corrupting shadow of chaos, witnessing the utterly mundane, soul-shredding horror constantly spewing from the eye like contamination from a festering sore month after month, generation after generation, developed a far starker, colder conviction cleansed of any comforting delusion. War was not glorious, nor sacred ritual. War was simply fundamental, perpetual, unavoidable sacrifice. Victory mattered solely. The manner by which it was achieved ranked distinctly below the necessity of its achievement while preserving essential strength. This ruthlessly pragmatic operational philosophy set them glaringly apart, becoming doctrine written in the irreversible sacrifice of warriors lost needlessly to purest honor when practical observation demanded retreat. Where brother chapters might actively seek worthy foes for ritualistic duels, recounting legendary conflicts, the Raptors coldly sought efficient elimination of existential threats necessary to maintain Imperial space holdings. When others might oath swear unto honored death rather than relinquish ground regarded sacred, the Raptors withdrew, strategically lured, regrouped, adapted instantly using gathered intelligence, and struck back only from positions maximizing enemy destruction while minimizing friendly loss. This consistently applied strategy earned them negligible popular acclaim when measured alongside celebrated formations centuries old. No grand devotional verse immortalized the Raptors' reportedly terrifyingly efficient purges on worlds slowly diminishing under encroaching warp miasma threatening entire subsectors. Sculptors erected no towering marble tributes recording cunning victory, extracted against literal chaos demigods traced in destroyed artifact biologies, reports slowly going brittle in sealed archives. Yet millions of souls on countless worlds breathed another unremarked day, because this chapter existed quietly behind regional flotilla transmission. Reports marked tactical elimination of EXTRASYSTMIC hostile intelligence. Threats were ruthlessly excised, while still nascent before they attained catalyst for catastrophic contamination of entire sectors. The brittle, faltering realm endured precisely because they operated as shadow surgeons cutting diseased tissue before systemic collapse ensured. Perhaps the starkest expression of this pragmatic core philosophy, Tiberius noted as the herb smoke shivered before his eyes, resided in their profoundly functionalist relationship to the hallowed tome upheld with nereligious fervor throughout much of the Astartes Preces, Gilliman's Codex Astartes. While concerningly subversive segregationists and traditionalist extremists spouted petulant, worshipping the scroll, jargon Tiberius recalled bitterly from intelligence dispatches on intracaptor civil strife, the Raptors fundamentally respected its core strategic guidance, valuing its wildly adaptable tactical seed ideas whilst rejecting blind devotion to its form. It survived unsanctioned adjustments dealing with realities Gilliman never logically predicted. They viewed it solely as an invaluable foundational tool for force structure, tactical unit deployment principles, logistical organization supremely functional, infinitely adaptable when understood holistically. The Codex is a vessel, Chapter Master Varen Oris had reportedly declared during a restricted vessel mustering, whose transcript fragments Tiberius was confident remained deeply suppressed within puritanical inquisitorial vaults his own rank could never access, but whose sentiments perfectly captured the Raptors, manifestation perfecting centuries beyond the air's desolation, a vital tool holding guiding principles. And like any tool, its ultimate worth lay solely in the skilled hands wielding it towards essential purpose, reshaping even the finest steel when forging necessity demanded adaptation. A poor craftsman blames his tools when the work goes poorly, but wisdom lies not in assigning fault, but in adapting those tools to the task. This core tenet of adaptability wasn't just an abstract ideal for the Raptors, it was etched deep in the marrow of their geneseed, woven into the fundamental fabric of their being. They inherited the shadow-steeped art of unseen reconnaissance from their progenitors, the Raven Guard, yet wove into that legacy intricate new patterns of tactical flexibility, facets of ingenuity that sometimes surprised even their own genetic forebears. From the crucible of their founding centuries emerged the unyielding principles that would shape millennia, a profound preference for the scalpel's precision over the hammer's brute force, an instinctive willingness to embrace unorthodox, sometimes unsettling methods that defied conventional Astartes dogma, and an unwavering conviction that intelligence meticulously gathered in silence trumped blind commitment to glorious charges. Crucially, those formative centuries instilled a starkly pragmatic understanding of mortality, unique among the Emperor's angels. Where some chapters spun inspirational sagas of glorious last stands, the Raptors reckoned cold calculations. A dead hero earned his legend in eternity, but failed utterly in his duty to shield mankind in the unforgiving present. Their culture, therefore, ossified around an unyielding creed. Victory itself was the only valid achievement, the singular purpose, sacrificing personal recognition, individual heroics, or ritualistic honor without hesitation upon its altar. Their nascent reputation bloomed as mysteriously as stealth insertion did amidst imperial allies known as stalwart, consummately reliable partners, yet forever cloaked in an aura of cool, measured distance. They were seldom the first deafening roar into the fray, but invariably the architects of victory's quiet culmination through surgical strikes and painstakingly orchestrated maneuvers. As doctrine hardened like well-tempered steel, their mastery over wilderness warfare and deep reconnaissance solidified, unlocking the ability to wage prolonged campaigns in desolation with minimal logistical chains, ghosts moving through hostile Terran wastelands. Their preference for the deadly snap of mass-reactive rounds over the visceral tumult of blade on blade marked them as unusual amongst the Adeptus Astartes, yet perfectly aligned with their overarching strategy of minimizing risk and preserving their invaluable, irreplaceable lives. Furthermore, they cultivated a rare talent amongst their superhuman kin for seamless coordination with the teeming legions of mortal Imperial forces. While many Space Marines saw the Imperial Guard as disposable chaff, the Raptors understood the synergistic power of integrating their transhuman prowess with the Guard's overwhelming numbers. They stepped readily into command roles over human auxiliaries, deploying their Astartes brothers directly within Imperial formations like steel thread reinforcing cloth, melding divergent strengths into a single, devastatingly effective whole. Their campaigns unfurled with the meticulous choreography of a meticulously planned ambush. Weeks, sometimes months, of near-invisible reconnaissance gathering dust with patient spies. The sudden, blinding eruption of violence targeting nodes of command or supply with flawless precision, and their vanishing withdrawal back into the shadows before the bewildered enemy scream, and surged forward into a killing ground now empty save for the echoes of their victory. Mobility became their shield, preventing entrapment in grinding wars of attrition, where even a Space Marine's incredible endurance would inevitably succumb to crushing numerical disadvantage. Their legendary marksmanship, whispered by some as a quirk of their genoline, attributed by others to brutal, unrelenting drills, stood as another cornerstone of their legend. They earned dark reverence for uncanny accuracy, snuffing out high-value targets across impossible distances with a cold finality other chapters could only witness with a mixture of envy and unease. This hit-and-run doctrine necessitated a fleet characterized by speed, an unusually high proportion of snarling assault bikes, screaming land speeders, and chattering jump packs filled their armory, enabling them to materialize with annihilating force at the critical temporal and spatial nexus, then evaporate before coherent retaliation could be formed. Such pragmatic, utterly non-ceremonial warfare inevitably bred friction in joint operations with Brother Astartes. Chapters gorged on ritual honor and the glory of sacrificial stands sometimes spat accusations of cowardice or a lack of proper Astartes fervor. The Raptors met these barbs with a silence as profound as their creed quiet indifference born of absolute certainty. Survival and mission completion were the only figures tallied on the eternal ledger of their duty, millions of standard years unspooled. They served faithfully, unconventionally, their actions etching countless untold victories into the crumbling edifice of the crumbling Imperium, victories devoid of fanfare, yet indelibly shaping ongoing survival. They endured schisms and zealous upheavals within Imperial theology and governance, folding necessary adaptations into their structure like reinforcing layers, without ever compromising the adamantine core purpose that defined them. This philosophy found its starkest expression carved deep into the rock above the gate of silent vigilance, leading towards their ancient fortress monastery. Victory is silent. Only defeat cries aloud. These few words encapsulated their entire martial existence and their service to the faltering dream of Terra, effective, lethal, unseen, utterly unconcerned with the hollow resonance of acclaim. Yet destiny had woven a shroud of tragedy for their future. The Eye of Terror bled malignant unreality into the void, a weeping, restless cataract into nightmares given flesh. Guarding its malignant rim fell to the Raptors, a watch duty binding honor and crushing burden in equal measure, executed with grim, regimented discipline enduring centuries. Their fortress monastery, a vast, shadow-cast complex hewn into the obsidian spine of their harsh, storm-lashed home world, stood like a silent, defiant sentinel against the tide of chaos that periodically boiled forth from that wound in the universe. Millennia passed in a constant drumbeat of war against shifting legions of demons and renegade Astartes. They refined specialized kill protocols against entities birthed from thought alone, secrets passed from veteran to initiate in hushed tones within dark chapels. Their librarians compiled immense archives of forbidden data concerning warp phenomena and psychic malignancies, a repository so profoundly insightful that Ordo Malleus inquisitors sometimes eyed it with poorly concealed covetousness. Yet no vigil, however potent, can render impregnability eternal against the raw, unending flood tide of darkness. When the despoiler Abaddon unfurled the banner of his Black Crusade, the Raptor Sentinel stood squarely on his chosen path of annihilation. This assault was not a roiling surge to be contained. It pulsed with singular, devastating purpose, guided by a malevolent consciousness that knew precisely where the deepest wounds could be inflicted. The onslaught against their home erupted from the void without warning. Deceived by a phantom threat, a meticulously orchestrated chaos incursion faint in a neighboring star system, the Raptor battle fleet had been drawn far from their fortress star. Only when fully committed to their distant engagement did horrifying realization shatter their formations. They had taken the calculated bait, abandoning their home. Distress signals ripped through the Voxnet, raw shrieks of orbital impacts and defensive batteries detonating under impossible strain. The Raptors broke their engagement with brutal disregard for consequence, diving engines beyond tolerance thresholds in a desperate, Wastingburn sprint back to their dying star, cerulean flames roaring from straining engine bells. Chapter Master Kayan, scarred veteran of 300 years of grim warfare, knew even as the orders shredded his throat that they would see only ruin. The vista greeting their arrival eclipsed all nightmares. Lifeless hulks of their orbital defenses painted jagged tombstones against the stars. The atmosphere itself seemed aflame below, choked with the obscene tracery of bombardment trails piercing downwards towards the fortress monastery. Knowing survival was lost before the first countersalvos fired, the Raptors flung themselves at the Chaos Fleet. The void became snarls of macro cannon fury and silent blossoms of light where mobile fortresses died, a chaotic firefight consuming reality itself. The chapter's flagship, the immense battle-barred Shadow of Deliverance, gouged terrible rents into the traitor fleet before suffering catastrophic reactor implosion, vomiting radioactive plasma into the emptiness. Kayan, seeing Annihilation's cold hand close, commanded the remaining vessels to undertake a desperate plunge planetside. There remained a sliver of possibility: recover something sacred relics, ancient archives, genocide, the very fragile hope of the chapter's future amidst the incandescent wreckage of their mountain fastness. Survival depended on a miracle pulled from the inferno. The few who punched through the burning sky and thundered unto blasted landing zones found desolation absolute. The fortress monastery hadn't merely been targeted, it had been stalked with hateful, meticulous malice. Not content with destruction, the pestilent legions of chaos had violated reality's bedrock beneath it. Where soaring towers had pierced storm clouds, gaping, poisonous craters pulsed, filled with bubbling, iridescent sludge that hissed and dissolved ceramite like parchment. The Apothecarian, the sanctum safeguarding their progenitor's genetic legacy, was a river of molten slag and plasteel slag. The vast librarium vaults, holding 10,000 years of hard-won knowledge against the warp's madness, roared with pale witchfires that resisted all attempts to quench them. The hallowed Reclusium, tomb chamber for heroes and reliquary of blessed relics, lay violated beyond comprehension, sanctity replaced with profane sigils carved deep into the bones of the mountain. In the choking murk, Apothecary Thaddeus, his own body a ruin of agony yet systems functional, herded a battered remnant through treacherous, shifting ruins deep in the poisoned earth. Hope felt as crushed as the rock around them. Yet within a suffocated subchamber shielded by collapsed plasteel beams and crackling energies, a single stasis field generator hummed defiantly, encasing 20 progenitor glands, 20 fragile threads of genetic memory, 20 potent seeds of future warriors harvested post-mortem as ritual dictated. It was pitifully little, a bare, trembling glimmer of futures possible, but it was existence postponed. The Raptors seized this ultimate prize, salvaged other fragments, damaged armor plates wrought by ancients, fragments of data slates fused beyond readability, fragments potent only as symbols of what was yet to be rebuilt, and fought a vicious, compartment-to-compartment battle back to their burning transient fleet. As scarred hulls clawed for vacuum one final time, the ultimate desecration unfolded. Virus bombs, like streaks of emerald ice, fell towards the scorched surface beneath them. Abaddon's parting gift, ensuring nothing, not memory, not life, not even the ghosts of mountains, would endure on the Raptor's desecrated cradle. Shatter was too mild a word. Of 1,000 immortal warriors, scarcely a century yet drew breath. Their fleet, once a proud constellation of blade-like ships, was a broken fist of crippled vessels trailing atmosphere and leaking radiation. Homeworld purged, fortress corrupted to its atoms, relics and records ash, genetic legacy reduced to a score of gleaming seeds within humming caskets. The single devastating blow delivered the chapter to the razor's edge of oblivion. For others, this would mark the grim terminus. But the essence sculpted during the Raptor's ascendancy was adaptability and survival trumping doom. Chapter Master Kavan issued his final mandate amidst the groaning bulkhead alarms: scatter. Every surviving void-capable vessel, no matter how grievously wounded, was to take a fragmentary spark of the remaining genocide, a clutch of irreplaceable apothecaries and tech marines mastering resurrection, and a cadre of battle-scarred brothers to shepherd this ember. Go deep, vanish utterly across the galaxy's abyssal wastes, rebuild in isolated silence, await the resonant signal to reunite the lineage. Kavan himself remained behind, commanding a skeleton fleet composed of the unrecoverably damaged, facing down the pursuing tide of chaos. Knowing extinction awaited him, he hurled his broken vessels into a warship storm, buying precious microseconds for the others to make the translation into the solvent unreality of the warp. His sacrifice delivered them into hiding, bearing those final glimmering sparks upon which millennia hung. Centuries crept past with glacial indifference. Imperial records declared them lost, their proud name engraved anonymously upon the Administratum's sorrowful roll call of chapters: missing, presumed destroyed, another fading echo swallowed by the Imperium's endless carnage. The presumed extinction interval spanned vast tracts of the bloody 37th millennium. The dispersed survivor cells vanished deeper than shadow, existing as phantoms avoiding the gaze of both potential ally and relentless foe. Each haunted clutch established hidden redoubts in impossible places, within iron scrap fields of ever-shifting lifeless asteroids, secreted beneath the frozen methane crusts of dead moons, deep within the bioluminescent labyrinth jungles of tyrannical death worlds sparing no trespasser. Recruitment was agonizingly slow, agonizingly selective, each aspirant tested beyond breaking before being gifted the precious drops of genocide, then forged meticulously in the martial doctrine and cultural imperatives of the historic chapter before its sundering. Yet discontinuity within isolation inevitably twisted tradition. Subtle differences in tactical emphasis bloomed amongst the hidden bands. Some burrowed further into pure shadowcraft and reconnaissance, becoming phantoms beyond even Adeptus Astartes norms. Others, shaped by their hidden sanctuaries, forged divergent expertise in void hull boarding actions or planetary siege breaking from within. All, however, held fast to the fundamental axioms of measured application: intelligence supremacy, survival first, victory silent. Communication between these far-flung ghosts remained perilous, laborious, protracted. Fragmented whispers flickered across light years via encrypted astrotelepathy. Information exchanged only through predead drops encrypted beyond cryptology scattered across sectors separated by voids filled with maddening started space. It was layer upon layer of silence measured in centuries. Yet, step by infinitesimal glaciated step, coordination reknit the severed strands. Fragments of an ancient discipline began to synchronize. The hour for reuniting, first faintly sensed, then actively coordinated towards, began to coalesce. That foreseen convergence emerged not in ceremonial declarations, but amidst the crucible erupting chaos known to imperial historians as the Cabariad Wars. A coalition of disparate, murderous xenospecies orchestrated a sudden, galaxy-splintering offensive across fractured imperial sectors. Caught unprepared and hopelessly overstretched, imperial regiments floundered under the alien hammer blows. It was within this churning maelstrom of desperation the Raptors elected to manifest their silent strength once more. One by one, like names learned through whispered ritual on battlefield winds, their isolated commands surfaced from infinite hiding. They struck simultaneously at precise staging areas and critical logistical nexuses across the beleaguered fronts, their actions a brutal punctuation within imperial disaster. Confusion initially reigned among the Imperial High Command. Unknown space marine forces were materializing everywhere, engaging with lethal coordination, displaying unmistakably unified strategic purpose without the ironclad visible chain of command such coordination demanded. The chapter's most profound, defining resurrection culminated in the Battle of Cabariad Prime itself, as the monstrous main Xenos fleet committed to the annihilation of the billion-scrawling hive world below. 3 unidentified strike cruisers blurred into reality at the system's edge, their scarred, muted hulls devoid of heraldry save for the hasty yet unmistakable spray of a single glyph, a stylized reptilian predator diving upon its prey emblazoned on each prow. Without preamble or imperial voxithorization, they tore into the core of the Xenos battle line, deploying entire companies of veterans amidst complex void maneuvers that instantly shredded the alien flotilla's cohesion, halting the planet-killing invasion force dead in the Empyrean. Below, Thunderhawks swooped with vicious roars onto ancient spires, delivering devastator squads onto high promontories wreaking carnage upon descending assault craft. Drop pods impacted like meteoric fists near crumbling Imperial habzones, delivering tactical marines directly into strategic fortifications facing imminent collapse. What unfolded was a symphonic apotheosis of a culture defined by fluid adaptation. These silent legionaries seemed prescient. Countering every Xenos maneuver with crushing precision, strikes against nerve centers and supply arteries critical to the alien strategy, a fraction of a second before the void lit, with aliens launching unauthorized landing strati, before even being cognizant of the attack vectors formulating inside the Xenos tactical command. Node clusters targeted moments before the execution command could activate across encrypted channels that ceased existing after the precise strikes had eliminated their routing. Computers. Seamlessly, instinctively, they wove Imperial Guard troop concentrations into a living shield, the arriving enemy confronted not by chaos, but a steel-edged wall that had mysteriously found its grit, for the mysterious Astartes were already silently guiding defensive deployments from within command bunkers. Transmitting orders via secure internal chatter channels that appeared as authorized Guard tactical text feeds, bypassing all external chain scrutiny, suggesting nothing unusual even as the miraculous transformation occurred around bewildered commissars blinking up at their suddenly competent troopers. The precise, overwhelming cohesion of the miraculous, deadly savage angels appearing without banners was inexplicable, until they all noted the unassuming stenciled raptor glyph. Through the haze, survivors whispered the name long thought lost to Xeno swarm warp flame desolation. The raptors live. The thunder of ceramite boots ceased as the last traitor engine crumpled under controlled cracked missile detonations, the smoking wreckage of what had been an Imperial city now scarred and silent, but finally, brutally, cleared. Imperial Guard Colonel Voss stared out across the carnage his garrison had nearly drowned in, his gaze drawn to the impassive forms settling around the objective point. They moved with lethal economy, their gunmetal gray armor blood-splattered and scorched, lacking the heraldic splendor of chapters past. Standing before a weary but rigidly disciplined line of these warriors, Voss found himself addressing their leader, formal words of gratitude dying on his lips as the warrior's helm tilted downward. In a vox-grating baritone filtered through pure pragmatism, the Space Marine introduced himself simply, a name that echoed from half-forgotten archives and whispered reports: Raptor. Their sudden, unheralded reappearance after centuries evaporated into the void ignited immediate suspicion across the Imperium. Inquisitorial agents descended like carrion birds, demanding verification, origins, explanations for their absence. The Raptors cooperated with cold precision, submitting their genocide for scrutiny, standing silent while records were scoured, yet revealing nothing beyond the barest confirmation of their lineage. They endured the scrutiny as they endured war, patiently, resiliently, revealing only surfaces, depths forever hidden. Only when the High Lords of Terra themselves, satisfied this was no elaborate chaos deceit, no Xeno's mimicry, stamped their decrees with the Aquila seal was the chapter formally recognized, Lermontov's Ninth, the Raptors, reborn into the Emperor's light. Their reward for pulling Imperiali's IV back from the abyss was tangible, a world, granted sovereign rights within the vast, obscuring embrace of the Sutter spiral nebula curling north from the Segmentum Solar. The Raptors claimed their due. The name of the planet itself became an ephemeral ghost in Imperial data slates. Numina in Logistics Manifest 77941M Sund, Ra in Navigational Hazard Addendum 17, Cordy's Pole on a century-old astrocartograph refit log, Badwater mumbled by a cadre of bewildered scriveners overheard during audit. A fog of nomenclature, artfully woven, likely by the chapter's own unseen hand, its true face. A remote, tectonically restless sphere embraced by nebular tendrils. Here, they built Prime. This fortress monastery bore no resemblance to the soaring spires and adamantium-bright battlements common to Adeptus Astartes homeworlds. Surface structures were minimal, rough-hewn rockreat bunkers nestled inconspicuously amidst mountain spines, cunningly vented for geothermal taps and void shield generators, presenting only minimal sensor signatures. Like the identity of the world it dominated, Prime's true scale lay concealed. Kilometers beneath the planetary crust sprawled a subterranean war in a hyper-organized labyrinth of armory vaults humming with maintained wargear, clangorous training cages simulating 1,000 hostile biomes, stark apothecarian facilities where files of precious raptor blood resided under constant scan, ascetic living cells, command nodes pulsing with tactical data fed by far-flung auger arrays. Void shields, layered and adaptive, drank sensor scans and spat back diffraction patterns mimicking barren rock. Orgus arrays whispered secrets of approach from millions of kilometers out, linked to defense lasers buried deep beneath mountain peaks, their energy accumulating unnoticed until annihilation became necessary. This hidden stronghold, a fortress built within the planet's very bones, was the nucleus of their rebirth. The cliff edge near Oblivion had taught them core axioms etched into every battle brother's soul by the fires of necessity. Vulnerability was no mere disadvantage, it was death accelerating towards them. Secrecy was not paranoia, it was the bedrock of survival. Adaptation was not an option, it was the only sustainable strength. These principles became their catechism, their genetic inheritance reforged not only by the Emperor's science but by marrow-deep trauma. In the millennia unfolding ahead, darkness would test them repeatedly, brushing their chapter with extinction's cold breath once more, but they would meet each crucible as they had conquered all prior trials, cloaked, adaptable, surviving. On the parchment muster rolls, the Raptors presented a familiar visage conforming to the Codex Astartes. 10 companies, each 100 battle brothers strong, the 1st through 9th wielding specialized roles, the 10th reserved for the unblooded novitiates. Yet beneath this acceptable carapace of orthodoxy pulsed innovations born of desperation and refined over centuries of operating on the razor's edge. The 10th Company stood as the starkest deviation. Where other chapters saw it principally as a creche for neophytes awaiting their place in the line companies, the Raptors cultivated an elite reconnaissance arm, swollen beyond nominal size and seasoned by veterans. Sergeants who had marched through war zones for centuries chose deliberately to remain integrated within these shadows, foregoing promotion to the battle companies, their gray wisdom passed down through generations of scout surrogates under their grim tutelage. These old warriors ensured the chapter's far-seeing eyes remained sharp. The eyes see what is laid bare, veteran Sergeant Callus, whose helm bore the scars of a career stretching over soul-chilling centuries, and whose gauntlet had gently but permanently pressed aside formal promotion 5 distinct times, would rasp to his charges. The mind sees the shadows gathering beyond sight, the shape of the blade still hidden. Trust both utterly, for death hunts the blind. This emphasis on seeing the unseen bled throughout the Raptor structure. Even tactical squads in the battle companies deployed disseminately, melting into terrain like smoke, covering sectors thought impossible, gathering whispers and electronic ghosts that tighter, more conventional formations might trample or miss entirely. Their choice of aspirants reflected this cerebral imperative. Unsentimental apothecaries scouring worlds sought not merely brawn. A youth demonstrating cunning, the flicker of quick wit in desperate straits, the spark of independent thought shining through adversity, these outweighed mere physical stature or brute aggression. Even when drawn from their isolated homeworld scattered tribes, often glimpsing the so-called sky gods only in mythic whispers, the selected showed a certain feral cleverness, an ability to think under the crushing weight of the wilds. Initial training forged these proto-soldiers not through mindless pounding, but through vexing puzzles wrapped in combat. Trials deliberately lacked singular solutions, demanding mental agility as much as martial prowess. The infamous labyrinth stood paramount, a vast, shifting manufactorum complex under the mountain, its corridors governed by arcane logic, reconfigured constantly by unseen servitors, seeded with environmental hazards searing steam vents, sudden chasms, vacuum zones, toxic atmospheres, and patrolled by automated combat drones. Maps rotted into uselessness moments after attempting to chart them. Defined strategies crumpled against walls actively sliding to negate them. Only observation, relentless reevaluation, and the desperate improvisation born of necessity carved a path through. We do not break the metal we find beneath the rock merely to recast it in some imagined flawlessness, explained Chief Apothecary Lares, his voice the scrape of polished bone on steel, his eyes dissecting aspirants even as he spoke. Discard such blunt instruments. We identify the spark that glimmers of adaptable cunning, of resilient ingenuity already present. In the arts of our craft, alongside the holy pains of ascension, nurture that spark, protect it, temper it, and grant it the adamantine frame within which to sustain its essential fire. What emerged from Prime were space marines with a distinct soulscape, more deliberate, more reflective than their fiery cousins of other legions. They enacted measured observation, constant tactical reassessment before committing the irrevocable. Yet beneath the quiet calculation, a shared, silent weight lingered, the pervasive melancholy of a chapter that had stared multiple times into absolute darkness and felt the chill brush its collective skin. Every single raptor carried, ingrained into his very marrow, the echoing memory of near eradication, the understanding of their existence precariously balanced on a knife-thin thread stretched over the void. This fostered an unbreakable, wordless bond, a recognition echoed silently across the century-etched faces, a kinship found less in boisterous feasting and more in the quiet rituals. The rhythmic meditative cleansing of bolters, the low-voiced, endlessly analytical debrief scratching across Auspex screens long after battle cooled, the shared silence vibrating with unspoken understanding, brothers sitting together in the humming quiet of the armored bay merely to exist within the armored presence of those who bore the same indelible past. Their librarius served less as witch-for-hurling phalanx breakers and more as the unseen nerves of their operations, mind sentinels and phantom tacticians. Their psychic traditions spurned the raw, flamboyant telekinesis or soul-burning pyromancy favored elsewhere. Instead, they cultivated the shadows, potent divinations casting possible futures into stark relief, subtle telepathic networks binding squads in perfect silence, manipulations of environment perceived solely as battle pressure shifts or tactical blunders by their foes. Millennia of necessity birthed a unique martial psychic discipline, the Shroud of the Raven. Masters of this elusive art wove cloaks of cognitive invisibility over raptor forces. During the protracted fiascos of the Orion War, a single silver-eyed librarian, sublimation leaving him spectral in aspect, had draped his consciousness over an entire strike cruiser and its packed assault force as they traversed haunted voids thick with Necron tombship emissions. Unseen, unsensed, they fell upon an impenetrable dynastic command node like ghosts, shattering its containment protocols before any alarm or automated defense could stir. Like their progenitors of the Raven Guard many millennia prior, their connection to the Ethema often manifested in profound physical change as power solidified, skin leaching to moonpill ash, eyes drowning into seemingly pupilless pits of consuming black. Prime treated these changes not as mutations to hide, but as honor marks, distinguished emblems testifying to the psychic tithe paid to safeguard humankind's flickering flame. Within the regimented avenues and stark junctions of the subterranean Prime, where efficient lumostrips offered unwavering light and tactical holomatics overlaid key intersections, replacing grandiose murals and echoing great halls, life unfolded with quiet focus. The chapter maintained its embarrassment of space, a lethally efficient installation concealed with fanatical zeal deep within the Sutter Spiral Nebula, where the light of stars contended with stellar dust so thick it betrayed sensors and thoughts alike. From orbit, expert pilots guided by exacting encrypted coordinates revealed little. Mountain valleys offering only rock formations concealing geothermal taps, and perhaps an unexpectedly reinforced bastion door or two. Below-ground reality stretched away endlessly, even among the fractured human tribes scattered across the planet's challenging wilds, jagged peaks, thick continent-sprawling forests, relentless rivers carving deep canyons, living precursors to colonists forgotten by wider imperial history. The Raptors maintained an air of distant, almost mythic separation. These tribal folk lived simply in valleys and forest clearings, largely oblivious to the giants who watched them from the shadows as a potential resource. Recruitment was selective, sparing, woven into tribal legends of mysterious spirits claiming the worthy. A glittered skybeast carried them away. This deliberate isolation defined all interactions. Imperial traffic was forbidden without explicit, double-coded chapter clearance, encrypted down to blood-drop signatures. Settlements were non-existent beyond the necessary service drones, dwelling solely to maintain the fortress operations. Imperially mandated monitoring systems received only sanitized, perfectly timed minimal transmissions. When importunate administratum functionaries, dispatched bearing seals demanding planetary surveys, tithe reconciliations, or logistical access, arrived via some oblique route, their inquiries evaporated against diplomatic but immovable Raptor resolve. Ancient charters detailing Adeptus Astartes' independence were cited with chilling finality, alongside blunt demonstrations of loyalty. Relentless campaigns waged across the stars, fulfilling their obligations through blood and duty rather than mundane accounting. It was an existence predicated entirely on the lessons of dust-blighted ruin, of millennial silence hiding regenerative fury beneath cold stone. Fealty wasn't proclaimed publicly aboard gleaming starships. It was etched onto battle plate scarred in the void, woven into psychic shrouds within the unseen nebula fog, a solemn vow written deep on dark, unforgiving bedrock that preserved them against the galaxy's gnawing maw. Vulnerability was death, secrecy was survival, adaptation was strength. These weren't mere doctrines scribed onto scrolls. They were the constant metallic scent filling Prime's deep corridors, the thrust of arteries sustaining each recruit, the immutable cadence behind every silent, purposeful tread, moving towards the next conflict lurking beyond their concealing nebula veil. Yet even their strongholds and philosophies couldn't entirely insulate them from the wider Imperium. When its foundations began to crack on a monstrous scale, the tremors heralding the bloody affair, known across beleaguered sectors as the Bad Ebb War. The Maelstrom Zone brooded on the charts, a lesser shadow confined only by the Eye of Terror's monstrous scale, yet its very existence was a suppurating wound upon both real space and the terrifying tides of the warp, containing within its turbulent throat a slowly devouring gyre of dust, fugitive stars, and the cold terror of worlds extinguished. Border worlds endured day by grim day under siege lights, stories shared across weary voxnets of horrors manifesting from the swirling chaos beyond the system rims. Yet immense value lured nations starved for resources like poison flies drawn to irradiated salt. Entire worlds offered mineral riches harvested against incalculable risk, and so the Imperium held fast, albeit with a quavering hand upon its sword. 3 vital star systems comprised the slender anchor chain holding commerce flowing from certain doom. Militarized Signax, dark literal Sean, and the foundry heart of them all, the namesake Bad Ebb itself. Chains, alas, die at their weakest struts fracture. As the Maelstrom birthed unprecedented malignancy in 557 M41, darkness surged from the void, strangling commerce and drowning hope. First came Signax, the bulwark of the northern approaches, the heavily militarized, hive-world population teetering over tens of billions. Its fate came not holocaustic from without, but from the rotten heart exposed within. Sudden, furious civil war detonated across its megaspires and subterranean arteries. Loyal imperial regiments bled out fighting death cult nihilists, infused unholy strength by the reborn, a warband dwelling under the Maelstrom's wing-breathing chaos power, both subtle and terrifying. Intervention came, valiant Mantis warriors clearing passages only to find themselves drowned in escalating butcheries and spontaneous dark gates spewing demonic fury, pushing cities over the brink into utter collapse. The final screech of the cultists became the planetary dirge. Having shattered clearance protocols through sorcerous treachery, they unleashed the planet's final defense grid not against external threats, but inwards. Fusion warheads lit hive cities into instant, screaming plasma suns. Macrobattery shells cratered continents. The orbital deflection control relays silenced by detonations converted that vital infrastructure into tools. Signax tore itself apart, her city's crumbled relics orbiting a magma-bleeding orb, her people erased down to the final gunchoke barricade, her atmosphere poisoned by the radioactive nightmare reflecting the mad hate that had consumed it from inside its defensively hardened structure, the consequences multiplying as its moon, caught in the worsening gravitational disturbances, was shattered into asteroids unleashed onto its sister worlds. The choking nightmare unleashed upon reality had merely begun. The promise that was Lord Commander Lu Feng, Burn's early reign over the Maelstrom Zone, flickered bright, but brief against the encompassing void like a dying star before its final collapse. His brilliance, the relentless efficiency of the newly forged Maelstrom Warder's astral claws commanding loyal allies like the staunch Lamenters, fleet-based and vigilant, and the Mantis warriors guarding the Endymion cluster had, for a precious span, forced law upon the lawless. Prosperity, a thin veneer covering centuries of strife, flowed tentatively back into imperial coffers as the Badab Primaris system, crowned by the astral claws, formidable orbital fortress, became a bulwark against the howling dark. Huron himself, radiating confident authority, seemed carved from imperial propaganda, young, lethally skilled, possessing a piercing gaze and tactical mind that brooked no argument and fostered fierce loyalty. His campaigns, reaching deep into the Maelstrom itself during the Scourge years, were glorious sagas sung by imperial chroniclers. Yet rot festered beneath the surface, invisible at first. The withdrawal of the Charnel Guard, a gaping wound never healed, forced the warders onto thinner ice, their subsequent setbacks and mounting casualties hardening Huron's disposition into something cold, sharp, calculative. The founding chapter master Ravik Blake's desperate, fatal plunge after Orc raiders into the Maelstroms Maw wasn't just a loss. It was a catalyst, thrusting the chapter master's mantle upon Huron at a moment when the ambitious man's vision already began curdling towards dominion. He saw not just defense, but control. The transformation was subtle, then terrifyingly swift. Policies shifted from calculated defense to aggressive expansion, scavenging corsair fleets swelling the Astral Claw's naval might. Tacit threats replaced diplomacy, scorched planet edicts and stockpiles of forbidden exterminatus-grade weaponry, signaling a willingness to cleanse rather than conquer. A failed coup on Badab Primaris wasn't a tragedy for Huron. It was an opportunity, divine mandate descending upon his mailed fist. Acting with chilling finality, he purged the planet's ruling caste, accusing them of corruption with a righteous fury that masked power lust. He claimed the title Tyrant of Badab, imposing his will not just over his chapter, but over Badab Primaris and its sister worlds, citing the historical precedent of Ultramar and the Warder's own charter as twisted justification. This act of usurpation echoed across nearby systems. Local elites vanished overnight, replaced by sycophants loyal only to the tyrant. Fortified watch bastions, grim outposts garrisoned by space marines, spat defiance from key worlds. Planetary defense forces were dissolved, their remnants forcibly merged into a standardized, ruthlessly trained organization, branded the Tyrant's Legion, fanatically devoted to Huron alone. The effect was brutal efficiency. Corsair raids were smashed back with unprecedented vigor, freeing the Astral Claws to strike deep into contested zones, each victory further fueling Huron's infamous renown. Emboldened, hubris solidified into rebellion. Huron petitioned Terra formally, demanding chains of fresh Space Marine chapters, even a new founding, to execute his grand design of crushing the Maelstrom entirely, a purification he framed as the Emperor's ultimate intent. The dismissal by cautious, distant administratum lords, citing other imperial fires burning brighter, was a mortal insult to the tyrant. It confirmed his deepest suspicion. Terra saw the Warders as expendable watchdogs, not saviors. The withholding of the Adeptus Mechanicus, sacred geneseed tithe, commenced infrequent, incomplete, then ominously ceased, whispers of forbidden apothecarian experiments on rapid zygote cultivation, clinging to the rare astropathic distress calls that escaped the thickening ring of steel. The chapter swelled beyond codex limits, nearing 4,000 brothers, a legion born in heresy. When further requisitions for regional resources were flatly denied, replaced instead by crushing tax demands from segmentum petitions, Huron committed the irrevocable sin. He withheld Badab Primaris, imperial tithe entirely. Trade choked within his self-proclaimed realm. The stolen wealth, the manpower and industry denied the Imperium, flowed directly back into his burgeoning war machine. Imperial Navy detachments were absorbed, fortifications bloomed like toxic mushrooms on his vassal worlds, and the seat of his power changed hands. The old citadel razed, replaced by his grimly magnificent, sprawling palace of thorns. This open defiance, this crystallization of decades of simmering resentment and ambition, was the Badab Schism. For 150 terror-filled years, the Warders fought the Maelstrom's horrors, while Segmentum Command regarded them through telescopes of suspicion and fear, relations frozen solid. The commerce vital to the indolent Cartho sector, lapping the edge of this frozen schism and long reaping passive wealth from Maelstrom trade routes now gutted by Huron's embargo, dried up. Spoil vanished, luxury evaporated, privilege crumbled. Cartho's pleas rose from panic to hysteria. By 901 M41, their influence pushed for decisive action. An official investigation fleet, laden with administratum bureaucrats, mechanicus genitors demanding overdue tithes, blunt adeptus terra delegates, plunged towards Badab Primaris. They met the Ring of Steel. Huron's defiance was absolute. The fleet refused demanded protocols. What transpired next became a screaming chasm in history. Macrocannon fire, devastating lance beams, and torpedo salvos tore into Voidcraft, bravely attempting passage. 20,000 souls, scribes, adepts, naval ratings, tech priests vanished into oblivion, ejected atoms mingling with the solar wind. Huron's voice crackled across interstellar distances, cold, spare, claiming the fleet attacked lawful authority. Cartho erupted in vengeful fury. Remnant trade filaments snapped under the weight of mutual suspicion. Section governors demanded Huron's immediate arrest and trial for treachery, screaming pleas, lost in the bureaucratic morass of a crumbling imperium bleeding on infinite fronts. Cartho launched two pathetic, confused punitive fleets that stumbled into the Maelstrom and disappeared without epic hymns or transmission. Desperate Cartho lords sought longer, deadlier routes, bypassing Huron entirely, while flooding imperial channels with desperate propaganda. Traitor, tyrant, heretic. The final crucifixion of imperial bonds came decades later. In 903 M41, restoring to ancient statutes and the founding Imperiales edict with fanatical literalism, Huron proclaimed the Articles of Just Succession. Witnessed by the masters of the besieged lamenters and their strange bedfellows the Mantis warriors, it formally severed the Maelstrom zone tithes to all external sectors, declaring Huron's empire a self-governing bastion according to ancient rites neglected by neglectful Terra. Cartho blustered war but had neither spear nor shield. Appeals to Segmentum naval commands and the Departamento Munitorum were flatly denied, dismissed as regrettable regional squabbles, priorities anchored elsewhere. Cartho drafted terrified citizens into useless PDFs and broadcast agonized pleas to any Space Marine chapter bearing them slight historical debt. The Fire Hawks chapter answered the palpable Sufidental in the void. Dispatched to investigate Cartho's ship losses skirting the Maelstrom borders, a Fire Hawks cruiser, the Red Harbinger, nosed cautiously into the Galen system, perceived territory under Mantis warriors' stewardship. Fear, anger, decades of isolation facing an unknown fleet layout in claimed space triggered catastrophe. Without parley, Mantis warrior vessels opened devastating fire. The Red Harbinger, its void shields collapsing under savage lightning, was crippled, bleeding air and fire into the cold. In that moment, at Galen's indifferent rim, the fratricide begun. The suffering universe tensed. Brother killers. News ignited section Master Styborg Lazaric of the Fire Hawks like a plasma blast. Warriors known for their volatile pride, recall orders crashed home across the Imperium. Entire companies disembarked from countless forgotten hells, battle barges clawing toward Galen. They arrived fury manifest, finding Mantis warriors and Astral Claws vessels massing like Durasteel glaciers, weapons hot. Standoff in the silent void. The emptying coldness stretched. Captives were eventually released to Fire Hawks gunships under escort. Scowls met via cold vox. Brutal exchanges about betrayal clashed against urgent declarations of sovereign territory. Driven off by the combined secessionist forces, overwhelming local strength watching Badab Primaris glinting in the far distance, the ferocious Fire Hawks retreated into deeper space, licking wounds beside their titanic mobile star Fortes, the Raptorus Rex, an implacable spirit of rage awaiting the full might required to carve their vengeance. What smoldered as mere economic feud had detonated into open war. Imperial authorities operating from impossibly distant command stations finally sucked in a breath filled with static and dread. Too late. The Maelstrom secessionists transformed overnight, hardened, ambushing natives fueled by genuine righteous fury facing presumed aggression, masters of their anarchic territory. They possessed tight directional vectors infiltrating loyalist communication networks and their defenders. Brothers clad in unsimilar ceramic and stamped eagles prepared to slaughter brothers beneath the indifferent gaze of distant Terra. Far beyond the flaming borders of the Maelstrom zone, out in the chilling darkness surrounding the primed world of Prime, the call whistled low and dangerous, not resounding fanfare but a verdict. Chapter Master Les Isidon of the Raptors received it within the cool solace of deep-chambered vaults, surrounded by the hum of ancient machinery, superintended by hooded adepts, facing his battle-hardened captains beneath Gothic arches that reeked of ashes and determination. Illuminated by the slowly rotating tactical holographic nightmare representing the Badab sector and the gnawing Helmo adjacent, cold electronic stars etched onto ancient strategic screens resembling incomprehensible prophecy. Forming doom, raise arms against our brothers, Captain Saleh growled mournfully, selectivity witnessed as atomic resignation. Isidon, with emotions locked down tight as a ruined fortress, traced several runic clusters shimmering above complex betrayal, flatly answered, his very soul traveling across the void without metaphors. They broke oaths. Loyalty would yield, trust justice. No cheers, zero finest hour speeches stained in flames, this thundering quiet. A unanimous decision of grim duty etched into circuitry reality. The Raptors would answer the Imperium's plea poured across untraversable starways using ancient instruments of remarkable but impassive precision. Swift, efficient, lethal, but measured, not the whole chapter. Only 3 full companies, disciplined hunters, expert flankers, scouts, ambushers, to plunge into this unprecedented internecine madness. Reserves waited. Keen but weary against something venoming quickly beyond containment. Weeks passed elsewhere at propulsion limits sacrificed towards the spearhead emergence close to Sean III, transition shuddering into absolute disastrous chaos already painting each sensor reading. The Firehawks, ignoring diplomatic niceties, driven berserk by Galen and the burning Ray Harbinger's stolen crew sacrifice, had already arrived across parsecs with vengeance anchors set at maximum velocity. Their scorching wrath ravaging populations, unlucky enough sharing affiliation with Huron's claimed thrones, annihilation pulses turning Sangrade V's primary, loyalist, agri-farm continents into flaming sacrifice grounds, done without trial, Earth scorched utterly, brother against brother. Space Marine sheer 10 millennia inherited hatred spilling pure hell, reflecting eternally deep inside the eyes of Raptor strategists, confirming arrival coordinates, while brothers below sharpened blades, knowing tomorrow crossing fields soaking loyal citizenry, and captured Mantis warrior armed combatants, obliterated for belonging alongside traitors through thin threads. Stars themselves mourned the coming slaughter. The seething memory of Sacristan, reduced to an ashen graveyard by fratricidal fire, served as a cruel punctuation to the Loyalists' dire predicament. The catastrophic loss of Bellerophon had hollowed out the Marines' errand. Their proud banners stood ragged over depleted ranks. Across vast sections of the broiling Maelstrom zone, secessionist colors flew unchallenged, not a glimmer of surrender dimming the defiance radiating like heat haze from Huron's rebels, the Astral Claws. Unlike the Firehawks who roared into campaigns trailing plumes of vengeful fire, or the stoic Red Scorpions, masters of grinding attrition, the Raptors did not immediately commit. They paused, predators surveying an alien hunting ground through a lens of pure calculation. Their first act was intelligence. Scout teams became spectral presences across contested worlds, slipping through porous borders like smoke, merging into the shadows of occupied territories to meticulously catalog enemy deployments, the vital arteries of supply lines feeding rebellion, the contours and weaknesses of defensive networks carved into the flesh of former Imperial bastions. Simultaneously, within the humming vaults of Raptor starships, librarians strained their psyker senses, sifting the chaotic static of the Vox waves, reaching into the perilous ether to grasp fragments of intercepted astropathic choirs. Chapter serfs labored tirelessly beneath Voxcasters, collating mountains of data, assembling dossiers thicker than fortress walls on every known leader of the secession and the tactical thumbprint of their forces. Brother Sergeant Lasco, his boots still marked with the dust of a recently vacated reconnaissance mission on a secessionist-held mining hive, presented his findings. The Astral Claws fight as chapter excellence doctrine dictates. His voice crackled with suppressed date urgency over the briefing channel, but their numbers defy standard chapter complement. Their organization, the patterns of deployment, it speaks of strength triple what their legions Astartes founding allows. They hurl companies forward in formations dusty even to the scrolls of the Great Crusade. It was Scout Sergeant Verrill, another shadow just returned from the periphery, who annotated the threat posed by the other rebels. The Mantis warriors remain true to their hunting heritage. Ambush is their liturgy. Strike fast, fade faster. They map every ridge, every shadowed canyon. The terrain itself is an ally forged over centuries of accretion. Grounded in this meticulously gathered knowledge, the Raptors sculpted their strategy. Where the Firehawks sought catharsis in the cleansing inferno, and the Red Scorpions demanded the crushing weight of direct assault, the Raptors honed themselves into a scalpel. Their doctrine would be frictionless precision, meticulously planned strikes against brittle points in the enemy edifice, seamless coordination woven into the broader tapestry of loyalist effort, and the pragmatic withdrawal when gravity dictated, preserving strength for the critical thrust. Lord High Commander Carib Cullen, appointed Magister Militum amidst the spectral echoes of his predecessor's demise, recognized the essential, unsung utility of this approach. While some chapters strained against assignments lacking in resonant battle glory, the Raptors embraced missions precisely aligned with their core functions. Their impact echoed first through the clamor of Kamara's liberation. As the Howling Griffins met the Astral Claws shield to shield amidst ruined manufactorums, generating thunderous noise and carnage, unseen Raptor teams were already deep in the enemy's resonant cavity. They moved with predatory silence, isolating command hubs humming with hubris, detonating ammunition silos that lit the night sky in secondary detonations miles apart, scuttling communication relays vital for coordinated secessionist defense. In a single cycle of darkness punctuated only by those silent explosions and the sudden, baffled cries of severed communication links, 3 key Astral Claws commanders ceased to exist, extinguished in their guarded chambers. Simultaneously, the planetary defense grid's guiding spirit flickered and died under a calculated tech assault. When the sun rose, the organized resistance had fractured, allowing loyalists to claim victory with minimal spilled blood. Galen presented a different arena, a proving ground against shadows within shadows. Here the Raptors met the Mantis warriors on terrain dreamt for ambush, the vast, cloying darkness of southern forests and treacherous swamplands. Battle lines dissolved into a formless, silent tableau. Squads ghosted through the perpetual twilight, the rustle of alien leaves louder than Astartes' movements, tracking spectral hints for days, sometimes weeks, without a single bolt discharged kicking up muck. Brother Thaddeus, his optic feed painting the world in muted greens and ambers, found himself locked in a deadly, intimate duel with a Mantis warrior counterpart, a mirror glimpsed fleetingly through the trees. 5 Sol Standard days became an eternity of observation, prediction, countermove. We understood each other, Thaddeus later recounted in the sterile calm of debriefing, his augmetic eye dulled for the moment. Each shot, however perfect the opportunity screamed, meant immediate displacement. False trails woven from broken branches and faked bootprints. We learned the language the wind made playing through the canopy, used territorial fauna shifting through the undergrowth as cover noise. It felt recursive. Like playing regicide blindfolded against a perfect replica of your own mind. This lethal stalemate shattered only when sharp-edged Raptor librarians, minds cast into the Empyrean like finely calibrated sensors, detected a gathering concentration of Mantis warriors massing for a thunderous counter-assault against the Fire Angel's hard-won beachhead. Captain Solaris faced a brutal calculus. Engaging the imminent ambush force head-on promised heavy Raptor casualties and bloody triumph for the Fire Angels, but let the deeper infestation fester. His decision was cold steel in the spine. He let the attack unfold, the Mantis coils striking true against surprised Fire Angels, while a dedicated Raptor counterscout element exploited the enemy's commitment. They became the ultimate trackers, reversing the ambushers' path through the tangled pathways only Mantis warriors knew. Intelligence secured the precise location of a vast, subterranean supply reservoir proved instrumental. Salamander fire collided with Raptor precision in a devastating strike that vaporized the cache, consuming ammunition, medical reserves, and the vital lifeblood of resistance. Starved of sustenance, the secessionists will eroded, forcing an unpalatable withdrawal from 3 critical strategic regions. The northern hemisphere of Galen fell silent, secured without a further soul sacrificed. Yet the Raptors' definitive contribution resonated deepest during the brutal campaign for Zongrad. This ancient, fortress-bone world stood as a bastion out of time, resisting secessionist savagery desperately, but treachery from within had gnawed at its heart, crumbling half its indomitable citadels. Crucially, the teeth of its orbital defense grid remained firmly under Astral Claw control, their devastating guns actively shearing apart the void, halting loyalist reinforcements like a metaphysical barrier. The monumental task of reclaiming Esrad, the nexus of this defense grid, landed as a joint operation. the indomitable might of the salamanders entrusted to draw fire as a blunt instrument, shield for the raptor's delicate, clinical scalpel. Sergeant Taran led his squad, field-modified plates coated to minimize emission signatures into the silent void, while the salamanders erupted into thunderous assaults, creating predictable shockwaves of retaliation across the secessionist perimeter. Taran's team infiltrated the planetary skin. They became wraiths traversing 300 kilometers of lethal terrain over 5 Nervadron nights. Radios were tombs of silence. Movement was reserved for the deepest shadows beneath alien constellations. Minefields stretched like vast, malevolent gardens, navigated by micrometer-precise scans and preplotted paths. Automated sentry guns swept predictable arcs, their targeting sensors evaded by exploiting terrain dead spots and calculated pauses. Twice, they froze during the heart-churning daylight hours, becoming hypercooled statues melting into ruins or fungal growth as patrolling astral claws stomped past mere meters away, Vox chatter picking up only the whistle of the bitter wind of Zongrad. Reaching the monolithic hulk of the primary defense complex felt like breaching a crack at the edge of reality. Structural analysis conducted premission-paid dividends. Melta charges, micro-patterned and precisely placed, didn't need brute force. They sang for critical stress points, causing entire colossal sections of rockcrete edifice to groan and yield without the devastation of a frontal siege, creating minimal collateral damage and irony against its purpose. The battle that followed within the echoing caverns of the complex was an abattoir rendered in confined geometry. Heavy casualties stained the Raptor record red, the price demanded by close-quarters savagery in corridors designed for obstruction. Yet the objective flared across their command feeds. Critical weapons silos, fine-tuned mechanisms designed to scorch orbiting void ships, deformed into slag by phased plasma leaks initiated by sabotage codes. As the oppressive shelter sphere of the defense grid flickered and died, the great engines of Imperial battle barges pierced the upper atmosphere, their bombardment cannons erupting in voices that shook the world's very roots. On the surface, amongst the smoldering ruin of the complex, surviving Raptors didn't wait for the salamander drop pods to scorch the sky. They became catalysts, long-buried resistance networks, dormant cells waiting for the sign, ignited. Sergeant Taran, his armor pierced and scoured, but his resolve diamond-hard, coordinated uprisings across 3 key fortress cities. By the time the salamander pods slammed down, loyalist hands already clenched half a world in their grip. Zongrad ceased being a symbol of resistance. Its liberation cleaved the secessionist domains and bloomed as a vital staging lantern in the maelstrom's uncertain gloom. It proved the tide could turn. Throughout this brutal prosecutorial war, the Raptors never wavered from their core doctrine. Mission integrity superseded both vainglory and the seductive poison of vengeance. The secessionists weren't objects of hate to be exorcised. They were complex tactical problems demanding efficient solutions, threats requiring neutralization protocols. This clinical detachment jarred against the tempers of allied chapters, particularly the Firehawks whose minds ran hot with blood-ripped memories. Yet the pragmatic personnel of the Imperial Guard and Navy held the Raptors in quiet esteem. They recognized the immense value in such iron-bound reliability, the implicit promise of limiting gratuitous casualties, the deep thinking underpinning each silent strike. This disciplined professionalism extended even to prisoners. When a crucial apothecary attached to the Astral Claw's Tyrador Primus detachment on Esrad was captured by a Raptor strike team, he wasn't subjected to ritualistic defilement or barbaric interrogation. He was handled constructively, cataloged, questioned methodically, using hypnoinduction and veritatorium scans designed for precision, not agony. This yielded unexpectedly devastating intelligence. Painstaking interrogation, crackling with sharp-edged logic rather than brute pain, pried loose perhaps the tyrant of Badab's most loathsome secret. The Astral Claws hadn't merely recruited, they had systematically, heretically absorbed the remnants of the long-extinct Tiger Claws chapter. That stolen genocide, the divine inheritance of the Emperor himself, became the forbidden foundation for Huron's monstrous ambition, the resurrection of his very own legion. This critical strategic intelligence gelded the magnitude of the heresy. It wasn't merely political dissent, a tax dispute metastasist. It was fundamental treason, striking at the genetic bedrock underpinning the Imperium's very existence. The Raptors had not only captured the apothecary, they captured the irrefutable evidence, documenting and verifying with their signature scrupulousness shell casings, biosign markers, internal vox logs citing forbidden cadres of corruption terrifying in its scale. This precise forensic account ultimately swayed High Lords still vacillating over Badab. As loyalist assault pushes gained inexorable momentum, the Raptors persisted with quiet efficacy. Their chronicles weren't sung in sagas embellished with heroic broadstrokes. Historians later, scrutinizing war logs and tactical displacement chronologies rather than panegyrics, noted the unnerving frequency. Critical loyalist breakthroughs across entire sectors, consistently clustered in the temporal wake of Raptor operations, quickly concluded and unremarked. Brother Arvin, a tactical marine facing fire in his first galactic crucible, instinctively grasped the essence of his chapter while resting during the Zaro's Secundus advance. A scarred Fire Angel veteran eyed his orphan plate, conspicuously devoid of honor scrolls or campaign badges. His voice held genuine, if blunt, incomprehension. Brother Sergeant, why wear nothing but desert pallor? Where is evidence of your glorious service? Arvin simply cycled the air scrubbers in his helm. He didn't gesture. His voice, when it came through the vox, held the calm resonance of explanation, not defense. Our success gauges itself solely in objectives achieved, Brother Angel, not abstract honors accumulated. The Emperor requires our function, not our pride. There exists a world nestled deep within the Maelstrom's churning embrace named Gagatha III. Few would term it beautiful. It was a feral, forbidding orb dominated by vast tracts of lethal fens, capable of dissolving ceramite and jungles, whose verdant canopy dripped corrosive rain that stripped paint and scarred plasteel. Mineral wealth, scarce. Indigenous sapience, none. Hostile, every centimeter radiated hostility. Yet Gagatha III held a value measured not in gold or population, but in cold celestial geometry. Its position was an astrographical linchpin, one of dreadfully few life-sustaining planets amidst the lethal stellar storms. Securing it was a priceless strategic imperative for the Loyalists, widening the fatal fissure emerging in secessionist cohesion. For Huron's forces, it meant preventing that fissure from tearing their disparate territories asunder, preserving a vital staging nexus for void operations. One outcome was inevitable. Neither side could yield it without a war soaking its poisonous bedrock. When Brother Sergeant Tenor's boots crunched onto Gagatha II's surface through his landing pod's hissing seals, the acidic fog gnawed instantly at the thick paint layers coating his armor with a quiet malice that spoke of centuries of erosion. The veteran didn't curse. The sound was unproductive. He filed away the corrosive interaction rates internally, noting adjustments required for subsequent deployments. Around him, his squad moved with the methodical deliberation of pioneers traversing quicksand, boots tested for solidity before committing weight, bolters held vertical to deflect the constant corrosive drizzle weeping from chlorophyllated canopies above. Reminds me of Tyrus IV, breathed Brother Kellen on the secure Kerwood link, youngest Vox operator in the squad, still instinctively modulating his voice low despite encrypted transmission, as if suspecting the very mist held ears. Tenor cycled an aerial atmospheric sample, similar chemical toxins, primary divergence. Tyrus toxins bore the greasy fingerprint of orc filth polluting biosphere primary. Here, he gestured with a gauntleted hand towards a nearby bloom resembling an organic pitcher plant, tendrils actively dissolving some scaly carcass pinned within its digestive maw. These suffering aspects evolved symbiotically. This ecosystem functions upon their efficiency. Where other Adeptus Astartes legions might classify the world's entire biosphere as an obstacle demanding pulverization or avoidance, the Raptors recognized its deadliness as an untapped weapon. Planet Gagatha III itself could become a definitive combatant against forces lacking the patience or methodology to decipher its complex lethality. Within mere souls of establishing an initial operational perimeter, the Raptors had synthesized planet-wide hazard mapping. Eastwards, gas pockets capable of dissolving adamantium-rich ceramite lay camouflaged beneath placid waters emitting deceptive heat signatures. Central jungles pulsed with lifeforms biologically programmed to hunt electronic signatures. Wearing power armor inverted its purpose, transforming protection crate into prey beacon. Highland ridges formed intricate cave systems functioning as vast natural amplifier diffusers. Vox communications within their winding stone throats became distorted echoes waiting to betray coordinates. Every signature hazard profile dictated understanding, and adaptation shaped frustration into a tactical imperative. Raptor Techmarines became alchemists of survival, endlessly modifying wargear to tolerate the poison atmosphere. Thick quartzweave ablative plates were bonded to existing or newly forged ceramite in layered skirts. Respirator units gained triple-redundant filtration systems, humming with chemscavinger elements. Weapons received serpentine-winding polymer skins repelling moisture, without compromising grip traversal, across dripping foliage keeping microcontaminant dust from delicate triggers' internals. Process environmental state, neutral, Captain Solaris crisped over the battalion-wide tactical Voxnet during mission deployment briefings. Possible attrition factor on hostile and friendly forces, shared constant efficacy. Key differentiator, our analytical mastery surpasses adversary. Exploit predicted understanding differential. This ingrained mastery manifested during initial contact confirmation, encountering a Mantis warrior's patrol emanating from one of Gagatha's few elevated plateau's surfaces, projecting like fractured islands above the lethal canopy lake below. Kinetic resolution remained uninitiated. Instead, Gray Shield Raptor scouts tracked assumed emissions, patterns, radiation signatures, with utmost clarity precision, recording distance intervals, silent scope sensors, cataloging movements, formulating physiological reports, structure terminology absence, gaps capability expression execution protocols, manifesting performance metrics against environmental obstacles, database comparisons for generalizations applicable terrain mastery encoding. They learned their patterns. For 7 to 2 standard hours, Scout Sergeant Vin's covert observation team ghosted this patrol presence otherness, learning rhythm timing patterns, tracking their intricate marker system, carved onto trees exhibiting differing chemical inertness in visible light spectrums, insufficient for detection without enhanced filtration optics capability, sufficient optical spectrum parameters, unfamiliar outside chapter veteran training regimen. They meticulously cataloged the Mantis ADAD transfers of fuel power cells, specialized pallet-sealed nutrient paste, atmospherically sensitive protected distribution execution methodology, efficient selective minimal external radiation signatures, utilization natural, cover canopy radiation deflection, proven confirmation, statistically significant correlation map positioning. Even witnessed one brother element misstep near an eastern fen protrusion biome membrane. Boot-penetrating permeable silt, where sensor data indicated void substrate below dense gas spurt, erupted with the subtle hiss fragmenting respirator seal technology, exposing direct combat mask internals, toxic ingestion, followed neural lock seizures, countered by immediate cohort extraction, field apothecary artificer application recovery, demonstrated specialization, environmental protective knowledge transfer internal. Cohort possessed substantial terrain knowledge, VIN crackled via compressed data burst frequency beyond Mantis Vox intercept capability spectrum. Predictable parameters established. Current intelligence assessment, inferior frequency resolution, compared updated chapter sensorium cartography depth scale primary factor. Duration existence adaptation, practice limited matter temporal significance infrastructure, secured at plateau zone prior engagement protocol estimate, authorized 30 sol standard rotations, previously confirmed unreliable surveys, report correspondence displacement. This reconnaissance became grist for the tactical mill. Storming that plateau redoubt headlong would court disaster against prepared positions, optimized against external assault vectors, ignoring wider planetary hostility constraints. Conventional siege warfare ignored the omnipresent planetary hostility, functioning as constant background dilution factor, doubling neutralized engagement effectiveness, projecting costly resolutions, requiring disproportionate resource allocation, calculated against objective value function, unnecessary acceptable loss rate differentiation model, considered statistically imprudent. Raptor combat logic-focused synthesis alternative resolution, manipulating Gagesian planetary malignant signature function, crushing opposition, without exposing overwhelming chapter assets uncovered. The secessionists didn't grasp it, yet they unconsciously expected the predictable shock violence of the salamanders, or the burning theatrics, aligned Fire Angel's doctrinal dogmas, integrated significant annihilation, counteroffensive protocols, achieving victory through concentrated expense acceptable loss ratios, attrition expenditure resource calculation, not applicable Raptor efficiency matrices. On Gagatha, Approaches conceptualized terms strategic application, generating losses, incurred collateral fundamental internal system functionality imbalance, projected unsustainable expenditure useful existence potential candidate elimination, understood cost-benefit resolution, analyst input variance construction conclusion, executable neutralization, scenario, theory immediately available execution, catalyst existing topology, integral formation function, idiomatic manipulation viable. Thus the Gagatha campaign metastasized into another infinite asymmetric shadow conflict, where ambush tunnels rats attack counters geometrically multiplied disassociated border geopolitical significance, dissolved continuum, instead became quantified topographical accident map distinctions, function-producing lethal zones, gathered intelligible competing squads, hunted each other amongst prima terra unspeakable nightmarish ecosystems, ignore territory boundaries, understanding purely mortality. Conditional occurrences understanding least adjacently avoid accident, becoming intentional entropy, weapon gravitated strategic logic leverage, employed innovatively precursors. When an astral claw's reconnaissance element, a established an improv temporary command station, garrison optimization perimeter, atop an elevated clearing distant kilometers, organized Mantis Plateau fortress. Raptors didn't stake fundamental human assets frontal subjugation, another calculation signature, emerged eliminating assault, initiated excavation, processes subtly rerouting poison slime tributaries, 1-degree spatial relocation, trench excavation, pattern 20 meters shift northwestern displacement reposition, oxidized sediment flows naturally flowing towards current astral installations, detected near thermal distinctiveness fluctuations, mapping established riverbank. Over several consecutive nights, darkness silence excavation, rerouting liquid path, shifted incremental containment reservoir, drainage subtle excavation correction, invisible external observation perception. Simultaneously, Raptor scouts suppressed surface ambient noise signatures predator, calls vital acoustical reflection interference patterns, affected defensive perimeter autoreactive auditory sensors, suppressed maintaining acoustic attenuation bubble masking, intended hydraulic restructuring project without detection. Once detention basins naturally formed redirection trajectory, achieved halted previous calibrated course, now saturated geologically unstable excavated porous ground, beneath astral temporary central hub. Promise diverged assassination function. Foundation softened liquefied murdered structural integrity equivalent mechanical digger, perpetrated accelerated erosion sabotage synthetic chematricides, served merely trigger latent endemic instability, already existed physiological phenomenon ironically constructed station, positioned perfectly ensure maximal substrate corrosion hydrology profile, predicted collapse schema. Days later structures telegraph pole verticality, expressed alarming angular rotations, azure degrees hemisphere sky sinking viscous liquid clay slurry grave, devised natural forces, intentionally rerouted measured thoughtful malice application, apothecary Thaddeus observed detachment, treating battle barely mild inhalation toxin spores, triggered lung rejection violet discoloration medication, well understood stabilized observations, noted combat efficiency, loss negligible sanguinary report. Self-correction, cross-compound confusion manifested structural catastrophe, panic chaos secondary injury, descending inhibitor fields shields ankle-deep watery grave, inevitably taking root arms flailing impotent rescue teams, imposing structural collapse increasing rate tertiary catastrophe sequence, begun forensic timeline conclusions, visible helpless monitor battalion position, siege cannons, inert useless witness sinking base elements. Gray shield sniper fire, displaced suddenly seemingly impossible angles concrete sinking platforms, predicted earlier safe zones, authored Raptor expeditionary scouts radically variant terrain mapping available enemy archives, outdated replacing cliffs scramble impossible positions, snapped visibility gaps airspace periodically denied indirect fire eliminate mobilization, chances critical structural injuries, methodical traversal pathway destruction, deliberate sequence trapping initiating. Localized obliteration, irrelevant conventional negotiation, points traditional warfare. Salivate predicted doctrine practical application salamanders shock force unobtainable fire angels, measured pyrotechnic spectacle confirmation parameters. Thaddeus stated simply consigning the agonized cries, from the sinking ruins flickering markers, targeting localized suppression solutions, overriding plasma diagnostic his secondary display, while needle penetrated flesh precisely antitoxins, auto-injecting calibrated volumes matching personal body, mass genetic toxin tolerance ray. Database constant. Their cognitive modeling framework remains locked simulations incorporating outdated strategic interaction models, unable account dissolution, traditional deterministic planet, Gagatha, renders textbook resolution equations tantamount algorithmic pathology certifiable suicide. Raptor understanding grew consuming planet parasite digest subject organism, learning language, expressed uniquely observed native predator techniques integration, synthesized silence lessons, learned how flora territory markers operated chemical informational network signature observation, wind patterns velocity vector influence, airborne toxin dispersal atmospheric particulate frequency, observable humidity interplay sporadic electrical storm ignitions, triggering unexpected. Bioluminescent surges native fauna repellents avoidance personalized avoidance map integrations, recognized mineral-rich rock outcroppings, inversely correlated predator primary sensory output, impaired producing zones effective temporary camouflage micronscale safe, relative complex hierarchical, hazard quantification calculus develop intimate knowledge, translated unprecedented battlefield function strategy, tailor-made lethality specifically gigs, unique combat environment rule sets. Creation analog replication, impossible external entities, lacking equivalent biological environmental simulation, dataset mesaframe integration, scalable solution implementation, instance recognizing certain bioluminescent fungi species, notorious iridescent glow signaling reproductive phase, contain microscopic spore packets, explosively gas-propelled triggered sudden disturbance, impacting unprotected ocular systems, temporary blindness, recovery variable depending exposure. Duration-specific fungal subtype researched identification, became incorporated nightly operation, template specified scouts, triggering intentional inciting fungal detonation moments, preceding close melee assault spear elements time precisely coordination, maximum effect raptors, equipped reactive light impairment lens savers, neutralizing glare biological origin attacking secession, forced literally sightless staggered disoriented immediate percussive bolter fire tactical solution, noted larger ape. Predator species avoided geological formations, containing trace mineral signatures, known interfere migratory navigation sensor, arrays frequency mesh biological systems, Raptor cheminalis actively mapping perfect ambush locations, echoes guaranteed no disruptive indigenous megafauna interference ambush action, guaranteed silence equivalent noise absence background enabling surgical precision, Varaneb encountered confirmation evidence foundation building part, weapon translating observables. Operational steel. The humid shroud of Gagatha's lower valleys became more than merely inhospitable terrain. It forged a sanctuary of last resort. When Astral Claw squads surged, outnumbering and overwhelming, the Loyalists learned to melt back, not in panic retreat, but into prescouted pockets of dense fungal growth and treacherous gas vents, vanishing like phantoms, forcing the enemy into exhausting, futile pursuits across ground as deadly as the defenders themselves. The true breakthrough, however, wasn't merely hiding within the jungle, but becoming a part of its ceaseless, discordant symphony. The veterans discovered that the planet's breathed the guttural bellows of unseen megafauna, the high-pitched insectal chatter, the piercing shriek of superheated gases escaping through rock, the slow, groaning creak of colossal flora expanding formed a chaotic, ever-present drone. To move against this cacophony was to ring an alarm. To move with it, that was revelation. Squads, their dull ceramite plates already stained by caustic sap and volcanic dust, began to mimic the planet's rhythm, developing jungle walking, an unnatural, seemingly stumbling gait that synchronized the deep thump and scrape of armored boots with the thrum and scrape of the living world itself. Power armor, notoriously noisy, became whisperquiet under the jungle's sonic assault. Even the mantis warriors, whose very name evoked stealth and sudden death, found themselves outmaneuvered and ambushed by hunters who had learned to mimic the environment's erratic pulse. Panic Fox traffic eventually revealed a captured secessionist commander's bewildered lament. It's as if the planet itself has joined the Emperor's side. Months crawled by, the campaign calcifying into a harsh, grinding war of attrition where the Raptors' innate patience became their sharpest weapon. Vitality became more precious than territory. Victories were measured in severed supply lines and crippled transports rather than grand sieges of fortified positions. Every stealth strike launched by the secessionists, every counter-ambush sprung by the Raptors, became a lesson meticulously cataloged by the apothecaries and disseminated through encrypted channels. Patterns emerged, weaknesses were charted, enemy patrol routes and resupply frequencies mapped with terrifying precision. Brother Kellen, who had once cursed Gagatha's nature in comparison to the scorched plains of Tyrus IV, now led a squad after Sergeant Tenor succumbed to an exotic, debilitating toxin harvested from some previously uncatalogued plant horror. As his remaining brothers, their armor a mosaic of hasty patches, scorch marks, and bioluminescent streaks that glowed faintly in the gloom, awaited his orders near an arterial river road choked with phosphorescent algae, Kellen felt the weight of their transformation. Their implants might have shielded their features, but the burdens of constant vigilance and hard-won wisdom were etched into their stances. "We don't fight the planet anymore," he stated quietly, the gravitic hum of his power armor barely perceptible above the drone of unseen river predators and the gurgling gas vents nearby. "We let the planet fight for us." Their target, an Astral Claw munitions convoy grinding through the morass, drew nearer. By the dying days of 900 M41, Gagatha III was secured, not with the deafening thunder of a decisive rout, but with the silent, inexorable pressure of persistence, adaptation, and the profound acceptance of turning a world's inherent lethality into a weapon against its occupiers. Fresh Imperial Guard regiments arriving to garrison the steaming hellscape found Raptors whose battered armor was a topography of scars inflicted by Gagatha itself, jagged rents sealed, circuitry scorched and rerouted after corrosive sap burns, joints discolored by ubiquitous spores. These Raptors moved with the careful, predatory grace of creatures perfectly calibrated to the jungle's tempo. Their tactical doctrines had been rewritten in blood and caustic rain, forged within one of the galaxy's most unrelenting crucibles. Yet, in securing this vital staging world, they had demonstrated, once again, that merely surviving such hostility could constitute the most profound victory, a testament to resilience over brute strength. As the larger Badab War escalated toward its apocalyptic crescendo, even chapters renowned for ferocious independence understood that isolating victories were no longer possible. Destinies were now intertwined. The Raptors, survivors steeped in the bitter tang of near annihilation centuries prior, grasped this need for unity more deeply than most. Deep within the armored vaults of the strike cruiser Ember of Vigilance, Captain Ivar of the Raptors, Second Company faced Captain Pelly's Mirzan of the Salamanders. Cobalt-hued hololithic projections cast shifting, ghostly luminescence across their faces in the dim command chamber, throwing stark shadows and illuminating the bone-deep weariness carved into both warriors' features by 3 days and nights of relentless strategic argument. Mirzan, vast even for a space marine, his obsidian skin seeming to swallow the light, yet his crimson eyes glowing with unwavering compassion, offered his counterpoint, his voice surprisingly gentle for its resonance. Your concerns hold weight, brother captain, yet we cannot abandon the civilian enclaves in Sector 7. Their protection is the very foundation of our crusade. Ivar inclined his head slightly, his respect for the Promethean noble palpable even as he countered. I do not speak of abandonment, brother captain. I speak of preemptive extraction before our main assault commences. To leave them embedded is to present a shield to the enemy we know they will exploit. This measured exchange epitomized the alliance. Salamanders, custodians of human life to a fault. Raptors, architects of surgical efficiency forged in environments where hesitation meant extinction. Fundamentally different doctrines clawed for purchase, finding stability only through hard-won mutual respect and the pragmatic understanding that neither path alone could shatter the tyrant. Their maiden joint strike etched this lesson onto Kurub II. While the Salamanders unleashed their iconic pyromancy, an armored might against the heavily defended main foundry complex, a glorious, horrifying spectacle of billowing promethium smoke, and the deafening clangor of assault cannons on ceramite that drew every secessionist guard regiment like moths to annihilation, the Raptors enacted the kill stroke. 3 squads, their systems purged and metabolisms temporarily altered by potent counter-radiological infusions developed by their own apothecaries, slipped into the labyrinthine coolant and waste ducts snaking beneath the facility. Toxins that would liquefy a man's lungs in minutes merely hissed against their sealed armor as they navigated the claustrophobic, irradiated darkness for precisely 5.8 hours. Along critical junctures in the primary power conduits feeding the entire Manufactorum district, they placed compact melta-charges. As the final brother cleared the outermost culvert, the charges detonated in dreadful unison, plunging the forge into chaos. Assembly lines choked to a halt, partially molten armor plates cooling into useless slag. Automated defense grid capacitors died with a sizzle. Security doors slammed shut, entombing elites in their command bunkers. The Salamanders, primed for this catastrophic disruption, surged forward with renewed fury. Their Terminator squads fused rockcrete and adamantium as they breached the suddenly vulnerable citadels, while colossal dreadnoughts laid down annihilating suppression arcs. Crucially, factory workers caught amidst the carnage found themselves shielded beneath the sheer mass and shielding grace of Sanguinius, sons, dragged bodily from the inferno deliberately into the teeth of the loyalist assault lives prioritized, even at the peak of violence. The echoing success at Kurab became the blueprint. The Fire Angels infused this potent alliance with their devastating mastery of dropout assaults and armored lance tactics, Hammer, Scalpel, and Stormcloud converging with terrible purpose. Interchapter briefings grew less fraught, coordinated actions bearing a terrifying fluidity that masked the stark divergence of their doctrines. We are not so different, we sons of different architects, Brother Chaplain Elysius of the Salamanders intoned during one such conclave, the flickering light catching the volcanic ember motif on his pauldron. The Imperium remains our shield, though our hands forge it differently. As the war ground on, the Raptors' role sharpened. Their uncanny skill at vanished warfare, honed on worlds like Gagatha, saw them specialize in missions others deemed suicidal gambits. Deep reconnaissance, sabotage threading the ossified arteries of hive cities, gathering whispers from the shadows of enemy fleets. Small kill teams 5 brothers, perhaps 10, stripped of bulky support wargear, vanished behind secessionist lines for weeks, sometimes months, subsisting on recycled water and concentrated nutrient sludge, communicating through encrypted diadrops maintained with excruciating patience. They became unseen ghosts whose findings turned the tide of entire subsectors, pinpointing the hidden vaults where the astral claws, precious genocide was banked against the war's attrition, mapping the complex celestial choreography of patrol flotillas, uncovering vast, caches of war material buried beneath planetary mantles like malignant tumors. Sergeant Castor's squad typified this silent war, spending 4 to 7 soul-grinding days navigating the toxic, forgotten sublevels of Dikabali's Prime's hives, moving only during the eerie Falsonite cycles when the vast labor engines fell silent. Feasting on nutrient paste and their own recycled sweat, they charted the intricate web of Tyrant's Legion patrol routes, sentry positions, and choke points without triggering a single thermal bloom of weapons fire. When they at last exfiltrated, the intelligence they delivered was so comprehensive it allowed a combined Salamander Fire Angel spur thrust to gut the planet's defenses in a precise 20s campaign, minimizing death on a scale inconceivable without the Raptors' unseen sacrifice. By the closing years of 910 M41, the Badab War's inertia had irreversibly shifted toward the Loyalists. The secessionist edifice, once formidable, was crumbling. Their alliance fractured under hammer blows of irreversible defeats and spreading disillusionment. For the Raptors, this pivot toward a foretold, costly victory brought not exultation, but a profound ambivalence, as cold as the vacuum beyond their armor. Brother Arctes, silenced forever by another bearing his father's genetic imprint, whole Imperial worlds charred curse pits by those sworn to defend them, the foundational trust between chapters splintered beyond easy repair. 3 brothers. For a comms relay, Captain Saleh of the Raptors' Third murmured, standing on the obsidian viewing deck of the strike cruiser Vigilant Shadow, his reflection barely showing in the void-scarred armorplus. Behind him, Apothecary Thaddeus worked with mechanical precision in the triage, basewing synthskin onto Brother Carlin's shredded forearm, field lighting glinting off his Narthesium gauntlet. That array coordinated enemy fleet logistics across 3 crucial systems, the apothecary stated flatly, his gaze never leaving his work yet his voice carrying clearly in the thin, recirculated air. Its destruction plunges them into operational blindness prior to the Gladius push. You possess this ingress data. I possess it, Saleh acknowledged, closing his eyes briefly, the faint hum of the navigator's beacon vibrating through the deck plates beneath his boots. The distant stars wheeled as the ship aligned for imminent translation. But I measure the cost with greater depth as the terminal campaign approaches. This bone-deep weariness echoed through the chapter as the final advance closed on the Badab system. Each remaining warrior understood that conquering Huron was merely the overture to a far more arduous struggle, mending the shattered bulwarks of Imperial worlds, healing psychic wounds festering in the civilian psyche, and somehow, somewhere, reforging bonds of trust between chapters who had spilled each other's sacred blood bonds vital for the galaxy's endless wars still to come. As Lord High Commander Karab Kuln marshaled the Loyalist fleet into the formation, resembling a Primarch's clenched fist aimed directly at Badab Primaris, the Raptors' role transitioned. Their deep infiltration skills were momentarily shelved. Instead, they became the patient jailers, the unglamorous watchmen deployed across the coreward approaches and adjacent systems surrounding the apocalypse poised to engulf Badab. Their mission: erect sensor nets denser than spider silk, sever communications arteries feeding the dying beast, intercept any fleeing tendrils of secessionist strength seeking sanctuary or regrouping grounds. They move quietly across frontier systems and dead moons like the ghosts of dead legions, ensuring the hammer blow strike against the tyrant's heart couldn't be weakened or diverted by unforeseen flanking maneuvers or harrying attacks. They slowly, methodically, closed the noose with quiet, lethal patience. On the rain-lashed feudal backwater of Illas, Sergeant Karras and his patrol intercepted an elite Astral Claws unit attempting to access pre-unification technology vaults below ancient, moss-licked ruins. The battle unfolded in a torrential downpour, turning the stone-littered landscape into a treacherous maze where visibility ended 10 paces beyond your helmet optics. It became a battle of stalking shadows and sudden ambushes amidst the crashing thunder. They fight differently, Karras noted later, stripping splattered mud and gore from his gauntlets as field servitors retrieved Genicide, ferociously, desperately, like rabid animals seeking one final scar upon the corpse of honor before oblivion claims them. Similar dispatches flooded in from across the shrinking warfront. The realists, facing extinction's brink, abandoned strategy for maximal carnage. Convoys laden with volatile plasma cells became flaming juggernauts aimed at population centers. Civilian habitats were methodically transformed into moats of suffering and shields of flesh. Weapon systems the Mechanicus had sealed under mountains were resurrected for fleeting tactical gain. The Raptors countered where their unique gifts enabled it. When reports emerged of secessionist saboteurs holding an entire hive, Spire's atmospheric processors hostage, threatening planetary asphyxiation, a designated kill team ghosted in through sewers saturated with neurotoxic effluents, eliminated the operatives with silent blades and microcharges, and vanished into the underhive before PDF units even realized a threat had existed. As the colossal siege fleet assembled for the strike against Badab Primaris itself, Chapter Master Lise Isidin executed a decision grounded not in fear, but profound strategic foresight. The chapter's surgical blade was blunted, their strength meticulously conserved over a decade of brutal warfare, required reshaping for the coming peace. The three heavily engaged companies, bloodied far beyond initial deployment rosters, possessed intellects and skills now infinitely more precious for stabilizing the war-devastated segmentum. Our specific purpose has concluded, Isidin stated bluntly during his encrypted exchange with Lord Culm. The tyrant is caged, his warriors fragmented and broken, his annihilation ordained. What precipice remains requires a hammer's brutal descent. We possess the surgeon's knife. Culm, recognizing the pragmatic necessity, requested only reconnaissance coverage for the final descent eyes needed for precision strikes amidst the void maelstrom. Only one squad, under the Granitehune experience of veteran Sergeant Merrick, remained attached to the Loyalist Armada, a microscopic tactical asset swallowed within the largest fleet concentration since the Siege of Terra, a fleet destined to shatter Huron's infamous Ring of Steel. The fall of Badab unfolded largely as strategists predicted. Planetary defense silos silenced by orbital lances firing Novahat salvos, troop landings facing resistance every bit as fierce as it was ultimately futile. The Raptors walked a silent path through the carnage, their role now observers mapping kill zones and structural weak points. Merrick's scans pinpointed undefended structural junctures within the Palace of Thorns, data streamed instantaneously to the fleet gunnery crews. Salvos modified microseconds later slammed into these precise coordinates. As the Tyrant's fortress collapsed in a firestorm of detonating munitions vaults and geological upheaval, as Luft Huron himself staggered from the crucible minus an arm, and swathed in ceramite fused to charred bone from Captain Jukel Andrel's lethal assault, the Raptor observers viewed the pandemonium with characteristic detachment. This holocaust, however necessary, was not their moment of glory. It was the grim punctuation mark on a tragedy, a civil cataclysm that should never have torn apart the sacred loyalty sworn by brothers. Later, as the Consecrator Court debated judgments and deemed redemption futile, the Raptors returned to Kaivar's shadowed embrace, beginning the long, silent task of restoring strength and absorbing the lessons scorched into their spirits. Their casualty lists were extensive, demanding decades of rebuilding genelines. Their armor bore the penalty badges of Gagatha's caustic kiss and countless Stormzilk repairs witnesses to endurance carved into steel and bone. They stood changed, survivors of marching within the buzzing death rhythms of an alien world before navigating the self-inflicted masochistic cauldron of their own kind's treason. They bore no triumphs loudly. Merely the practiced silence of ghosts who knew too keenly the price paid for every hard-fought inch of territorial conquest, mandated by an imperium eternally perched above the apocalyptic abyss. Survival itself remained their deepest, most costly, and most silent battle honor. The muffled tolling sequence of the bell resonated across the scarred expanse of the Raptor's fortress monastery, Prime, each sonorous chime a counterpoint to the slow, heavy tread of armored boots on worn stone. A grim accounting was being rendered, not just of the physical cost, but of a fracture deep within the soul of the chapter. 100 battle brothers had fallen amidst the fury of the Badab War, their genocide lost or damaged beyond immediate recovery. Twice that number bore wounds so grievous their broken bodies required extensive bionic augmentation or lengthy convalescence within the chapter's apothecarian, flesh replaced by cold, unfeeling metal and glistening synth muscle. Yet the deepest wounds festered unseen, buried beneath ceramite and centuries of conditioning. The very bedrock of their existence had been shaken. They had been forced to raise bolter and blade against their fellow Adeptus Astartes, to witness firsthand the chilling truth that even the Emperor's most finely crafted warriors, forged in honor and sworn to eternal vigilance, could stumble into the abyss of betrayal. For the pragmatic Raptors, perhaps the revelation landed less like a hammer blow and more like a hidden blade sliding between the ribs, a cold, unwelcome truth acknowledged with brutal efficiency. Yet no Astartes soul could remain untouched by such fratricide, such intimate damnation. Standing before his gathered captains upon their blood-stained return to the dimly lit stratagem of Prime, Chapter Master Isidin's voice cut through the heavy silence, a rasp of chainblade on ceramite. "Fought this war," he declared, his gaze sweeping over faces etched with the strain of lost brothers and broken loyalties, not because our fallen brethren had devolved into mere monsters. We fought because they forgot that even the most radiant beacon of noble intent cannot justify the vilest betrayal of the oaths we swore over Primarch Corax's sacred crypt. Their descent into the void began the very moment they believed their own flawed judgment could ever supersede the immutable will of the. That harrowing lesson was meticulously forged into the chapter's core doctrine in the painful decades that followed. The Raptors had always been sons of dire practicality, valuing hard-won victories achieved through stealth and intelligent application of force over glorious, wasteful last stands. Survival, calculated and resolute, above the hollow thunder of an unnecessary martyrdom. Now they indoctrinated a new tenet onto their genin-coded catechisms: eternal vigilance against the insidious cancer of pride, especially when it wore the ornate mask of self-righteous purpose. For the deadliest battles, they learned in the blood of kin, often lay not against the obvious roaring xenoform or the gibbering disciple of chaos, but against brothers who had merely, terrifyingly, confused arrogance for devotion. They turned their gaze to the unfolding nightmare they called the Era Indomitus. The galaxy was tearing itself apart, ripped asunder along a cataclysmic fault line stretching like a ragged, weeping arterial wound from the blasphemous Eye of Terror clear across the eastern fringe the Great Rift. On 1,000 isolated imperial worlds, the dwindling flicker of the Astronomicon, that bedrock celestial beacon guiding ships through the soul-devouring void, became a terrifying omen. For a chilling heartbeat in cosmic time, it seemed not with a final, glorious crescendo of lascannon and bolter fire would humanity meet its end, but in lonely silence, each splinter fragment swallowed piecemeal by the encroaching dark. Positioned near the northern rim of Segimentum Solar, the Raptors witnessed the violent birth pangs of this ruinous age firsthand. Prime itself quaked, ancient arcologies groaning like wounded leviathans as the cold silence of the void shattered, replaced by the piercing, dimensional scream of reality itself being flayed open. Within the sealed librarius domes, the chapter's psychers collapsed simultaneously, agony twisting their augmented frames as warm, arterial crimson wept from ruined eyes. The warp itself had vomited its poison into reality. Yet, amidst this cosmological upheaval, an impossibility manifested. The return of the Ultramarines Primarch, Robout Guilliman, arisen from 10,000 years of blue stasis sleep, and proclaimed Lord Commander of the Imperium. Chapter Master Isidon absorbed the astonishing intelligence relayed via distorted vox bursts and intercepted astropathic choirs with characteristic stoicism. Instead of ceremony or celebration, he summoned his captains again to the central stratagem. The hololithic display dominating the chamber throbbed balefully, painting the doom-laden map of the Imperium Nihilus rising like a gargantuan, light-swallowing cancer. The Primarch calls for aid, Isidon stated, his gravelly voice echoing in the cavernous space, his battle-worn face a mask of stone despite the world-shattering implications. He forges an indomitous crusade to fight the dark, to staunch the bleeding. Captain Salai, his own armor bearing the deep scoring marks and patched-over voids from the Badab campaign centuries past, narrowed pale, ice-blue eyes as he scanned the strategic nightmare unfolding before him. His gauntleted finger traced a projected arc, bones clicking softly against ceramite. Our oaths hold us to the defense of this sector, our hunting grounds, our responsibility. Isidon's slow nod held the finality of tectonic plates grinding. We adapt, survival demands it. We cannot merely dogmatically guard our own perceived parcel of territory when the fundamental coherence of the Imperium frays and unravels. The question is not if we answer the Primarch's call. It is how we answer it with the most ruthless efficiency. This refusal to commit wholesale defined their entire Indomitus commitment. While brother chapters poured entire battle companies into single, monolithic crusade fleet formations, hoping for decisive hammer blows, Isidon, the master pragmatist, fragmented their strength strategically. 3 spear-pointed strike forces were meticulously tailored and detached. Fleet Primus, Fleet Secundus, Fleet Tertius, each chosen to integrate seamlessly with and enhance the capabilities of the other diverse Imperial forces already mustered around them. For many of the younger battle brothers, this was their baptism outside the familiar wilds and void lanes they had patrolled since Ascension. Brother Talos, barely 5 decades into his Astartes existence, stood rigidly at the thick Auslight window of the strike cruiser Silent Hunter, his gaze locked on the chaotic swirl of iridescent madness beyond the weakening cobalt shimmer of the Gellar field as the vessel prepared translation into that chaotic miasma. The immense scale felt crushing. A gauntleted hand, heavy with centuries of service and scar tissue, settled with startling gentleness on his unarmored shoulder pauldron. "Nervous brother," Sergeant Serranis murmured, his vox grill filtering his resonant voice into something akin to the rumble of distant thunder. Talos didn't turn, his breath fogging the thick glass slightly. "Thoughtful, Sergeant. We've drilled, we've hardened. Countless scenarios pounded into us. Xenoforms, traitors, demons even. But this, the galaxy itself. Sundered, a long-dead legend made flesh, we stand at the precipice, not of a battle, but a reordering of all human history." Serranis offered only a faint, almost invisible quirk of his ruined lips beneath his helm's shadow. "History, young brother, is merely survival viewed through the long lens of time. Our task, simple, as it always was. We adapt to the terrain, we endure the storm, we protect the innocence we can reach." The stage grows vaster, the shadows deeper. but our purpose remains as constant as the void cold. The Raptor methodology quickly proved its incalculable worth. With Fleet Primus operating as part of Battle Group Orpheus, Lieutenant Serrani's faced mobile, flensing attacks from Eldar Corsairs rather than a decisive line of battle. Rather than heroically charging into a messy, inconclusive engagement that might only scatter his elusive quarry into the void, Serrani's orchestrated a patient, almost predatory tracking pattern. His forces clung like shadows, utilizing sensor dampeners and celestial debris, methodically documenting the Corsairs, serpentine patrol vectors through the bleeding nebula clouds. Over grueling weeks, their patients mapped the pirates' hidden supply dumps, their dormant raiding bases clinging to dead asteroids, and ultimately identified the sleek, knife-like flagship slicing through the darkness the feared vessel registered as Valenith. The moment to strike was not heralded by roaring battle cries, but a silent flicker in the tactical log. Serrani's himself led the boarding action, a ghost clad in matte-black ceramite and calculated lethality, guiding his kill team through the alien vessel's twisting, organic-filling corridors. His blade moved with surgical precision, a horrific counterpoint to the alien grace of the Corsair commander moments before August Serrani's ended him. With their behead wounding quick and clean, the remaining pirate strength unraveled into panic and disarray, swiftly mopped up by disciplined bolter fire. Fleet Secundus, however, brought the Raptors an alliance that seemed destined for discordant disaster, fighting alongside the zealous, fiery Black Templars' heresy. Outwardly, the pairing was starkly incongruous. The Templars' creed demanded righteous fury made manifest in direct frontal assaults, a prayer-shouted charge against their foes in roaring combat, embodying annihilation without subtlety. Against this, the Raptors operated in stark, ingrained silence, preferring targeted elimination, precision strikes, maneuver warfare conducted in shadows barely perceived before death arrived unexpectedly. Yet on the irradiated plains and chemical-desolated hive-sprawl levels of Sanctus Reach, the apparent contradiction transmogrified into devastatingly efficient synergy. The Black Templars became the thunderous hammer of the Emperor's wrath. They launched themselves alongside their equally zealous Adeptus Sororitas allies into the hard, brutal core of the heretical strongholds, chainsaw swords shrieking faith hymns, bolt rounds roaring righteous contempt. They forged a cauldron of defiance, drawing every enemy eye and gun. Meanwhile, unseen, Raptor kill teams, moving with preternatural stillness across shattered ruins and grime-coated pipelines, became the Emperor's stiletto. They slipped past brooding barricades and distracted sentries, bypassing primary kill zones to infiltrate command bunkers excavated deep within the corrupted rockcrete hive roots. Priority targets ceased broadcasting orders. Communications arrays dissolved in silent detonations. Supply depots choked off spewing toxic smoke without warning. The heretical forces, caught between the occupying, annihilating spectacle of the Black Templars' unwavering faith-fueled advance and the methodical internal hemorrhage inflicted by the invisible Raptor's blade, found their defenses disintegrating from within and without simultaneously, command splintered and supplanted by fear. The kill team, commanded by veteran Sergeant Octogerus, etched their legend particularly deeply during the slogging liberation of Daravar. As the Black Templars deliberately drew the thickest cordons of heretic fanatics into the kinetic meatgrinder of the blasted Ferrocrete plains surrounding the besieged primary hive city, Octogerus and his small handful of brothers became ghosts within the very corpseheart of darkness. Utilizing centuries of forgotten maintenance, conduits deep below the hive's slowly collapsing lowest levels, slicing through rust-weakened metal in silence, bypassing fortified zones. Their target, the corrupted scions of House Mandrior, nobles decayed from within by chaos, though their ornate robes still carried crests of imperial history. Magnificent traitors directing planetary resistance from hidden opulence deep within their crumbling spire. One by one, unseen, unheard in their silent war, Octogerus and his squad terminated 7 high-profile cultist leaders, each spasm of death transmitted only via sudden silence on hardline Vox and encrypted BattleNet dissolution. Fleet Tertius, accompanied by the largest concentration of Raptors deployed from Prime under Captain Cashin of the First Company, faced elemental brutality beyond even the horrors of the Badab fields. Here, deep within the ravaged underbelly of the Segimentum Solar, they entered crusade after crusade identified by Imperial remembrancers only as slaughter campaigns. Wave after endless wave of cornate berserkers crashed against their lines roaring, hate-saturated maniacs demonically enhanced, armored in blood-crusted ceramite and chain axes thirsting for skulls. Combat was relentless, attritional, and demanded everything. Casualties bit deeply, chewing through even warriors hardened to the quick attrition logic of Raptor deployments. Brother Argus, a scarred veteran who had first drawn bolter for the Emperor 3 brutal centuries earlier, stumbled through acrid smoke over the shattered, crystallized rock underpavements of the dead mining world Keller 7. Around him lay the cooling bodies of his entire squad brotherhood, torn apart by the World Eaters, ferocious closing frenzy during the desperate defense of the vital Promethium refinery complex bunker. Bleeding his own red-black life fluid through cracked carapace, implant warning runes flashing insanely inside his damaged helm display. Utterly isolated in the burning rubble field, Argus fulfilled the oath. He methodically rigged the command vault deep within the central bunker. Hydraulic charges hissed out their countdown, even as axe-wielding monstrosities pounded at the final blast door. His target demolished, tyrant locust severed. The vital conduits feeding the refinery's reactor blown to final oblivion was achieved. Imperial reinforcements arriving hours later, punching through the exhausted berserk remnants, found him seated back-to-back with his downed sergeant's body, leaning against his battle-worn bolter, as he quietly, formally, meticulously recited the litany of names, the full honored roll call of every fallen brother in his squad, unto his dying breath that day. Back at Prime, whilst their brothers bled across the fractured stars, the Raptors who remained with Chapter Master Isidin adapted their doctrine to secure the immediate regions spiraling around the Sutira Nebula. It became the silent shield answering crushing pleas from defenseless systems isolated nihilists. He directed surgical strikes against resource-draining Druckery raiding parties, blades moving unseen through veiled webway portals. He brought summary execution to bands of heretic Astartes renegades growing bolder daily away from distant Terra's preoccupied gaze. Isidin himself stormed frozen Voidark battles, targeting encroaching orc spore clusters blooming within the beleaguered Vordress planetary clusters. Applying lessons seared decades older onto the void-stained tiles of Sancta Angelus, he implemented precisely orchestrated doctrines designed specifically to amplify orc savagery against itself. Sabotaged warp coils made orc faster-than-light vessels implode spontaneously. Ambushes targeted specific competing warlords simultaneously, triggering brutal civil wars amidst greenskin flocks. His orders to every dispatched kill team and silent orbiting patrol were unequivocal: cause maximum disruption, undermine unstable loyalty, sabotage critical functions, force the orcs to turn their crude, brutal energies inward, splintering them before any true Wa'ag could coalesce over the sector. Never unnecessary head-on confrontation against insane numeric disparity. Survive, make them bleed each other dry. Through every harrowing conflict, every bitter loss etched into sacred chapter stonework on Prime, the core principles remained inviolable. Pragmatism over pointless sacrifice shook ceramite boots down onto alien soil, coldly clean. Adaptability was calibrated constantly against the shifting variables of operational reality and enemy insanity. Success was measured solely by mission parameters achieved. Personal glory remained unregistered noise amidst the vital intelligence Vox transmissions humming. In a galaxy fractured violently by the psychic wound known as the Great Rift, where astropathic communication offered only fragmentary insight crawled through screaming nightmares, where chain of command dissolved into isolated islands myriad light-years apart, cold logic and adaptive ruthlessness proved infinitely more valuable currency than honor-bound rigidity or vainglorious reputation. So in the deepened grimdark choking the era Indomitus, the Raptors fulfill their eternal hunt. Silent predators reconfiguring strategy, terrain, tactics for every conceivable abomination. They move forward with that low, unyielding thrum of resilience born of millennia surviving near-extinction events. While sister chapters like the Ultramarines cemented piety, beaconed empires across Ultramar, or the Space Wolves howled defiant sagas echoing through their Fenrisian fang, the Raptors inflicted a subtler mark upon decaying Imperial history. Whispers echoed, low urgent voices exchanged by Imperial Guard commanders recounting battles where impossible odds were overcome without Legion forces even visibly present. Strategic doctrines outlining surgically precise decapitation strikes reduced entrenched enemy positions to collapse without grand set-piece warfare occurring. Named vital planetary defense initiatives employing asymmetric warfare absorbed anonymously into coalition archives, bore Raptor operational fingerprints everywhere examined closely. Endless lives across war-torn worlds went saved by threats eradicating unseen the distant murmur of voices persisted. Indistinct words lifted on the cool night air, but their devotional fervor unmistakable in the familiar, resonant cadence. It echoed the measured intonations of the Raptor's own chaplain, pulling Tiberius from his work. Ignoring the familiar protests of aged joints, he rose and crossed to the rain-spattered window. Outside, the downpour had gentled to a clinging mist, and through ragged tears in the cloud cover, The distant stars blazed into view minuscule, defiant points of light pricking the vast, velvet darkness. Somewhere beneath those cold fires, he knew, the subjects of his histories continued their unending vigil. His fingers found the small ceramite medallion resting against his throat, warm from his skin, a raptor in flight, forever captured in motion, painstakingly forged from the armor of a fallen battle brother. The battle brother, the one who had borne him through the inferno that consumed Esrad, a terrified child amidst a world's death throes. Tiberius had never known the warrior's name, never glimpsed the face concealed beneath the scorched and scarred helm. Yet that singular moment of salvation had chiseled the course of his life as decisively as if the emperor himself had laid a guiding hand upon his shoulder. Memories washed over him like the remnant rain blurring the glass, the immense, unyielding strength of ceramite-led arms cradling him tight against the heat and smoke, the relentless, grounding thud-thud-thud of armored boots on smoldering rockcrete. That calm, deep voice, a lifeline in the chaos, instructing him simply to close his eyes against sights too terrible for childhood innocence, shielding him without grand speeches or pronouncements of destiny, demonstrating only quiet competence against abject horror, determination stripped bare of all drama. Crossing back to the desk, Tiberius carefully gathered the completed manuscript, feeling its solid heft in his hands, a weight both physically real and charged with the immense burden of remembrance. Tomorrow it would be bound in simple, durable leather, catalogued, and placed alongside the countless other chronicles preserved within these ancient stone walls. No fanfare, no ponderous ceremony, merely the quiet, essential act of safeguarding knowledge against the encroaching shadow of forgetting. It seemed profoundly fitting for the Raptors, he reflected. They sought no towering monuments, required no epic verses sung by bards. Their true legacy resided in the populated world still held within the Emperor's light, preserved only through their unseen actions in the dark. Across the vast scriptorium, the last solitary lamp sputtered, its flame guttering and dying with a sigh of expelled oil, surrendering the chamber to deep gloom save for the intimate halo thrown by Tiberius's own small, brass lamp. Outside, an owl-like nocturnal predator called, its lonely, tremulous cry echoing starkly across the silent monastery grounds. For a lingering moment, the old scribe searched the constellations gleaming beyond the rain-streaked pane, wondering whether the faceless brother who had saved the child he once was still lived, still waged war beneath those distant, glittering lights. Enveloped by the profound stillness of the immense, history-charged chamber, Tiberius felt an almost tangible connection to the chapter whose deeds he had labored to record. They had taught him, through action as much as creed, that survival itself was an enduring form of victory. Almost tenderly, he lifted the manuscript and pressed it briefly against his chest, a fleeting and wordless embrace, before settling it with infinite care into its protective case. His offering to remembrance was fulfilled. The Raptors' long, often shadowed story, at least the portion accessible to any initiate outside their ranks, was now secured against oblivion for generations still unborn. Tiberius leaned close to his lamp and extinguished it with a gentle breath, finally surrendering the scriptorium entirely to the patient silence and the thick, velvety darkness. He turned, navigating confidently by memory and touch through the familiar labyrinth of desks and shelves, his footsteps echoing with soft clarity within the cavernous space. Behind him, the gathered histories rested in their thousand-fold repositories of parchment, bound leather, and ink, hushed and expectant, awaiting the touch and curiosity of those who might seek their hard-won wisdom through the centuries to come. The heavy oaken door swung shut behind him with a resonant, final thud. And in the instant before absolute darkness claimed the room, the small ceramite medallion at his throat caught a stray, spectral glint of some distant light of fleeting. On the fog-shrouded world of Nova Thulium, where jagged cliffs clawed at bruised skies and endless plains whispered beneath the tread of silent laborers, the first breath drawn by the child Taciturn tasted of dust and damp stone. Born into the shadowed service of House Calgar, his world unfolded within the high walls of a noble estate, each dawn breaking over fields that stretched toward horizons forever barred by the indifferent weight of ancient architecture. Life as a serf flowed like the seasons, predictable, unrelenting, a tapestry of bowed heads and calloused hands, where the only rebellion lay in stolen glances toward the heavens. Yet from his earliest memories, when the overseer's shouts faded and the clatter of servitude stilled, young Taciturn would tilt his chin upward, eyes tracing the pinprick lights that danced beyond the suffocating embrace of Nova Thulium's atmosphere. The stars called to him in voiceless chords that vibrated in his marrow, a wordless promise that tightened his chest with yearning even as his small hands scrubbed floors or hauled water for the very nobles whose bloodline bound him to the soil. Beside him always, a mirror in spirit if not in station, stood Manus Carrere to House Calgar, whose name rang with ancestral power, yet whose laughter echoed through the estate's orchards with the unburdened joy of a boy untouched by pretense. Where others saw hierarchy, Manus saw companionship. Where tradition demanded distance, he bridged it with shared secrets and scraped knees. They were an impossibilitisurf, and lordling it between them grew a bond woven from midnight rambles, along moonlit hedgerows and whispered dreams beneath the skeletal branches of the estate's oldest trees. "We're more than our blood," Manus would declare, sprawled on sun-warmed grass hills that overlooked the labyrinthine Calgar holdings, his tunic streaked with the same dirt that smudged Tacitin's threadbare sleeves. "One day we'll soar past these walls like falcons, you'll see." And Tacitin did see, in those fragile moments when the weight of his birthright lifted, replaced by visions of crystalline battleplate and the thunderous roar of starship engines. To become a space marine, Manus spoke the words like a prayer, eyes alight with fervor. But for Tacitin, the dream hooked into his soul like a fishbone, sharp and inescapable. It transformed from fantasy to necessity, a lifeline thrown across the chasm of his predetermined fate. The selection, when it came, felt less like chance than destiny's cruel joke. Both boys ripped from the only home they'd known and hurled onto the scarred decks of a transport bound for Thulia Minor. Not serf and lord now, but aspirants equal in their gleaming novice armor, jaws set against the trials ahead. Their mentor, Crixus, greeted them not with encouragement, but with a gauntlet thrown, a grizzled veteran whose face bore the topographical map of 100 wars, his voice a graveled rasp that promised suffering as the price of glory. Days bled into weeks, each dawn a gauntlet of musketeering drills and mind-numbing routines that left Tacitin's body a symphony of aches. The air in the training halls tasted of sweat and rust, the nights a cacophony of strangers' snores and the phantom itch of fresh scars. Through it all, Manus remained steadfast, his confidence a torch in the suffocating dark, his presence a tether to the boys they'd been under Nova Thulium's pale sun. "Remember the orchard," he'd murmur as they lay side by side in the barracks' gloom. "The memory of Sundapple leaves a talisman against the ceaseless grind. That'll be us someday, brother." Armor instead of sticks, but the same hearts. Yet it was in those silenced, hollow hours after lights out, when fatigue pinned Tacitin to his bunk, that doubt slithered in. He'd stare at the cracked ceiling, listening to the distant howl of Thulia Minor's winds, and wonder if the stars were laughing at his presumption. Who was he, blood thickened with generations of obedience, to grasp at the Emperor's glory? Manus bore nobility in his veins like a warrant of authenticity. What did Tacitin carry but serf sorrow and stolen ambition? But morning always came, and with it Manus's grin, the easy clap on the shoulder, the relentless certainty that brooked no argument, and Tacitin's resolve would harden anew. The change crept in like rot beneath floorboard, subtle, insidious, averted gazes in the mess hall. The way Crixus's eyes lingered too long during blade drills, his critiques sharpening toward something Tacitin couldn't name. The other aspirants moved differently, their camaraderie curdling into something furtive, their laughter taking on a brittle edge that set Tacitin's teeth on edge. He mentioned none of it to Manus, burying his disquiet beneath layers of denial, until the night the nightmares came, not dreams, but terrors that smelled of copper and burning hair, yanking him from sleep with a gasp that echoed in the empty barracks. The moon hung low, a bloated orb casting sickly light through narrow windows as Tacitin slipped from his bunk, boots whispering against cold stone. Some primal instinct pulled him toward the training halls, where shadows writhed like living things and the air hummed with a wrongness that prickled his skin. What he glimpsed through the half-open doors carved itself into his memory with acid clarity. Crixus stood before an altar hewn from black rock, his armor replaced by blood-slicked furs, hands raised in supplication to a sigil that pulsed with malevolent light, tangled and hateful, the mark of Khorne. Around him, a dozen aspirants swayed in trance-like devotion, their eyes reflecting the brazier's flames like animals caught in torchlight. The chant that spilled from their lips wasn't any holy litany of the Imperium, but a guttural dirge that vibrated in Tacitin's bones, thick with promises of skulls and endless battle. Blood, so much blood pooled at the altar's base, gleaming wetly in the firelight, and Tacitin understood with sudden, stomach-churning clarity why so many recruits vanished in the night. Retreat was instinct, fear flooding his limbs, but the hand that clamped his shoulder wasn't a cultist's. Manus stood rigid beside him, his face a mask of horror etched pale in the gloom, pupils dilated not with battle fever but with disbelief. They shared no words, none were needed. The truth hung between them, fetid and undeniable. Yet as they turned to flee, the doors slammed shut with a boom that echoed like a death knell, sealing them in a tomb of corrupted stone. Crixus turned slowly, his smile revealing teeth filed to points, eyes no longer human but pits of swirling damnation. "Little lambs wandered from the fold," he crooned, the words slithering over Tacitin's skin. "Come to witness the red feast. Khorne cares not from whence the blood flowsonly that it does." Around them, the traitors advanced, blades glinting, features twisted into rictus grins that held no trace of the brothers-in-arms Tacitin had sparred with mere days before. Manus moved first, always Bravehigh's training blade flashing as he bellowed the battle cry they'd practiced since childhood. For the Emperor, the first cultist fell, throat opened in a scarlet arc, but there were too many too fast. Crixus moved like Tempest given form, his axe a blur of murderous intent. Manus met the strike with a clash of steel that rang like a funeral bell, but youth and desperation shattered against centuries of corrupted skill. The axe head bit deep and time fractured. Tacitin's scream shredded his throat as Manus crumpled, lifeblood spurting across cold stone in arterial jets. The cultists descended like carrion birds, knives rising and falling in a frenzied rhythm, reducing the noble Earth Dreamer. The brother Tacitin had Chosento ruined meat. Something inside Tacitin ruptured then, not grief but a supernova of rage, igniting every nerve until his vision swam with crimson static. The training blade in his hand felt alive, humming with the need to rend and tear, to paint the walls with traitorous viscera. He barely registered his own movement's clumsy thrust that gutted the nearest cultist, the wild swing that sent another reeling. Crixus's laughter boomed, thick with mockery, as Tacitin's weapon flew from numbed fingers. The blood god claims you, boy, revel in it. But Tacitin didn't revel. He burned. The vaulted hall narrowed to a tunnel, Crixus's leering face its only exit. Every beat of his heart pumped liquid fire through his veins, scorching away fear, erasing the last fragile vestiges of the boy who'd once marveled at stars. In that molten crucible of fury, as the cultists closed in and Khorne's sigil pulsed like a diseased heart, Tacitin made a silent vow not to the Emperor, not to noble ideals, but to the ghost lying butchered on the stones. They would all pay, every last one. His fingers curled into claws, ready to rip the world apart or die trying, and the darkness he'd glimpsed in himself since childhood's shadow he'd fought with hope and borrowed Karagiros at last, swallowing him whole. No more dreams, only blood. The air hung thick with the coppery stench of spilled blood and rancid incense, the chamber's flickering torchlight casting elongated shadows that danced like demons across the blood-slicked stone. Tacin's knees pressed into the cold floor where Manus lay broken, his friend's unseeing eyes reflecting the carnage around them, cultists in ragged crimson robes, chanting guttural hymns to their dark god, their blades carving obscene sigils into the flesh of the fallen. A low growl ripped from Tacin's throat, raw and primal, as his fingers tightened around the notched hilt of his rusted sword. They didn't see Himthi's butchers drunk on slaughter, their backs turned as they dragged another thrall toward their blood-stained altar. Fools, their arrogance was a noose waiting to tighten. His muscles coiled like springs, every nerve alight with a cold, crystalline fury that burned away fear, burned away doubt. In that heartbeat, Tacin ceased to be a boy, ceased to be a serf scrambling through the dark tunnels of Thullian miners' minds. He was vengeance incarnate, honed in the crucible of loss, his soul a furnace roaring with a single truth. Manus' name would not die here. He moved like a shadow given teeth. The first cultist died with a choked gurgle, Tacin's blade punching through the man's spine before he could turn, the warm spray of arterial blood painting the floor in a grotesque mural. Chaos erupted, shouts of alarm dissolving into screams as Tacin whirled through their ranks, his sword a silver blur. He fought without thought, without strategy, each strike a syllable in the elegy he carved into their flesh. Manus, a downward slash cleaved a bearded fanatic from collarbone to sternum. Car. Reverse thrust gutted a snarling woman clutching a jagged dagger. Calgar. The names became a mantra, a drumbeat driving his fists, his feet, his steel. Bodies fell around him, their lifeless eyes wide with surprise, but Tacin saw none of them. Only Manus' slack-faced, the promise they'd whispered in the dark, one day we'll stand among the stars. Only when the last acolyte crumpled did the red haze lift, leaving Tacin swaying amidst the carnage, his breath ragged, his knuckles white around his drippings. Crixus awaited him, the traitor's massive frame framed by the flickering braziers, his blood-stained axe resting casually against his shoulder. A grin slithered across the man's face, revealing yellowed teeth. Think this changes anything, boy? Crixus sneered, his voice like gravel grinding beneath a boot. The blood god cares nothing for your petty grief. Your friend's soul is already screaming in the warp. Tacin's silence was his answer, a yawning void where words might have lived, filled instead with the memory of Manus' hand slipping from his grasp as the axe fell. They crashed together in a storm of sparks and ringing steel, Crixus' strength monstrous, each blow driving Tacin back, his arms trembling under the onslaught. Yet the traitor's brute force met Tacin's razor-edged resolvia while sharpened by loss. Every parry, every pivot carried the weight of his oath. I will remember. I will make the galaxy remember. His sword kissed Crixus' cheek, his thigh drawing hissed curses, but exhaustion clawed at him, his vision tunneling. Thenlight, blinding, glorious light as the chamber doors exploded inward in a shower of splintered timber and shattered stone. Giants clad in cerulean ceramite filled the room, their bolters barking hymns of death. Cultists disintegrated mid-charge, torn apart by mass-reactive shells, the staccato thunder of gunfire drowning their dying shrieks. Tacin collapsed to one knee, his sword slipping from numb fingers as ultramarines swept past him with machine-like precision. their armor gleaming like sapphires in the gore-streaked gloom. One posset a towering warrior with a captain's laurels etched into his pauldron, his gaze lingering on Taken's bloodied face before turning to the fleeing Crixus. A single barked order, a burst of bolter fire. The traitor's head vanished in a crimson mist, his body crumpling like a puppet with severed strings. It was over. The silence that followed was heavier than the fighting, thick with the iron tang of blood and the hollow ache spreading through Taken's chest. No triumph flooded Himenly, the yawning chasm where relief should have been. Weeks later, the scent of incense and polished metal replaced the stench of death. Takano, not Taken, never again stood before the obsidian gates of the fortress monastery on Macragge, the mountain wind biting through his threadbare tunic. Below him, the training field sprawled like a chessboard of discipline, hundreds of ultramarines moving in flawless unison, their chainswords humming through drills, their bolters stripped and cleaned with ritual care. The weight of his new name pressed upon him. Maris Calgara mantled both shield and anchor. Captain Sarius loomed beside him, a monolith in cobalt warplate, his stern face etched with the wisdom of centuries. "Look upon them, aspirant," Sarius intoned, his voice colder than the mountain stone. "These warriors are the Emperor's will made manifest. Your past is ash, your bloodline irrelevant. Here you are nothing until you prove yourself everything." Maris let the words seep into his bones. Your past is ash. How those words burned away the last flicker of Taken, the miner's son, the boy who'd wept over a friend's corpse. Only Manus' steadfast gaze remained, seared into his memory. Days bled into months of relentless trial. Maris ran until his lungs screamed, climbed ice-slick cliffs with fingers raw and bleeding, sparred against battle servitors whose fists could crack stone. Sarius' lessons were blades hammering him into shape. Discipline is your shield, Calgar. Without it, rage is a wildfire, it consumes but does not cleanse. The captain's eyes missed nothing slight tremor in Maris, sword arm after hours of drills, the hitch in his breath as he forced aching limbs to obey. Mock battles beneath the merciless Macragge sun became crucibles. Once pinned beneath a hulking aspirant's knee, dirt grinding into his cheek, Maris nearly surrendered until Manus' laugh echoed in his mind, bright and defiant. "Get up, you idiot. We've got stars to claim." He'd bucked, twisted, slammed his forehead into the brute's nose, tasting blood as he scrambled free. Sarius gave no praise, only a fractional nod that lit a fire in Maris' chest. Years folded like pages in a war journal. Maris fought on a dozen world-snarled orcs bellowing their crude war cries, heretic Astartes dripping with chaotic corruption, sleek Eldar phantoms dancing just beyond bolter range. With each campaign, the boy's fury hardened into a commander's resolve. He learned to read battles like poetry, anticipating enemy strikes before they landed, his voice rising clear above the din to direct his brothers. Yet every victory was whispered to a ghost. Before deploying, he'd traced the name etched inside his vambrace, Manus Carr, still here, brother. When a sniper's round punched through his left pauldron on Vulcanes, he fought on, feeling Manus' phantom grip steadying his bolter. When a plague drone's claws gouged his chest on Mortanes, the pain was a distant thing compared to the gaping wound left in a blood-soaked mining tunnel. The final rite came beneath Macragge's triple moons. Maris knelt in the Sanctum Bellator, the chamber's vaulted ceiling lost in shadow, the air thick with sacred oils and ozone. Before him, the chapter's ancient chaplain pressed a burning brand to his left pectoralis, screaming eagle crowned with the ultima. Flesh seared, but Maris did not flinch. The pain was catharsis, a final pyre for Taken, the last whisper of the surf buoy's fear turning to ash. Rising, he accepted the freshly forged armor presented by Sarius, the captain's stern facade finally cracking into something resembling pride. "Stand tall, brother Calgar," Sarius murmured. "Your vigil begins." Now, thunder beneath his boots, the sky over Sheridan, rain fire, a tyrannid swarm darkening the atmosphere, their shrieks reverberating through Maris' armor. At his side, battle brothers tightened grips on chainswords, their eyes locked on him. Not Taken, the grieving child. Not even the aspirant, desperate to prove himself. Maris Calgar, a name reclaimed, a promise kept. He raised his gauntlet, the cerulean plate gleaming beneath smoke-stained skies. For Macragge, he roared, the cry echoing across the line, across the years, to a boy lying cold in the dark. For the Emperor, for you, brother. The swarm descended, and Calgar met them with a smile sharp as his blade, ready to carve their shared name into the annals of stars. The air hung thick over Sheridan, a toxic miasma of burned promesium and ionized metal that clawed at the lungs with every breath, the very atmosphere weeping rust-colored tears from chemical-laden clouds that blotted out the sun. Below the looming shadow of the battle barge Valen shield, stretched a wasteland forged in the crucible of endless war continent-spanning trenchworks, zigzagging like suppurating scars across terrain cratered by macrocannon impacts. Jagged spires of shattered hive cities clawing at the bruised sky like skeletal fingers. For 7 weeks, the Ultramarines had bled for this graveyard world. 7 weeks of grinding attrition, where every inch gained was purchased in Geneforged blood and broken ceramic. Chapter Master Pyther stood motionless upon the command deck, his massive frame outlined against the panoramic viewing bay, the reflected glow of burning refineries below flickering across battle-worn armor, whose gold trim had long since been scoured to bear adamantium by orcish fury. At his side, Manus Calgar felt the vibrations of distant artillery through his boot soles, a constant tremor beneath the chorus of damage control klaxons and murmured battlefield reports that filled the Bridget heartbeat of a dying world. In 37 years of service since his ascension to the ranks of the Astartes, Calgar had learned to taste the subtle poison of doubt that sometimes seeped into even the most disciplined campaigns. But this was different, a cold fingernail tracing his spinal column whenever the Voxnet fell silent, an uneasy shimmer in the air that made the lumen globes flicker at precise 17-second intervals unnoticed by all save him. His enhanced hearing caught the edges of conversations cut suddenly short when he approached, the minute tightening around Captain Heron's ocular implants when reviewing casualty manifests. They'd broken 3 orc WAGHs. Already shattered their idols and decapitated their warbosses, yet still the savages came with unnatural cohesion, their ramshackle gargants advancing in textbook envelopment patterns that spoke of some dark intelligence guiding the usual anarchic tide. Pyther shifted, the servos of his armor purring softly as he rested both hands on the stratagem table, the hololithic displays casting his ravaged face in ghastly blue light deep scar tissue pulling tight across his left cheek, where tyrannid bioacid had eaten through his laramens years before. They mass in the Gorgon Valley, he rumbled, throat raw from breathing fire-retardant foam during yesterday's boarding action against the Greenskin Rock. His gauntlet traced a glowing sigil over the tactical projection where scarlet runes pulsed like infected wounds amidst the imperial blue. Hundreds of battle wagons, siege towers tall enough to shame the titans of Legio Invicta. This isn't attrition, Manus, it's invitation. Calgar studied the readouts scrolling across his retinal display ammunition, reserves bleeding away into the red, the telltale static fuzz encroaching from the eastern hemisphere that spoke of massive atmospheric disruptors coming online. The acrid tang of overheated circuitry mixed with the faintest whisper of something else, something that bypassed the olfactory sensors in his armor to crawl directly into the ancient reptilian core of his brainazone and spoiled meat and the copper-kissed promise of slaughter. They're hurting us, he realized aloud, the revelation coating his tongue with bile. All these months, letting us believe we were grinding them down when every engagement was funneling our forces toward. His armored finger stabbed at the hololith where the valley's entrance yawned like a serpent's jaws. They want us here, need us here. A smile without warmth cracked Pyther's face, pride and sorrow warring in his leaguery eyes. 10 years ago, you'd have charged headlong into that obvious trap just to spit in the architect's eye. That instinct is why Gilliman's blood flows strong in you. He straightened, the bones in his neck audibly creaking. But your right shadow behind this infestation hungers for our deaths in that valley specifically. I've reviewed the cyclonic scans. There's something buried beneath those mountains, something older than this crusade, older than the Imperium itself. The orcs are just the scalpel being used to cut us out. The chapter master's Voxspeed blinked crimson signals officer Castus waited with urgent news. Pyther acknowledged with a curt nod, his entire demeanor shifting from mentor to monument as the harried voice crackled through the bridge speakers. Warboss Skullcrack himself leads the assault column. Lord, their weird boys are channeling enough psychic energy to light up the Auspex from orbit. End. Sensors detect an unidentified energy signature emerging from the valley's western ridgereeds like static swallowed the rest. Every lumen on the bridge dimmed as power rerouted to void shields, the deck plating thrumming in resonance with some deep planetary agony rising from Sheridan's burning crust. Pyther didn't hesitate. Battle stations. All ground forces to muster points Sigma and Omicron. Prepare the Spear of Macragge for deployment. He turned to Calgar, removing his artificer helm from the mag clamp at his waist. The ceremonial faceplate still bore the proud blue of Macragge's skies, rather than the scorched black of his current armor. Whatever ancient evil stirs beneath our feet, it plays a dangerous game using orcs as pawns. If we break their back here, we may rip out the puppet strings before the true enemy reveals itself. Calgar's fist crashed against his plastron in salute. By your will, chapter master. As he strode toward the dropod bays, the familiar scent of sacred machine spirit oils and following death. Below in the valley, the air itself seemed distilled violence superheated by flamer bursts and concussive detonations, howling with the pottery shards whine of shock rifles and the basso profundo of charging power claws. Calgar fought in the bloody vanguard, his plasma pistol whining with each shot that turned orc knobs to vaporized silhouettes against the firestorm, his combat blade a silver blur trailing ropes of luminescent alien viscera. Through the choking smog, he saw Pyther everywhere, a golden giant wading through tides of green flesh. the relic sword Augustus Rex trailing arcs of lightning as it bisected warbikes in sprays of promethium and teeth. Yet with every decapitated orc, 3 more clambered over the twitching corpses, their warcry of WAGH, now threaded with strange cadences that buzzed against the Ultramarines' auditory implants like static locusts. It happened between heartbeats. One moment the chapter master stood triumphant upon the burning wreckage of a Gorkanaut, his blade raised in defiance as he roared encouragement to the 4th Company pushing through the enemy's flank. The next reality tore. Not ruptured by explosives, but unzipped along edges that screamed in colors outside human spectra. The orc war machine that manifested wasn't built. It was extruded a cancerous sculpture of meat and iron that throbbed with internal lightning, its gunmouth belching warp-spawned fire that clung and screamed as it consumed. The blast didn't merely kill, it erased. 30 of the finest warriors in the Imperium disintegrated mid-charge, their atoms unwoven into loose clouds of quarks that glowed briefly before winking out. And Pythor fell not as legends fall, no last words, no glorious fade against a sunset. He simply ceased being vertical, crashing to the ashen earth with 2/3 of his torso missing, the marble-white bone of his spine protruding like a broken flagpole from ruins of oromite and meat. Calgar's enhanced physiology recorded the next 17 seconds with crystalline clarity, the wet slap of some detached organ hitting his boot, Sergeant Tyrus vomiting inside his helm, the acidic stink-breaching filter systems, the orc whose head he pulped without conscious thought, its claw still scrabbling at his greave as it died, the perfect cathedral silence behind the ringing in his Irsa vacuum, where the chapter master's booming voice should reside. Then, as neurons armed by hypno-indoctrination overrode grief, the world snapped back with physical force. His helm display lit with priority alerts, casualty reports, and a blinking golden runically active when command lineage severed without air. The weight crashed down not as burden, but as biological fact vertebrae compressing under sudden gravitational shift, breath turning to slurry in corrupted lungs. For 3.4 seconds, Calgar understood with terrifying intimacy what antimatter containment failure feels like. Then his training fortress-crystallized core rose to the surface. Survival, duty, vengeance. He inhaled pain like sacramental incense, let it scour him clean. When his vox erupted with Captain Vorlow's panicked voice, they're breaking through the eastern bulwark. Orders, sir. Calgar responded not with his own vocal cords, but with Pythor's. The timbre was all wrong, higher-pitched, yet the absolute authority that had led 100 crusades rolled through the channel like thunder. Close ranks, phalanx formation lambda. Reserve aggressors to forward position their flamers will sterilize those trenches. Brother Dace, angle your predators to enfilade the mob crossing the dry riverbed. And Vorlow, a pause filled only with chainswords meeting Xeno's bone. They will break upon us, he fought possessed. Not with Ragathat ephemeral fuel had burned away, but with the cold certainty of orbital mechanics. Every step flowed into the next, bolter patterns weaving killzones that funneled the orcs into killboxes of overlapping fire. Where Pythor had been a blazing sun around which warriors orbited, Calgar became event horizontalant, inevitable, pulling all toward grim purpose. When the warboss emerged atop a shambling titan of riveted skulls, bellowing challenges that shook blood from dead men's eyes, it was Calgar who met him in the crater where Pythor fell. Not with roaring defiance, but with glacial precision sidestepping the roaring power claw to place 3 mass-reactive shells through the same ocular lens. The ensuing explosion of psychic backlash blinded every warrior within a kilometer, but through augmetic eyes streaming crimson coolant, Calgar saw true for the first time. Threads of sickly light connecting the orc horde to some cyclopean structure, buried deep beneath Sheridan's mantle, its architecture all wrong angles and fractal geometries that burned the brain to witness. When silence finally fell, no true silence, but the relative hush of sporadic gunfire and crackling flames, Calgar stood amidst a charnel plain where 80% of his brothers lay dead. Voxtraffic confirmed the orc forces were routed, their remaining scraps fleeing into the rad wastes. Yet as the ash began to fall like gray snow, collecting in the crevices of his battle-stained armor, he felt no triumph. Only the cold seep of understanding was never about Sheridan, nor orcs, nor even Pythor's martyrdom. That throbbing abomination beneath their feet had been using the greenskins against them, testing, probing, studying Astartes' combat doctrine through a billion data points of blood and anguish. The real war was just beginning. It was Tech Marine Solon who found him, the scarlet-armored figure kneeling in reverence as he presented the remnants of Augustus Rixam melted stump of sword with Pythor's hand still clutching the hilt, fingers fused to ceramite by plasma burns. Calgar took the relic in silence, the weight of command settling into his marrow with its true gravity. He had carried the name Calgar since initiation like a too large cloak borrowed from some greater hero. Only now, with the butchered heft of his mentor's blade in hand, did that name become flesh not inheritance, but incarnation. Perhaps in another life he might have wept, or raged, or knelt in prayer. But in this life, Chapter Master Manus Calgar simply turned his scorched optics toward the smoking horizon where storm clouds bruised the sky, already dictating deployment orders for what remained of his battered fleet. His voice never shook. The orc threat was ended. The true enemy awaited. 73 Terran days later, the seas of Tassar witnessed his coming. The ocean boiled where drop pods breached its surface, waves crashing against cliffs that had stood since the planet's birth now crumbling under artillery bombardment. Calgar's boots sank into wet sand up to the ankle, the first chapter master to set foot on this world since Guilliman himself had consecrated its forges 11 millennia prior. Data slate in his grip displayed nothing but orcish troop movements, a tide of red sigils flooding the strategic display it in the howling wind. He tasted that same metallic foulness from Sheridan, sharp beneath the salt and cordite. Behind him, the last progeny of Macreg's finest stood ready, their newly reforged armor gleaming defiantly against the storm-darkened sky. For the fallen, for the future, for the shadow war that raged unseen behind the curtain of flesh and steel. Manus Calgar activated his vox with a thought, his voice neither prayer nor war cry, but simple immutable truth echoing through every helmet and cockpit and gun deck. In the name of the Emperor, forward unto dawn. The Thunderhawks' engines roared with vengeance, drowning out the wail of the storm as they tore through the tumultuous skies of Talissa. Within their steel bellies, Marnius Calgar stood immovable amidst his battle brothers, the cerulean plates of his armor catching the dim lumens like cold forgifier. The reek of promethium and sacred oils clung to the air, thick as the tension coiling in the warriors' fists. They knew the gravity striding among them, felt it in the weighted silence between the thrum of warp engines, saw it etched in the grim line of their commander's jaw. Below, beneath clouds bruise-purple with impending war, the orc horde sprawled like a festering wound across the valley, their crude warcries a savage counterpoint to the tempest. Calgar's gauntlet tightened around the grip of the gauntlets of Ultramar, every rivet in his power fist thrumming with pent annihilation. This would not be a war of attrition. It would be a surgeon's strike, precise, lethal, absolute. No mercy, Calgar's voice cut through the din, steady as bedrock beneath a flood. No quarter. We carve the heart from this beast before it knows its blood is spilled. Nods rippled through the strike force, their faith in him as unshakable as the adamantium in their bones. They'd seen this mind at work on 100 battlefields, watched him dismantle fortresses with calculations colder than voidsilence. Today, however, would be no siege. Today, they hunted among a rabid sea. The warboss had gathered his lieutenants in the shadow of the mountain ridge, believing the storm his ally, a fatal arrogance. Orcs mistook brutality for strength, cacophony for order. Calgar would educate them in whispers of ceramite and screams of shattering bone. The Thunderhawks plunged earthward, assault cannons streaking tracers of phosphor-bright death through the gloom. Orc sentries crumpled mid-below, their mangled bodies swallowed by the churned mud as the gunship skidded to land. Calgar was first out, boots crashing into the mire like the drop pod of an angry god. Around him, the Ultramarines fanned out with drill-field exactitude, bolters snapping disciplined volleys into the green tide surging toward them. The orcs came in a howling avalanche muscle and rusted iron and jagged steelbutt against the Astartes. They broke like jaundiced waves against a cliff. Calgar waded into the fray, the gauntlets of Ultramar alive with barely restrained destruction. A knob lunged, chain-axe spitting greasy fire, only to be seized by the throat and crushed into paste before his war cry finished echoing. Calgar moved as though the Codex Astartes had birthed him, every pivot, every blow a verse from Guilliman's sacred text. Amidst the carnage, the warboss revealed himself an abomination of swollen muscle and scar tissue, towering over his kin like a toad god from barbarian myth. His roar shook rainwater from the sky, and the very mud seemed to recoil as he charged, a cleaver the length of a rhino's hull winding through the air. Calgar met him mid-stride, the impact sending a shockwave through the muck. The cleaver screeched off Calgar's pauldron in a shower of sparks, and for a heartbeat, beast and space marine were eye-to-eye, spittle flecking Calgar's visor. Then the gauntlets struck not wild haymakers, but artisanal ruin. One blow caved the warboss's chestplate, the next punched through ribs like parchment. The orc warlord's dying gasp drowned in blood and thunder as Calgar ripped his fist free, the warboss's crude iron medallion clenched in his fingers like a grotesque trophy. Panic scoured the horde. Without their howling center, the orcs became a thrashing snake severed from its head. The Ultramarines pressed, relentless, bolters reducing the Xenos into scarlet mist and shattered bone. By the 6th minute, the rout was total greenskins fleeing into the storm's teeth, wails of terror swallowed by thunder. Calgar stood panting amidst the slaughter field, gore steaming on his armor like some ancient champion sculpted in blood-stained marble. The victory was absolute, yet as Talus's scattered survivors emerged to kneel in the mud, weeping his name like a prayer, Calgar felt only the weight deepening. This was but a skirmish in the Long War, a prelude to trials that would demand more than mere martial perfection. Upon Macragge, the fortress monastery's vaulted halls bore witness to ascension. Torchlight gilded the frescoes of Robout Guilliman, their solemn gaze fixed upon the warrior kneeling before the chapter's assembled lords. Honor guards stood like statues wrought in silver and cobalt, their silence more resonant than any fanfare. Calgar felt the relics, Gazeth armor of reason, the gladius Inkendor burning into his soul. This was no battlefield glory, it was a covenant. As the mantle of chapter master settled upon his shoulders, heavier than Terminator plate, Calgar understood with crystalline clarity. Guilliman's ghost lived in every word of the Codex, in every stratagem, every boltron spent in Ultramar's name. The lead was to become both sword and shield to wield tradition and innovation, as twined blades against an uncaring galaxy. The Feast of Honor lasted precisely 4 to 7 minute efficiency, was after all the highest virtue. But as Calgar withdrew into the stratagem, Vox reports already scouring his ears, the shadows deepened not with ceremony, but dread. Scouts brought word from the eastern Fringus worlds vanishing from astropathic choirs like snuffed candles. Not razed, not conquered, but consumed. The Tyranids, a void swarm whose hunger eclipsed even the Archtrader's malice. Calgar stared at the hololith as it painted macabre constellation system after system blinking crimson then gray as Hive Fleet behemoth surged toward Ultramar. This foe would not break before a warboss's death. It lacked fear, craving, hope. A force of nature, mindless yet insidiously cunning, its synapsebeasts weaving strategies from primal hunger. Macragge's skies, once a vault of sapphire perfect enough to make Guilliman weep, now crawled with ominous stillness. Clouds gathered, sulphur yellow at the edges. The Tyranids did not announce their arrival with war drums, but with silence said deathly hush before the Leviathan breaches. Calgar walked the battlements, his footsteps echoing through gun nests crewed by ashen-faced chapter serfs and thick with stench of rocket fuel. Along the polar fortresses, the First Company's Terminators stood vigilant, frost glittering on their pauldrons like diamond dust. These were warriors who'd held the line against demon princes and renegade legionciate as Calgar passed them. He saw it in the tilt of a helm, the white-knuckled grip on a storm bolter. Doubt, not of him, of extinction. When the bioships pierced the atmosphere, they fell like rancid comets, streams of ichor streaking their descent. The ground quaked. Then came the chitteringa sound to freeze marrow, a billion scissoring claws and needle-fanged maws. The first wave hit Ajax Bastion at dawn. Raiders the size of lemon russes skittered over minefields on spindly limbs, ripper swarms boiling behind them like living clouds. Heavy bolters chewed chitin to pulp, yet still they came, flooding trenches in tides of chitinous horror. Calgar stood in the command nexus, hololiths painting scarlet ruin across his face. Reports crackled. 04 West begged for reinforcement. Company champion Anriel demanded a Thunderhawk strike on a towering Carnifex shredding the left flank. Calgar's responses were clipped, methodical. The Codex offered no chapter on abominations that learned, adapted, evolved mid-assault, but Guilliman had prepared him for this. To lead was to distill chaos into order. At the polar gates, First Captain Aegiman's Terminators fought God's work. Frost had turned the approaches to glass, yet the Nids scaled it, claws punching through permafrost. Assault cannons roared until barrels glowed white-hot, bioacid eating through ceramite like rust. A Hive tyrant breached the walls, its scythe-talons reaping 3 veterans before Aegiman's power fist found its thorax. They held, not for honor, not for glory, but because failure meant the synaptic web would sever Macragge's defenses like a surgeon's knife. Calgar, watching Aegiman's last stand via grainy picked feed, silently recited the master's oath. They would hold this line or add their bones to the fortress foundations. By the 7th day, Macragge's air tasted of Dethacrid smoke, seared flesh, and the nauseating sweetness of ruptured biosacs. Tyranid corpses piled high as the battlements, but still they came, their fallen fueling the living tide behind them. In the eye of the maelstrom, Calgar stood unbowed, thumbing a round of bolter shells engraved with his name. Around him, the fortress monastery shook as if the world itself screamed. But within, in the marrow-deep quiet where will became deed, Marneus Calgar found the same truth forged at Talisa. A chapter master's strength lay not in never bending, but in knowing that his spine, like Guilliman's legacy, could bear the weight of stars, even when the stars themselves fell. The air above Macragge's frozen plains thrummed with the grotesque symphony of war, a cacophony of tearing chitin and screaming chainswords, of bolters barking in staccato fury, and the alien screeches of the Tyranid swarm that crashed against the citadel walls like a living tide. Bodies piled high, a grisly rampart of cobalt armor and twitching biohorrors, the ice beneath slick with steaming ichor and the dark blood of ultramarines. Calgar stood amidst the storm, his indomitable Terminator armor scarred and spattered, the gauntlets of Ultramar crackling with each shattering blow against the clawed monstrosities surging over the battlements. The First Company fought like legends resurrected, their Terminator plate gleaming beneath gore-stained visors, power fists pulverizing Xenos forms into pulp, storm bolters roaring, until barrels glowed crimson hot. Yet for every beast slain, 10 more writhed from the shadows, a seething, endless plague that gnawed at the edges of their resolve. The Vox in Calgar's helm spat static-laced reports from the polar fortress's outer walls breached, Auspex arrays dark, the last squads fighting back-to-back in crumbling corridors choked with the dead. He clenched his fist, the servo-joints whining, the weight of the slaughter settling like lead in his gut. Heroes, all of them his finest, damned to die in darkness so the rest of Ultramar might see dawn. But there was no time for grief, only the terrible calculus of survival. Beyond the stratagem table's hololith, past the flickering icons of fortress monasteries buckling under the swarm, true victory lay in the void. Calgar's voice cut through the command deck's frenzy, a blade honed by centuries of war. Break their synapse anchors, sever the beast's head. The fleet translated from the warp, Gothic-class cruisers and strike frigates sliding into formation beside the Ultramarines' battle barges, their lance batteries bathing the darkness in actinic fury as they surged toward the hive ships. Those vast, pulsating abominations hung like rotten fruit in the black, their spined hulls birthing fighter scarabs in endless streams, the very stars seeming to recoil from their corruption. Calgar watched through shuddering pict feeds as boarding torpedoes pierced chitinous hides, as cyclonic torpedoes detonated deep within the abominable gravity wombs, rupturing synaptic nexuses that shrieked across the Empyrean. Below on Makraga's ice fields, the Tyranids faltered at a ripple of confusion in the hitherto unstoppable horde. Warriors stumbled, claws spasming, biocannons firing wildly into their own ranks. Calgar gave the order, his voice stripped of triumph, pushed them into the sea. The counteroffensive rolled over the broken swarm, dreadnoughts stampeding through drifts of corpses, tactical squads carving disciplined kill zones in the chaos. Victory tasted of ash and frozen blood. When the last Biotitan crashed into the permafrost, the silence that followed was heavier than any bombardment. The first company was gone and not merely spent, but extinguished, their sacrifice carved into the ice-walled mausoleums now clotted with their remains. Calgar walked the ruins of the polar redoubt, boots crunching over frost-rimed helms and shattered heraldry, his breath fogging the air. They had saved Ultramar. They had paid for it in the only currency chaos, and Xenos understood the lives of the irreplaceable. Years bled away. The galaxy itself tore asunder. The great rift yawned across heaven, a festering maw that vomited forth nightmares. Reality curdled in its shadow, stars guttering like candle flames, and from its depths sailed the Death Guard, their vessels weeping rust and pus. Nurgle's rot preceded them, a whispering sickness that soured crops in the field and choked infants in their cradles, a blight that made mockery of Ultramar's noble order. Calgar met this new war on the rock-choked plains of Axonce, the Garden of Ultramar, now a necrotic parody. Rivers ran black, bloated corpses bobbed in their currents, and the air reeked of spoiled meat and open graves. The Ultramarines advanced in locked shields, their retinal displays flickering with pathogen warnings, their armor pitted by corrosive drizzle. Plague Marines shambled towards them, flesh ballooning beneath corroded plate, chuckling wetly as bolt rounds punched through necrotic tissue only for maggots to writhe forth and knit the wounds closed. Worse were the demons' great unclean ones that rolled across the battlefield like mountains of rancid fat, trailing flies and warbling nursery rhymes in gurgling voices that liquefied resolve. Calgar felt the corruption gnawing at the edges of his own genoforged biology, his enhanced metabolism battling the fever creeping through his veins. Then came the Voxhail from Makrag's orbit Mortarian's second wave, spearing toward the capital, a blade aimed at the heart. Delegating command to Sicarius, Calgar prepared to disengage, but the sky darkened, thickened, curdled. Mortarian descended on stinking wings, a miasma of despair preceding him, silenced the scythe humming with stolen souls. Marneus, the Primarchdaemon crooned, flies swirling in the gaps between words. You huddle in your corpse-lord's shadow while we embrace eternity. Surrender, let entropy caress you. Calgar ignited his gauntlets. I guard what you betrayed, brother. Their clash shattered the battlefield, Mortarian's scythe shearing through adamantium with warp-tinted edge, Calgar's counterblows cratering the plague-blown earth. Each impact jarred the chapter master's bones, pain flaring in old wounds, but he would not yield. Around them, Ultramarines rallied, methodically dismantling plague spires that pumped corruption into the soil. A grim calculus again victory not through annihilating the infinite, but through severing the bonds that held the corruption whole. Squad by squad, node by fetid node, the rot was cauterized. Mortarian faded into the warp, his bellows of rage shaking the ruins, leaving axe trembling but unbroken. The cost was etched in blighted earth and empty armor racks, in the lingering coughs of serfs and the ashy taste of reclaimed water. Calgar stood atop Makraga's spires, the sky clearing to a fragile blue, the great rift a wound on the horizon. The dead were beyond count, their names a litany that would echo in his dreams. But Ultramar endured. Their defiance was a beacon not of untouched purity, but of resilience, a stubborn flame fed by sacrifice that refused to be snuffed. The stars might scream, the gods might howl, but here today, standing in ash and marrow-deep weariness, Marneus Calgar allowed himself one thought: we held. Tomorrow's war could wait. The silence that followed the transmission's final static was thicker than the void itself, heavy with the weight of a galaxy's unraveling. Marneus Calgar did not move. The air around him seemed to crystallize with the enormity of the report. Cadia had fallen. The words echoed in the steeline chambers of his battle barge, their truth colder than the blackness pressing against the armored viewports. For 10,000 years, Cadia's defiance had been the Imperium's shield, a burning star against which the darkness of the Eye of Terror broke and receded. Warriors had stood where others faltered, guarding the wound in reality where chaos festered like a gangrenous limb. Now that star had been snuffed out. Something primal shuddered through the Ultramarine's commander, not fear, but the visceral understanding of a foundation crumbling beneath his boots. Around him, his officers murmured like ghosts, their voices fraying at the edges. A colonel uttered the forbidden thought, half-strangled. If Cadia could fall, the unspoken despair hung like poison in the recycled air. What hope remained when even the unyielding had shattered? Calgar closed his eyes, not to escape the truth, but to let it crystallize inside him. He thought of Cadia's last stand, picturing the final fortress cracking under the despoiler's fury, the Cadian shock troops firing their last guns even as the world tore itself apart beneath them. Such courage, such waste. Cadia had not merely been a world, it had been an idea, a testament that chaos could be held at bay, that some walls would never crumble. Now the Eye of Terror yawned wide, its malice unbound, spilling warp storms and reaving fleets into systems that had never known such darkness. But where others saw the death of hope, Calgar saw duty, sharp and clear as a whetted blade. He turned from the view screen, his face a mask of glacial control, though the grief was there, buried beneath the bedrock of his will. The Emperor's light still burns, he declared, his voice a low rumble that stilled the whispers. The words were neither comfort nor defiance, but a fact as immutable as the stars outside. We will not falter. Cadia has fallen, but we will hold. Ultramar will hold. Nods answered Himgrim, resolute, but the doubt lingered in the corners of their eyes like cobwebs. They understood what the widening eye meant. The galaxy was bleeding, and Ultramar lay along its crimson trail. The days that followed were a blur of calculated haste. Calgar became a storm of purpose, his mind dissecting the threats with cold precision. The Death Guard were already clawing at the edges of Ultramar's domain. Nurgle's pestilential legions made their stench known before their ships even pierced the void. The Agriworlds would suffer first, their lush fields blighted, their rivers choked with filth before the plague ships turned their gaze toward Macragge's defiant spires. Calgar moved like a master sculptor reshaping stone, summoning his captains in a flurry of encrypted missives and priority seals. Each world, each bastion, each orbital defense grid was assessed, reinforced, woven into a lattice of resistance. The Codex Astartes was his scripture, its pages worn smooth by centuries of consultation. Gilliman's words rose in his mind like clarion calls. Adaptation is the soul of strategy. The Codex guides, it does not command. He repeated it like a mantra to his officers as holograms flickered above tactical displays, chapters deploying, fleets mustering, the vast machinery of war groaning to life. Trust the Codex, Calgar urged, his finger tracing a ragged line across the glowing star map where the ruin storm seethed. But trust your instincts more. In the quiet moments, though, beneath the weight of command, he felt the cracks in his own certainty. Cadia's fate haunted him. He had walked its battlements once, centuries ago, felt the psychic pressure of the Eye's malevolent gaze. How easy it was now to imagine Macragge's mountains crumbling, its cities choked by warp-fed flames. He banished the image with a practiced exhale. Ultramar was more than a realm, it was a testament to order, a beacon that had guided lost ships through the Imperium's darkest nights. If it fell, the last candle would gutter out. The rumors arrived, first whispers carried by astropathic choirs, fragmented and delirious. A Primarch walked among mortals, a legend reborn. Gilliman. Calgar dismissed them as wishful myths at first, the desperate fantasies of a galaxy teetering on oblivion. No Primarch had drawn breath since the heresy's final cataclysmic crescendo. Gilliman himself lay entombed in stasis, a monument to his brother's betrayal, forever frozen a heartbeat from death. And yet, the reports persisted, growing louder, sharper, until even the most skeptical captains could no longer deny the impossible. A strike force returning from the fields of Tsagualsa spoke of a golden giant leading the charge, a warrior whose ceramite gleamed under alien suns with the faded glory of Ultramar's earliest days. Then came calls, encrypted logs, a flood of data confirming the unimaginable, arcane sciences, Eldar trickery, sacrifice and resurrection woven into a miracle. Not as a memory, not as a marble effigy in the fortress of Hera. Alive, Calgar stood in his arming chamber when the final confirmation arrived, a datapad trembling imperceptibly in his grip. Around him, serfs polished his armor to a sapphire sheen, unaware of the earthquake beneath their lord's stillness. To meet one's Genesire, a living god of war whose blood ran in his veins, whose voice had shaped his every doctrines, was beyond protocol, beyond ceremony. It was a collision of epics. The Primarch's presence filled the stratagem chamber like a sudden shift in gravity. Every ultramarine present felt a subsonic hum in the bones, an instinct to kneel woven into their very DNA. Guilliman stood before the hololithic projections of the crumbling Imperium, his armor still bearing the scars of his long sleep, his eyes ancient and weary yet ablaze with undimmed purpose. When Calgar entered, the Primarch turned, and time seemed to fracture. Here was the architect of Ultramar's golden age, the author of the codex that had steered Calgar's hand through 100 campaigns. Robot Guilliman regarded his chapter master not with the disdain of a deity among mortals, but with the piercing focus of a commander assessing his most trusted lieutenant. Calgar met that gaze without flinching, centuries of discipline anchoring him. Yet beneath the surface, an unfamiliar tremor stirred something raw and profoundly human. Relief, guilt. "You held them," Guilliman said at last, his voice a resonant baritone that seemed to vibrate in the chamber's marrow. "When the walls crumbled and the night closed in, you held them." The simplicity of the acknowledgement struck deeper than any commendation. They spoke then of the galactic wounds, the cicatrix maledictum clawing the sky, the Death Guard's relentless putrefaction, the thousand fires burning across Ultramar's borders. Calgar detailed deployments, supply bottlenecks, the gnawing attrition in the northern sectors, his words clipped and precise. Guilliman listened, nodding at times, interjecting with questions that cut to the heart of logistical frailties Calgar himself had only begun to suspect. This was no reunion of father and son, but of two generals salvaging order from ruin. Later, walking Macreg's sun-drenched battlements, the scope of their task yawned before them. Below, the scarred plains stretched to the horizon, dotted with the jagged teeth of reconstruction scaffolds rising like skeletal hands from ruined districts, smoke hazing the air from forges working day and night. The stink of promethium and freshly turned earth mingled with the saltang of the distant sea. "They think we rebuild stone," Calgar murmured, his gauntleted hand resting on the sun-warmed parapet. "But it is their hearts that need fortifying. Every fallen beam, every poisoned well, it whispers to them that chaos cannot be stopped." Guilliman paused, his gaze distant, seeing not the rebuilding but the fragile web of belief holding Ultramar together. "Faith is the true bastion," he replied, the wind catching the edges of his words. "Not in gods or relics, in us, in the idea that men can still stand when the stars die. Show them that, and the stones will rise on their own." They did not speak again for a time, the silence filled by the distant clang of hammers and the cries of drilling provosts. The partnership unfolded with unspoken synchronicity, Calgar the unwavering executor of Guilliman's sweeping designs, the Primarch the strategist who saw galaxies as chessboards. Each fortified agri-complex, each relic tank pulled from Macreg's vaults, each shipment of grain to a starving outpost, became a stanza in a new litany of defiance. Farmers tilling fields under the armored gaze of Astartes sentries began to straighten their backs. Children in refugee camps stopped flinching at every shadow, their eyes no longer hollow voids but bright with borrowed courage. Ultramar's spirit, though scarred, was not broken. But beyond their realm, the storm worsened. The Imperium splintered with each passing cyclosectors falling silent, warp roots dissolving into madness, worlds devoured by cults that sprouted like mold in the dark. Guilliman's return was a flare in the night, yet for every ship that rallied to Macreg's beacon, a dozen more were lost to the howling void. The Primarch saw the grim arithmetics he were holding, but only just. Thus began the Indomitus Crusade's gestation, a plan so audacious it bordered on madness, not merely to defend but to claw back the darkness, to sail into the storm's heart with fire and sword. Calgar stood at Guilliman's side as the first troop dispositions etched themselves across star charts, the names of lost systems burning like brands in the gloom. The weight of it pressed down the knowledge that billions would perish, that entire chapters might be spent like currency in this gambit. Yet in the grim set of Guilliman's jaw, Calgar saw the same resolve that had forged Ultramar from wilderness 10 millennia past. "We are the Defiance," he thought, the old Cadian credo echoing through him as fresh orders cascaded to the fleet. Even in ruin, the galaxy had ended once before in fire and betrayal. Now another ending loomed. But here, in the roar of starship engines flaring to life, in the determined faces of serfs loading shells into the bellies of thunderhawks, in the cold, clear light of his Genesire's will, Calgar found not hope something fiercer. A vow etched in adamantium, in blood, in the unyielding certainty that as long as one ultramarine drew breath, the night would not have the final word. He adjusted his gauntlets, the familiar weight comforting against his palms, and stepped forward into the howling gale of the future. The vast tapestry of the Indomitus Crusade unfurled across bleeding stars and shattered voidlanes, wounds freshly torn in the galaxy's flesh by the cicatrix maledictum's hideous birth scream, a 1,000 nightmares made manifest. Behind Guilliman's campaign lay the rot-streaked carcasses of entire sectors worlds swallowed by ravenous darkness, once-proud imperial bastions reduced to howling madhouses where 10,000 years of order had dissolved overnight. To reclaim them would demand not the heedless fury of the Crusader, but the surgeon's precision. Guilliman understood. This was no bludgeoning siege, but a reconstruction of ravaged souls. Fallen systems lay before them like broken toys discarded by petulant gods, their skies choked with warp fog and the greasy residue of dread magics, their populations mutated or massacred, their histories reduced to ash on the mocking winds of the Empyrean. And so the Primarch and his chapter master bent their wills to the task as one, iron resolve forged in the crucible of Ultramar's Survivala realm, whose every shining spire and bustling agri-world stood testament to that same quiet, grinding defiance that now faced the apocalypse. Calgar, weathered face-etched with the scars of blasphemous wars and the unspoken weight of command, surprised none by his ascension to Guilliman's shadow. If the Primarch was the mind charting each perilous arc through tempests of unreality, then the Lord of Macragge was the fist that struck true when malice rose to meet them. While Guilliman wove strategies in the cavernous stratagems of the Macragge's honor, fingers tracing holographic horrors across light years, Calgar became the living conduit through which those grand designs hardened into brutal, necessary reality. Upon his broad shoulders fell the deployment of the Primaris, those golden titans wrought by Khal's forbidden arts, their armor gleaming with the cold promise of a forgotten age's potential. He sorted them like chess pieces wrought in ceramite and holy wrath, their thunderous tread echoing through embarkation decks as he dispatched them to breaches where only death awaited, stitching fragile imperial lines with fresh sinew of war. The vast armadas groaned under his scrutiny, fleet almoners and grizzled void captains stiffening under his gaze as he turned rusted battle barges and creaking supply vessels into instruments of deliverance. When battle finally erupted, the Voxnit screamed with the static wails of the dying, and the filth-smothered bulwarks of chaos reared like jagged teeth above burning cities, Calgar was already there, fists smeared black with promethium and alien gore, his battle cry cutting through the haze as he waded into crimson tides of cultists and snarling warp spawn. The enemy broke upon his presence like fetid waves against stone, yet even as bolters roared and war hymns echoed in gutted cathedrals, the deeper burden pressed upon him. Worlds cried out not just for liberation, but for resurrection. Guilliman knew this truth in his ancient core victories unbuttressed by governance, where hollow illusions so, they rebuilt where they conquered, Calgar laboring with the same grim efficiency in times of false peace as he did amid slaughter. Imperial scribes bearing charters of reconsecration followed the tread of his warplate through shattered hive spires. Stonemasons raised new aquilas where heretic effigies had toppled under his guns. Judges draped in penitent sackcloth dragged screaming apostates from rat holes by dawn's bloody light. Through it all, the crucible burned hotter though Calgar's resolve never cracked, his iron spine magnetized by duty. There flickered private moments when the raw scale of oblivion threatened to snuff the brightest spirit. To gaze into the cicatrixes, Ma was to understand true insignificance. Whole star systems winked out as warp storms birthed weeping demon worlds, and the Imperium's dying breath stank of rust and plague. Yet when that primordial doubt gnawed, when the sheer impossible arithmetic of loss clawed at his geneforged psyche, need only turn to the Primarch's patient majesty. Guilliman's ice-blue eyes held no false comfort, only the immortal fire that had once lit the heavens during the Great Crusade's zenith, a forgeglow declaring with quiet thunder, "We endure." And so he did, not a slave to blind obedience, but disciple to a shared creed. Their bond spanned the fathomless gulf between mortal and Demigoda Primarch, humbled by 10 millennia's brutal tutelage in frailty, a chapter master exalted by impossible burdens borne with undimmed faith. Guilliman's counsels with Calgar weren't commands offered down a divine mountain, but dialogues between peers. The regent bent his ear to the man who'd held Ultramar through the grimmest watches of the Long War, drawing from wells of sacrifice no transhuman could fathom. Calgar, in turn, offered fealty not to an icon, but to the living embodiment of all he'd bled to preserve with promise that reason might yet reign over the galaxy's screaming madness. Side by side upon 100 bridges scarred by lancefire, they rose like twin colossi against a hurricane of ruin, and worlds burned cleaner in their wake. No battle epitomized their dance of blade and blueprint better than the grueling redemption of the Karthus sector, a festering pustule on the galaxy's underbelly, where the warp's blight had sunk roots deep as planetary cores. Its skies stank like opened graves, its continents braided with throbbing vein highways pumping demonic ichor into swollen citadels, where fly-swarmed lords cackled over flayed saints. To charge headlong into that nightmare would see even legions buried in meat and madness. Instead, Calgar played the Zionki masterfeigned retreats, baiting corrupted warbands away from their shadowed fastnesses, false supply lines left bleeding to draw ravenous packs into kill zones. When came the lightning riposte, the Primaris spearheads struck with Cronus-crafted precision, Guilliman's strategic axioms rendered tangible in Phosphex fire and Volkite beams. What might have been a decades-long siege resolved in weeks of vicious dagger thrusts, the back of chaos, grip broken not through overwhelming force but surgical excision of its command rod. Yet Calgar lingered long after the last heretic stronghold fell, stalking ruined hablocks to ensure water purifiers restored flow before his fleet's departure, his gauntlet propping up priests who trembled with gratitude beneath half-rebuilt walls. Even as the Crusade stormtide surged from conquest to conquest, Calgar's gaze never fully left home. Ultremer's halo of worlds glittered behind his eyelids in rare moments of reposia, jewel ever circled by jackals. Orc hulk slid like tumors through its periphery, eager for slaughter loot, only to be shattered by his sudden, brutal counterstrikes launched mid-crusade with logistical mastery bordering on clairvoyance. No Xeno fleet mustered in darkness without his auspexes marking it. No chaos cult whispered blasphemies in ruined temples without his watch officers scenting its taint. Though Ultremer stood bastioned by tradition, its borders bled, and Calgar stitched each new